Ever since the crimson moon fell upon the city, a terrifying virus called mental pollution began spreading at a lightning-fast pace. Just like any other day, Lu Xin headed back home. Another exhausting shift. Done. Inside their cozy apartment, his father is busy cooking dinner. His mother negotiates business over the phone, and his adorable little sister munches on snacks while eagerly waiting for her big brother to return. On the surface, they really look like a picture-perfect happy family. Standing outside, Lu Xin hesitates for a second before unlocking the door and calling out, "I am back." The moment she sees him, his little sister beams with a bright smile. "Brother 9, you are home." Lu Xin pulls out a cute stuffed bear to give her look. 17. "I finally bought you that plushie you kept begging me for." Clutching the toy tightly to her chest, 17 squeals with joy. "Oh, thank you so much. I love it." Right then, the bandage slips down. Horrific stitches. They wrap all the way up her arm. It is hard to even guess what nightmare this little girl survived. Just then, his mother wraps up her phone call. "Lu Xin, perfect timing. Play with your sister for a bit while I head downstairs." Noticing her rushed manner, Lu Xin cannot help but ask, "Is there something urgent?" "Mother, did they not promise to eat dinner together?" Quietly pulling a pair of sharp scissors from the cabinet, his mother walks out with a deeply unsettling smile. "Oh, it is nothing major. Just a tiny misunderstanding with neighbor Zhang. I will be right back." Lu Xin wants to stop her since dinner is ready, but he decides against it and sighs, "All right, got it." That subtle, knowing smile suggests he already knows exactly what is about to go down. Our protagonist here is Lu Xin, an ordinary young guy working a standard 8 to 5 desk job in Qinggang City. Right now, he is just trying to enjoy a normal, warm family dinner. But get this, his family is actually pretty damn strange. Mid-meal, his towering father suddenly slams a heavy bottle of liquor onto the table and roars, "You useless trash. How dare you sneak into my kitchen? Just drop dead." Damn it, the wrapping is sloppy, the cooking is terrible. Staring at his massive, bulking frame is honestly terrifying. Outside, the sudden wail of police sirens only pushes him further over the edge, arguing, always arguing. Damn it, that is all they do. Can I not just get one peaceful meal? Snapping completely, he flings the window open and bellows, "Those useless surveillance rooms never find a single damn thing. This whole street does nothing but spy on us." Seeing her father fly into a blind rage, 17 starts trembling. She desperately clings to her brother. "Big bro, I am scared." Lu Xin gently pulls her close. "Be good, 17. It is okay. Father is not going to hurt you." Right then, his mother steps back inside the apartment. "Why are you screaming again? Stop making such a damn racket all the time. I could hear you clearly from all the way down the hallway. Shut up with the nonsense before you terrify the kids." Looking at his mother, Lu Xin immediately notices she is completely covered in fresh blood, yet he does not look surprised at all. To him, this horror is just another Tuesday. At the sight of his wife, the father snaps even harder, spitting pure venom. "Those damn kids should be dead, all of them. And you cheap whore, you deserve to die too." Lu Xin's mother does not even flinch, instead letting out a wide smile. "Right, in your eyes, everyone is scum who deserves death, except for you." Before she can even finish, he looms over her, his bloodshot eyes bulging with manic rage. "What did you just say to me?" Far from backing down, his mother leans in. Pure provocation, because everyone else lives a better life than you, while you crawl like a sewer maggot, absolutely terrified of dying. "But let me tell you, even if they all die, you still will not." But before she can finish, a heavy backhand cracks across her face. "Bitch, do you want to die?" Spitting blood, she just laughs louder, pushing him further. "Yes, keep going. Show me that glorious, pathetic madness of yours." Blinded by rage, the father's massive body begins to mutate, jagged black spikes erupting violently through his skin. "You, how dare you call me a piece of trash? I will tear you apart." His mutated muscles swell to a monstrous scale as his heavy fists rain down, painting the walls with blood and shredded flesh. Absolute terror. 17 retreats to a corner, clutching her stuffed bear, her entire body shaking as she whispers that daddy is beating mommy again. But then, a terrifying, wide grin creeps onto the little girl's face. "So much fun." Giggling. "This is so much fun. That cute stuffed bear she was just lovingly holding?" She violently tears it apart, ripping it to shreds in a second. 17 snaps like a caged beast broke free. She scrambles up the wall like a spider, hanging upside down from the ceiling light with a manic laugh. "Haha. This is the best." As his entire household descends into pure, chaotic madness, Lu Xin just sits there in silence, quietly chewing his dinner with a peaceful smile. Sure, his family has some pretty intense arguments, but under this blood-soaked crimson moon, having a complete family to come home to is already an absolute blessing. But wait, what does this happy family look like to anyone else on the outside? In reality, he is completely alone in the dark room, but somehow, the bloody traces remain. Things will get pretty difficult if they keep acting like this. This woman is Qinggang. She definitely does not look simple. Her subordinates continuously report back to her, stating that the psychic energy of mental mutant patient number 13 has now been quite clearly observed. Suddenly, a man speaks from the shadows. Does this guy really have the potential to be recruited? How much threat is he hiding? What is his actual ability? Qinggang immediately reports back, stating it is currently quite unclear. He is just not like the others. For now, he only shows a very strong mutant form, but he looks pretty normal. He goes to work and comes home normally every single day, even handling his job quite well. However, his mind occasionally lapses into chaos. Hearing this, the man shows some real interest, noting that the guy sounds pretty promising and quite easy to control. Has anyone tried sending a dreamweaver into his dreams to investigate yet? Qinggang puffs on a cigarette and replies with a freezing look that they did, but after that dreamweaver entered his dream, he never came back out. The next day at the office, Lu Xin naturally helps out a new recruit as a habit, but all he gets in return are some pretty harsh snickers from his coworkers. Look at our little do-gooder over there taking another fresh newbie under his wing. He is already swamped with his own work, yet he is busy coaching others. Is he not worried about getting replaced and fired? Otherwise, how on earth could he have grabbed that model employee award? His intense enthusiasm really makes the rest of us look cold and uncaring. Hearing this, the new guy Lu Cheng feels incredibly embarrassed, apologizing to brother Lu and saying he is just too stupid and keeps causing trouble. Helping others has long become a habit for Lu Xin, so he does not feel bothered by it at all. Just then, someone comes over to call him to the supervisor's office. Lu Xin hurriedly wraps up his instructions for Lu Cheng and rushes over to the office. The moment he sees Lu Xin, the supervisor hands over a file and instructs him, telling little Lu to deliver these documents to the coffee shop at the corner of Qinggang Road. Make sure not to delay on the way and get them there safely. Holding the folder, Lu Xin cannot help but wonder why they picked him, since these deliveries are usually handled by the admin team or the runners, and things are about to get pretty weird. The supervisor is acting strange, and this woman is secretly watching him. Getting caught, Lu Xin panics and looks for a way to slip out to avoid trouble. So he drops his curiosity and heads out to deliver the documents exactly as instructed. As soon as Lu Xin leaves the room, the supervisor immediately bows submissively to Qinggang, reporting that he has done exactly as Chief Chen ordered. Do not worry. I did not ask any questions or think twice. But about that project we discussed earlier, Qinggang cold-bloodedly stands up and declares she will not be giving him that project at all. The supervisor panics, asking what she means, since he just helped her out. Right then, Qinggang shoves him back into his chair and cuts him off, telling him to forget she was ever here and what task he just assigned to Lu Xin. Her eyes suddenly glow a deep red, releasing a hypnotic light. Hit by her power, the supervisor slowly dazes out, his memories blurring into complete nothingness. Having achieved her goal, Qinggang casually walks away, gearing up for her next move. Meanwhile, over at the subway station, a pregnant woman boards the train, only to find there are absolutely no empty seats left. With no other choice, she sadly caresses her belly, whispering that they will just have to stand. Right then, Lu Xin stands up to offer her his seat. It is always like this. Lu Xin is always ready to lend a helping hand, even to a total stranger he has never met before. Once all the passengers settle in, the subway train begins rolling toward the next station. Out of nowhere, little 17 suddenly appears on the train. Clinging to her teddy bear, she crawls along the ceiling right in front of Lu Xin, calling out to her brother, calling him brother. Lu Xin immediately averts his eyes, desperately trying to pretend she is not even there. Why did this kid follow him out here? Little 17 is now swinging from the handrails, giggling and wanting to play with her brother. Talk about terrifying. With every single swing, the entire train shakes so violently it feels like it is about to derail. The other passengers cannot see little 17 at all. Feeling only the violent turbulence of the train, they instantly spiral into panic. Seeing her brother look away, little 17 pouts and wonders why her brother is not joining in on the fun. It is super fun. Lu Xin can only whisper to his sister, warning her that when they are outside, he cannot look or speak to her, or people will think he is completely insane. Realizing her brother will not play, little 17 gets bored and decides to leave. but not before leaning in to warn him to be very careful. She whispers that something is seriously wrong with the place he is heading. But before Lu Xun can ask further, she completely vanishes. Along the way, the little girl keeps teasing the passengers sitting around her. It seems that even though nobody can see 17, she can still fully interact with people and objects around her. Meanwhile, Lu Xun still has to finish his assigned delivery job despite feeling quite hesitant about it. His destination this time is incredibly close to the towering wall that protects what is left of humanity. Standing at the door, he instantly feels a suffocating sense of dread wash over him. Right now, his every single move is being closely watched by a fully geared assault team, ready to strike at a second's notice. Leading this mission is Chen Qing, holding the target file on a quiet little cafe, located right on the street corner. The active objective: evaluate Subject 13's potential to become a cleaner, search for mental contamination, and measure his specific dangerous abilities. This cafe has officially been flagged as a Level 1 mental contamination zone. Specifically, anyone coming near is helplessly drawn inside, and those who enter end up dead within just 3 to 5 days. Most take their own lives. Analysis shows the contamination inside likely triggers a state of severe, inescapable depression. After reviewing the file, Chen Qing double-checks with her subordinate is the backup team fully prepped and ready. The agent quickly reports that the backup personnel are set up and can deploy at a second's notice. Surprisingly, this entire backup team consists of just a single girl dressed in pitch black, who definitely looks quite dangerous. Back to Lu Xun. He finds himself drawn to the cafe and quietly steps inside. At first, he is pretty surprised by the cozy warmth inside, contrasting sharply with its freezing cold exterior. Still on guard, he walks straight to the counter and speaks up, "Hi. Someone asked me to deliver this file." Seeing Lu Xun, the cashier flashes a warm smile. "Thanks for the hard work. Let me buy you a drink." Lu Xun quickly declines, saying he needs to leave, but the rich aroma suddenly stops him. It smells incredible, nothing like the cheap trash he drinks at the office. Maybe just one quick cup before leaving? But as he picks up the cup, a wave of dread hits him. The room darkens, and a grotesque eyeball-covered tentacle sprouts right behind the employee. The slimy thing slowly creeps forward and drops a wet, twitching eyeball straight into his coffee cup. When Lu Xun takes a closer look, the bloody eye suddenly pops open and stares directly at him. No way. It is literally staring right at him. He is absolutely cooked. Seeing him hesitate, the employee urges him on, "Why aren't you drinking? It is delicious. Go on, take a sip." His face twists into a sinister grin as dozens of extra tentacles burst out, reaching straight for Lu Xun. Terrified to his core, Lu Xun tries to stay calm. He cannot let this monster realize he can see them. Just play dumb, act like nothing is wrong, and walk out of this place alive. If he slips up now, he is never walking out of here alive. Taking a breath, he slowly sets the cup down and politely declines, "No thank you. I appreciate it." Then, he calmly turns around to leave. But after a few steps, a freezing shiver runs down his spine, forcing him to glance back. Every single customer in the cafe is staring directly at him, their eyes glowing with a terrifying light. Lu Xun immediately bolts for the door, his frantic escape captured perfectly on the hidden security cameras. The monitors are completely baffled. How is this possible? This is a classic Level 1 contamination zone, so by all logic, a high-potential mutant like him should have triggered a massive clash. So why did absolutely nothing happen? This makes no sense. Damn it. We were supposed to test Subject 13, find the source of the contamination, and sweep them all up in one go. They had 3 backups ready, but now, they are completely clueless about what to do next. Asking Chen Qing, she thinks for a moment before ordering them to initiate backup plan 4 immediately. Meanwhile, at another location, Lu Xun escapes the cafe and sprints straight to the nearest subway station without looking back once. Sitting on the bench, he wipes his sweaty forehead. Whew, finally made it out of there. Why were those people so creepy? 17 warning him earlier makes total sense now. She was talking about that monster. But ever since that Red Moon catastrophe, those madmen wandering out in the wilderness, they were still human. Whatever he just witnessed, though, definitely not human. He resolved to ask his family about it tonight. They would probably know something. Right then, a massive crowd of people suddenly flooded into the subway station. Squinting to see, Lu Xun realized these were the exact same customers from the cafe earlier, with that creepy waiter standing right behind them holding a hot cup of coffee. "You still haven't finished your coffee." Before Lu Xun could even blink, the man suddenly materialized right in front of him, thrusting that steaming cup directly at his face. Panic instantly setting in, Lu Xun scrambled to find an escape route. only to realize they had already completely cornered him with absolutely no way out. The massive crowd swarmed like ants, slowly closing in on him as the sinister waiter grinned and warned that his coffee would get cold if he did not drink it. Now watch closely unless he drinks that. They are never going to let him walk out of here, but swallowing that stuff would lead to a far worse fate, so he firmly refused, arguing that he had no money to pay for it anyway. Of course, a simple excuse like that was never going to save him here. The waiter smirked, shoving the cup right against his face, while mockingly asking if he really could not afford it. He offered to treat him instead, but suddenly, the gross eyeball floating in the liquid grew legs and leaped straight toward Lu Xin's face. Luckily, his reflexes kicked in just in time, allowing him to duck and barely dodge the terrifying creature. Seizing the brief window before they could react, he sprinted toward the weakest spot in the crowd, violently shoving aside anyone blocking his path. Yet no matter how fast he ran, they caught him. These people possessed bizarre, superhuman strength, locking him down so tightly that he could not break free. As they piled onto him, Lu Xin screamed in absolute horror, telling the monsters to get away, get lost, and stay far away from him. But no matter how loudly he shrieked or how violently he struggled, the possessed crowd refused to loosen their tight grip on him. Watching the live feed, Chen Jing and her team were left completely baffled by what was happening on screen. Why was he subdued so easily? He looked like a completely ordinary guy. Chen Jing assumed that Lu Xin simply had not mastered his powers yet, which explained why he was struggling so miserably. Her subordinate immediately suggested sending in backup, wanting to put an end to this brutal test right away. With Chen Jing's nod of approval, the girl clad in black stood up, opening her umbrella to prepare for an immediate rescue mission. Right then, the data observer suddenly yelled out, telling everyone to quickly look at the spikes on the screen. Back with Lu Xin, his strength is fading fast as they force his mouth wide open. Now, tell me, do you honestly think this is where his journey ends? Sinking into total despair, he suddenly heard 17's playful voice calling out to him. Giggly and mocking, she teased him for ignoring her warnings and getting himself caught in such a mess. Spotting 17 standing nearby, Lu Xin desperately begged her to help him. Instead of jumping in to help, the mischievous girl smirked, reminding him of how he always ignored her out in public and pretended she was totally invisible, but now suddenly expected her to save him. It looked like she was throwing a little tantrum, clearly annoyed that her brother had ignored both her presence and her earlier warnings. Staring in pure terror at the twitching eyeball creeping closer to his mouth, Lu Xin practically screamed for her to do something. 17 decided it was time to strike a bargain, demanding he promise to buy her the coolest toy ever in exchange. On the verge of being possessed, Lu Xin still squeezed out a desperate cry, arguing that he was completely broke. By now, the eyeball was in mid-air, aimed right at his open mouth. In the absolute nick of time, 17 smacked the parasite away and forcefully yanked her brother out of the grasping crowd. The second she touched him, Lu Xin's eyes flared into a deep crimson, matching her bloodshot gaze perfectly. Cheerful, she laughed about their little deal, while Lu Xin felt a sudden wave of raw, manic power surging through him, yet keeping his mind sharp. Chattering casually like they were on a walk, the duo effortlessly tore through the surrounding crowd. At that moment, the monitoring squad watched in absolute awe at his incredibly precise motor control, especially since this spider-type subject had just been completely pinned down and was on the absolute brink of forced infection. Yet, he somehow managed to break free, displaying an insanely agile body that could twist and bend at angles a normal human could not even begin to imagine. It was too early to call, but his sheer speed indicated he was utilizing over 50% of his latent potential, nearly reaching gecko level. Suddenly, the monitors went completely wild as the data spiked, hinting at an impending disaster. Back at the subway, the waiter grew absolutely furious seeing his prey escape. Shaking? Oh, that is pretty fast, but you are absolutely not escaping me. A massive swarm of tentacles erupts from his back, frantically stabbing straight towards Lu Xin. Each one packs incredibly terrifying force, easily smashing concrete walls and floors. It clearly has absolutely zero intention of letting Lu Xin leave this place in one piece. But using his insane agility, Lu Xin easily evades the onslaught and successfully scrambles back up to the surface. Seeing this, Chen Qing breathes a sigh of relief and orders the net pulled in. Right then, a terrified technician points at the screen and yells, "Wait, everyone look, something is very wrong." The whole team looks over, their jaws dropping at his next move. Honestly, this guy's mind is a total mystery. After escaping the subway, he has zero plans of running, hanging right above the exit to ambush the infected swarm. Faced with this ridiculously provocative stunt, the team starts whispering, "What on earth is he doing?" Just straight up taunting. Sure, spider types are fast, but this guy is completely shattering any expectations we had. There is absolutely no way that contagion source from the cafe can touch him now. Honestly, in a chaotic world like this, almost nobody can catch a high-tier spider-type mutant. But I just do not understand this guy. Who in their right mind stares down a horde of monsters and, instead of running for their life, turns around to mock them? Even Chen Qing has to admit, this guy is not normal in the slightest. Back downstairs, as his sister drags him straight back into the subway station, Lu Xun panics and asks her, "What are you trying to do?" Chi-Chi just smiles. "What do you want to do, brother?" Lu Xun breaks into a cold sweat. "We need to run. Do you not see the monster right there?" Chi-Chi is not even slightly scared, turning back to mock the beast. "Big brother, why are you being such a coward? The monster is the one who should be terrified here." But getting mocked by a little kid drives it absolutely insane. The employee warps into a massive, horrifying abomination, charging frantically at Lu Xun. His tentacles bloat into giant, thrashing appendages covered in razor-toothed mouths. You can tell with just one glance how incredibly lethal this thing has become. Lu Xun panics, desperately urging his sister to flee, but Chi-Chi only grows more excited. "I am not running. Look how cute it is. I want to play." She grabs Lu Xun's hand and drags him straight toward the oncoming horror. To anyone else watching, Lu Xun looks completely unhinged, sprinting headfirst at the mutated employee. According to the readings, his mental energy has spiked to the limit. A Tier 1 psychic monster is fully manifested. The tracking technician quickly asks Chen Qing if they should send in reinforcements. Chen Qing watches closely, calculating her options. Normally, an unarmed spider type stands zero chance against a psychic anomaly like this. Yet this guy did not hesitate for a single fraction of a second. She decides to hold back and observe a bit longer, ready to strike only if things spiral completely out of control. Back in the fight, Lu Xun relies on his reflexes to dodge every thrashing appendage. He closes the distance, grabs the host's arm, and brutally rips it clean off. To Chi-Chi, this gory slaughter is just a fun game of tag. Suddenly, the cameras blow, screens go dark. Talk about worst-case scenario with the feed completely cut. Chen Qing panics and screams, "This is bad. Feeds are dead. Destroyed by pure psychic force. Deploy now." The strike team mobilizes instantly, rushing to the scene, while the fierce battle between the beast and Lu Xun continues down below. Tossing the severed arm aside, Lu Xun continues to taunt, "Lost a limb. Are we having fun yet?" Outraged, the monster lashes out in a frenzy, but Lu Xun stands his ground, literally tearing the thrashing tentacles apart with his bare hands. Sensing doom, the creature tries to pull its tentacles back, but it cannot break free from his iron grip. In seconds, Lu Xun shreds 3 massive tentacles into tiny bits. The terrified beast scrambles to escape, but he is not letting it go that easily. Using the vertical wall as a runway, he dashes forward like a blur. "Now the tables are turned. You are not escaping me." "Giving up already? I am not even close to done playing." Mid-stride, he rips down a heavy steel railing and impales the beast to the floor, completely freezing it. The fatal blow stops it dead. But wait, it explodes into bloody chunks. Those fragments latch onto nearby infected bystanders, taking control of their minds. The host bodies scatter in all directions, trying to smuggle the flesh out. But with his blinding speed, Lu Xun immediately snaps the neck of the nearest host. No exceptions. Young or old, everyone gets a fair share of this execution. In no time, the infected horde is entirely wiped out with 0 survivors. Standing amidst the gory ruins, Lu Xun flashes a twisted grin. None of these guys could actually fight. Just then, a strange noise echoes behind him, making him spin around and yell out, "Who's there?" It is a subway security guard who somehow survived. Seeing the old man, Lu Xun lets out a creepy laugh. "Looks like there's still one left. Anyone who steps into his line of sight now is basically designated prey." 17's wild bloodlust seems to have taken over completely, forcing his body forward. But right then, Lu Xun's own consciousness screams out, "That's enough." Luckily, Lu Xun manages to hold his little sister back just in time to save the guard. But 17 is still buzzing with extreme excitement. "Don't hold me back. Let me go." The girl glares right at the guard like a starving predator looking for a fresh kill. Seeing this, Lu Xun gives his sister a pretty stern warning. "Enough. 17, I didn't stop you earlier because it was an absolute emergency. If we weren't fully in sync back there, we could have easily been killed. Besides, those things in the cafe weren't even human, so it's fine that you took them out. But this security guard is just an ordinary guy. You can't go wild on him. Do you understand me? Hearing her brother raise his voice, 17 immediately calms down and cutely hugs him. Don't be mad, brother. I only did it to keep you safe. Look at those monsters. They were so incredibly violent. Lu Xun softens his tone, gently patting her head. We can just run if things get scary. You don't need to fight. Suddenly, 17 senses someone approaching the area and quickly drags her brother away. Okay, stop lecturing me. I'll be careful next time. But they're almost here, so we really need to move. Before slipping away, she makes sure to grab the teddy bear her brother bought her. Right after they leave, Chen Qing arrives with the backup team to secure the scene. Armed forces immediately lock down the entire station, and you can feel the tension in the air. Meanwhile, Lu Xun and his sister are on a nearby rooftop, watching the whole thing unfold. Holding her teddy close, 17 asks her brother for a reward. So, how are you going to thank me? Lu Xun snaps back. Thank you? I should give you a beating instead. But he goes quiet for a moment before whispering, thanks. Deep down, he knows that without his little sister, he would have been completely done for. 17 giggles and demands a toy. Lu Xun just points at the bear in her hands. Another toy? But you already have one. I just bought you that cute teddy bear. Isn't it adorable enough for you? Squeezing the toy tight, her face turns creepy. No. I want something that screams in agony. The more painful the better. Completely misinterpreting her. Lu Xun thinks she just wants one of those cheap squeaking chicken toys. Seeing his clueless reaction, 17 is utterly speechless with annoyance. She stops talking, stands up, and prepares to leave him behind. Fine, you are absolutely no fun. I am not playing with you. Seeing her step onto a power line, Lu Xun panics and yells. Instead of answering him, 17 decides to drop one final, chilling warning. Watch your back. Brother, someone is watching you. Hearing this, cold sweat breaks out on Lu Xun's face as he demands details. Who's targeting me? But since she didn't get her new screaming toy, she pouts and refuses to speak. Not telling you. Bye-bye. She waves cheerfully. Left all alone, Lu Xun realizes he has no easy way down. From this extreme height, one slip means instant death. Out of nowhere, he takes a wild leap straight toward the fire escape of the opposite building. Now, check this out. His insane agility proves he is definitely not your average civilian. He carefully watches the streets below to avoid detection. It is definitely best to avoid running into these guys, or things will get incredibly complicated. Better take the long way around. After taking a detour and making sure the coast is clear, Lu Xun finally blends into the crowd on the street. Suddenly, a voice calls out and scares him half to death. Hey, Lu Xun, get in, let me buy you a coffee. It turns out, Qing was already waiting for him here. Looking at her, Lu Xun feels incredibly tense. In all his 23 years, no girl has ever asked him out, let alone a stunning woman like her. Could she be one of those mysterious agents from the subway station who has been targeting him this entire time? But a simple coffee invite doesn't really seem like a trap, making it pretty hard to reject her outright. This guy is totally overthinking things now. Ignoring the chaos he just escaped, he takes a moment to process her offer. Scratching his head, Lu Xun tries to politely decline. Is there a reason? I don't really feel like coffee right now. Qing just stands there, quietly analyzing his nervous body language. Despite all the sudden chaos and this highly unexpected invitation, he somehow looks incredibly calm, prompting her to turn back to the car. She opens the car door and tells Lu Xun they can head to a bar if he doesn't like coffee. Left with no choice, Lu Xun obediently follows. At the bar, Qing pulls out her credentials to introduce herself, saying her name is Qing and showing him her official ID badge. She claims she has no bad intentions, but admits that everything he went through today was her setup. Lu Xun carefully inspects the ID badge in her hand. The badge proves she is the highest-ranking official in the Qing City Patrol, a truly massive figure from the main city. Usually, folks from the main city are not people satellite city residents can cozy up to. He wonders to himself why someone of her elite status would go out of her way to buy him a drink. Can you believe that? The delivery. The monster ambush. It was all just her twisted game. This woman is seriously terrifying. Lu Xun is about to blame her for almost getting him killed, but then he spots the gun at her waist. Knowing when to stay quiet, Lu Xun just sighs and asks in a soft voice, "Why did you do all this?" Qing pours another drink and says she will start by explaining what exactly went down first. She is part of the Special Operations Department, dedicated to handling mental pollution incidents within these giant walled cities. He can think of them as the official government agency. After the devastating Red Moon event, they rebuilt the main and satellite cities and took charge of hunting down the crazed lunatics outside the walls. They also crush resistance from wild wilderness, knights, and spiritual cults, even building those towering high walls and handling daily maintenance. Her department takes care of absolutely everything. Right now, their primary mission is dealing with the creeping mental pollution inside the main and satellite cities. Hearing this, Lu Xin's eyes widen in absolute surprise as he asks, "Anomalous events?" Chen Qing hands him a file and confirms they are bizarre occurrences that normal humans cannot comprehend. Just like that terrifying incident he experienced in the coffee shop. He is free to examine the files himself, which detail the coffee shop monster, covering its infection rate, its stealthy growth patterns, its extreme danger rating, unique physical traits, and the exact method to destroy it. Every single piece of information has been thoroughly and clearly investigated. And get this, that nightmare was only D rank. Imagine how terrifying the higher tiers must be. Puffing on a freshly lit cigarette, Chen Qing explains that the Red Moon cataclysm permanently changed humanity. As survivors, we can only huddle inside the main and satellite cities beneath these towering, massive walls. But the harsh truth is, even though we survived, some people stay totally normal, while many others develop severe mental mutations. They start warping the people and things around them, which is a state we call mental pollution. Reading the file and matching it with what he just heard, Lu Xin asks with deep confusion, what kind of pollution is this? What actually happens if someone gets polluted? On this, Chen Qing turns serious, warning that they will fall ill. This mental contamination acts like a standard physical radiation source, continuously spreading outward to affect nearby people and causing them to quickly show the exact same symptoms, as if caught in a plague. Except this pollution is far more mysterious and terrifying. Unlike normal viruses, this mental contagion directly infects the human mind and drives it sick. Once the illness takes hold, some fall into depression and commit suicide. Others lose all sanity and violently attack people around them, and some even gain the ability to communicate with inanimate objects. Others develop completely overwhelming obsessions. Simply put, the pollution source spawns a highly infectious mental illness that spreads silently from host to host. On the outside, these infected people look completely normal, but on the inside, a monstrous transformation has occurred. More importantly, they are nothing like the crazies lurking outside the city walls. They live right alongside us, ready to explode and infect everyone around them at any second, just like what you witnessed back in that coffee shop. In total, 37 people were fully infected by that monster lurking inside the coffee shop. Those with severe infections have completely lost their consciousness, making it impossible and utterly pointless to even try saving them. So, their only remaining option is death. Hearing this, Lu Xin gets highly agitated and shouts, "Are you telling me that many people have to die? Is it really impossible even if we kill the source monster?" Chen Qing puts out her cigarette, stands up, and stares straight at Lu Xin, explaining that destroying the source doesn't instantly cure the infected. The psychic monster is only the primary contamination source. Any infected person, object, or event carries the exact same risk of spreading it. The monster you killed at the subway station was a highly infectious carrier, and with it dead, those severely infected will scatter in every direction. If even one person slips away, they could easily become a brand new source of infection. When that happens, the outbreak will only spread wider. Hearing this, Lu Xin raises a question. If that is true, why not just leave one infected person outside so it can resurrect itself whenever it needs to? Chen Qing clears up his doubt. First-level monsters simply are not smart enough to plan ahead. They just spread the virus instinctively, and heavily infected victims will naturally gather around the host, completely falling under its control. Only when the host dies do they regain their own minds, but it is already too late. Lu Xin realizes how close he came to dying, and he immediately confronts her about it. Let's see how she responds. He asks the question, but his eyes are totally glued to that paper bag. Chen Qing confidently tells him he will not get infected, because, technically, he is already somewhat infected. Seeing Lu Xin's total shock, Chen Qing opens up his official file. Inside is a mountain of complex data, performance reviews, his photo, address, age, and every personal detail imaginable. Absolutely everything about Lu Xin is laid out here. Not a single detail left behind. Chen Qing lights another cigarette and continues talking. Ever since the Red Moon incident, some people have awakened incredibly strong mental energy, allowing them to control their own bodies with extreme precision down to every single muscle, fiber, and joint. And you are exactly that, a mental mutant with special mental abilities. Our analysis shows your primary ability is this incredibly precise mental control over your own physical body. On our small tactical team, we have an elite agent nicknamed Lizard, whose body control has reached a staggering 80%, giving him a level of physical power that ordinary people can only dream of. He effortlessly dodges incoming bullets and handles all firearms with absolute, flawless precision. He can squeeze through openings as small as a teacup and scale walls while defying gravity. From our observations, you have a highly similar ability, which we classify as the spider type, meaning you can control every muscle and joint like an actual spider to achieve superhuman speed, reflexes, and pull off impossible physical feats. With this kind of power, your chances of surviving deadly threats shoot way up. Plus, as a mental mutant, you can easily spot creepy spiritual monsters that regular humans will never even hope to notice. That makes you perfect for our cleanup operations. Hearing this, Lu Xun falls silent, lost in thought. A little later on the bus, his gaze remains completely fixed on that giant stack of cash. Why did Chen Qing give him 10,000 yuan? Forget it, he really needs this money anyway. Just then, the bus finally arrives at the satellite city stop. Walking a bit further, Lu Xun reaches an old orphanage. He casually walks right in as if he owns the place. The old security guard greets him. She's currently teaching inside. While he clearly visits this place quite often, he does not go inside instead. He just silently watches through the window. Inside, a young girl in a wheelchair is laughing and playing with the kids. Suddenly, she senses something and turns to ask who is out there. When no one answers, she turns back to the kids with a confused look. Nobody's there, but she could have sworn she felt someone. Maybe she is just overthinking. There is no way it is him. Outside, Lu Xun quickly ducks away, making sure she does not spot him. They look so happy, better not disturb them. Now, watch what he decides to do instead. Without hesitation, Lu Xun drops all 10,000 yuan into the mailbox. Before leaving, he picks a beautiful flower to place on top. Watching him slip away, the guard speaks up. You should just tell her directly so she can stop working. And you always pick my flowers. I worked hard to grow them, and you just pluck them all. Lu Xun completely dodges the subject, promising to treat the old man to some drinks over the weekend instead. The guard is used to this by now, telling Lu Xun that he will buy the drinks himself since he still has peanuts. Lu Xun freezes for a brief moment, then flashes a bright smile. Yeah, this orphanage clearly means the absolute world to him. On his way back, he keeps muttering to himself about how good it feels to have money, since he really needs as much cash as possible. But remembering the look in that woman's eyes, he begins to recall their conversation from earlier. 1 hour ago, Chen Qing made him an official offer, noting that his performance during the test far exceeded all of their expectations. We currently need talented people like you to help solve the growing contamination outbreaks in Qinggang City and its 5 satellite cities. Help us hunt down these monsters. Here is your reward, 10,000 yuan. For Lu Xun, who usually gets paid just 1,000 a month, this amount is an absolute fortune. Holding the stack of cash, his jaw drops in shock. 10,000. Is it really this much? Unlike him, Chen Qing is completely calm as she tells him he deserves every single cent. Since we prepared for this mental monster beforehand and did not let you fight alone, your cut is only 10,000 yuan. Other missions usually pay around 30,000. Use your power well, and you will never run out of money. Hearing that, Lu Xun blushes with pure excitement. Never run out of cash? He absolutely loves the sound of that. But his reaction is already being analyzed by a silent Chen Qing. Greedy for money? His score might drop 10%. Just then, Lu Xun stops her. Wait, I need to clear something up. I am curious about what you said. Actually, I really want a part-time job, but I need to be completely honest with you. Truth is, I do not have any power. My little sister lent me hers. The one who just helped me escape was actually her. She is always right by my side. No, not just my sister, my parents too. We always live together. Hearing this, Chen Qing suddenly tenses up. What did you just say? Over the radio, her subordinates press her for a decision. Leader Chen, we need your final evaluation on him now. If he has severe multiple personality disorder, it means he is probably constantly on the verge of losing control completely. Not only can we not recruit him, we must eliminate him immediately before he triggers a massive disaster. Do not forget how the dream maker died. So mysteriously, she only entered his dream for an evaluation. Yet, she died right in there. On top of that, they found 0 mental traces left behind. An absolute clean wipe like this is completely unprecedented. This time, even the brilliant Professor Bai has no way of determining the exact cause of her death. Chen Qing seriously considers the heavy risks. He was already classified as high threat, and now this split personality tendency makes things so much worse. Should they just eliminate him right here? No. She decides to test him a bit more first. With a heavy sigh, Chen Qing continues talking to Lu Xin. According to our official files, you have lived completely alone ever since the Moonlight Orphanage was shut down. Your parents and sister do not actually exist. They are just figures of your imagination. In fact, you are the only living soul in that entire old apartment building of yours. Chen Qing delivers this brutal truth with extreme caution, and you can absolutely feel the tension here. Tearing away his delusion is dangerous, but it is the ultimate test of his mental stability. If he snaps now, they will have no choice but to put him down. Strangely enough, Lu Xin remains utterly unfazed by her words. I have known that for a long time. Others cannot see them, but I eat with them, watch TV, and share my life. And whenever I am in danger, they always show up to keep me safe. Tell me, how can a family like that not exist? Looking closely at Lu Xin, his eyes show absolutely no signs of lying. Right outside the room, the fully armed tactical squad is locked and loaded, waiting on Chen Qing to give the breach order. Still hesitating to make her final call, Chen Qing asks him one more critical question. Just answer me one thing. If all your power comes from your family, can you guarantee they won't try to control your mind? Lu Xin starts describing his family with a soft smile. You really don't need to worry. They are all very kind people. My little sister is incredibly sweet. She just loves playing with toys and running around making noise. My dad loves cooking and stays in the kitchen, while my mom is gentle, never arguing and only trying to talk things out. They would never try to take over my body on their own. Witnessing Lu Xin talk so calmly leaves Chen Qing completely speechless with disbelief. It is bizarre. He talks about these imaginary, non-existent people as if they are the most normal thing in his world. Walking down the street, Lu Xin sighs to himself. Her eyes clearly showed she did not believe a word. Oh well, I got paid, so nothing else matters. Suddenly, Chen Qing pulls her car up right next to him. Hop in. I will give you a ride. As they drive, she lays out the terms from today on. Our operations unit has decided to officially recruit you, but this is just temporary placement for now. You must pass a probation period before becoming a permanent member. For now, your base salary is 5,000 yuan a month, plus extra bonuses for any field operations. If you agree to join us, sign this contract. Lu Xin takes the document and reads over every single line. Getting 5,000 during probation is a great deal, but he cannot help but wonder what his actual duties are going to be. At the mention of this topic, Chen Qing's eyes instantly fill with deep sadness. Investigating and dealing with these special contamination sources is, quite simply, her way of protecting everyone inside this city. So, I really need you to be fully prepared, because the threats that we deal with are usually incredibly dangerous, carrying constant, deadly risks of death, where you might even end up mutating and becoming a part of those monsters. But in Qinggang City, ever since that Crimson Moon disaster, every single ordinary survivor is highly precious and deserves protection, which obviously includes you as well. Fully understanding the situation, Lu Xin immediately signs his contract. Holding the contract, Chen Qing asks out of pure curiosity, why are you so determined to sign despite hearing about all these dangers? Lu Xin answers honestly, explaining that back when he was at the orphanage, his director once said, since that Crimson Moon catastrophe, human survivors have dwindled, sanctuaries are crumbling, and our entire civilization has regressed into a total, living nightmare. If the remaining survivors just keep fighting among themselves, we will never be able to return to the way things were before. While I do not know what the old life felt like, I think he was absolutely right. This unexpected answer surprises Chen Qing, but also makes her pretty happy. She then hands Lu Xin a small box, warning him that the item inside is extremely important. Seeing a sleek handgun resting inside the box, Lu Xin is completely left speechless, with shock. Chen Qing quickly explains that the phone is for communication, so she can easily contact him about any future missions. You can also reach me whenever you need. Right now, there is only one contact number saved inside, and it is mine. Hearing this, Lu Xin instantly blushes, asking her quite sheepishly, wait, only one contact number is on here? Why does this suddenly feel like being sponsored by a dominant female CEO? His mind immediately starts drifting off into some highly inappropriate fantasies. Chen Qing has to call his name several times to break his daydream and pull him back. This reaction of his earns yet another quick mental evaluation from Chen Qing. Excellent. He still gets flustered by pretty girls, meaning we can lower his potential danger rating a bit. Then she gives her final solemn warnings. There is one more thing I must state clearly. Aside from handling contamination, keeping yourself safe in your normal life is just as crucial. If you run into trouble, do not just casually unleash your abilities. I have 3 pieces of advice. First, report to Satellite City Police. Second, call me directly. Or third, shoot them. Hearing all this, Lu Xun is completely dumbfounded. And get this, he had never even considered any of these things before. Dropped off near his home, he starts doing the math, realizing this temporary pay is already insanely high. A fixed 5,000 yuan every month, plus 1,000 yuan allowance, which totals 6,000 yuan. Plus, there are mission bonuses. Disposing of spiritual monsters pays 30,000 yuan for level 1 and 300,000 yuan for level 2. Honestly, just making 6,000 yuan is already pretty amazing. 500 for food, and the rest goes straight into savings. That is 66,000 a year, and in 10 years, he will have 660,000. The orphanage is moving soon since staying too close to the city walls is way too risky. To buy a large house to accommodate everyone, he just needs to save up for another 50 years. If I take on more missions, I might hit that goal even faster. I must find a way to get promoted quickly, and if all goes well, I might even keep some spare cash. Right then, 17, sitting on a utility pole, calls out, "Hey, brother, what are you doing out here? Mom and Dad are waiting for you for dinner." Seeing his sister, Lu Xun seizes this chance to negotiate. Learning her brother's real goal, 17 immediately strikes a deal. "So you want to borrow my power to make extra cash? What do I get in return?" Lu Xun lists some toy ideas without thinking much, maybe a screaming rubber chicken, a drumming monkey, or a dancing donkey. Honestly, this guy is completely hopeless. 17 is totally unimpressed. "Brother, you are not being sincere at all, so bye-bye." Seeing his payday slipping away, Lu Xun desperately shouts, "Wait a minute, let us negotiate. Just tell me what kind of toy you actually want, and I will find a way to buy it. Just please do not disappear." Right then, 17 points towards a drunk man staggering in the dark alleyway and speaks up. "I want a really fun toy. I love toys that can move and talk on their own. I like them completely whole, because only then can I tear them apart and then stitch them back together. Give me that, and I will agree to whatever you want from me." I mean, who would expect such a cute little girl to say something so bone-chilling? Lu Xun freezes for a moment before leaning down and whispering to his sister, Look, do not just harm people like that. It is highly illegal." Suddenly, the atmosphere turns freezing cold. 17 smiles eerily and reaches out to wrap her arms around her brother. "Is that so? Hurting people is illegal, so why are other people allowed to hurt me? If you really do not want me hurting anyone else, then just let me use you as my personal toy to play with for a bit, okay?" Saying that, she pulls with all her might as if to rip Lu Xun apart, but only his jacket tears, touching the massive scar running down her older brother's spine. Little 17 cannot help but sob bitterly, asking if his old wound still hurts. "You are such an idiot when others hurt me. Only you rush in to protect me." Seeing her tears makes Lu Xun feel pretty down, and he sighs with a smile. "Little sister, do you know that I am not the same as before anymore? I found a brand new job and actually have money now. Although I cannot give you a toy like that one, I can definitely take you to buy other toys, and we can buy absolutely anything. Buy whatever you want, all right?" Little 17 finally stops her crying and beams with her usual happy smile. To her, her brother matters more than anything else, and soon the two happily head to a toy store to buy tons of stuffed animals. But watch how the vibe shifts as bystanders spot his pretty bizarre behavior. "Hey, look over there. Is that young guy crazy or something? He is not even wearing his clothes properly. Is he some kind of weird exhibitionist? Why is a grown man buying so many toys while constantly talking out loud to himself like that?" Instead of getting mad, the siblings tease them back, making those gossipy old ladies boil with rage. After that, the siblings head to a quiet bridge nearby to keep playing, where little 17 sits down and brutally rips those toys apart without any mercy. A bright smile covers her face as she laughs. "This is so fun. I have so many toys now." Taking this chance, Lu Xun gently asks his sister about borrowing her powers for work, and little 17 stands up to face her brother. "My silly brother, do you really not know you can actually force yourself to use my powers?" Lu Xun admits he is aware of that, but promises that without her permission, he will absolutely never use her strength. These warm words make little 17 incredibly happy, and she looks absolutely adorable right now. She reaches her hands forward, promising that whenever her brother needs her, she will always appear by his side. This is the exact same promise Lu Xun makes to his sister, swearing to protect her even if he has to risk his own life. Meanwhile, in another location, Chen Qing is driving while listening to an incoming report. The files show that ever since the Moonlight Orphanage was rebuilt, Lu Xun has been constantly donating to the place. It seems that because he was an orphan himself, he holds a deep affection for these children. But Chief Chen, recruiting a classified test subject into the action squad requires extreme caution. Are you absolutely certain about this decision? Chen Qing immediately replies without a single second of hesitation. My mind is made up. I trust my own judgment. Her subordinate continues to advise against it. Chief Chen, is this not a little too reckless? At the very least, we should send him to the main city for evaluation to determine his risk of losing control. He is still speaking when Chen Qing suddenly cuts him right off and hangs up. They only know how to talk about theories. But before we are sure of his stability, how can we risk bringing him to the main city? To be honest, it is just their way of calling our guy a dangerous lunatic with a split personality. But honestly, of all the agents recruited so far, is anyone actually normal? Back with Lu Xun. During breakfast the very next morning, his father starts furiously screaming at him. Do you know those people almost got you killed yesterday? They do not even treat you like a human being. And they were already prepared to execute you from the very start. If it was not for that bratty girl, they would have ended you a long time ago. Terrified by his father's shouting, little 17 hides her face and weeps into her teddy bear. Seeing this, Dad slams the table, yelling right in Lu Xun's face, they almost got you killed, so why are you still working for them? Lu Xun hesitatingly replies, what happened at the cafe was wrong of them, but they pay really well. Hearing this, his father boils with rage, grabbing Lu Xun by his collar to lift him up and shouting that he will kill him. But the fist suddenly stops midair, and, as Lu Xun slowly opens his eyes, Mom calmly tells his father that he is the useless one. If you were not so useless and hot-headed, how did we even end up stuck here? So instead of calling others worthless, you had better take a good look at yourself. Being called worthless makes Dad snap, and he swings a heavy fist at Mom. She wants to die. Yet, once again, his incoming fist suddenly halts midair. Seeing Mom trace some strange pattern on the table with 2 fingers, Dad looks pretty scared, asking what she means by drawing that. Mother smirks with pure contempt. If you are scared, then just get lost right now. It looks like Father is terrified of something, refusing to throw a single punch, and only slamming the table while screaming that everyone is useless and deserves to die. Looking at the ruined room, he glares intensely at his wife, but Mother just sits there completely still, not reacting at all. Father just turns away and walks out. He stops after a few steps to glare at his kids, grinding his teeth, while Lu Xun shivers but still tries to comfort his little sister. Suddenly, Mother stands and walks over to him. It is all over now. Do not waste time on things that do not matter, she says. Since it is your first day at the new job, she adds, I am giving you a gift, so let us go. Her gift turns out to be a sharp, elegant suit, made incredibly striking by a dress shirt that is as red as fresh blood. Trying on the outfit, Lu Xun feels pretty awkward. Mom, thank you so much for this, but do I not look kind of weird in it? Mother examines him for a moment before taking off his glasses. Weird? Well, maybe a little, so that works perfectly. See, our Lu Xun just needs a tiny bit of effort to look incredibly handsome. Though he is pretty uncomfortable with the look, Lu Xun feels incredibly grateful, using the moment to thank her for stepping in earlier. Seeing his embarrassment, she chuckles, silly child, we are family. Why say thank you? You are starting a new job, so make sure to be careful out there. Just remember to be polite and try reasoning with everyone, she advises. You are naturally gentle, so you would never hurt anyone. But if someone dares to bully you, then our entire family will go pay them a visit together. Oh man, looking at her serious face, she is definitely not making a joke. Well, my deepest condolences to whatever unlucky soul decides to mess with him. After that, Lu Xun heads to work as usual, but today, the second the clock strikes 6:30, he packs his bags and leaves. This sudden change gets everyone gossiping. Wait, is he not usually the one working the absolute latest? Why is he suddenly acting so strange? Dashing out the door, right on time. Did you not see his face either? He got way more handsome out of nowhere, so he probably scored a girlfriend. Not just his co-workers either, even Lu Xun's manager glares at him with a pretty menacing look. Leaving the office, Lu Xun begins his patrol, realizing that if it were not for this duty, he would not have noticed how long it has been since he last looked at his city. Ever since the Red Moon disaster struck, the lucky survivors trapped behind these high walls have been caught between the worst and best of life. Some people rush by without looking at a single thing, while others just lazily drift through the days, doing nothing but surviving. In short, over the last 30 years, famine has rarely ever threatened the safety of these towering walls. Finding a meal is pretty easy, but the real challenge is figuring out how to actually build a better life. Finishing his rounds, Lu Xun sits down to grab a bite, sighing to himself about how incredibly massive this city is. After all that walking, he did not find a single anomaly, and if everything stays quiet, then there is really no place for him here. What if Captain Chen decides to take back his special allowance? Without that, how will he make extra cash? 17 mocks him while licking her ice cream. You go out patrolling every single evening, yet you never find a thing. Keep chasing 2 rabbits, she warns, and you will end up with nothing. Lu Xun sighs, deciding to head home early to rest up for work. When his little sister asks if they are coming back tomorrow, he answers, of course we are. After all, he gets a base pay of 5,000 yuan, and if he performs well, he will get promoted and make tens of thousands. A few days later, the manager calls him into the office. Lu Xun, starting tomorrow, you do not need to come into work anymore. Business is pretty slow now, so we cannot afford keeping excess staff. While your skills are quite similar to Lu Cheng's, his work attitude is way better than yours. Look at you lately, leaving early and slipping away before the clock even strikes. Hearing this, Lu Xun is stunned. Lu Cheng, you mean him? But I have never left early. I just stopped staying late for unpaid overtime. Manager, could you please give me one more chance? The manager immediately starts making excuses. Look, you are an old employee, and I hate doing this, but each department only has one spot. We cannot keep slackers. You need to show some drive, he sighs. Left with no choice, Lu Xun can only head back to his desk and pack up. Wait, watch this. Someone has already packed up all his things for him. Just then, Sister Sun whispers from nearby. Lu Cheng packed your things? He already moved into your desk. Look, I hate to say it, but you are just too honest. I told you before not to teach him everything you know, she sighs. And look at that. He stole your job right out from under you. That kid is pretty sly. He is already dating the manager's daughter to secure his spot. A cunning manager like him was bound to save the best job for his own relative. Lu Xun, my friend, you just need to keep this to yourself. Just do not tell anyone I mentioned it. In times like these, everyone is just struggling to get by. Hearing that, Lu Xun instinctively reaches for the gun in his pocket. But then, Chen Qing's previous warning flashes through his mind. Surely it is not time to use the gun yet. Fired and wandering the streets, he hesitates, wondering if he should call Chen Qing. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decides to make the call. Over on Chen Qing's end, the second the phone rings, the entire room immediately snaps into high alert. Snatching the phone up, Chen Qing immediately demands to know what is going wrong. Lu Xun hesitates, not knowing how to explain, saying only that he has got a minor issue on his side. Hearing that, Chen Qing bolts upright and screams out, "What do you mean, an issue? What went wrong?" The rest of the crew crowds around, listening with absolute tension. Sensing the weirdly intense vibe, Lu Xun quickly clarifies, "Well, it is because I leave work exactly on time every day. Then I go patrol the streets. I never actually leave early. I just go home the second my shift officially ends. But suddenly, the company fired me anyway." Hearing about his patrol, the entire special force freezes in collective shock. As Chen Qing questions him, Lu Xun quickly explains, "Yeah, just checking the streets for spiritual monsters, just in case. Seriously, I never did this on company hours. I only go out after clocking out, yet they still let me go. My manager wanted to hand my job to his relative." Hearing the whole story, Chen Qing asks, "You called me over this?" The entire room practically facepalms. Honestly, we all probably thought some major, world-ending disaster had just broken out. Chen Qing tells him to wait and hangs up. Lu Xun sighs. If she said to wait, she can probably fix this, right? He is still feeling down about being fired when his sister, 17, crawls over. "Brother, did you call that woman? Will she really help? Or, why not let me go over there and turn those people into my toys, please? They dared to bully my brother, so we should just kill them. I am sure mother would love to help us out. Maybe father will even lend you a hand too." Seeing his sister spiraling into madness, Lu Xun sighs and warns her, "Forget it. They are just ordinary humans. Besides, murder is a crime. Just wait for Captain Chen." 5 minutes later, the manager suddenly comes running over, followed by his daughter and Lu Cheng. "Oh, Lu Xun, why are you here? I have been looking all over for you." "Lu Xun, why did you keep it a secret? If you knew Manager Lu of Bogu Tech in the main city, why didn't you tell me?" Lu Xin has absolutely no idea who this manager Lu is and stands frozen. Meanwhile, the manager grabs his hands, rubbing them eagerly. Manager Lu just called and said he highly values your great work ethic, and he is even handing us a supply transport project, specifically naming you to be the sole person in charge. Even our chairman called me. It was all a misunderstanding. Haha, let us get back to work. I will buy you dinner tonight. The first part leaves him speechless. The rest is even wilder. Either way, it looks like he managed to save his job. Lu Cheng repeatedly apologizes, Brother Lu Xin. I am so sorry. I did not mean to steal your job. Disgusted, Lu Xin quickly pulls his hand back. Oh, it is fine. I understand. Times are tough. Everyone is just trying to get by. A second later, Lu Cheng shows his true colors, begging to join the project. Lu Xin gets it instantly. What a shameless move, right? Judging by the manager's eager face, this project was bound to be a massive deal, meaning a huge bonus if they succeed. Without a second thought, he flat out refuses. Seeing his daughter about to ruin everything, the manager quickly steps in. Go on. Keep busy. We will carry your things back for you. Haha. It turns out he heard a phone ringing and assumed some high-level big shot was calling Lu Xin, so he quickly ran off. Once the crowd finally shuffles away, Lu Xin picks up Chen Qing's incoming call. After learning that everything was resolved smoothly, Chen Qing continues, you are already recruited with plenty of allowances, so why stick to this low-paying job? You could easily just quit. Lu Xin replies, your rules never said I cannot hold a normal job. Besides, 1,000 yuan is still money. Realizing she cannot convince this money-obsessed guy, Chen Qing switches to asking about his street patrols. Lu Xin calmly replies, you pay me. So isn't this exactly my job? Otherwise, I would feel bad taking the cash. Chen Qing is completely speechless. Fine, do whatever you want. Since you are so eager to work, it just so happens there is something to investigate. This is your very first official mission. I just had the Bogue Science and Technology Company set up a transport job for your firm. Go use this opportunity to meet Qin Ran, the big boss behind Sifeng Transportation. Our intelligence reports clearly state that there are at least 7 or 8 mysterious deaths, all heavily connected to Sifeng. So I need you to go down there and see if these deaths are just simple murders, or if something else is going on. 8 lives? Lu Xin asks. What if it is just plain murder? Chen Qing answers coldly, if it is only murder, we can relax, and you can come right back. But if it is something else, report it immediately. That leaves Lu Xin deep in thought. Just murder? And they relax? To the people living in this corrupted city, are 7 or 8 human lives really considered such a minor, insignificant detail? He snaps out of it to ask if this job is going to be dangerous. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Qing warns him yes, whether it is murder or contamination, he is highly dangerous, but only for normal people. With your powers, you will handle it. Regardless of what you find, you will get paid. The moment he hears about cash, Lu Xin's eyes light up like massive high-beam headlights. Now, watch this. He accepts the job immediately, then heads back to his office like everything is normal. He walks in. Instantly, every single eye in the room locks onto him. There is no contempt this time, not a single sneer. Instead, they look absolutely terrified. Lu Xin is pretty surprised to find his desk organized exactly how he left it. He glances at Lu Cheng. The guy is shaking. This mission is highly dangerous for normal people. Formulating a plan on the spot, Lu Xin walks right up to the trembling Lu Cheng and says, I have decided. You are joining me on this new project. Seeing a rare opportunity, Lu Cheng and his girlfriend quickly drive Lu Xin over to the Sifeng company. Flipping through the files on the road, Lu Cheng reports that Sifeng Transportation is actually one of the biggest shipping companies in all of Beishi. They mostly move cargo between satellite cities, and sometimes they even handle deliveries straight into the main city itself. Their official boss is a woman surnamed Chen, who runs a massive operation. Their logistics network does not just cover nearby satellite towns, they reach the main city too. Brother Lu, are we really looking for them? Lu Xin just listens, falling deep into thought. Clearly, Sifeng Transportation is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Although wild food crops and partial industrial recovery solve the hunger crisis for most, rebuilding the actual old world system is a long way off. Shipping is a nightmare because roads outside the high walls are totally ruined. One major issue is shipping, since the broken roads outside the massive high walls are blocked by endless physical barriers and extreme dangers. On top of that, countless madmen who can never be fully wiped out roam the wild alongside desperate refugees. Biker gangs pillage constantly just to survive, and there are far too many other unpredictable, lethal threats lurking out there in the wasteland. Let's be real. Anyone brave enough to run transport routes outside the walls is pretty fierce and full of dirty tricks. That woman Chen, the supposed boss of Xifeng, is merely a puppet they set up as a front. The real mastermind is a wild, lawless native from the outlands named Qinran. But here is the catch: wastelanders who flooded the safe zone 3 years ago were denied official status, meaning they could not register companies under their own names. So he pushed his mistress to the front. And Xifeng's true business is likely far dirtier than moving cargo. A wilderness native is never simple and far from honest, so we must uncover their true background. After thinking it over, Lu Xun finally tells Lu Cheng, yes, let us go find them. No surprise there. Few people are brave enough to accept transport jobs outside the walls these days. Following a pretty long drive, the three of them finally pull up to Xifeng Transportation. To a spoiled princess like Xiaoxing, this place is a total dump, making her cling tightly to Lu Cheng. Just then, a heavily scarred thug walks out to meet them, shouting, hey, quit looking around and follow me inside right now. Facing these gangsters, Lu Cheng and Xiaoxing whisper, they look terrifying. Brother Lu, they do not seem like decent folks. One quick shout. That is all it takes to make both of them shut up and act meek as puppies. Arriving outside the boss's door, Lu Xun suddenly stops and suggests you two go ahead inside and negotiate. I will stay out here to check out their transport trucks. But that is just an excuse. Lu Xun wanders the yard, carefully noting every minor detail. Chen Qing mentioned 7 or 8 deaths, but was not completely sure if this place is actually contaminated. Looking around now, it is indeed totally different from that cafe, with no strange anomalies in sight. Still, considering what this shady crew does, they are definitely hiding some very dark secrets from the world. Out here, a murder is basically a normal Tuesday. But the guys running field jobs? Total beasts. Walking further, Lu Xun notices some pretty heavily modified, savage-looking rides parked nearby. Looking at those dark stains, he wonders if that is dried blood from a brutal fight, and right then, a desperate cry echoes. Turns out, Lu Qing is getting brutally beaten by Xifeng Company goons. What kind of business is this? We risk our lives running around in this wasteland just to have scumbags like you lowball our prices. Who do you think you are, trying to act all civilized in front of me? One more word, and I throw you to the infected. Nearby, Xiao Jing is crying her eyes out, trying to stop them. Stop it. Please just stop hitting him. Stop this right now, or I will call the police. Hearing the chaos, Lu Xun rushes over, keeping his hand ready on his gun. What is going on here? Xiao Jing immediately runs up, crying as she explains everything. We just thought their price was way too high and tried to negotiate, but then they just started beating him. Plus, their books are a complete mess. Working with them is basically a death sentence. It is just going to bring endless trouble. But before she can even finish her sentence, a brutal woman grabs her hair and starts slapping her. You little brat, whose books are you calling a mess? If you guys had just kept your mouth shut, I will ruin you. After hearing both sides of the story, Lu Xun actually starts to calm down. Hand off the gun. So that is it. Should he slowly walk over and let them get beaten a bit longer? You have to love how petty our main character can be. But he finally steps in. Sorry about that. Everyone, really sorry. Why did things suddenly turn so violent? The moment they see him, the Xifeng thugs surround him. You are the boss, right? The guy on the phone mentioned some Director Lu. Perfect. We were looking for you. Your people called saying you needed vehicles. We got the cars ready and the drivers are waiting. Now, you suddenly want to back out and play us? Look, times are incredibly tough for everyone right now. If we both compromise, we both get a win. But if you refuse to play ball, do not blame us for getting ugly. Lu Xun just chuckles and says, you are totally right, brother. Let me head back and discuss this, okay? Seeing him as a seemingly easy target, the big guy steps right up. Discuss what? We do not have time to waste on your garbage. So do not play games with us. He asks them what they want. The big guy pulls out a contract, shouting, sign this now and give us the cash. That saves everyone some precious time. But Lu Xun is absolutely no fool, and there is no way he is signing that paper. The big guy bursts out laughing. Check this out, boys. This little director is way too innocent for his own good. Want to see how hard his skull is? Instantly, the lackeys close in, looking like they are ready to tear Lu Xun apart. Realizing they are trying to force a deal, Lu Xun whips out his gun and points it directly at the leader. Listen, brother. Real business requires discussion. There is no such thing as a forced deal. But instead of backing down, the entire gang just bursts out laughing. Can you actually believe these absolute idiots? They burst out laughing, mocking him for having a gun inside the wall, before they pull out knives and slowly close the distance. Every single one of these thugs looks cold as ice, showing zero fear of the weapon pointed right at them. Suddenly, a punk with a mohawk tries to sneak up and attack him from behind. Without blinking, Lu Xun fires a bullet straight into his leg as a painful little souvenir. The deafening blast instantly shatters their tough guy confidence, triggering absolute panic. He fired a real gun. Turns out, they all thought he was just bluffing with a fake toy. With the gang somewhat neutralized, Lu Xun pivots his gun and aims it right at Director Chen. See? My gun is very real. Realizing the danger, Director Chen finally orders his men to step back and steps forward himself. I thought you were just some weak office worker, but you actually have the guts to pull the trigger. We have weapons too. We just were not packed today. You got the drop on us. I will admit that. Fine, we will take the loss today. You can leave. But if the law catches up to you for this, we had absolutely nothing to do with it. And if they do not, well, then we will settle this out on the streets. The thugs quickly back off, letting Xiao Jing and Lu Qing leave safely. But, to everyone's surprise, Lu Xun does not move an inch. I am not leaving. We are not done here yet. Director Chen is completely stunned even at this point. You still want to talk business with me? Lu Xun keeps his gun leveled, completely unfazed. Yeah, but we are renegotiating that price. You do not get to dictate terms anymore. Let's keep it fair. Chen is absolutely furious. But with a barrel pointed at him, he does not dare argue. Either way, if she is not careful, she is going to catch a bullet. Right then, a man slowly steps forward. He says he has pointed guns at plenty of business partners in his time. He has even hung some of them over a lake full of crazies just to get a deal done. But having someone point a gun at my own people just to talk business? Now that is a first. This imposing man is the big boss behind the Sifang company, Qin Ran. The moment his henchmen see him, they completely lose their nerve and look away in fear. Director Chen tries to explain himself, but Qin Ran immediately cuts him off. He walks straight toward Lu Xun without hesitating, telling him to put the gun down since he has won. He promises not to cause trouble and asks the kid to follow him. Lu Xun agrees without a single second thought. After all, this was his main goal. A bit later in the room, Lu Xun is pretty shocked by this guy's massive appetite. In just a short time, dozens of plates are totally wiped clean, and he is not even slowing down. Qin Ran does not eat alone either, inviting Lu Xun to join. He admits that after living in the wilderness, he just cannot get enough food. He asks if he wants some, but Lu Xun politely declines. He definitely did not come here to eat. Although temporary food shortages are still a pretty common thing outside the city walls, a powerful figure like Qin Ran should not be struggling for food like this. Qin Ran keeps talking while stuffing his face, explaining that he is used to fighting for survival in the wild and has survived every kind of hardship. He just wants to eat well, sleep soundly, and not worry about a woman pulling out a weapon to end him in bed. Inside these high walls, it is best to avoid trouble whenever possible and stick to the rules. If both of us just take a step back, would not life be a lot better for everyone? So tell me, brother, what exactly did you come here to find me for? I have seen plenty of armed businessmen out in the wild, but you look like someone who has never even stepped outside the city. So spill the truth. Who sent you, and what is your goal? Lu Xun holds Qin Ran's file, ready to cut straight to the chase. He asks if Qin Ran has run into any strange occurrences lately. Hearing this, Qin Ran instantly pulls out a gun. He snaps, "You are plotting against me. Speak, what are you after? Or I will blow your head off right now." Just look at that cold face. Staring down a loaded gun, Lu Xun does not show a single shred of fear. This kid is built different. Captain Chen told him to investigate Qin Ran, but never specified exactly how to go about doing it. To get results fast, you need the right approach, to save time and be efficient. So, going straight to the point is the best option here. After a brief pause, Lu Xun speaks, "It is not me. I am just here to look into whether you have run into any trouble recently." Those words make Qin Ran even more agitated. Snapping back, "Investigating my business? Are you some kind of cop?" He has absolutely no idea that Xiao Shiki is right behind him, ready to take his head off if he makes a single wrong move. Qin Ran seems calm, but his mind is actually right on the verge of breaking. Knowing this, Lu Xun tries to calm him down. "I am not a police officer, so please do not be so tense." Agitating him right now is too risky since he might pull the trigger, so Lu Xun quickly signals Xiao Shiqi to take action. On cue, Xiao Shiqi swats the gun straight to her brother. Catching it with ease, Lu Xun quickly unloads the magazine. "I am not here to dig into your crimes. I'm just checking to see if you have encountered any anomalies. And here comes the absolute panic. Blindsided by the attack, Qingran spins around but sees nobody. He is officially terrified of this kid now. How did you do that? Lu Xun slips the gun into his pocket and smiles, saying there is no point in asking because he could not learn it anyway. Can we talk now? Have you run into any strange occurrences? If you need a quick hint, we can start with those recent brutal murders. His secret exposed, Qingran quickly averts his gaze in panic. This kid looks like a totally naive city youngster. So how on earth is his presence this incredibly heavy and suffocating? With his gun gone, he has no choice but to cooperate. Frustrated, Qingran slams his hands on the table and curses. So someone else does know about this. I knew there was no way I was the only one seeing it. I do not care who you work for, but yes, I have seen it. Someone is coming after me for revenge, but this is no ordinary vengeance. It sounds completely unbelievable to any normal person, but this madness started exactly 14 days ago. I am not afraid to admit that my business is not just about shipping goods. I do dirty work on the side too, and the cops know it. It all started on the day of that one package transaction. Back then, I was doing a deal with old Kuei in the West City. That bastard Kuei Wang dealt in this stuff, and we had already worked together a few times. But that day, the idiot actually showed up completely alone to trade with me. Damn it, did he seriously think I was some kind of nice guy? No way I was passing up an opportunity like that, so I just ended him. I grabbed his stash, easily worth tens of thousands of yuan. As for old Kui's body, I literally ripped it to pieces and fed the scraps to the dogs. He thought it was over. But here's the crazy part: just a day later, a strange woman suddenly knocks on his door. I had absolutely no idea who she was, but she claimed her name was Kui Wang. Screaming at me for having no honor, she demanded my head for his life and told me to hand over the cargo. Hearing this, Lu Xun felt things getting pretty interesting, like a late-night horror story. And then, Qingran kept going with his dark tale. I did not know what game she was playing, so I figured she was just Kuei Wang's mistress and put her down too. Her body is currently buried in the concrete of that new underground scale. But after that, things started feeling pretty off. So, I sent my guys to dig around, only to find out her real name was actually Wang Ting, a regular worker from a clothing factory in the South City who did not even know old Kui. How crazy is that? Qingran slammed the table, yelling that the real madness was yet to come. 2 days later, 2 more people showed up right at his door. One was a middle-aged guy, the other a teenager around 18, named Huazi. Those two, one claimed to be Kui Wang and the other said she was Wang Ting. Both demanded I pay with my life. My men surrounded them completely, but they did not say a word before charging like maniacs. So I had to kill them too. That made 4 dead bodies already. Even Lu Xun felt a cold shiver as Qingran continued with a dark, heavy face. And what came next gave me a massive headache. I ran background checks on both of them, and guess what? They did not even know old Kui or Wang Ting. But damn it, that was nothing. The real nightmare was about to start. After another 4 days, 4 more random strangers suddenly showed up looking for me out of nowhere. They literally broke straight into my room, grabbed my throat. Those 4 were completely out of their minds. One claimed to be old Kui, another said she was Wang Ting, and a third swore he was Zhang Agu. The last one was Wu Zi. Total madness. And their eyes were absolutely terrifying. Lu Xun frowned and asked, "Did you end up killing those guys too?" Qingran admitted he was actually too terrified to kill them, so he just locked them up. But mid-sentence, he choked on his own words, unable to continue. Having no other choice, he led Lu Xun down to see a heavy iron door with his own eyes. Qingran slowly pulled the door open. Instantly, a sickening, rotten stench hit them. Right in the middle of the room was a deep pit. Down below, decomposing bodies were rotting away. Staring at this gruesome sight, Lu Xun calmly asked, "Pretty terrifying. Is that actually human flesh?" Qingran stared at him, totally shocked by his calm reaction, saying, "Man, you do not look scared at all. We were the ones who nearly died of fright. Hell, when those 4 burst into my place, they scared the absolute crap out of me. Since things were so bizarre, I did not dare kill them right away. I locked them up here to grill them and find out who was pulling the strings. But I never expected that once those 4 were inside, damn it, they turned out to be completely insane. Before I could even speak, they snapped, tearing each other apart. Can you even picture it? They were supposed to be humans, but they acted just like rabid dogs, snapping, biting, and clawing at each other. But they did not just bite. They were literally eating each other alive. One guy had his stomach ripped wide open. Honestly, At that point, I could not watch anymore, so I just drew my gun and shot them all. That was the first time I ever put a bullet in someone, but somehow, it felt like I was doing a good deed. Hearing the story, Lu Xin fell silent. If all these strange things were connected, then the first abnormal link in the chain had to be Old Kuei. It felt like there was a distinct pattern hidden within all these bizarre incidents he went through. 1 Avenger on day 1, 2 on day 2, and 4 on day 4. Realizing this, he suddenly blurted out, "How many days has it been since they arrived?" According to Qin Ran, exactly 7 days had passed. Lu Xin started biting his nails in pure anxiety. According to his calculations, tomorrow, exactly 8 people would show up looking for blood. Sensing disaster, Lu Xin pulled out his phone, intending to report everything to Chen Qing immediately. But before he could even dial, a cold blade pressed hard against his neck as Qin Ran whispered, "Friend, I have killed plenty, and ghosts do not scare me. Whether it is 4, 8, or dozens of them, I do not care. Worst case scenario, I will just pack up and leave this trash city behind. Keep playing the big shot out there, but do not think you can use this to trap me. Even if you have 2 guns, I have plenty of people waiting outside. If anything goes wrong, you will not escape." Lu Xin is not intimidated at all and warns him back, "I will definitely escape, but that is not the point. If 4 of them come, you are not scared. 8? Still fine. But what about 16? Does Old Kuei know where you live?" Hearing that, Qin Ran totally panics. "Why are you asking me this?" Lu Xin continues, "You said they first found you here, but by the 3rd time, they came straight to your home. Have you ever thought that maybe no matter where you hide, they will still find you?" Qin Ran refuses to believe it and screams in sheer terror, "How is that even possible?" Lu Xin keeps explaining to him, "All of this is incredibly bizarre, so how do we know it will not get worse? Maybe a dozen people is nothing to you, but if they keep multiplying exponentially, can you really survive that? Just think about that, theoretically. Could there come a day when everyone in the world wants you dead? Besides, these people do not fear death or injury, and they have the exact means to find you anywhere. Bottom line, they will not stop until you are dead." Hearing this, Qin Ran remains stubborn, "But my business is illegal. If I call the police, I will end up in a labor camp." Lu Xin looks at him with determined eyes and continues, "Going to a labor camp is better than dying, or getting eaten like the victims in that pit behind you." Finally, Qin Ran drops his knife and mutters, "I believe you." Honestly, it is not like he has any other choice. Right after, Lu Xin immediately reports to Chen Qing. At the Special Action Group, Chen Qing answers the phone. "You already have a lead this quickly? Great job. This is definitely a case of mental contamination, so I will dispatch the investigation team to assist you immediately. A small team of 3 will meet up with you very soon. They are highly experienced, but you must remember that you are the actual mental mutant here. Sometimes, all their experience is nothing compared to your pure survival instincts. So you will be leading the investigation from now on, but for this first run, you still need to follow my orders." Hearing this, Lu Xin calmly replies through the line, "All right, I understand. But Chief Chen, what about my payment?" Before he can even finish the sentence, the line completely cuts off. Lu Xin rubs his temples, feeling exhausted. "He did not even let me bring up the money. Is this what being an underpaid employee feels like?" Half an hour later, a heavy black armored vehicle pulls up right in front of them. 2 professional-looking agents step out, and the leader introduces himself. "Mr. Lu Xin, we are from Investigation Team Number 2, ordered by Colonel Chen to assist you. I am Team Leader Cheng Hui." Lu Xin feels a bit awkward with this formal title. Did he just call me Mr.? Talk about serious. He smiles and waves his hand. "No need to be so formal. You can just call me Lu Xin." Cheng Hui salutes and replies with a straight face, "Understood, Mr. Lu Xin." "Mr. Lu Xin, please take this and put it on right away." He hands over a small earpiece, and Lu Xin notices it looks exactly like the ones they are wearing. This must be the standard, mandatory communication gear for their missions. He takes it, hesitating for just a split second, before quickly slipping it over his ear. A sharp burst of static crackles through the earpiece. The comms line for the recon unit is online, beginning real-time analysis. All operating units are now fully connected. A sweet female voice speaks up from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Lu Xin. I am Corporal Han Bing, your data analyst. My team and I will be providing tactical support. First, let me brief you on the case files." Hearing her speak, Lu Xin cannot help but think about how incredibly soft her voice is. Right then, as endless lines of green data stream across her monitor, Han Bing continues her report through the earpiece. "Based on your initial findings, Mr. Lu Xin, This appears to be a completely unprecedented case of mental contamination. Our recommended course of action is to launch an immediate investigation, pinpoint the source, and neutralize it. Second, we need to detain the target Qinggang immediately, waiting for the infected to come find him so we can monitor their transformation process for clues. Next, we might have to let them kill Qinggang just to keep our only lead active. Now, that is a brutal play. Lu Xun is completely caught off guard by this. Feeding a guy to a horde of bloodthirsty mutants is really their best option? Chen Qing seems to sense the deep conflict in his silence. She speaks up, "This is your first official investigation, so treat it as a good learning experience. In the future, you will always have a dedicated analyst assigned to assist you on every single mission. Hey, technical support. You better get used to this kind of setup fast. Understood?" Sometimes, giving those infected exactly what they want is the single best way to take them down, or at least clean up the mess afterward. But right now, we still do not have enough info on Contamination 41, so we cannot accept it yet. Looking at the current data, those dead victims did not even know each other. They only became vengeful spirits after getting infected. This pretty much proves their paths must have crossed at some point before. Han Bing chimes in from her end, stating that the place where they all crossed paths is the true origin. She suggests sending more people to dig deep into the past lives and backgrounds of these Avengers. Hearing this, Lu Xun asks her back a joint investigation. How long would that even take? We cannot know for sure because the crowd here is extremely messy. Plenty of areas lack security cameras entirely, making the investigation way harder to pull off. Lu Xun pushes further, saying he does not doubt the investigation team's skills at all, but asks if there is a much faster way because tomorrow is already day 8. Going by the previous pattern, it is highly likely that more infected will start showing up. Chen Qing completely agrees with this, stating that speed is absolutely critical when they are dealing with an active contamination source. If their current plan drags on for too long, the mutation source might just flare up again. Why not narrow the search down by focusing primarily on Kui Wang, their very first infected target? Chen Qing immediately barks out orders to all units, instructing everyone to make Kui Wang their main focus. Keep a close eye on the murder scenes, or anywhere with heavy crowds to run a precise sweep. Move out right now. The squad quickly acknowledges with a loud copy that. Above them, a deep crimson moon hangs eerily in the sky. A few hours later, their vehicle is on the move again, heading towards some kind of abandoned housing complex. Han Bing sits inside, speaking in a serious tone, using the exact location where Qu Wang was killed as our main center. The abandoned Southern Industrial Park points us to 4 potential target locations, which we have split into a soap factory, a southwest dump site, and a waste processing station right near the lake. We just received the official field reports, and absolutely nothing unusual was found at those first 3 spots. This is our last hope. The lake terrain is extremely complex. If a contamination source really is hiding out here, everyone must stay extremely alert during the sweep. The team finally arrives at the edge of the lake. As one soldier steps down, Lu Xun carefully scans the entire area. Something is off. Little 17 was not supposed to be able to show up at all tonight. Yet right now, he sees her sitting by the river. She sneaked out all by herself again, sitting there with a massive, happy grin on her face. Seeing him, she turns around and says in a shaky voice, "Brother, come over here. This place is so much fun." Lu Xun hears this and asks, "Is there a fun toy down there?" He cannot help but think to himself that this kid's taste is completely different from normal people. Could it be? He crouches down cautiously and asks if there is actually something inside the lake. What is in there? Little 17 flashes a deeply creepy smile and says, "I do not know, but it feels like a toy I can play with for a long time." And you just know things are getting real as Lu Xun realizes they finally found their target. "Can you even use your powers underwater?" The little girl flashes a terrifying smile and replies, "I have never tried, but I will give it a shot." Lu Xun gently pats her head, smiling as he praises her for being such a brave little sister. Right after that, he walks over to speak with the crew behind him, asking if their specialized gear is working properly. He quietly observes them. Leader Chen had just explained to him how much high-level technical skill is required to operate these devices. Yet, even though she is crouching right by the edge, barely 4 to 5 meters away, the devices show absolutely zero reaction. Is it possible that her spiritual energy profile simply cannot be picked up by this kind of standard gear? Or could it be that my own theory is actually correct? The female specialist suddenly speaks up, saying she might be able to use weapons underwater for a short bit. But the real issue is their gear. Our defensive suits are not waterproof, and diving down in this heavy gear is going to be extremely clumsy. Taking these suits off makes direct contact with the contamination source incredibly dangerous for us. But if the higher-ups officially give the command, we will absolutely follow orders. Lu Xun smiles as he hears this and replies, I get it. In that case, let me go down and take a look first. Just wait here. The soldier standing in front of him is completely stunned, asking, what? You want to go underwater first? Lu Xun calmly replies, well, someone has to take the risky job. Right then, the earpiece nearby crackles to life. Chen Qing is actively getting in touch with the other units. Have we cleared the area yet? Is this lake really the last suspicious spot? Yes, it absolutely is. The chances of finding contaminated water inside this lake are incredibly high. Completely unfazed, Lu Xun strips off his shirt to head down, saying it is fine. He will check the water himself. Working underwater is pretty risky, right? Chen Qing speaks up to warn him, saying going down there is incredibly dangerous. So why risk taking a dive into the lake? Lu Xun hesitates a bit upon hearing this. Right after, Chen Qing immediately orders them to call in the backup team. They will arrive in 30 minutes to completely drain the lake and inspect it directly. Up above, the night sky still glows with that blood-red moon. Meanwhile, the backup squad arrives and quickly sucks the water dry. Talk about fast work. Watching from the shore, Lu Xun casually remarks that this is quite a grand operation. Before he can even finish, Chen Qing cuts him off. Dealing with psychic contamination is highly dangerous work. One wrong move does not just put you in danger, it can trigger an unpredictable catastrophe. That is why we strictly follow two simple rules. First, if you can solve it with brute force, do it. 2, if you can burn it to ash, burn it. That is teamwork for you. Soon enough, the lake is completely drained. But look at this, a single, creepy fish is left lying right in the mud. Chen Qing speaks up, all right, that is close enough. Backup team can disband. Investigators, get to work and prep the heavy firepower. Up on the shore, they quickly acknowledge the order. Now that the water is gone, the support crew clears out. The actual investigation is still up to you guys. Right now, we cannot tell if the contamination level is high or low. If it is high, sending too many people will only cause massive casualties and spark an even worse disaster. Lu Xun sighs, feeling a bit exhausted now. I finally get why this job pays so well. If my team and I get infected, they would probably just gun us down without hesitating. Chen Qing chimes in to praise his pretty great attitude, promising to request a bonus for him. Well, that is some comfort. Soon after, the squad quickly slides down the long, steep slope. Meanwhile, 17 dashes off toward one side like a wild child, laughing that this is getting really fun. Suddenly, the little girl senses something is off and immediately waves him over. Brother, check this out. Bringing the detector closer, he actually picks up a strange voice screaming, Qinran, you ruined my life and killed me. Qinran killed me. I want your life. The others hear the exact same chilling words. Qinran murdered me. A life for a life. Qinran murdered me. A life for a life. Qinran murdered me. A life for a life. These terrifying cries are coming straight from the fish, writhing on the dry ground, their bodies morphing into twisted, eerie human faces. Over the comms, Chen Qing and Han Bing hear the commotion and ask what is going on. Did something happen? Yet the bizarre voices keep chanting, Qinran murdered me. A life for a life. Qinran, you killed me. We had absolutely no grudge, so why did you have to end my life? Qinran murdered me. A life for a life. Instantly, an absolute barrage of shrieks floods the minds of everyone standing down there. Even Lu Xun cannot take the intense noise, clutching his head in pure agony. This is the source of the contamination. Wait, look closely. He suddenly notices something is seriously wrong. He spins around to look, only to see the fish being violently pulled toward a single spot ahead. Incredibly bizarre. In the blink of an eye, those fish suddenly explode, covered in a massive cloud of dust. They can do absolutely nothing. A second later, the entire squad gets blown backward, crashing hard onto the ground. Where the fish were sucked in, a brilliant crimson light begins to glow, instantly catching the attention of the surrounding team. Before they can react, massive tentacles erupt and tightly bind every single one of them. What on earth is happening right now? Their detector drops to the dirt as the comms scream for them to disperse immediately. Up on the shore, the support staff is left totally bewildered, wondering what could possibly go wrong. Staring at the chaos, Lu Xun is somewhat dazed. This horrifying sight feels strangely familiar, like he has seen it somewhere before. Right then, something comes hurtling out of the distance, a bizarre spirit with a twisted, monstrous form. Seeing it charge, Lu Xun panics slightly. Damn it, there is no time to dodge. Suddenly, a pair of tiny hands reaches out to grab him from the side. It is 17. In the blink of an eye, the little girl clings to her brother's back to control his body. She is now completely running things for him. Right after that, he quite easily dodges the creature's savage attack, while a pretty smug smile creeps onto little 17's face. Brother, I'm here to help you. Caught completely off guard, Lu Xun has absolutely no idea what he is supposed to do next. Thanks, but this is way too dangerous. Wrapped tightly in those creepy humanoid tentacles, the victims shake uncontrollably with no way to fight back. Han Bing quickly spots this and realizes it's a powerful psychic mental attack. Based on the data sent back by the guards, at least nearly 200 massive psychic energy signatures have erupted. They've confirmed a psychic monster has emerged, triggering a mental plague. With the pollution source sitting right at the mid-tier level, the danger rating is off the charts. Hearing the report, Chen Qing screams through the comms, "Hurry! Lu Xun, fall back now and watch out for the investigation team. Those trapped by the tentacles can't move their own bodies at all. They're forced to raise their guns and point them straight at him like mindless puppets. They don't want to do this at all," desperately shouting for him to get out of the way. A hail of bullets fires at blinding speed, raining straight down toward Lu Xun standing below. Honestly, you won't believe how easily he dodges every single bullet, making those deadly rounds look like absolute child's play. Moving like absolute lightning, the sibling duo quickly dives for cover behind a massive boulder nearby. Han Bing keeps updating. The target has already surpassed a Tier 1 level monster. 3 protected members of the investigation team are already compromised. The remaining staff must retreat immediately and order heavy weapons to open fire on the monster. Chen Qing instantly agrees, shouting to get a helicopter ready for takeoff right now. "I am heading to the scene." Lu Xun, retreat immediately and order everyone to pull back 500 meters. But Lu Xun just answers over the comms, "I can't leave." Hearing this, Chen Qing gasps in pure disbelief, asking what on earth he's talking about. Lu Xun firmly repeats exactly what he just said. There are 3 brave soldiers from the investigation team still trapped there, alive and completely uninfected. They are only being controlled, and there is no way they can escape. I'll save them. Hearing his plan, Han Bing gasps out, "Wait, do you actually mean to?" Chen Qing cuts in before they can debate further. "Absolutely not. It's way too dangerous." Little 17 chimes in, begging her brother to let her tag along. Lu Xun naturally agrees, flashing a warm smile as he tells her that they've got this. Right after that, the powerful duo combines their forces, charging straight back into the chaotic battlefield as one. Meanwhile, the mind-controlled soldiers struggle desperately but fail to resist. "We can't hold out much longer," they scream. Their handguns keep firing off rounds automatically under the monster's control, with every deadly bullet tracing a path straight toward Lu Xun down below. But pushed to his absolute maximum speed, dodging those bullets is basically like playing a simple children's obstacle course. A quick sidestep is all it takes to avoid them, but he knows this speed isn't quite fast enough. Carrying little 17 on his back, Lu Xun charges directly ahead. He leaps incredibly high into the air, launching himself right up to eye level with the floating monsters, leaving them utterly stunned. As he reaches out to grab the soldiers, the terrified men cry out in sheer panic, begging him not to end their lives. Far from hurting them, Lu Xun instead locks his grip directly onto the neck of the controlling tentacle. In a split second, he tears the beast's body completely apart, safely rescuing the soldier in a fluid motion that is incredibly fast and incredibly clean. Just like that, the entire squad is finally saved from danger. Back at headquarters, Lu Xun's insane display of power is being broadcasted live on the giant screens. An officer standing behind can't help but ask what the kid is doing, while Han Bing watches in utter shock. Pollution source number 41 can lift 3 fully armed soldiers and suspend them high up in the air. We're talking about massive levels of danger here. Yet Lu Xun just charges headfirst into a storm of bullets and psychic monsters. Sure, spider-class users can dodge well, but if they get hit by a real bullet, they still die. He's acting incredibly reckless and dangerous. Just then, she spots Chen Qing walking in through the door and quickly shouts out, "Chief, look at this." After being rescued by Lu Xun, the investigation team members safely fall back immediately. This proves that they aren't infected by the virus yet. Han Bing is completely speechless. Chen Qing stands behind her and barks out an order, "Lu Xun, withdraw with the team right now." But right at that very moment, a strange voice crackles through her radio. "It is your turn now. Chen Jing called out in sheer panic. What on earth is he trying to do? Meanwhile, the opponent was completely down on the ground, unable to fight back. Behind him, 17 giggled with pure joy. This is it. Yes, this is it. Haha. And you won't believe what shoots straight towards them next. A massive tentacle tree suddenly materialized right in front of the siblings. Lu Xun was caught completely off guard, because in a flash, the entire area had been flattened into a terrifying wasteland. Countless humanoids formed from its wooden branches, emerged right there, turning into a torrential assault that charged straight ahead with devastating force. Lu Xun smiled in amusement at the sight. They sure are being incredibly welcoming. Right after that, he quickly sprang away on agile feet to leap in another direction, easily dodging the savage strike of a creature charging directly at him. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the head of a nearby target. Beams of bright searchlights from high above swept down to monitor the entire scene. Naturally, they also witnessed those countless bizarre entities appearing, especially that gargantuan, terrifying tree. The onlookers anxiously called out to ask, what on earth is that thing? Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, Lu Xun dashed past countless root puppets in front of him. Then, he closed the distance instantly, effortlessly snapping the enemy's arm in the blink of an eye. Another creature trying to ambush him was easily taken down with a brutal, crushing chokehold. Lu Xun spoke in his possessed state. If those shadows surrounded you, you would be the first to suffer. But since I blocked them, the monsters are the ones out of luck. These creepy shadows were indeed the primary attack method of that ancient tree. But why did they seem to give off such a strangely familiar feeling to him? Lu Xun spoke to the person behind him, but right now, none of this matters. Sister, I am leaving this whole mess to you. She readily agreed. At the Special Pollution Control Department in Qinggang Main City, field agents reported seeing monstrous shadows that closely resembled human figures. Could that figure atop the vines be the same person who came seeking revenge on Qinran earlier? The ringleader's physical corpse was destroyed, but his spiritual body had been devoured and fused by this monster. Therefore, the one who previously hunted Qinran for revenge was merely a heavily corrupted shell. This place was the true origin of these terrifying mental monsters. Han Bing stared up at the high screen and asked, so what is Lu Xun doing right now? Standing right beside her, Chen Jing replied he is handling the pollution source in his own unique way. Hearing this, Han Bing grew a bit anxious. The target is confirmed as a Tier 1 mental pollution source, but it might not have reached Tier 2 yet. Based on its active attacks and corruption of our investigators, we can deduce it possesses a certain level of conscious intent. But even draining the lake water and inspecting it did not provoke it, showing it lacks highly advanced consciousness and merely grows in this simple manner. Its consciousness cannot be that high. So why was its initial target aimed so specifically at Qinran? Standing nearby, Chen Jing analytically explained, because this mental pollution was triggered by someone seeking vengeance against Qinran. Therefore, the first Avenger, Kui Wang, is the most crucial figure here. Hearing this, Han Bing turned her head and replied, if that is the case, we must locate Kui Wang's corpse to resolve this pollution incident. Normally, resolving an incident requires finding its key logic, but perhaps we can just Meanwhile, 17 was having an absolute blast over there. This speed is still way too slow. In a flash, she managed to snatch one of those humanoid roots. If you cannot catch me, then you are the ones who will die. As she spoke, she effortlessly snapped their bodies in the blink of an eye. The two of them arrived in front of that giant tree. 17 quickly lunged forward. It is so cute, haha. I really want to eat it. Seeing the little girl go completely wild, Lu Xun called out, hey, do not just eat random things. You are going to get a stomachache. 17 completely ignored his warnings, continuing to chew greedily with great relish. No, I want to eat it anyway. She actually takes a massive bite out of that tree. Absolute madness, right? The other roots instantly shrink back, trembling in fear. In a flash, it dragged her forward, then shot out even larger and more powerful roots to strike back. 17 was surprised by this sudden reaction, but still managed to hold on to a root anyway. Watching this unfold, Lu Xun found it quite unexpected. What on earth is happening here? 17 kept eating, calmly saying it is afraid now. Walking forward, Lu Xun felt a bit intrigued. Afraid? Can mental monsters actually feel fear? Is this finally over? Over on the other side, Chen Jing suddenly shouted, everyone, stay on alert. Hurry. Destroy the core of that pollution monster now. Lu Xun will stay on high alert. They quickly shout back aloud, yes. An hour later, the whole area is finally dug up completely. Someone suddenly shouts out that they found it. It is a dead body, something Lu Qin never expected. They actually dug this up. What on earth is it? Chen Qing immediately demands an answer. Can you confirm who this body belongs to? Is it Kui Wang? Lu Qin gives a firm and definite answer. No, it is Qinran. And seeing this corpse leaves him completely frozen in pure shock. From behind, someone steps forward asking if they found it. And, in a flash, the armed squad aims their weapons directly at him. The man posing as Qinran cries out in panic, asking why they are pointing guns at him. Lu Qin steps forward and slowly asks, "Who are you? What do you mean, who am I?" He snaps, "What is that supposed to mean?" Standing nearby, Han Bing suggests they just lay it all out. Let's see how he reacts to this. Chen Qing nods in agreement, ordering everyone to keep their guard up and stay sharp. Lu Qin frowns deeply, asking if you are really Qinran. Then whose body did we just dig up? Shaken by the question, the man stammers back. What body? Lu Qin remains completely calm as he explains. Just now, we found the source of contamination at the bottom of the lake, a corpse that is clearly yours. If you actually died a long time ago, then who on earth are you? Hearing this, Qinran's face twists in horror as he gasps that it is impossible. If they found his body, who is he? The heavy tension in the air instantly spikes. Xiao Shiqi, who has been holding onto his hand tightly this entire time, suddenly speaks up. He looks exactly like those strange fruit. Only then does Lu Qin realize it. The shadow figures that fought you in the trees did look incredibly familiar. Looking back now, all of those shadow figures really did look exactly like Qinran. The man in front of them completely loses his mind, gasping and shivering, as he desperately asks, "Who am I? Who am I?" while his breathing grows wildly unstable. His eyes turn a terrifying, bloodshot red. He glares at the group, screaming at the top of his lungs that it is all fake. Everything is a lie. You all want to destroy me. I knew it. Entering this city was a terrible mistake from the start. You are trying to ruin me. Instantly, dozens of guns lock onto him, leaving Lu Qin standing there, utterly baffled by this madness. What is going on here? Qinran's speed and movements are completely inhuman. Suddenly, someone yells out that they are in big trouble. He is trying to scale the wall and escape. Hearing the noise, Chen Qing instantly shouts to take him alive. A barrage of bullets immediately rains down on him. His body violently convulses as he loses all control under the heavy fire. His voice completely loses all trace of sanity. His eyes wide and wild before he collapses heavily onto the hard ground. Ultimately, he accepts his fate, pooling in a massive circle of blood as his entire body begins to softly glow. Watch this. His shape completely shifts into someone else. Han Bing watches in total shock from the side. He actually transformed right into Kui Wang. With that, the chaotic air finally settles back into a tense silence. Lu Qin climbs up high and looks down, resembling a fragile victim with a thin blanket draped over his shoulders. Right on cue, a helicopter dispatched to their location begins its slow, steady descent from the sky above. From inside, a pair of long, elegant legs step out. Chen Qing immediately walks over to speak. Look, no matter what went down, this difficult containment mission is officially marked as complete. I will request a special reward for you. Just as Lu Qin turns to ask, Chen Jing beats him to it. Experts are coming to analyze and investigate this. In our line of work, we constantly run into things that defy logic and cannot be explained. But as long as we bag the key players and investigate, we usually find a logical pattern. I am sure this time will be no exception. Honestly, right now, we do not have a single clue to go on. I just went over the mission report. Did you guys seriously hear the fish talking back there? Lu Qin remembers that moment and gives a quick nod. After all, they definitely heard those fish screaming with absolute, pure hatred. Fish do not talk, Chen Jing points out bluntly. There was zero audio on the recording, meaning the mental pollution got to you. It was nothing but a collective hallucination. But get this, those creepy screaming fish were actually howling for Qinran to pay with his life. Why would they want Qinran dead? Lu Qin hesitates, trying to wrap his head around her analysis. Chen Jing drops the subject, turning on her heel. All right, let us move out. We still have plenty of work left to do. Right after that, he is escorted over to the security hall inside Satellite City 2. Rest here while I go handle some paperwork, then I will come back for you. Sitting alone in the empty room, Lu Qin cannot help but feel the place is a bit too quiet. But Xiao Shiqi has tagged along, happily stuffing her face with pastries and sipping tea without a care. She swallows a massive bite, her eyes sparkling as she looks up at him. This is so delicious. Brother, I absolutely love these. Then, eat as much as you want, he says. Suddenly, a sound echoes from outside, putting both siblings instantly on high alert as they scan the doorway. Lu Xin quickly sweeps the empty candy wrappers toward himself, just as Chen Jing steps back into the room. I am back, she says, her eyes instantly shifting to his suspicious, hurried movements. Sweets? Do you need a sugar rush after using your psychic abilities? Anyway, we finished a thorough search of that lake and found absolutely zero trace of residual spiritual energy, which means the cleanup of mental pollution source 41 is officially and successfully complete. However, the lab results on Kui Wang's dumped corpse showed something interesting. The recovered remains, linked back to Qin Ran, match the signature of source 41 perfectly. A few questions still linger at the bottom of that lake, but at least nobody else is getting hurt. Well, that is a relief. Sitting across from him, Chen Jing quietly studies the young man. Is this polite kid really the same person who tore that spiritual monster apart? The contrast makes her feel like she is going crazy. Chen Jing slides a thick stack of papers over. The deeper investigation into Source 41 is underway, but another team will handle that. What we need to focus on right now is debriefing your performance in this mission. Under normal circumstances, we must uncover the core logic and trigger of a pollution source before neutralizing it. Yet, this time we bypassed both entirely and still managed to shut it down. Which makes you wonder, do you possess some kind of hidden psychic ability? Otherwise, how could anyone crush a contamination source, boasting a spiritual level of nearly 200 units? Lu Xin blinks, questioning her back a hidden ability? Why would you ask me that? Chen Jing lays out her train of thought. Your previous evaluations show that you are a class spider type. Your neural capacity sits right around 100, and your active fluctuations have never crossed 50 units. Normally, a psychic's neural level spikes dangerously when directly facing active pollution, which is exactly why we almost never let a lone agent confront these anomalies completely by themselves. Standard protocol is to solve the mystery by tracing the logic chain, but you completely threw out that rulebook. Instead, you chose to directly erase the threat. It was one thing with Source 36, but you did the exact same thing to 41. It is incredibly direct, wildly violent, and completely unheard of. Lu Xin replies calmly, but here is the thing, both of those pollution sources were actually neutralized by my little sister. He then reaches for the small pastry crumbs on the table, saying, she is the one who ate these. Chen Jing's face turns serious. So, where is she right now? Lu Xin points a finger right in front of her. She is hanging right above your head, smiling at you. Xiao Shiqi manifests like a creepy ghost, hanging upside down right in front of Chen Jing with a mischievous giggle. Yet, Chen Jing cannot see a single thing, staring at empty air and wondering if this kid is playing mind games. She could only speak up to reply, fine, there's no need to discuss this question anymore. What I'm actually curious about is why you kept targeting that tree after I ordered you to retreat. Did you somehow figure out those 3 team members weren't contaminated? How could you be so sure of that? Lu Xin heard this and just asked her right back. How was I so sure? I just saw it directly. Meanwhile, little 17 was still happily crawling all over the ceiling. Hearing their conversation down below, Chen Jing was completely taken aback. Did you really just see it directly? Lu Xin answered quite seriously, I can see what those monsters actually look like. So I knew those 3 were only trapped by it, not turned into parts of the beast. And back then, my little sister could only help me fight off those mental creatures because I was able to see her. Those monsters are indeed pretty scary, but just avoid them and you're safe. Chen Jing quickly followed up with her own theory. Does that mean you can actually see spiritual distortions with your own eyes? Lu Xin was pretty confused when he heard this, and his reaction says it all. Wait, can't you guys see them? Well, maybe that is just a major problem on your end then. Anyway, you did an absolutely wonderful job today, so go head back and get some rest. I'll let you know when the next test is. Lu Xin stood up and turned to leave, but he hesitated like he wanted to say something. But about that, Chen Jing saw right through his hesitation and smiled. There's really no need to worry. Some of your behavior is indeed pretty unique, but ever since that Red Moon incident, mutant abilities have always been incredibly complex anyway. I've even seen someone who could steal power from others. But Lu Xin just gave a shy smile, scratched his head, and admitted, actually, I wanted to ask about the pay. It seemed like the first time Chen Jing had met someone with such weird priorities. So she just answered, it will hit your account very soon. And with that, the heavy door clicked shut again. See you later. Little 17 walked out with him, wearing a deeply unhappy look as she spoke up, brother. A lot of people were staring at you with really bad intentions back there. And that girl with the black-rimmed glasses, she was totally lying to you. Lu Xin quickly motioned for her to quiet down. All right. Shh. Don't say another word. They are the ones paying us. The room fell into an absolute, heavy silence again, leaving Chen Jing leaning back in her chair, looking completely exhausted. I mean, can Lu Xin really see the exact source of pollution? Think about it, if his powers keep growing, the risk of him snapping becomes massive. With a sigh, she reached out and pressed the glowing red button on her desk. Instantly, a crowd of holographic figures flickered to life right inside the room. A bald old man spoke up first. This Lu Xing guy's situation is turning out to be pretty special, isn't it? He doesn't just see the source, he can actually analyze the danger like that. I strongly suspect his own spiritual energy level is incredibly high, probably well over 300 on our scale. Just then, another old man with a dark beard cut in this meeting wasn't called so you could debate scientific research. The core issue here is whether it's even legal to recruit and deploy a mutant with such an incredibly high risk of losing control. Chen Jing shot back from her seat. What about this breaks the rules? His performance today was absolutely outstanding, but he immediately shot back. Anyone can see his mental state is severely unstable, clearly showing heavy signs of both schizophrenia and extreme multiple personality disorder. Have you even thought about what happens if someone like this snaps? The sheer devastation he could bring to Satellite 2? Or even the main city itself? Chen Jing narrowed her eyes at his words and scoffed. So what exactly do you want to do with him? The man coldly gave his terms. For someone that dangerous, I demand he be put under constant surveillance and complete containment. I would honestly rather pay to support him every single month than have him anywhere near these highly volatile spiritual pollution cases. The kid is nothing more than a highly unstable patient. Chen Jing flared up instantly. Constant surveillance? Have you actually stopped to think that forcing control on him might be the exact trigger that snaps his mind? Who among you is going to take responsibility for that disaster? Besides, that patient you just dismissed literally saved Qinggang from an absolute disaster today before we even knew the scale of the casualties. Suddenly, a blurry figure sitting right at the head of the table spoke up. Minister Shen's concerns are valid. The risk of this young man going wild is truly massive. Besides, his actual mental capacity might be far higher than what anyone could possibly imagine. They all turn their gaze toward the door, calling out Professor Bai, as a middle-aged man in a white lab coat steps into view. Standing right there, he speaks up, saying he already knows what they are discussing, having personally reviewed that young man's files. In his opinion, the risk of the kid losing control is 80%, and that might even be a conservative estimate. Here is a highly critical report on him, so everyone should take a look. 3 days later, a black car rolls through the city. Back at his desk, a phone starts ringing loudly, with Lu Xin standing right there. Seriously, it is hard to comprehend why on earth this entire atmosphere has to feel so incredibly tense. The caller on the other end speaks up. Hello, Mr. Lu Xin. I am Han Bing. I am calling from the Information Department of the Special Pollution Cleanup Bureau, and she's calling to officially notify him about the analysis, results, and disposal methods for special pollution source number 41. Every time a mental contamination incident gets wrapped up, there is a full analysis, and the results must be reported directly to special agents. Thank you. Sorry to bother you. No bother at all. It is just my daily work, she replies. Han Bing continues seriously. Regarding the current disposal of special pollution source number 41, which actually refers to the corpses of Qin Ran and Cui Wang, both bodies have already been transferred over to the Special Pollution Treatment Center in Qinggang City for secure storage. Although they recovered Qin Ran's corpse, they could not find even a single trace of residual spiritual energy left on it. Regardless, by strict regulations, absolutely no living creature is allowed to step foot inside that quarantine zone for an entire year. Additionally, those 3 members of the Special Investigation Team have successfully passed a series of psychological evaluations, confirming they show 0 signs of contamination and are currently taking some leave to fully recover. Han Bing smiles warmly at this point and says, by the way, they wanted me to pass along their heartfelt thanks to you for saving their lives. Hearing this, Lu Xin smiles and says, they are being too polite. It was just my job. Han Bing smiles and adds, Mr. Lu Xin, you have made a massive contribution by cleaning up this special pollution source number 41. Your reward of 30,000 yuan has already been sent directly to your card. On top of that, Team Leader Chen Jing requested the bosses for a bonus of 6,000 yuan just for you. Aside from the money, Colonel Chen has arranged a complete investigation on you, starting in a couple of days. So please make sure you prepare well. Lu Xin thinks for a second and asks, an investigation? What are they even investigating? It is to evaluate your state and abilities before we can officially bring you on board. This kind of check is standard procedure. Hearing this, Lu Xun feels quite intrigued and asks, "Wait, an official full-time hire?" He then grins happily and says, "Sounds great. But watch closely, because by the next morning, the city seems perfectly peaceful again." Holding his phone, Lu Xun asks her, "So what is the actual story behind this entire incident anyway?" Han Bing explains calmly, "During our research, we found that special pollution source 41-1 was Qin Ran's body, recovered from a lake bed. The DNA perfectly matches the tissue samples we collected earlier. Meanwhile, special pollution source 41-2 is the corpse left behind by Kui Wang, with its DNA matching a hair found inside Kui Wang's home. Over at Sifang Transportation Company, there are 4 employees, but they can only recall their exact impressions of Qin Ran over this past year. On that day, 3 of them were doing a deal with Qin Ran. Their statements all claim that Qin Ran killed Kui Wang, and they even helped him clean up the corpse afterward. But one of them reported that on that day, Qin Ran's appetite suddenly grew so massive it shocked everyone." Lu Xun frowns, asking, "So what exactly does that tell us about what went down?" Han Bing answers seriously, "We cannot confirm much, because for people with severe mental mutations, bending someone's memories is not hard at all." "Wait, think about that." Lu Xun asks in absolute shock, "Can memories actually be twisted like that? That is insane." Han Bing continues on, explaining that the research team came up with a theory, believing that Qin Ran was simply extremely heavily contaminated. His real identity was actually Kui Wang, but he never realized it, going through life genuinely believing he was Qin Ran. When his mutation occurred, his unnatural powers flared up, completely overriding and assimilating other people's minds. As a result, after getting infected, his mind split to create this entirely separate persona. The research team is hesitant to make a final call, but there are a few clues they are investigating. First, that trapped soul still has its own consciousness, deeply hating the source of pollution, so it led a random passerby right to the door. Maybe the crystal hasn't fully fused yet. It's actually one of the absolute best methods for hunting down those dangerous pollution sources. Second, a spiritual body also has its own deep flaws. There are times when it spirals into self-destruction and intense self-hatred, sometimes even birthing a terrifying mental monster that ends up completely devouring itself. Our team believes that Qin Ran might actually just be some kind of secondary projection. The mental pollution at the bottom of the lake deeply infected Kui Wang, which ultimately caused him to transform into Qin Ran. Research predicts that over time, he won't just fully become Qin Ran, but he'll also start questioning things much more. For instance, why exactly did he end up turning into this strange form? Unfortunately, because of that massive fire back then, we completely lost our chance to study this research subject. Lu Xun thinks it over. So, did Qin Ran kill Qi Wang after getting contaminated? And after that, Kui Wang turned into a self-deluding monster. So after Kui Wang became a monster, he came back for revenge, devoured Qin Ran to steal his face, and even took all of his memories at the exact same time? Han Bing calmly reassures him, "Don't worry, everything is fully under control. Low-threat pollution sources like this will be transported straight to our special containment center for secure storage. They have the most professional gear over there, ensuring this contamination never has a chance of spreading again." Lu Xun hangs up, a huge grin spreading across his face. "A $36,000 reward, is it?" He literally jumps for joy as the transfer clears instantly. But wait, the real surprise is waiting for him when he gets home. Stepping up to his front door, he spots little 17 swinging on a lamppost, waiting for him. "Are you back, Brother Shin?" Right then, a sword suddenly comes flying down from above, aiming straight for him. Lu Xun whips his head toward the noise, as little 17 leaps down from her high perch. In the blink of an eye, she catches the blade with her bare hands. "Who is that?" Lu Xun yells out. A voice chuckles from behind him. "Not bad. You share my abilities, so your reactions are pretty quick too." Lu Xun quickly turns his head to look behind him. Atop the wall, a man is slowly stepping down, walking toward them with calm, deliberate strides. Wearing a smug grin, the newcomer looks over and introduces himself. "Don't mind me. I just wanted to test your skills a bit." He extends a hand with a friendly laugh. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Gecko, but my nickname is Lizard. Captain Chen sent me over here." Lu Xun stares coldly at the outstretched hand. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" Gecko just chuckles. "Dangerous? Come on, big brother. For spider types like us, a little trick like this is barely even a warm-up, right?" Standing nearby, Little 17 asks happily. Hey brother, should I take care of him for you? Look up there, even his parents are staring down, watching the whole scene with keen interest. They glare down from the heights, looking quite displeased with the uninvited guest. Glancing up, Lu Xin realizes it's been a long time since his family was this united against someone. Lu Xin grabs his hand tightly. When I said dangerous, I meant you're in danger. Now, follow me, quickly. Gecko looks confused. Hey, it's not that serious, is it? We spider types have all kinds of wild ways to greet each other. Think about it. I had to sneak past 2 entire satellite cities just to come meet you. Aren't you going to invite me upstairs to chat instead of staying mad like this? Lu Xin sighs, feeling a bit exhausted by this guy. Invite him upstairs? Definitely not a good idea. He just grunts. Maybe next time. What exactly did Captain Chen send you here for? Gecko cheerfully throws an arm over his shoulder, saying it is highly important. You must be pretty special, brother. To get you through your entrance exam, 6 of Qinggang's top elite monsters have gathered right here in Satellite City number 2, just for you. Hearing this, Lu Xin calmly asks, why are they using monsters to test me? Just come along and you'll see. Meanwhile, Little 17 has been clinging onto his back the entire time. Lu Xin mutters a quick warning. Hey, little sister, stop touching his neck. Gecko looks around in pure confusion, asking who exactly he's talking to. Fortunately, Little 17 is obedient enough to jump down right away. Sighing deeply, Lu Xin feels incredibly exhausted having to explain this. My little sister actually wants to twist your head off right now, but don't worry. Under normal circumstances, she always listens to me. Gecko smiles weakly, repeating, did you say normal circumstances? You really haven't changed at all. Everyone says you are extremely dangerous. Right then, his wristwatch suddenly lights up. Gecko grins happily. It's here. The exam notification is finally here. In 15 minutes, East District, at the Qingzhuo building. Lu Xin looks up in disbelief, asking if they always wait until the very last second to notify people. Gecko turns his head, offering a grin, and warns him that those monsters have some pretty nasty personalities. They absolutely hate when people are late. But we are pretty far from there. So let's see what you can actually do. He slowly starts scaling the high wall above, calling out to see which of them will make it there first. Standing right nearby, Little 17 gently tugs his sleeve to say they need to chase after him. But Lu Xin simply decides to take the subway. Moments later, they are riding the train, with the little girl sitting next to him looking quite annoyed and sulking. And Lu Xin seriously cannot understand. Does that guy really not know the last subway stop leads directly to the Qingzhuo building? Over at the Qingzhuo building, someone is already waiting outside for them to arrive. The exact moment Lu Xin looks up, he spots Gecko crawling down the side of the building. The guy leaps down, panting heavily. I lost. He complains that he only fell behind because he kept looking back for him, not expecting Lu Xin to take the subway, then suggests they just climb straight up. Lu Xin just walks ahead, calmly replying, no way. You are honestly way too much trouble. Gecko begs him to wait, protesting that he was just playing around, and shortly after, the outer doors swing open to reveal Qingjing already waiting inside. She greets them and introduces the specialized personnel, who have arrived to help coordinate with Lu Xin's upcoming assessment. This time, they are all top-tier experts specializing in fields like neuroscience, brain studies, psychology, and even the occult. Hearing this, Lu Xin curiously asks where the famous 6 monsters of Qinggang are hiding. Qingjing is left looking completely puzzled by the term. But right then, 6 elderly professors step forward with warm smiles, guessing they must be the 6 monsters he mentioned. They explain that they are fully in charge of this assessment, which directly impacts his recruitment program. Don't worry, they assure him. We are highly professional. This is Director Chen, the head of the Qinggang Special Pollution Research Center. As Lu Xin looks over, Gecko immediately rolls his eyes and pretends to know absolutely nothing, while Qingjing introduces him as a fellow capable user who volunteered to join. His abilities will basically serve as a useful baseline reference to compare with yours. Gecko looks pretty hurt after hearing that, muttering that calling him a mere baseline is a bit harsh, but he quickly shakes it off. Hey there, he cheerfully waves to the experts. However, the older professors completely ignore him and walk past, telling him to move aside as they head to the testing area. Turning around to lead the way, the director states that they will start by measuring Lu Xin's neurological baseline. With this data, they can safely guide him through his upgrades without risking any sudden loss of control. Qingjing walks beside him and explains that this guidance process is meant to help him safely upgrade his mutation. She warns that even a tiny mistake during mutation can cause catastrophic, completely uncontrollable psychic breaks, making this structured guidance absolutely essential for someone with his level of power. Gecko just shrugs his shoulders and chips in with his own thoughts. He notes that normal humans always think they can analyze everything, assuming they can pull off things they are actually completely incapable of. But as soon as those words leave his mouth, the researchers shoot him some incredibly terrifying, icy glares. I mean, seriously, why does everyone think he can magically mutate? The guy climbs walls. He is not a cat. Soon, they arrive at the shooting range, where several target boards are set up in a neat, orderly line. At the range, Qinggang picks up a gun, explaining that the first test is shooting ability. Since he has never had professional training, she will give him a quick lesson first. She incredibly smoothly snaps the magazine into place and disengages the safety with effortless ease. She instantly raises her weapon and fires, easily landing a shot right inside the 7-point ring of the target. Qinggang turns back to him with a proud smile. All done. Class is over. Lu Xun is left completely dumbfounded by this, asking if she actually expects him to have learned anything from that. Gecko just chuckles and chips in, saying that in their line of work, knowing how to load and fire is all the training you need. Lu Xun can only let out a heavy sigh before raising the pistol, adopting an incredibly serious stance that makes the researchers gasp. He fires. A 3-point hit, yet somehow, this terrible score leaves everyone behind him absolutely jaw-dropped. Now check this out, he actually stacked 3 bullets in the exact same hole, leaving the experts completely speechless. He tells Lu Xun to focus, to really feel the challenge of the weapon, and then use his mutant abilities to pull off a perfect shot. Just as Lu Xun is about to set the weapon down, someone right beside him gently takes hold of it. Little 17 stands right behind him, happily guiding his hand as her eyes lock onto the target with absolute determination. Right before everyone's eyes, another shot rings out, landing a perfect bullseye right in the 10-point center. What kind of crazy power is this? Lu Xun stands at the back, handling his gun with absolute mastery, but that weapon gets stripped apart instantly. 17 sits on the table laughing, saying shooting is boring, but tearing things down is where the real fun is. Lu Xun turns around, asking if they can test something else, since he is not really into using guns. Hearing this, Gecko lets out a loud groan from behind. Come on, bro, we are literally spider types. If we do not use guns, what are we even supposed to do? But the scientists watching from behind do not see this as a big deal. Fine, he clearly has a gift for shooting, so let us move to the next test. Next up, they put him through a high-speed bullet-dodging exercise to measure his reflexes. Meanwhile, 17 is busy covering the eyes of the old scientist standing nearby. When they test the 100-meter dash, Gecko easily clocks in at 3.9 seconds, but Lu Xun takes a full 5 seconds. His microspace chamber results look pretty bad too, so they move him straight to the subconscious test. They instruct him to try using his subconscious to grab the apple on the table. 17 gets annoyed, whining that she is his sister, not some hired labor. Saving him in real danger is fine, but right now nothing is happening. Despite her complaints, the little girl crawls onto the ceiling and creeps forward, giggling about how she is going to play. Instantly, she scrambles right above the professor, using her tiny feet to snatch the wig clean off his head. Talk about awkward. Lu Xun just stands there staring at that shiny head, wondering if the professor is actually bald. Right after that hilarious moment, they take him into another room for a psychological evaluation. Meanwhile, the team of scientists pulled Qinggang aside for a quick meeting. When asked for a verdict, they rank him at Class C, but with huge potential. Just then, the psychologist walks back in, declaring the final round over. With a grave face, she warns them his test has major issues. Pushing up her small glasses, she speaks in a calm yet completely disbelieving tone. He is just too normal, which actually makes it terrifyingly abnormal. Qinggang deeply ponders this strange finding, repeating the word, normal. The elderly psychologist slams her hand on the table and explains, I talked with him about his entire life, including his childhood memories at the orphanage and everything after he left. He was highly cooperative throughout, and then I went ahead and asked him about his family members. He did not show any resistance whatsoever, and even started sharing incredibly detailed memories of him living together with his family. He even seriously discussed with me the possibility of split personalities and whether his family members actually exist or not. To be quite honest, I almost believed he was a star student that I had personally trained myself. Another member of the team speaks up, arguing that since the Red Moon incident, Nobody can truly have a normal mind. Could he be lying to us? But if he were making things up, he would never be able to fool me. This young man is incredibly optimistic, open-minded, and possesses a genuinely kind soul. I also realized that a certain key figure constantly pops up in his memories, who happens to be the old director of the Red Moon Orphanage. Back then, this director was one of the few who managed to keep his sanity and moral baseline intact through those years of absolute madness and chaos. The colleague sitting next to her quickly chimes in. If his family is made up of 3 members, and the spider ability belongs to his little sister, then we can reasonably deduce that he is hiding 2 other terrifying powers. And get this, he does not even bother to deny it. Another scientist agrees, saying it is highly likely because his psychic energy level is just off the charts. During the psychological test, he refused to touch the apple, yet my wig somehow got completely knocked crooked. I am absolutely sure I wore it correctly, but at some precise moment, he used a method I could not even detect to shift my wig. After explaining, the professor happily takes the wig off his head to show them. I designed this wig myself, and it fits so tightly you have to yank it to move it, yet he shifted it effortlessly. With that level of power and control, he could have easily taken over my entire brain. Hearing this, Chen Qing rubs his temples in exhaustion. If the tragic incident at the Red Moon Orphanage really turns out to be connected to him, then it will not just be brains. Everyone at that scene is going to completely collapse. Flashback to a few days ago, at Satellite City number 2, Professor Bai drops a massive file onto the desk. He explains that these documents detail the explosion that rocked the city 10 years ago. An incident that completely leveled all 3 floors of the local orphanage. Only 2 people survived that disaster. One was Lu Xin, and the other was Zheng Xiaolu. He is now the principal of Red Moon Primary School. Back then, our department was so shorthanded that we had to close the case in a hurry. Looking back, there are so many red flags. For instance, investigators never found a single trace of explosives or gunpowder at the scene. My analysis points to something far more terrifying. This was likely a massive case of psychological loss of control. The risk of a mental breakdown for this young man is exceptionally high, yet he is constantly fighting to keep it under control. 10 years since the blast, and not a single anomaly has popped up. My personal decision is to hire him and guide him down the right path. During my time attending the latest Alliance Research Conference, I discovered that other high-walled cities have already secured S-class mental mutants. If these dangerous entities are ever weaponized by their militaries, how are we supposed to defend ourselves? This whole situation is giving me a really bad feeling. We need to run tests on Lu Xin immediately. Now, back to the present, where we find the team still deep in discussion. Why do I get the feeling his energy level might easily surpass 500? Is it possible for him to leap directly into the second phase after just 1 or 2 power enhancements? Chen Qing pipes up and asks, "Do you professors agree to take Lu Xin under your wing?" Hands shoot up across the room. Totally agree. Yes, I suggest we assign him a few more missions right away. That way we can gather more data. I am all for it. With potential like that, we absolutely have to guide him. Meanwhile, Gecko and Lu Xin are waiting in another room. This is so boring. Why is this taking forever? Suddenly, he leans in and asks, "Hey buddy, when did you first realize you had these powers?" Lu Xin snatches a few pieces of candy from 17 before thoughtfully repeating, "When did I realize I had powers?" Hearing his confused reply, Gecko waves his hand and says, "Fine, let me tell you my story first. My very first time was honestly unforgettable. It was a freezing winter day with snow swirling everywhere. I was walking down the street when I spotted a lady working the night shift, despite the brutal cold. Being the kind-hearted guy I am, even though I barely had $50 on me, I still handed my cash over the second she called out, 'Hey, handsome, come have some fun.' She was touched and got right to business. But just as things warmed up, the guards suddenly started pounding on the door. In absolute panic, I let out a yell and dove straight into a nearby cabinet. By the time they hauled that cabinet to the station, I was wearing nothing but a towel. You won't believe this, but it turned out to be a 30-centimeter tall shoe cabinet. Back then, those guys welcomed me with open arms, telling me to join their squad. Since we are all family now, you were bound to find out anyway. Besides, our department is usually pretty empty. Drunken Ghost gets absolutely wasted every single day, babbling on about seeing giant dragons flying in the sky. As for Doll, it is a bit of a tragedy. She is so breathtakingly beautiful that she could drive every single man alive completely insane, but she is sadly a bit of a simpleton. Then there is our Captain Chen. Tell me, do you happen to know what color her underwear is today? Hearing this ridiculous gossip, Lu Xin spits his water everywhere, gasping out, "Are our leaders really allowed to behave like this?" Sitting nearby, 17 says with a completely straight face, "It is pink." Instantly, Lu Xin blurts out in pure surprise, "Wait, pink?" Gecko grins with absolute delight. "Wait, you actually knew that?" Leaning in with an incredibly excited look, he whispers, "Since you already know, you have got to spill the details. You know, like the size, the style, the measurements." Right then, a cold voice booms from behind them. "What on earth are you two talking about?" It is Captain Chen. Guilt-ridden, both of them slowly look up in her direction. Wasting no time on small talk, she walks right up to Lu Xin and declares, "Your examination is officially over. The detailed report will take a few days. For now, you need to master your abilities before we can properly guide you. And that is exactly where Gecko is going to help you out. Since both of your abilities are actually quite similar, we will start by sending you on a few field assignments so you can get a much better grip on your true limits. There is a special contamination cleanup job tonight, a specific investigation targeting a small group that has been designated as a Class C threat. Gecko will contact you when it is time. He is running the show on this mission, and you will be acting as his assistant. Once this is done, we will focus on your training. Oh, and here is your official code name." With that, she hands him a small slip of paper. His full profile is right there. Lu Xin picks it up. Feeling slightly skeptical, "Is my codename really Danbing?" Chen Jing answers as they walk, saying yes. Then, she leans in quite close, giving Bihu an immediate, sharp warning. "If you do not want to strip entirely naked, running down the absolute busiest streets dancing until both your legs literally break, then you had better stop bringing the rookie along to talk about me behind my back. Understand?" "Understood." Before she walks off, she leaves him with one final detail and also, "Today I am wearing black." Hearing this, Lu Xin sits there blushing quite a bit, while Xiao Shiqi next to him mutters angrily, "She is totally lying." Later that evening, the two of them arrive at their destination, this exact spot right here. Bihu grins and says, "Brother, since old Chen wants me showing you the ropes, I am not being polite anymore. For our spider type, learning while on the job is the absolute best way. I do not know any fancy theories or big principles. In short, just watch me and copy what I do," he says, handing over a comm device. "Put this on. Let us move out." For some reason, excitement is building up inside him. The comms link up pretty fast, clearing the transmission lines for the squad entry, analyzing their penetration route, and running a quick signal check. On the other end is this incredibly charming woman with shoulder-length purple hair and a very sleek bodysuit. Hearing her voice, Bihu instantly gets super excited and shouts out, "My dearest Linda, it has been days since I last heard your lovely voice. I missed you so much." She sounds quite annoyed as she shoots back, "My name is not Linda, it is T Kuei." But Bihu completely brushes it off, saying that the name T Kuei really does not match her beautiful voice. "I will just keep calling you Linda. It makes my heart flutter and puts me in a great mood." Tai Kuei responds on the other end with a completely flat voice, "Fine. Call me Tai Kuei Linda." Suddenly, this little game is not so fun anymore. "Now, look at this." Her voice suddenly cuts in to start the briefing on this special pollution case. Special pollution source number 039 was first detected by the investigation team 10 days ago. Bihu finally glances over at him, whispering through the comms, "Did you catch all of that, brother? This is the most crucial lesson I want to pass down to you. The intel team is our lifeblood. Just think about it. If we did not have them talking in our ears, how boring would it be for the two of us out here in the field? Every single analyst on the intel team is assigned as a personal contact, purely so we can stay tightly coordinated during our operations. Just imagine, the second a mission starts, we get to chat with these lovely ladies, and keeping that connection going back and forth. You get the drift." Bihu whispers like a madman, warning him not to let the analyst hear, while Lu Xin stands there absolutely speechless at this guy. Lu Xin immediately recalls Han Bing, the analyst from his very first assignment. A personal contact? Huh? Corporal Han Bing was incredibly polite and had a wonderful voice. Will she be his personal contact from now on? Bihu keeps blabbering on with pure excitement, claiming that for field agents like them, step one is always a little harmless, flirting. Then he grabs his earpiece tightly, leaning into the comms again. "Hey, Linda, you never did answer me last time. Are you currently single? Or did you guys finally break up?" Tai Kuei calmly replies, "On the other end, the name is Tai Kuei, and I am currently busy nursing." But Bihu completely brushes it off as a joke, laughing, "Oh, come on. You think I do not know? Your department's security is way too tight to ever let you bring a baby into the office. She calmly responds, who said anything about a baby? For all you know, he could be in his mid-20s. Bihu's jaw instantly drops. Wait, what did you just say? And check this out suddenly. He leaps high into the air, sticking directly to a nearby wall like a lizard before calling down for him to hurry. Lu Xin turns and smiles at the little girl on his back. All right, we should get moving too. But Xiao Shiqi pouts, looking a bit unhappy. I want some candy. Lu Xin smiles and explains that too much candy causes cavities. But she snaps back in anger. Do you think I am a child? Lu Xin just smiles, gently patting her head. Well, you clearly are a child, and an incredibly pretty one at that. Like, unmatched, beautiful. Xiao Shiqi instantly beams with a bright smile, adding, I do not just want regular candy, I actually want the black kind. The kind that is both bitter and sweet, and I want several. Feeling quite helpless, Lu Xin pulls out a box of chocolates. All right. She is absolutely thrilled after a delicious meal. She immediately clings on to him, begging her big brother to finally get moving. Gecko spots him showing up and smirks, teasingly asking what took him so long to get up here. He figured Lu Xin took the subway again, asking if he spotted the source of pollution yet. Lu Xin calmly replies that he is still looking. Look closely at this scene. His eyes sweep right over the building below, where a strange, crimson mist seems to be drifting through the air. And inside that mist, a massive crowd of people seems to be gathered, intensely focused on something. Their faces are absolutely terrifying, as they repeat a single chant in shaking, trembling voices. Work, work, work. They keep moving like relentless, tireless machines. Some even clutch their work with horrifying, completely blank expressions, lost in their own heads, as they constantly mumble that single word work. Slowly, they raise their heads. Some of them even stare directly up at him, their eyes completely dead and deeply disturbing. Watching this unfold from the outside, even Lu Xin is taken aback, wondering what on earth is happening. From right beside him, Gecko asks him once again if he has finally spotted the source of pollution. Lu Xin stares intensely through the glass window, still utterly baffled by the sight. He asks in return, is that guy really the source of pollution? And what is he even talking about? Gecko gets serious, telling him to analyze it closely, and that they will definitely be able to hear it. From behind him, little 17 speaks up, offering to help her big brother out. Instantly, his vision seems to pierce right through the walls, locking onto the frantic factory director who is gesturing and thrashing around wildly inside. Only up close can you see his horrifying expression, chanting frantically that they absolutely must keep working. We are the lucky ones who survived the great cataclysm. Everyone else is dead, and only we are left alive. Look at how many people inside this city live no better than dogs, while countless lunatics roam around aimlessly outside the walls. So many people out there cannot even get a full meal, and it is simply because they refuse to work like we do. His eyes gradually morph, growing increasingly bloodshot and wild, while his hands claw fiercely at his own body, trembling uncontrollably. That is why we must work. Only by pushing ourselves to the absolute limit can we hope to live inside the main city. If we stop working, we will end up just like those outcasts beyond the walls, starving to death. His swollen, crimson eyes bulge out as if they are about to pop, screaming out to assemble. If we do not work, are we any different from the dead? Lu Xin finally pieces it together, realizing that this man is indeed the source. Gecko smiles and replies, Old Chen did mention that you could see mental monsters. So what are you actually seeing right now? I cannot perceive those things at all. I just see a normal guy standing there. Gecko calmly analyzes the situation. Is he just like me? Yes, exactly. That chubby guy over there in the suit is the source of pollution. To be precise, right now he is only classified as a mentally mutated individual. But this specific type of mental mutant is actually far more terrifying than a standard source of pollution. He has already infected over 100 workers inside this factory. Right then, suddenly, the communicator in his ear crackles to life with a voice. Yuanxiang Textile Limited Company, Director Zheng Yuanxiang, 40 years old, who moved to the satellite city at age 27. Setting up this factory was a massive mistake, putting it on the brink of bankruptcy multiple times. 10 days ago, someone noticed something highly unusual at this textile mill and alerted the guards. By the time investigators arrived, things were already spiraling completely out of control. And here's the tragic part. Everyone in this room is already heavily infected. They will violently attack absolutely anyone who enters the factory or tries to stop them. They will even spread the infection to force others into joining their terrifying ranks. As of right now, They have been working non-stop for over 2 days without food, water, or sleep. If they do not stop, they will literally work themselves to death. Zheng Yuanxiang is also on the verge of losing control completely at any given moment. And once that happens, the zone of contamination will expand rapidly, even threatening to infect all the nearby factories. Therefore, headquarters has ordered an immediate cleanup. Lu Xin speaks up, asking how they are supposed to clean this up. After all, there are over 100 people inside. Gecko wraps a friendly arm around his shoulder, explaining that their job is to eliminate the source of pollution, not slaughter the infected victims. Even though our top priority is always to prevent the spread of the pollution, our hands are bound to get a little bloody anyway. Besides, a few of these workers are only mildly infected, meaning we can still actually save them. With that, his expression turns incredibly sly as he speaks to the operator in the control room. Captain Lin, give me your thoughts on this. On the other end, Tai Kui coldly replies, my advice is to use a high-powered tranquilizer gun from a safe distance and force the source of the pollution into a deep sleep. Since Zheng Yuanxiang has not completely lost control yet and still holds on to a sliver of his sanity, this is actually the most viable plan we have right now. Gecko frowns and mutters the name to himself for a moment. To affect 100 people at once, his mental energy must be absolutely insane. Honestly, before the bullet even reaches him, he might just unconsciously project an incredibly strong mental barrier to block the shot entirely. Tai Kui calmly responds, which is why I am ordering the support team to trigger an explosion east of the factory in exactly 30 seconds. That sudden blast should be enough to draw Zheng Yuanxiang's attention away. Even if he has a strong mind, his focus will be momentarily broken. It will distract him completely, and that brief moment is your absolute best window to take the shot. Remember, you only have a few seconds, and it is your only shot. Gecko just smiles, pats his rifle, and replies, I am on it. He pulls a weapon from his bag. And man, this thing is his absolute baby. With highly practiced ease, he quickly assembles his rifle. Lu Xin watches in awe as the guy leaps high up, clinging onto the opposite wall before smiling and reporting, I am all set. All right, it is go time. The 30-second countdown begins. 25. Lu Xin watches them with an intensely serious expression on his face. 20. 17, on the other hand, is super excited. 10, counting down. 2, 1, mark. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the far side of the factory. Gecko grins, yelling, we did it. Raising his gun, he quickly lets loose a powerful shot. The projectile tears through the air, shattering the glass window as it flies straight inside the building. Direct hit. Zheng Yuanxiang takes the high-velocity bullet dead on. His expression twists in pain as he lets out a groan. Gecko smiles, saying, it is a wrap, brother. Time to pack up. The group immediately steps inside the factory ruins, and within moments, Zheng Yuanxiang is successfully subdued and secured. Wait, here is where the vibe changes. As he looks around, he quickly realizes something is very wrong. Even though Zheng Yuanxiang is completely unconscious, the factory workers are still blindly carrying out their tasks. Having bagged his target, Gecko is thrilled, asking, brother, am I good or what? This is what you call a professional. Tai Kui is already far too used to his massive ego, replying, good job. The backup team has already moved inside. 17 suddenly pops up behind Lu Xin's back, whispering, brother, you need to look at this. Lu Xin immediately looks over. Who is that girl? There is a little girl, hiding under a desk, clutching a small doll with a terrifying expression, asking, big brother, why are you not working? She stares straight out at them, repeating, big brother, why is nobody working? And, as she speaks, a deeply unsettling green glow begins to radiate from the little girl's face. Gecko immediately reports this, saying, there is a young girl here, maybe 7 or 8 years old, with a mole on her forehead. Tai Kui is confused. A little girl. According to our files, Zheng Yuanxiang had an 8-year-old daughter who died a year ago. She was killed after getting dragged into the heavy machinery while reaching for her doll, mainly because Zheng Yuanxiang was too busy working to watch her. Hearing this, the entire cleanup team is frozen in complete shock. Meanwhile, the girl sitting right in front of them asks in a hollow, creepy voice, big brother, everyone else is working. Why are you not working? Almost immediately after she speaks, the entire factory floor plunges into a deeply suffocating, dead silence. Gecko finally pieces it together, realizing, this is a secondary pollution source. Lu Xin is completely lost, asking, what on earth is a secondary pollution source? It stems from the main host, where a massive mental trauma splits their conscious mind. There is still a link between this psychic projection and the physical body, though it completely lacks autonomy. Right now, it is highly likely that Zheng Yuangsheng mutated out of extreme grief for his daughter. He literally used his mental energy to recreate a copy of her. And trust me, if this secondary source is already physically visible, her mental power is off the charts. The terrifying little girl points her finger directly at them, saying, "My daddy says everyone must work, and anyone who does not work gets punished." At the same time, the surrounding workers grab heavy tools and prepare to attack, chanting that they need to keep working. With no other choice left, Gecko strikes first, yelling, "Let me test her out." He throws a blade, and it flies straight through the girl's body. But instead of being stopped, it flies straight into the foam box behind. He gasps in absolute shock. The thing does not even have a solid physical form. Over there, the little girl lowers her head, then opens her mouth. Terrifying sound waves. She screams out, "Why are you not working?" All around them, those workers seem completely triggered by her scream. Suddenly, both of them are surrounded by a mob of work-obsessed monsters. An axe swings. Gecko has absolutely no other choice but to flip through the air to dodge the incoming strike. Luckily, Lu Xin also dodges the blow, thanks to 17 backing him up from behind. The two of them quickly scramble away from the center of all this chaos. Han Bing, think fast. Is there any other way to handle this? A tense voice crackles through the earpiece. Spider-type abilities cannot easily deal with this kind of secondary pollution source. I suggest you retreat immediately. I will ask headquarters to send in princess-level power like Wawa to handle this. Hearing this, Gecko cries out in surprise. Are they really letting Wawa handle it? They will all die. Lu Xin suddenly chimes in next to him. Let me give it a shot. In a flash, he leaps down with 17 riding on his back. An urgent order rings out in the headset. Gecko, stop him right now. Switch to frequency channel number 2. Why should I? Gecko replies. He has spiritual body powers, so he can actually handle this. But the files Captain Chen gave me show that his risk of going out of control is pretty high, so we absolutely cannot let him handle this. These missions easily trigger negative emotions and stress in him, even if the target is just a secondary pollution source. Since the source takes the form of a child, it might trigger a severe, deep-seated trauma within him. Meanwhile, 17 is riding on her brother's back, completely thrilled by all the action, and laughing out loud, telling him that this is so much fun. She points toward the little kid standing behind them and asks, "Brother, can we just destroy it?" Lu Xin replies with a very serious and firm no. 17 really does not get it, asking why. He says she looks too pitiful. As he fights off the workers, she argues that everyone already said it is fake. Lu Xin still cannot accept that, muttering that she looks pretty real to him. In that moment, he uses his strength to kick down a massive stack of foam boxes to block the angry crowd. They are blocked. Lu Xin turns around to look at the little girl standing nearby and calls out to her. Looking dead serious, he tells her she must stop playing around. On the radio, Tai Kui asks if they have stopped him yet. Watching from above, Gecko replies that there is no need to stop him just yet. He is not directly attacking. Tai Kui is completely baffled, asking how on earth he plans to deal with the pollution source then. Gecko says something that he himself can barely even believe, noting that it actually looks like Lu Xin is trying to negotiate with the threat. Honestly, Lu Xin is just way too kind-hearted here. It makes us wonder, is his own sister just like this little girl, just another fragment split off from some massive, secondary pollution source? But the brat over there keeps screaming with those deadly sound waves. Why are you not working? Why are you not working? Anyone who does not work deserves to die. Whipped into a frenzy, the workers charge forward screaming, "Work! Beat them to death!" Too loud. Lu Xin tightly clutches his head, blocking out the noise. He really wants to just end this girl himself, reaching his hands straight toward the screaming child in front of him. And right when things get tense, a deep sigh echoes. Get ready, because she is finally about to step in. She remarks that the two siblings are utterly hopeless at handling things like this. Seeing her, 17 gasps. It is Mother, as Lu Xin quietly murmurs the same thing. Stepping forward with a gentle smile, she asks how a grown man without even a girlfriend could possibly know how to raise a child. Work, work. The little girl over there is still screaming her head off. Yet, his mother keeps wearing that incredibly warm smile, telling the child that she is far too young to be thinking about work. She softly asks why the girl is not in school reading books, questioning what kind of irresponsible, deadbeat father would let his own daughter constantly obsess over working like this. Just how much of a bastard does a father have to be, letting such a tragic accident happen all for the sake of money? Clearly, his own careless negligence caused the factory accident to happen. He got his own daughter killed, yet he still claims that everything he did was for her own benefit. He actually expects his dead daughter to understand and fully support him. What kind of utterly selfish monster would think like that? The little girl in front of her just keeps screaming those words, "Work." But she suddenly freezes, falling into pure terror as the smiling woman looks down at her with a pair of utterly horrifying eyes. With a tiny whimper, the little girl freezes. Paralyzed by fear, she cannot say a single word. Mother gently pats her head, whispering with a terrifying gaze that she needs to be a very obedient child. In her other hand, she holds a pair of incredibly sharp, menacing scissors, slowly pressing them against the neck of the teddy bear. Snip, it is chopped right off. This is where things get wild, and the poor girl cannot even process it. The toy head rolls. The girl feels as if her own body was just sliced cleanly in half. Looking straight ahead, Mother softly asks if she is going to be a good, obedient little girl now. The poor girl feels like her entire body is about to shatter. Screams echo, horrifying screams. Meanwhile, the workers behind them finally start to calm down. Gecko rushes over, completely unable to believe his eyes as a voice crackles through his earpiece, asking what on earth is happening. He trembles, shouting out that a secondary pollution source has just been completely neutralized. The body of the little girl completely dissolves into thin air. So, what is the actual situation over there right now? I cannot really explain, Gecko stammers. As the voice orders him to switch channels immediately, little 17 stands nearby, waving and saying goodbye to Mother, who simply turns around and walks away into the shadows. Just then, a voice crackles, asking if the secondary pollution source is cleared, and Mr. Solo Soldier replies that it is. Excellent work, the voice praises, instructing the support team to move in. Within moments, a heavily equipped squad arrives on the scene. As Ji Yuangshang is escorted away, Lu Xin sits to the side and asks what will happen to the workers. They are pretty lucky since they were only overpolluted. The support team is taking them in for psychological therapy, which should cure at least half of them. Saving one life beats building 7 pagodas. So this run of ours must have built an entire skyscraper by now, right? He then wraps an arm around his shoulder, telling him that he just pulled off a legendary achievement. So, how did you deal with that kid anyway? Lu Xin casually asks back, did you not just see it yourself? Gecko rubs his neck awkwardly, remembering the scene, and admits he only saw him snatching the toy from her hands. Lu Xin points over there, explaining that since the toy was a physical object, he wanted to see if he could scare her. It worked pretty well. Gecko is completely stunned. Wait, so you actually stole a toy from a mental anomaly, chopped its head off, and then that terrifying secondary pollution source was literally frightened away by you? Did she just dissolve like that? Lu Xin smiles and asks back if they cannot do something that simple. Honestly, this completely blows his mind. He mutters to himself that none of this makes any logical sense. I have never heard of anything like this. Lu Xin shrugs, saying their methods must be the problem. Over the comms, Tai Kui explains that based on past case analyses of mental pollution, especially when dealing with the raw fear of being threatened by another psychic entity, this is somewhat theoretically possible. However, based on what you two just said, that mental construct was directly manipulating the minds of those workers. This does not look like she fled from being threatened. It feels more like her entire logic chain was severed. Hearing this, Gecko teases, Linda, have you gone and changed your mind about him already? Shut up. Tai Kui snaps in anger, before turning back to the comms. Mr. Solo Soldier, did you do anything else? Lu Xin thinks it over, realizing these agency people are quite sharp and not easy to fool. Remembering what Mother did, he calmly replies that he realized the absolute key to this entire case was Ji Yuangshang. His extreme, twisted obsession with his daughter caused his mind to split, creating a second daughter after enduring intense suffering for so long. Because of that, the behavior of this imaginary daughter entirely supported him. But since she was only a figment of his imagination and did not actually exist, he just had to target that weak point. Tikui smiles at his explanation, noting that this effectively severed the logic chain of Special Pollution Source 039. You did an incredible job, Mr. Solo Soldier. The support team will handle the rest of the cleanup. The mission is officially closed. Gecko smiles happily. What is the rush, Linda? I still have things to discuss. I still have something to say, Gecko adds, asking her to write his mission report. But she instantly refuses because her kid is hungry. That classic excuse leaves him completely speechless, utterly unable to come up with any sort of comeback. Hanging up now, Tikwe says, while Gecko turns to Lu Xin with a grin, wanting to discuss something incredibly important next. Specifically, he wants to talk about how they can prevent themselves from completely losing control. Preventing oneself from going out of control? How exactly do we do that? Gecko flashes a knowing smile and calmly explains that to maintain a perfectly stable and comfortable state of mind, one must always satisfy their deepest desires. So he absolutely has to learn this. Cut to a bar, where he is surrounded by countless long-legged beauties comforting him. Lu Xin is a bit surprised, looking up at the man in front of him. Thus, this is what it feels like to instantly throw around massive amounts of cash. The advice is to indulge himself before losing his sanity, and honestly, we can completely see why Lu Xin is so utterly baffled by this guy. Indulging oneself? Somehow, it sounds like just another part of the job. Right after that, he tightly grabs the man's hand and asks, with a bright smile, "Does headquarters cover the bill for this?" Hearing this, Baihu is absolutely speechless and asks if he is joking. A minute later, Lu Xin has completely left the place. He cannot help but sigh, muttering that if they do not pay for it, they should not call it part of the job. Soon, he returns to the guard unit training center, quietly sipping a hot cup of tea. Captain Chen told him to come to this training center, but he really did not expect to be entirely on his own here. Suddenly, a voice echoes right next to his ear. "Hello, I am Hanbing, and I will be in charge of your theoretical training during this period. First, I hope you remember that regarding mental pollution sources, even the lowest security clearance is strictly classified for ordinary people. Therefore, you must absolutely ensure that no one else can ever see any of the content or documents during your training. If anything is accidentally leaked to the public, you must notify headquarters immediately without any delay." Lu Xin. He blushes upon hearing her voice, replying that he did not expect Hanbing to train him, and wishing he could actually see her on the screen. Her voice speaks up once again. The concept of mental pollution sources first appeared 27 years ago at the Eclipse Research Institute, which was actually called the Red Moon Research Center back then. A screen quickly projects the words Eclipse Research Institute right in front of him. Strictly speaking, the actual research on special pollution sources has not even reached 30 years yet. A lot of the conclusions are still in the theoretical stage. In recent years, special pollution sources have been appearing more frequently, leaving us with massive data and files that need study. That is why our core philosophy is to balance constant skepticism with practice. We might not be able to explain all of these strange and bizarre phenomena, but we will absolutely keep searching until we finally get the ultimate answer. Lu Xin nods and replies that he understands. On the other end, Hanbing tells him that they are ready to officially begin the training now. Your training will mainly focus on introducing two key aspects, which are mental pollution and mental power. That massive red moon still looms silently over this world. Walking slowly down the street, Lu Xin cannot help but think about his childhood, wondering what really happened back then at the Red Moon Orphanage. Those memories are just blurry fragments. Xiao Lu will not speak of them, and his family refuses to talk either. Now, he finally arrives right at his front door, carrying a small bag of groceries in his hand. As soon as he steps inside, he hears his father screaming, "You brat! Get over here right now, so I can teach you a lesson." 17, on the other hand, happily teases him, telling him to come and catch her if he can. Lu Xin is finally back in his peaceful home, but you can instantly tell something is deeply off here. Did his younger sister actually dare to talk back? Previously, she would just run away and hide. At this, his muscular father shouts out in rage, asking if that brat is looking to die. Do not think you can talk big just because you secretly ate outside and got some energy. If you are so brave, do not ever come back home. 17 keeps teasing, saying she will not come back, and once she grows up, she will not need him anyway. She threatens to turn him into a doll. Shaking with absolute rage, his father glares over at him and asks if he finally decided to come home. Lu Xin lifts up his grocery bag, saying that he bought some food along with a bottle of wine. With his father falling completely silent, Lu Xin holds up the groceries with a smile, asking if they can please just have a peaceful family dinner tonight. Meanwhile, his mother is still on the phone inside, telling Miss Chen that since she is moving in, they will be neighbors from now on. She tells her to rest up and visit them later. Hanging up the phone, she turns to her husband outside, asking what on earth he is still waiting for. Why not let the kids inside? Oh, he really bought quite a lot of food today. That is great. Come inside. We already politely greeted our friends. Sitting at the table, she seriously asks him how his work has been lately. Lu Xun wonders to himself. His mother seems to make friends quite often, yet he has never actually met a single one of them. It is pretty good, especially the incident at the northern factory, but before he can even finish his sentence, she just smiled and shook her head, calling him her silly boy, claiming she only happened to be passing by back then. Seeing him and his little sister standing there completely helpless against a cute little girl, she just could not resist stepping in to ask. Lu Xun gets quite defensive and asks if that little girl in the factory actually even existed. That poor kid was fake, just a split-off spiritual entity. But this makes Lu Xun turn dead serious as he asks, "What about all of you?" That single question instantly puts his father and sister on high alert. Only his mother keeps that gentle smile, telling her silly boy that whether they are real or not actually depends entirely on him. They all live together as a family. Is that warm feeling not real enough? Lu Xun calmly agrees that his life does feel very real, and right then, his mother pulls a letter out from her coat. She mentions seeing his mail downstairs in the mailbox and simply decided to bring it up for him. Turns out it is from the orphanage, and she playfully winks, promising him that she did not peek at all. Lu Xun takes the envelope, quite curious about why she would suddenly send him a letter. His mother smilingly says she wants to drag him over for dumplings, and the very next day, Lu Xun actually shows up, carrying quite a massive load of food in both hands. This should be enough to feed all the kids, but he realizes his family, even his sister, has never actually visited the orphanage with him. Right then, check this out, a creepy man in dark sunglasses is sitting right behind him, wearing a deeply terrifying expression and a twisted smile as he stares straight at him. Standing right outside the Red Moon Primary School, he peeks quite carefully inside the classroom to see if teacher Xiaolu is around. And, since she is not, he pulls a thick stack of cash out from his pocket to hide under some nearby flowers. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind him, yelling for Lu Xun to stop and not run away. By pure reflex, Lu Xun immediately tries to make a run for it. But right then, a sharp cry of pain echoes from behind him. He cannot just ignore her, so Lu Xun turns back to find a girl slowly wheeling herself over with a smile, teasingly asking if he thinks her two wheels cannot keep up with his two legs. She scolded him for bringing cash again, when she only invited him for dumplings, questioning how much he brought this time, and why he kept giving her so much money when he just visited a few days ago. She suspiciously asks if he has been doing some highly illegal things lately. She jokingly asks if he still has his kidneys, which makes Lu Xun awkwardly stammer that of course he does. Both of them are perfectly fine. He explains that he just got a huge bonus from a very generous boss, who also threw in extra allowances. The concerned girl immediately frowns, asking if his job must be incredibly dangerous for his boss to pay this much. Lu Xun just smiles warmly to reassure her, telling her not to worry, because he is definitely not doing anything bad and his job is completely safe. His salary comes straight from headquarters, which amounts to over $50,000 every single month. He adds that his bonuses are quite massive, and this is just a tiny portion, making her sigh with relief as she smiles, and reminds him to stay on the right path. He promises he never would, since he always keeps the old director's words close to his heart. She notes that the orphanage is actually doing quite well now, as the kids can eat their fill every single day, and some kind donors even brought them standard school textbooks. Thanks to her staying positive, the school funding has finally become quite stable. Soon, these kids will get legal identities and go to middle school, so he really does not need to keep sending so much cash. Lu Xun feels quite a deep attachment to this place, and things actually did stabilize here. He wonders if this massive improvement is secretly due to the help of Captain Chen and his special department. Looking down at the legs of the girl in front of him, Lu Xun feels quite a heavy ache in his chest, silently wishing she did not have to use this wheelchair forever. It is always better to keep some to buy some good meat. Someday they will move to a much bigger place, and maybe they can even fix her legs. While nearby, the children laugh and play happily, but when the kids spot him staring in, his intense gaze scares them so much that they immediately run off to hide. Xiaolu pulls the heavy bag of money out and firmly tells him not to leave everything here because it is just way too much, telling him to save it for himself. She quickly pushes the fat stack back into his hands, promising she will ask him if she ever runs short. She admits she has no idea what his job is, but a high-paying gig like that must be incredibly exhausting for him. You must eat well every single day. Hearing her warm words, Lu Xun sighs heavily and confesses that he still cannot remember a single thing about what truly happened to the Red Moon Orphanage back then. Xiaolu gently pats him, telling little Lu Xun to stop dwelling on the painful past day in and day out. No use dwelling on the past. Maybe it is for the best that you do not remember. Then, she lets out a beautiful smile. Let us go eat some dumplings. Look, they even have eggs inside. Walking back, Lu Qin cannot stop thinking. Tonight feels pretty great, especially seeing how happy all the little kids are. And yet, that strange man has been watching him this whole time. The high overhead streetlights cast a dim glow onto the path he is walking. Lu Qin is totally lost in his thoughts, completely oblivious to his surroundings. The smile of Xiaolu comes straight from her heart, absolutely beautiful. The man flashes a smug smile, but his shadow beneath the bridge looks a bit off. Lu Qin tilts his head. Not leaving? What are you doing? The stranger immediately glares back with a highly unsettling grin. Instinct kicks in, and Lu Qin quickly draws a gun, aiming it straight at him. The target swiftly dodges almost everything, but he cannot avoid getting his shoulder grazed by a bullet. He shrieks out in complete disbelief. What a complete lunatic. Watching the guy flee, Lu Qin curses angrily. Damn it, he gives chase. Do not even think about running. Gunfire echoes continuously as they race into a narrow alley. Somehow, the guy dodges every single shot. With a smirk on his face, he keeps running. Suddenly, he leaps high up onto a distant cliff. Come and get me. You cannot clear this gap, can you? Wait, look at this. He actually leaps off the cliff edge. Is he seriously trying to end it all? Suicide dive? Lu Qin smiles, calling his sister silently as he reaches out. Instantly, his hand is gripped tightly in the air. I am here, brother. Little 17 appears with a warm smile. He springboard jumps high into the air. The man is utterly stunned by the insane move. How is this even possible? Just like that, their relentless high-speed chase begins all over again. Lu Qin eyes the gap he is about to catch up. Only 100 meters left. But that old guy somehow starts scaling the massive city wall with his bare hands. Lu Qin is caught completely off guard. Is he trying to leap over the wall? He looks up from below. There is no way he can let this guy escape the city. He throws his gun high into the air. Sister, shoot him down. The gun spins through the air, and little 17 catches it with a playful smile. The target gets blasted right out of the sky. Lu Qin watches from below, barely reacting to the sight. The gun does not even have much stopping power, and only fires standard ammunition. So how did it completely sever his neck like that? Is his body really that much softer than a normal human? Little 17 lands cheerfully, playfully twirling the gun as she proudly reports all done. The body slowly tumbles downward, but his hands suddenly grab onto the surface again. You are not seeing things. He is still climbing without a head. Lu Qin yells to hold on as they give chase. He quickly scales the massive wall right behind him. Suddenly, little 17 on his back points out, look over there, brother. Reaching the top of the wall, they are just in time to see him escaping in a vehicle. He escapes, speeding down the road in a massive truck. Suddenly, a patrol team shouts from behind. This is the City Patrol 4th Squad. Who goes there? Put your hands up immediately, or we will be forced to open fire. Left with no choice, Lu Qin complies. I have my identification card, and I need to make a quick phone call right now. A helicopter lands, and Chen Qing steps out. The moment she arrives, she demands to know where is the severed head. He replies that it probably fell off somewhere. Standing directly in front of him, she asks with a serious look, how did you detect something was wrong? Lu Qin thinks back carefully. I was just walking normally. He stared at me, so I shot him. Hearing this, Chen Qing is utterly baffled. Just because he looked at you, you decided to shoot him? Recalling the exact moment, Lu Qin explains, I saw a bunch of weird threads growing out of his back, looking exactly like parasites. He thought I could not see, so he let his guard down and smiled, while those creepy threads actually nodded right at me. I wanted to find out why he was so strange, so I chased him. His speed is insanely fast, completely unlike mine. He can control red threads. He was clinging to objects and practically flying through the air, making it incredibly hard for me to catch up. At this spot, he was about to slip through the wall, so I decided to kill him. Chen Qing stares at him, asking seriously if he killed him, simply because he seemed a bit too weird. No, it is because he showed up near the orphanage. Lu Qin replies, leaving Chen Qing to seriously ponder this statement. Just because this target appeared near the Red Moon Orphanage, Lu Qin did not hesitate for a second to put him down. He then adds that when the target was about to climb the wall, a getaway car was already waiting. This proves he is no ordinary local. Chen Qing calmly replies, suspecting some powered troublemaker from the outlands is trying to cause chaos. Right then, the soldiers shouting from behind call out that they have finally recovered the severed head. They quickly bring over a glass container, housing the creepy severed head. Lu Qin remarks that running without a head is absolutely terrifying. But Chen Qing, standing right beside him, dryly points out that his delayed reaction is way too slow. With that, she swiftly slides off her dark sunglasses. "Look down," she commands, her crimson eyes suddenly glowing with a bright, terrifying light. Immediately, the severed head obeys her command and casts its eyes down. Lu Xin is completely stunned, never imagining she could communicate with a severed head, as Chen Qing pushes her power further, ordering it to reveal its identity. The head seems controlled for a second, but then tightly shuts its eyes with a gruesome expression, forcing Chen Qing to put her sunglasses back on and declare it a failure with no consciousness left. "Slice it open then," she orders, and her crew immediately gets to work, popping open a heavy metallic case full of sharp tools. Watching them, Lu Xin cannot help but mutter that this team seems prepared for absolutely anything. As they slice into the skull, you can hear Lu Xin crying out in shock. Is this actually the source of the contamination? It definitely does not look like any normal human brain. Chen Qing studies it, calling it a neurally modified human, then asks him if he has ever seen a puppet. When a human loses their head, they stop moving. But a puppet is different, she notes, adding that it is quite similar to their own abilities, just slightly more refined. To put it simply, they are turning human beings into mere tools that can be remotely controlled through their nervous systems. This is likely a powerful puppet-type ability, leaving Lu Xin to whisper in disbelief. A puppet type? This world is truly losing its mind. Researchers originally classified all extraordinary powers into 9 major types, with this puppet category being one of them. In fact, the professors have their doubts about you, she adds, suspecting your power is not actually the spider type, but a completely new classification. That bald professor even suggested extracting your abilities to see if they could clone it. Hearing this, Lu Xin tries to figure out which professor she means, but honestly, all of those researchers are completely bald. Either way, they need to send this evidence to the lab for a deep analysis to uncover some actually useful clues. This matter is extremely critical, especially given the disaster that the Church of Science and Technology unleashed upon Satellite City number 4 just 4 years ago. We absolutely cannot allow a tragedy like that to repeat itself. Once they get in the car, Lu Xin asks the question, we are all wondering who is actually pulling the strings here. Chen Qing turns it over in her mind, before replying that the Outlands hold many shady factions besides just heavily contaminated mutants. They seem to be actively recruiting people with neural mutations. And when they exploit those powers, they become far crazier and completely uncontrollable. Hearing this, Lu Xin asks with concern what they will do if these fanatics decide to target the orphanage once again. Narrowing her eyes, Chen Qing warns him that since these factions are on the move, there is a pretty high chance they might target him directly. Because of that, I will arrange for guards to keep watch on the orphanage from a safe, discreet distance. And then, she grabs her phone and barks an emergency order to immediately prepare procedures to relocate every resident in the east of Satellite City number 2 to Sector C3, or forcibly evacuate them way out to Sector A4. Our absolute priority is the Red Moon Elementary School, so make sure they are relocated to the safest possible spot. Lu Xin asks warily if this new place means they will have to pay rent. Of course they have to pay, she replies, as everything goes by the book, leaving Lu Xin to sigh deeply in the car, wishing they did not have to charge rent. Chen Qing quietly ponders if those dangerous outlanders were actually targeting that specific orphanage right from the start. A mysterious single soldier, holding such terrifyingly massive latent power, who also happens to come from the Red Moon Orphanage, would cause immense, uncontrollable chaos if anything were to ever trigger him. Turning to him, she seriously announces that starting today, they are launching a massive, city-wide sweep to clear out this threat. Every single member of the Special Task Force had to cancel their scheduled vacation. They had to be ready for orders at any second, and so did Lu Xin, leaving him with no choice but to visit his manager. The manager looked utterly shocked, asking him, "Time off?" Lu Xin awkwardly replied, "It won't be too long. My sister is sick and I need to look after her." Standing right beside him, 17 was completely baffled. Hearing this, his manager put on a warm smile and quickly replied, "No problem at all. Absolutely no problem. Taking care of your family comes first." But secretly, the manager was thrilled finally getting this terrifying powerhouse out of his hair. Rumor had it that after the incident at Sifang, the guard bureau took Lu Xin in, yet he got off completely fine. Now, he casually brought a gun to work every single day. Lu Xin smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, boss. Once my sister recovers, I will be right back at my desk." Meanwhile, 17 was not thrilled about suddenly being labeled as sick. She instantly scrambled onto his head, biting him while screaming, "Brother, who are you calling a sick little sister?" Seeing his employee's sudden erratic head twitching, the manager quickly waved his hands. "Take all the time you need. Seriously, no rush at all. Just look at yourself. You are sweating so much from all that worry." 3 days later, over at the Guard Bureau Training Center, Lu Xun was happily devouring a delicious chicken leg, completely at peace with the world. For the past few days, he did not have to lift a single finger. Yet gourmet meals kept coming on top of a daily allowance of 200 yuan. Right on cue, we get the next big headache, as a voice crackles through his communicator. Han Bing spoke. "Solo soldier, we need you to handle this. A special contamination source with unknown spread rates has just emerged inside an apartment block over in Sector C. Unseen dread is rapidly consuming the entire neighborhood." Still chewing his chicken leg, Lu Xun quickly replied, "Understood. On it." Han Bing continued explaining over the line. It all started when a local resident filed a report, claiming that some creepy stalker was constantly shadowing her. But when the police actually investigated, they found absolutely nothing. It was just pure, raw paranoia. During their routine questioning, however, the officers realized it was not just her. Almost every single resident in that neighborhood was suffering from extreme stress and confusion. They are all trapped in absolute terror. Some are even hallucinating. People are constantly peeking through their door cracks, watching everyone with deep, intense suspicion. In just 2 short days, the extreme tension caused 2 neighbors to explode over a minor issue, starting a massive, violent brawl. It escalated from fistfights to knives. In the end, one lay dead, and the other was dragged off in handcuffs. Recognizing this bizarre anomaly, the Guard Bureau analyzed the data and immediately called in the Special Investigation Team. During their initial sweep, they confirmed the unmistakable presence of a highly dangerous mental contamination source. However, their progress hit a major roadblock. Hearing this, Lu Xun raised an eyebrow and asked, "What kind of roadblock?" "They are simply too terrified, paralyzed to even begin their work." Later that night, under the eerie glow of the rising red moon, Lu Xun arrived at the Qinggang neighborhood. The entire area was cordoned off with bright yellow caution tape. Cheng Hui stood waiting and quickly saluted. "Solo soldier, sir. The investigation team from Satellite City number 2 reporting for duty." Lu Xun stepped forward with a casual smile. "Oh, it is you. Is your vacation over already?" Cheng Hui smiled wryly. "With the city launching a deeper probe, all of our leaves were immediately cancelled. You saved us last time, and we never got a proper chance to thank you in person. Who would have thought they would bring you in for this case?" Lu Xun waved it off with a smile. "Just doing my job. Really, no need to be so polite with me." "So, what is the current situation?" "We secured the perimeter of Sector C and confirmed it is a localized mental outbreak. Our actual mission was to enter Building C and pinpoint the exact source of contamination, but every attempt ended in complete failure." Lu Xun frowned. "Failed?" Cheng Hui sighed deeply and explained, "Yes. The moment we stepped onto any floor between the 9th and 12th, this overwhelming sense of dread hit us. It is pure nightmare fuel. The closer we got to the source, the worse the panic became. Vivid hallucinations creep in. Absolute, irrational terrors warp your mind completely." Lu Xun asked with a serious expression, "What is causing this?" Han Bing chimed in over the comms. "This is highly likely the work of Special Contamination 72, which systematically weakens human consciousness to let pure, raw fear take over. My recommendation is to locate the source, assess its danger level, and then decide whether to contain or eliminate it." "Sounds good. Let me head inside right now and take a look." Staring up at the towering concrete block, he quietly muttered to himself, "Fear, huh?" Within moments, the elevator was already taking him up to the 6th floor. Step by step, I make my way up to the 6th floor. There is a real, creeping sense of dread in the air. Honestly, I kind of want to turn back. Over the comms, Han Bing explains that the closer we get, the stronger the mental contamination becomes. She says if the fear gets too intense, and I cannot get any closer, I should just retreat. No worries. I am actually pretty used to this feeling by now. Suddenly, the whole hallway starts spinning out of control. What on earth is this? Looking straight ahead, he spots something crawling right toward him. And yet, this creepy silhouette somehow looks pretty familiar. Little 17 appears up on the ceiling, hugging her small teddy bear as she speaks. "You have changed, big brother. You only care about talking to other girls, ignoring me and pretending I am not even here." "Ah, so it was just you?" Pouting with a sad face, the little girl jumps right into his arms. Then Han Bing calls through the earpiece. "Single soldier, why did you stop? Did something happen?" Lu Xin pulls out some small candies and offers them to her, saying, "Nothing is wrong, I just suddenly feel quite safe." He keeps moving forward as he speaks. Soon, he reaches the 10th floor. It is clear that the overwhelming dread is strongest right here. He reports that he is checking the 10th floor to locate the exact room holding the contamination source. Together, the siblings quickly track down a locked door. Now watch this. I think I found it. In room 1031. The air is warped beyond belief. This is definitely the spot. Holding the little girl in front of the distorted doorway, he wonders what the best way to open it would be. Suddenly, little 17 squeals in excitement, slipping out of his embrace and leaping straight toward the door. Instantly, she completely shatters that door. Lu Xin gives her a warm thumbs up. "Good job," he tells her. Then he pushes his way inside. The second he steps through, he can feel just how incredibly bizarre this room is. Smells terrible. Inside lies the body of a man, draped across the bed in a highly unnatural position. Meanwhile, a dark silhouette hovers near the doorway. It looks exactly like a withered skeleton, sitting perfectly still, as if waiting for something. Lu Xin observes the scene and realizes that the source probably stems from the deep terror trapped inside that skeletal figure. Beside him, little 17 gets super excited. "Brother, I want it." Lu Xin stops her right away, gently patting her head and telling her, "Do not bully it." Stepping closer, he wonders to himself if he can actually get through to this entity. Tapping his earpiece, he reports that it is just a standard contamination source. He gently switches on the small lamp on the nightstand, casting a faint yellow glow over the cold body resting on the bed. Instantly, the skeleton begins to fade away. It seems the entity was this man all along. Lu Xin spots some pills scattered on the floor and frowns. It looks like, as he was dying, he tried desperately to reach the medicine but failed. Han Bing reports that she found the record. Mining District, Block C, Room 1031. The resident is a 23-year-old man named Wang Chu. He worked at a northern factory, lived entirely alone, and had no family whatsoever. There are simply no other records about him. Can you tell what the actual cause of his death was? It was a bottle of pills, specialized medication for his heart condition. It is highly likely he suffered a sudden heart attack and died because he could not reach his medicine in time. An autopsy is still required for the exact details. But tell me, how do we handle this now? I suggest using a special containment bag to preserve the body, cutting off the contamination source from the outside world completely. Then we can let the support squad come in. Pulling out a containment bag, he slips the medicine bottle inside and carefully wraps up the body. He then signals to the personnel waiting outside, telling the support squad they can enter now. Slowly stepping over to the window, Lu Xin asks, "So, how did this contamination source actually form in the first place?" This young guy lived all alone, with absolutely no family or friends around. Dying from a sudden heart attack without reaching his medicine, his desperation before death likely triggered a surge of mental energy, causing his mind to mutate. He had no desire to harm anyone, which is why he only formed a D-class contamination source instead of a mental monster. And since he already died, the resistance of the contamination has weakened, losing its consciousness entirely. Looking out at the red moon, Lu Xin asks, "But why did he only leave behind dread?" Han Bing replies, "Because he was simply terrified, dying alone. And not a single person notices or even cares about the sheer terror you felt." Lu Xin lets out a quiet sigh, realizing it might be true. But, turning around, he smiles. At least he has his family by his side. Right now, Xiao Shiqi is happily playing around with some model toys scattered across the room. Before leaving, Lu Xin makes sure to ask if this investigation is finally wrapping up soon. He hopes these bizarre pollution incidents do not keep popping up. Han Bing asks if he has faced something similar before, as she can clearly feel that he seems a little depressed right now. Lu Xin calmly replies that he honestly hates all forms of pollution, but since he took the payment, he has to get the job done right. Poor guy. Wang Chu probably really hoped someone would find his body much sooner. Han Bing agrees, saying there are plenty of ways for people to vent their stress nowadays, so hopefully tragedies like this will start to happen less. Let us hope so. But what about the payout this time? Han Bing offers a cheerful smile. "Do not worry, I am always on your side. After this mission, on top of your normal salary and allowance, whenever there is an extra reward, I will transfer the cash to your account instantly, just like I did this time. The difficulty is not even D-class, so technically the reward is only 10,000, but I will make sure to push it up to 12,000 for you." Standing right behind him, Xiao Shiqi looks pretty annoyed and mutters that he should just head to the main city to thank her. Are you really that desperate to get a girlfriend? Lu Xin instantly blushes red, completely embarrassed as he snaps back to ask what she is talking about. She is just a colleague. But the little girl happily teases him, telling him to stop daydreaming already. As a wealthy city girl, she has been spoiled since childhood, incredibly beautiful, with an amazing personality. Word on the street is those fancy fairies do not even need toilet paper, while you are just a low-level clerk from some satellite town. Wait, what? Did she actually just say that to him? Meanwhile, inside a car parked just behind them, a young man points out the window, telling Mr. Shu that the guy ahead is Dan Bing. The elderly man, Mr. Shu, looks over and asks if that is truly the guy who can see the mental monsters. Is it true that his risk of losing absolute control is dangerously high? Checking his files very closely, he actually has the lowest risk of losing control, and he can directly see and eliminate anyone possessed by those mental monsters. Up until now, he is the only one who can do it. Mr. Shu responds calmly, admitting that he basically has no other choice left anyway. But remember, this is a private commission, so we must avoid any direct contact with the cleanup department. His assistant smiles and says that is absolutely no problem, and he just needs to pick a time. Mr. Shu simply replies that tomorrow works. Her condition is already getting extremely serious, he mutters, picturing the face of a young girl in his mind. Time passes by in a flash. By the very next morning, Lu Xin is calculating his earnings and notes that completing 3 missions meant they got some extra food. After paying for his training fees, he currently has a total of $60,070 saved up. If he could bring in this much money every single month, saving up for just 1 year would buy the orphanage a brand new room right in the town center. But after wrapping up so many heavy investigations lately, he is worried there will not be many jobs left for him to take. Suddenly, a stranger approaches and asks if he is indeed Mr. Dan Bing. The man is a young guy wearing dark sunglasses, introducing himself in a very polite tone. He says his name is Lu, and he works for a business consulting firm over in the main city. Taking the liberty to track Dan Bing down, he explains it is all because of a request from a wealthy old gentleman. Lu Xin politely shakes his hand and asks how he even knows him. Because of his line of work, he has done some digging on all the gifted individuals residing in Qinggang. Here is the twist. This old gentleman's daughter is suffering from a bizarre sickness, and none of the modern medical treatments in the city can cure her. Because of that, he is really hoping you can come and take a look at her. He clarifies it is not an official commission, but just a personal plea for help. Hearing this, Lu Xin asks if this is an unofficial job. Lu Xin wonders if taking this private job would go against his company's strict rules. The man calmly replies that from what he knows, almost every single gifted person in Qinggang takes on private jobs on the side like this. This elderly client is actually a highly influential figure in the main city, but he just wants to avoid official channels and handle this directly. You could report this mission to your superiors, but keeping it off the books would be much better for everyone. If you can successfully cure his daughter, he is willing to pay you $100,000 as a reward. And even if it does not work out, you still get $10,000 for trying. Hearing this, his jaw drops in pure shock. His eyes light up instantly as he grabs the guy's hand in a tight grip. Did I hear that right? 100,000? His terrifying grip completely scares the living daylights out of the other guy. Mr. Shan Bing, your grip is so incredibly strong, my hand is about to break. Lu Xin just smiles and asks, why on earth would I break your hand? I need to report this to headquarters first, he tells him. Later, sitting in the car, he stares outside, lost in deep thought. Why are there so many couples in the city lately? And seriously, what is up with everyone carrying red roses? Pretty soon, they pull up to a massive house. Mr. Shanbing, the driver calls out, we have arrived. Inside, there is a grand piano, and the decor is unbelievably luxurious. Lu Xin sits down on a chair, quietly studying his surroundings. It would be so amazing if the orphanage could have a place like this. How much is a huge mansion like this anyway? Word is someone offered 5 million, but the old man refused to sell. Oh right, here is the commission contract. Lu Xin takes the paper, a few uneasy thoughts spinning through his mind. Buying a house takes serious planning, and he is not even sure if he can actually get this 100,000. He carefully reads through every single clause, recalling what Han Bing told him before. Headquarters does not strictly ban private jobs like this, but they definitely do not support them either. But still, they will definitely record every single private job. You will face serious danger on the job. If you feel any unexpected variables popping up, make sure to report back to headquarters immediately. And even if he fails, he still walks away with 10,000. Luckily, There is no rule banning side gigs. Right then, old Mr. Shu and his personal servants quickly make their entrance into the room. The other man stands up, saying he will not interfere with the treatment process itself. You two talk. The nurse and I are leaving now. You must be Mr. Shanbing? Pleased to meet you. Wait, check this out. Lu Xin spots a wardrobe next to the old man, and creepy noises are coming from inside. Staring intently at it with extreme caution, Lu Xin asks what is with that wardrobe. Trying his absolute best to stay calm, Mr. Shu replies that his 21-year-old daughter, Xiao Xiao, is locked inside. She just graduated last year from the main city's Xinxi University, where she studied the research and preservation of old-era art. She got engaged 3 months ago, and they were deeply in love. But then, out of nowhere, she fell incredibly ill. I have reached out to so many experts, but not a single one can explain the exact cause, leading me to suspect she has been contaminated. Lu Xin carefully voices his question. In return, you care about her this much, and seeing her in such a severe state, why not just hand her over to the Special Pollution Research Institute? Mr. Shu replies with a heavy, sorrowful sigh. Perhaps Mr. Shanbing does not know, but if news of Xiao Xiao being contaminated spreads, she will not only be isolated, but her reputation will also be heavily damaged. Seeing the man hesitate, Lu Xin immediately presses further. What is wrong with her state? Left with no other choice, the man lets out a deep sigh before slowly standing up to unlock the heavy cabinet door. Now, look closely. Her state is basically like a rabid wild animal, but the girl trapped inside is completely bound, shivering uncontrollably and entirely unable to make even a single response. Lu Xin winces at the sight, blurting out in disbelief, "Wow, that is a pretty brutal level of madness." Mr. Shu quickly adds in defense, "Please understand, Mr. Shanbing, I never wanted to treat my daughter like this. It only proves how messed up she is. Initially, I caught her crossing the line with one of our house servants, so I kicked that servant out and gave her a pretty severe beating. Back then, she still seemed completely normal, just claiming she had made a foolish, impulsive mistake. But shortly after that, she transformed into a hysterical mess. She ended up running wild at a bar with a bunch of— So, Mr. Single Soldier, have you managed to spot anything out of the ordinary?" Lu Xin just frowns, saying that he can't spot any source of contamination for now. He argues that only her actions can help, asking if he can release her. But the doctor warns releasing her means she'll endlessly rampage, or even lunge straight at him. Lu Xin smiles and reassures him, "I am quite confident, and besides, I do have a gun. Surely there is no need to actually use a gun, right?" Left with no other option, the doctor finally presses a button on that cabinet. Just like that, the heavy chains locking her hands and feet snap open. And right before our eyes, she begins crawling over. What on earth is she trying to do? Xiao Xiao, looking absolutely furious, reaches her hands out toward him. Nearby, a warning instantly blares, "Mr. Single Soldier, please be careful." But, in the blink of an eye, he firmly grabs her wrists, making it incredibly easy for him to control her movements. Right then, Xiao Shiqi also slowly walks over. His little sister arrives, quickly pointing at the girl on the ground to look. Right then, Lu Xin realizes something is seriously wrong. He reaches down and tears the fabric open, only to find a bizarre entity burrowing deep into her flesh. Horrifying sharp spikes suddenly begin bursting out from inside the wound. Mr. Shu, standing right behind him, panics and shouts to ask what is happening. "Hold it right there." A swarm of bizarre, grotesque things suddenly starts leaping out from within. In an eerie display, these strange things rise up slowly like snakes, slithering directly toward him. Lu Xin backs away slowly, completely caught off guard, wondering if these creatures are just acting a bit too welcoming. The creepy snake-faced things lunged right at them, but little 17 happily leaps forward and snaps them in half without a second thought. Witnessing this absolute display of raw brutality, the remaining creatures immediately freeze in pure terror. They immediately scatter in all directions. Lu Xin can barely believe his eyes, muttering about how these bizarre things actually know how to run away. They quickly dive into the carpet on the floor, and suddenly, the image of a beautiful girl begins to take shape right on the fabric. "Come here, come to me." Another one slips into a large vase nearby, where a sweet girl with green hair softly whispers for them to join her. Mr. Shu is completely dumbfounded, wondering what on earth is happening as these inanimate objects seem to have suddenly come alive. Little 17 joyfully bounces around the living room hunting the monsters down, while Lu Xin just stands there, not making a single move. The entire living room has taken on an eerie vibe, there is no doubt about it. They are dealing with an active contamination, but honestly, His little sister is having so much fun here. She does not even need her brother's help. The little girl reaches out to grab one, but it vanishes in the blink of an eye. Little 17 is left completely baffled, with a face full of confusion. She turns to her brother, complaining that the tentacles have completely disappeared, before starting a desperate search all over the room. Watching this unfold, Lu Xun realizes he cannot let this slide. Letting his sister get played like this is simply not an option. These tentacles are incredibly crafty, even going so far as to mess with his little sister. As her big brother, he cannot let her lose face. Theoretically, mental energy cannot be wiped out by cheap parlor tricks like these anyway. Every source of contamination has its own core center. With that in mind, he walks straight toward the girl on the floor, while the curious tentacles watch his every move with keen interest. Lu Xun quickly draws his gun, prompting the creepy things to rapidly retreat and hide back inside Xiao Xiao's body on the floor. As little 17 rushes back over, Lu Xun grows absolutely certain that the root of this entire mess lies right here. The small, scattered tentacles begin to merge together, slowly forming into something much larger and more menacing. It morphs into a giant man-eating flower, rearing back and preparing to launch a deadly attack at them. But the moment little 17 lays eyes on it, she excitedly lunges forward, opens her incredibly massive mouth, and bites down hard, with absolute joy. The creature is snapped clean in half and forcefully ripped out of Xiao Xiao's body, before little 17 swallows it whole with a huge smile. Giggling that it cannot escape, the little girl's raw violence leaves Lu Xun completely at a loss for words. Why does this kid have to eat absolutely everything she finds? Meanwhile, little 17 is happily rubbing her stomach, shouting how delicious it was. Standing right nearby, Mr. Shu anxiously asks if his daughter is still alive. Lu Xun calmly replies that he is not sure about her condition, but the contamination should be cleared. Moments later, the girl on the floor slowly begins to open her eyes. Calling out for her father, Mr. Shu frantically asks how she is feeling and if she can hear his voice. Xiao Xiao slowly sits up in a daze, pointing directly at Lu Xun, while telling her father to make him leave the room immediately because of that scary thing. Lu Xun tactfully turns around to leave, telling them he will step outside for some fresh air while they have their private conversation. But the moment he steps outside, he senses a deeply unsettling atmosphere in the air, while little 17 runs up behind him, calling out. They are focusing on an oil painting wrapped carefully in black cloth, encased inside a very simple wooden frame. Xiao Xiao explains that when she went to collect the cargo, she discovered every single member of the retrieval squad had already died. It looked like some internal conflict, with everyone shooting each other to death. The painting was recovered at the scene, yet it was completely missing from the squad's initial manifest list. They even mentioned smuggling that creepy oil painting back for secret research. Now wait, does that mean a simple painting is the real source of the contamination? The inner door slowly swings open. Mr. Su steps out with a warm smile, thanking Single Soldier as his daughter has recovered, though her body is still incredibly weak. To ensure she gets better care, I plan to take her to the main city tomorrow to recover. As for your reward, I will definitely compensate you properly. But before he can even finish, Lu Xun interrupts, stating that now is not the time for rewards, because the source of contamination remains active. Well, the issue isn't actually fully resolved yet. Didn't the contract clearly state that you only get paid once the cure is completely finished? The guy next to them is hesitating too. At that moment, Mr. Shu chimes in. Mr. Single Soldier, my daughter is completely fine now. To show my gratitude, I will happily pay you double the agreed amount, but I hope we can let the matter drop here. You are free to leave. Right then, 17 speaks up from the side. They're in a massive hurry to reach Bangbu Port to grab something, so they're just trying to kick you out fast. Xiao Xiao, go make a phone call to arrange our entry into the main city. So, Mr. Single Soldier, does this guy seem unhappy with our offer? Lu Xun carefully thinks to himself, isn't this family supposed to be the actual victims here? If something really goes wrong, they aren't the only ones who will end up dead. I just want to clean up the pollution source, and 200,000 is plenty. But check this out before he can even speak. Xiao Xiao points a gun right at his face. Don't you dare think, just because we're from the main city, we don't know the dirty tricks your kind plays. Do you have any idea? Even if I pull this trigger and kill you right now, the administration back home will make sure I walk away clean. Before she can even finish her threat, 17 lunges forward like a flash of lightning. A massive slash tears through the air, completely slicing off the very finger she was using to hold that gun. A blood-curdling shriek echoes out. My hand. as 17 effortlessly crushes the firearm into a million tiny, useless pieces. Mr. Shu glares at him with absolute fury, screaming out, "How on earth could you do something so horrific? Just because you belong to that department. Does that give you the right to hurt my daughter?" Completely unfazed, Lu Xin calmly replies, "She was the one who threatened me first. And honestly, I have already gone out of my way to protect her." But right at that moment, a sniper positioned high above aims directly at his head and pulls the trigger. As the lethal bullet fires from the barrel, Lu Xin remains totally calm. 17 instantly wraps herself around his body, easily dodging the incoming projectile in the blink of an eye. "You people really shouldn't have done that." With a sudden burst, he leaps high into the air, scaling the building's facade like an agile beast in a fraction of a second. The sniper up top can't believe his eyes, screaming out, "Is this guy a human or a ghost?" Before Lu Xing casually grabs him and drags his entire body over the edge. A painful, agonizing scream rings out from the falling man, instantly catching the attention of the father and daughter watching from below. Slamming onto the hard ground from that height, he is severely broken, clutching his shattered body and groaning in absolute agony. Wait, there are actually more of them? He glances back and sends his sister in. 17 wastes absolutely no time executing her task, taking complete control of the enemy squad in a fraction of a second. "Sure thing, big brother." Suddenly, one of the soldiers panics, wondering why his own body has stopped listening to him. Within a split second, he turns his weapon and begins firing wildly at his own shocked teammates. And right after that, his own hands force the barrel toward his chest, squeezing the trigger on himself. As a loud blast echoes through the area, 17 happily holds onto the gun, cheering about how much fun she is having. But then, she suddenly remembers something, turning her head to look at him with a pair of puppy dog eyes and calling out, "Big brother." Lu Xin obviously has no intention of scolding her, gently patting her beautiful white hair and reassuring her that it's totally fine. The broker who set up this entire deal watches this terrifying scene unfold and immediately panics. "Mr. Single Soldier, please. It is always better to negotiate and work things out calmly. Mr. Shu holds immense power back in the main city. We should act reasonably, instead of turning this into a massive, violent mess. This won't be easy to sweep under the rug." Lu Xin looks over at him, calmly asking, "Are you saying I'm not being reasonable? She was the one who drew a gun on me first. This is completely fair, as I never used force to threaten her. So she shouldn't try to bully me just because she lacks the power to back up her threats, right?" Hearing this, Mr. Shu's temper completely flares up as he yells, "Do you honestly think joining that special department makes you above the law?" Lu Xin calmly replies, "I don't think that way at all. In fact, I'm actually trying to save your lives here. No matter what kind of painting you guys are trying to replicate or investigate, it is absolutely not something you can safely handle. If things truly go south, you are the ones who will suffer a gruesome end." Hearing him mention the painting, Mr. Shu is visibly stunned, stammering out, "A painting? How on earth do you know about that?" Lu Xin calmly responds, "You don't need to worry about that. My point is, you are all nothing but complete outsiders. But dealing with the main contamination source is my absolute top priority according to regulations. There is no way I can just stand by and watch you get exposed to this contamination. So now I must report to headquarters that you refused to cooperate first. That way, nobody can say I breached our contract." He quickly dials in on his walkie-talkie, and the line connects. "Hello, Chief Chen? Here is the deal. I took on an outside job. The infected targets have already been dealt with. But I stumbled on a strange painting. High above, the moon looks down silently as they work. Then, slow footsteps echo through the quiet night. Chen Qing arrives on the scene in no time. "Where is that painting, Mr. Shu?" Seeing her face, his expression stays dead serious as he fires back. "Captain Chen, I know your department has immense power, but your subordinate went way too far this time. You owe me an explanation." Chen Qing just stands there, completely unfazed as she replies, "Mr. Shu, I checked the records, and his operations were perfectly clean. If you feel like he handled something incorrectly, you are free to file an official complaint. Our headquarters will make its own final judgment." Hearing this, Mr. Shu gets so incredibly furious he cannot even find the words to speak. Chen Qing keeps pushing, eyes locked on him. "Now that we established he did nothing wrong, let us talk about you. I know you regularly hire private scavenger crews to smuggle goods right into the main city using your own private routes. But you went too far this time. You are coming with us to retrieve that painting right now, and then you are going in for interrogation. And trust me, in a place like Qinggang, Anyone who crosses that line pays a heavy price. Before long, their heavily armored vehicle rolls toward Bengbu port. All four of them are packed inside the exact same ride. With Chen Qing driving, she breaks the silence. Mr. Shu, you better tell me exactly what happened, and do not even think about hiding a single detail. You already know I have plenty of ways to make you talk if I have to. Trapped with no other choice, Mr. Shu finally cracks. Some time ago, I hired a scavenger crew to search for valuable old artworks buried deep inside those abandoned, ruined towns. About 2 months back, the team sent a message saying they hit the jackpot. I was tied up with business, so I sent Xiao Xiao to meet them instead. But right after she returned, everything went horribly wrong. Driving up front, Chen Qing cuts in, telling him he should actually feel lucky. If she had not collapsed, that dangerous relic would be smuggled deep inside the city by now. Her sharp eyes shift to the quiet woman sitting in the passenger side, signaling it is her turn. Miss Xiao Xiao, talk to me. Tell me everything. And this is where it gets creepy. Xiao Xiao starts talking like she is in a trance, describing how the entire crew was already dead. Their bodies were butchered horribly, covered in bullet holes. And the one who pulled the trigger was their very own captain. He was dead too, having used his own weapon to blow his brains out. I had no clue what happened, but the crate was intact. Inside, there was a piece they never mentioned before, a beautiful painting. It was so stunning. Behind my father's back, I secretly took the painting and hid it. Once I pulled it off, I felt this incredible rush of joy, this overwhelming urge to share it with someone. That urge just kept growing stronger until I completely lost control. I ended up calling the family servant into my room. When I finally snapped out of it, the madness was gone. But that feeling was so intoxicating. I just need to see that painting again. I hated when they woke me up. Beside her, Mr. Su sighs, confessing that he knew about the contamination but had absolutely no idea it was this dangerous. Chen Qing fires back from the driver's seat. You only ignored it because you never had to see the horror with your own eyes. At the end of the day, your bottomless greed brought this whole mess upon us. I have heard enough. You two can get out here. Another team will escort you both to headquarters for a full investigation. Now, only the two of them remain inside the quiet armored vehicle. You actually did a solid job today. Let us head back to the security bureau first, then ship that painting to headquarters for testing. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Xin scratches his head. So what exactly is the deal with that painting anyway? I thought only living people could become infected. Chen Qing calmly responds, bringing up how he handled that crazy mansion incident pretty well yesterday. If dead people can project their spiritual energy, then certain special items can absolutely do the exact same thing. Past research proved that through specific methods or strange abilities, certain objects can indeed be bound with a high concentration of spiritual energy. We call these items parasitic mental power. Some standard weapons are also made using this exact same principle. By the way, after this is done, go learn to drive. You will be our driver from now on. Hearing this, Lu Xin couldn't help but think about it. Driving though, it won't be easy to get his little sister to lend him her power. Suddenly, a massive traffic jam blocks the road ahead. A woman holding a bouquet of black roses is confessing her love to a young man. Sitting in the car, Chen Qing is taken aback. Why on earth did traffic suddenly grind to a complete halt? Clutching the bouquet, the girl pleads with the man she loves, marry me. Please, I want to be with you forever. He snaps back, are you crazy? What are you doing out in the middle of the road like this? You were the one who dumped me first. Not to mention you went behind my back dating countless other guys. Just go home already. Hearing this, the girl bursts into tears. I just realized you're the one I love most. I broke up with all those other guys. I just want to be with you forever. Isn't this what you wanted so badly before? But now, are you really just throwing me away? Fuming with anger, the man screams at her, you break up, you get back together, just look at yourself right now. You're completely insane, stalking me everywhere. If I even look at someone else, you start a massive fight. Now you even block the street to propose? With a crazed look in her eyes, she shrieks, because I love you. I love you this much, so why can't you love me like before? I love you. I never want to be apart, so I have to eat you up. As she speaks, just look at her face. That creepy smile is just the start of the horror blooming from that black rose. She locks the boy in a tight embrace as he screams in agony. Nearby, another man suddenly shouts wildly, I love you. Xiao Qin, I love you. He's completely lost control of himself, screaming Xiao Qin, I love you. He charges right into his car, screaming out the window, honey, I love you. Wait for me. Lu Xin tenses up, wondering what's happening. This is a sudden outbreak of severe mental pollution. Grabbing the walkie-talkie, she barks a frantic order, fall back immediately. Slamming her foot hard on the gas, Chen Qing screams a warning, hold on tight. The car's engine roars behind them with a deafening screech. The car swerves violently. As they shout, we have to force our way through this road. That's their only choice. Under her expert control, the vehicle weaves desperately through the chaotic traffic. Satellite City number 2, East District, Zhujiang Road. The car speeds wildly. There is a sudden outbreak of mental pollution. Send backup to clean this up. A nearby man lets out a chilling cry, his eyes glowing intensely as he aims his gun straight ahead. The barrel points directly at their escaping car. Inside, Little 17 giggles and calls out, "Run, big brother, run." His eyes twist, and boom, their car is blown completely to pieces. Leaping down from above, Little 17 calls out, "Big brother." Before his eyes slip shut into darkness, he spots her blurry figure crying out, "I'm here to help you." Then, everything explodes. The vehicle is completely blown to shreds. Before blacking out, his mind screams, "Who the hell is this guy?" Their attacker is actually Qin Ran, standing there with a sinister, mocking smirk. Lu Xin can't fathom it isn't he supposed to be locked up inside the containment center? Another Qin Ran? In the distance, a voice screams Lu Xin. Chen Qing crawls out of the wreckage, badly bruised. "Are you okay? Can you even move?" Dragging his broken body up, Lu Xin slowly sits up. "I'm fine." Sitting nearby, Little 17 panics. "You're bleeding so much, brother." Clinging to his leg, she whispers, "Don't cry. Once I bandage it, the pain stops." With a gentle wave of her hand, his horrific wounds rapidly heal. Sitting nearby, Chen Qing calls out, "Single soldier. Do you see special pollution source number 41? Little 17 points her hand to the side. "Look over there." A violent blast shakes the earth, and several nearby survivors raise heavy machine guns to open fire. Chen Qing is stunned. Is that an M163 rotary machine gun? Damn it. Explosive rounds rain down from that weapon, a relentless stream of spinning, high-speed bullets tearing toward him. Suddenly, a woman's gentle voice whispers right into his ear, "You silly child." Instantly, his mother appears right before him, gently embracing her little boy. "Didn't I tell you never to let anyone bully you?" Bullied again? How could he let things get this dangerous? Chen Qing stood right behind him, absolutely unable to believe her own eyes. She had literally watched him summon a protective energy shield with his bare hands, only for a mysterious human figure to emerge right out of it. It was so insane she could barely process it. Just how massive and overwhelming did someone's mental strength have to be to pull this off? And watch this, the 3-story building at Red Moon Orphanage was actually destroyed by this exact same kind of terrifying power. But Chen Qing had to stay sharp. Her eyes instantly shifted as she focused entirely on trying to take control of the enemy's mind. She tells them they hold the ultimate weapon in their hands, and with that power, they can obliterate absolutely everything in their path. Wielding a force like that, does it not make you feel like the true masters of this entire world? But get this, there is only one true master of this world. Since you have such deadly weapons, why not test whose firepower is truly superior? Within seconds, those men find themselves completely drawn into the hypnotic depths of her eyes. That is right, I am the ruler here. A brutal shootout erupts on the spot, with countless bullets flying everywhere, until one round slams directly into the forehead of a man standing right there. Lu Xin just stands to the side, finally realizing that these attackers are also modified mental-type power users. His mother gently turns around and gives him a warm, reassuring smile. She tells him he was bullied really badly this time, making Lu Xin look down sadly as he admits that he almost died out there. Standing behind him, Chen Qing quickly dials her phone and orders an immediate lockdown on Satellite City number 2. The painting from Bingbu Port has been stolen, and they suspect a well-prepared armed force from the outskirts is behind the heist. They set this trap up long ago. There is also a bizarre mutation outbreak spreading fast on the road, somehow linked to Juhong and the Red Rose. Suddenly, Chen Qing hears a disturbing noise over the line, and she suddenly gasps out loud. What on earth is happening? Satellite City 2 has just declared an emergency. At that exact moment, flashing crimson warning lights erupt all over the massive skyscraper. It's an emergency alert, and the crowds down on the streets have absolutely no idea what is going on. What is that? The moment they see a crazed mob charging their way, absolute panic sets in as everyone runs for their lives. Run! Get out of here! But Han Bing and Tai Kui are still frozen. This is an emergency. Chen Jing stares at the young man, yelling that Satellite City 2 is facing sudden, massive outbreaks of severe spiritual pollution popping up in almost every other district. Because there was no early warning, the contamination is already spreading incredibly fast. The threat level is easily Class C or higher. But right then, she looks at the boy in front of her and realizes something is deeply wrong. What is wrong with him? His mother stands nearby, complaining that everything is in complete chaos and asking what they should do. While Lu Xin, looking terrifyingly calm, replies that he is also trying to figure it out. Standing right in front of him, his mother speaks up. That awful man stole your painting, and he almost ended up killing both you and your little sister. Then he just strutted away, laughing at you foolish kids in his mind, and look at how absolutely terrified your poor little sister is right now. 17 is actually looking scared for once, hiding right behind their mother, which finally makes Lu Xin look around and notice his surroundings. Is his sister really afraid of him? It is too loud here. Meanwhile, Qinggang keeps calling out, asking if Lu Xin is even listening to her. She gently places her hand on his shoulder, but as she starts to speak, she suddenly realizes that Lu Xin has completely lost his usual composure. A terrifyingly dangerous aura radiates from his body, making her wonder if draining his mental energy earlier has pushed his mind past its absolute breaking point. She tells herself she has to keep talking to him, no matter what. Qinggang quickly follows up, asking if Single Soldier is still capable of carrying out the mission now that the entire city is under siege. Lu Xin finally hears her voice, asking her to repeat what she said about the entire city falling into total chaos. At least 4 major spiritual pollution outbreaks have suddenly exploded across the city. Everyone in Satellite City 2 is in danger, and they have already activated the Level 1 emergency defense protocol. Lu Xin refuses to listen any longer, spinning around to run, while shouting into his phone to get moving. Down on the street, a man lies pinned under his heavy motorcycle, screaming desperately for someone to help him. Rushing over, Lu Xin easily lifts the heavy bike, but even as the man stammers out a quick thank you, he never expected the kid to actually steal his ride. Wait, what on earth? Did he just steal a bike? Suddenly, 17 pops up right in front of him with a massive, happy grin, calling out to her big brother. Meanwhile, Qinggang is carefully monitoring everything, noting that the pollution along Juhong Road is spreading and seems linked to a strange marriage proposal. Those infected develop an insanely twisted obsession with their lovers, turning their feelings into an extreme desire to literally eat them alive. She immediately issues 2 strict orders to all investigation teams. First, immediately stop and question anyone acting suspiciously or displaying signs of severe mental instability. If they are frantically searching for a partner of any kind, and their story does not sound completely convincing, you must execute them on the spot. Second, broadcast alerts across every single live stream and television channel, telling citizens to lock their doors and hide immediately, instead of trying to find their families. This goes double for lovers, regardless of gender. Team, the fate of Satellite City 2 rests entirely on our shoulders. Behind him, his mother flashes a chilling smile, asking how he plans to handle this, while 17 hops on the back of the bike, cheering for them to go. They rev the engine and ride straight into the city ahead. Check this out. The moment they cross the border, they are greeted by absolute, terrifying chaos, tearing the city apart. Infected couples are clinging to each other tightly, screaming that they want to be together forever. An old man desperately scrambles to escape a group of girls chasing him, shouting out in absolute terror. Megaphone in hand, an elderly woman yells, telling everyone not to panic and hide behind her shutter. Guards are screaming at everyone to secure the critical intersections, while Lu Xin guns the engine, tearing down the road with his little sister holding on tight behind him. His target is the new orphanage location, praying that the kids there are still safe. He quickly leaps down, but little 17 is still sitting in the car waiting. From up ahead, a voice calls out, "Mr. Soldier." Lu Xin spots the captain and immediately asks, "Is that you guys? How is it going up there?" They quickly assure him that everyone is safe and totally unaffected. Captain Chen gave us strict orders. If any chaos broke out in the city, we had to rush here immediately to protect this area. And the key reason they relocated here is because our investigation team's headquarters is right next door. Lu Xin did not expect this at all. He had no idea she would think so far ahead. The captain hands him a communication device, saying, "Mr. Lu Xin, it looks like you dropped your old communicator. Here is a new communicator, a miniature camera, and a portable neural detector." He quickly fits the device on his ear, and a voice immediately crackles through Mr. Soldier. The analysis team is in position. Lu Xin calmly replies, "Soldier is in position." Han Bing comes online next, saying, "Absolutely fantastic. Mr. Soldier, please report your current status right away." Lu Xin pauses to think for a moment, My status? Honestly, I feel completely at peace right now. Han Bing quickly clarifies, no, I mean your physical condition. Are you injured at all? Can you still carry out the mission? Lu Xun smiles and replies, my left leg took a bit of a hit, but it is already healing, so it is not a big deal. That is great news. Now, let's sync up the mission details. We just received reports that Satellite City number 2 is dealing with at least 4 active pollution sources right now. On top of that, Satellite Cities 1 and 5 are also reporting outbreaks of phantom-type neural pollution. Headquarters has already deployed a special task force to Satellite City 2, where the situation is looking the absolute worst. Our primary objective is to do absolutely everything we can to keep this situation from spiraling. Lu Xun calmly answers, understood. What do you need me to do? You need to head to Wanzhong Mall immediately and contain the spreading pollution. Sure thing. Behind him, Chang Hui calls out, Mr. Soldier. What about your motorcycle? Do not worry about that anymore. Lu Xun reasons that since Chen Jing helped protect the people he cares about, then he obviously needs to step up and protect the people she wants to keep safe. He tosses a lollipop to the little girl behind him. Here you go, little sister. She quickly catches the sweet treat, climbing onto his back with pure, hyperactive excitement. Let's go, little sister. Understood. Watching them leave, Cheng Hui yells after him with everything he has, Mr. Soldier. He clenches his fists in sheer determination. The safety of Qinggang City rests entirely on you and your team. The eerie red moon hangs high above, silently watching his every move. Lu Xun asks, so what's the deal over there? First, it started with a crime of passion at Wanzhong Mall, which then triggered a massive wave of collective emotional hysteria. Just picture this, a man sees his wife casually greeting another male friend, and he snapped, pushing her off the mall's 3rd floor, before instantly regretting it and jumping down right after her. Over the radio, Han Bing continues her explanation. The crowd of bystanders watching this suddenly went wild with extreme emotions and severe mental breakdowns. Judging by the absolute chaos at the scene, we are definitely looking at a pollution source that bypasses mental defenses. Lu Xun says calmly, so he pushed his wife off a balcony and jumped just because she was talking to someone else? For now, we are cataloging this anomaly as Special Pollution Source Q96, the Red Rose. We suspect there is human interference involved here, actively pushing the contamination to spread even faster. Chief Chen Jing just sent over a preliminary investigation report regarding a bizarre marriage proposal over on Zhujiang Road in Satellite City 2, which looks incredibly similar to the Wanzhong Mall outbreak. Let me share the report details with you now. Hearing this, Lu Xun narrows his eyes, repeating the Red Rose. With all those couples suddenly appearing, you have to wonder if they are connected to this madness. The voice in his earpiece keeps explaining. Chief Chen Jing's investigation revealed that in the early stages, the victim of the Zhujiang Road incident had actually received a red rose. Ever since then, her emotions became highly unstable as she grew completely obsessed with the sender, eventually warping into a terrifying, pathological desire for perfect possession. This twisted obsession peaked on Zhujiang Road, causing her to instantly transition into the 2nd stage of neural contamination. We currently have no solid proof of whether this thing can progress to a 3rd stage. Lu Xun frowns, muttering a 3rd stage. With how fast this is spreading, everyone in Satellite City 2 is in grave danger. No one is safe. So, how do we shut this down? The play is simple. Kill the Red Rose parasite immediately. First, they have to cut off the surrounding contamination. Second, they need to track down the secondary infected to stop this nightmare from spreading. After that, he quickly drops straight down into the area. Looking down from high above the Wanzhong Mall, Lu Xun spots a massive crowd gathered below. He thinks to himself, I am here. Down below, a panicked, chaotic mob of terrified people is screaming. Stopping the spread is almost impossible now. And trust me, they are already playing some pretty terrifying games down there. Over the comms, Han Bing says, I suggest we purify the source at Wanzhong Mall first, which means targeting the Red Rose host. All right. He dives straight down at high speed, shattering the glass doors in the blink of an eye, and finally lands inside the massive mall. I am here, he mutters, staring at the bizarre sight in front of him. Is that really the source? Right there, in the middle of the mall, a gigantic rose tree seems to be growing. Han Bing asks if he found the contamination, while Lu Xun slowly approaches the massive rose and replies, I think I have. Over there, a man seems to be tightly cradling a young girl in his arms. A tiny camera is mounted on his collar, recording every single detail of the scene ahead. Monitoring the feed, Han Bing advises, I recommend purifying the source by either using a special containment bag or getting close to incinerate the body. But Lu Xun calmly replies, no need, I can see it. Han Bing gets excited over the comms and asks, what does it look like? It is a rose, a crimson rose literally growing right out of a human body. The color is like blood. Standing there feels incredibly strange to him, as countless flirty girls suddenly materialize out of nowhere, crowding around him and whispering, come find me, come find me. Lu Xun finds this pretty bizarre, thinking to himself that Lu Xun reaches out to touch the massive tree trunk in front of him, making the nearby girls scream in terror, stop, let us handle this. But as he rips the trunk away, boom, they instantly vanish into thin air. Beside him, little 17 is drooling. Her eyes light up, ready to devour the whole thing. Lu Xun quickly stops her. Look, this gross rose is totally weird, so please do not eat it. Hearing this, she pouts. No food for her. He then looks down at a collapsed man tightly holding a young girl. The contamination source is finally taken care of, since threats like this are pretty easy to handle. Over the comms, Han Bing speaks up, great job, Mr. Dan Bing. Now our main priority is stopping the spread. Standing right next to her, Tai Kui snaps in anger, shut your mouth. By who? Lu Xun looks up toward the upper levels of the shopping mall. This might be a bit troublesome. Han Bing continues, the city patrol has already blocked off all the major roads to secure the area. They will open fire on any infected getting too close, so we must do everything we can to contain this. If a secondary outbreak hits the crowd, it will cause an absolutely massive, uncontrollable disaster. We must force them to change direction or use any means to completely block their path until the situation is fully under control. Only then can the rescue team move in to help. Lu Xun instantly grabs a nearby flagpole, charging straight forward. Got it, I am on it. Watch this. With a single blow, he effortlessly knocks down a crazed woman charging straight at him. After that, he carefully glances back to check the area behind him, warning everyone not to get close to her until the alert is cleared, before shouting to the crowd, all right, who is next? In no time at all, he has successfully taken down dozens of infected people there. Han Bing watches this, utterly baffled. Mr. Dan Bing, what kind of trick are you even using? Lu Xun calmly replies, they have got some strange powers that I do not have, so my method is actually much simpler. For now, I will just break their legs first. Behind him, the infected lie on the floor, groaning in absolute agony. Within minutes, he has successfully subdued a massive crowd inside the mall, wrapping things up pretty nicely. I used my strength quite precisely, so their bones can be easily set back in place later. Even though I have broken quite a few lovers' legs, just knowing that I am saving their lives makes my mood feel a whole lot better. 17 stands nearby, teasing me a little. Is it not just because you do not have a girlfriend? Not at all. Soon after, we quickly leave the place. Come on. Our job is still not finished yet. Stepping outside, he immediately spots another couple, locked in a very tight embrace. Got another couple right here. Then, he quickly leaps right on top of that man. Seeing him barge in, the guy instantly shouts out, what do you think you are doing? Lu Xun sees his reaction and gets a bit flustered. You guys are not contaminated? Contaminated with what? It is the apocalypse. I am kissing my girl goodbye. Where did you even jump out from? Lu Xun smiles a bit awkwardly. Fine, go ahead and kiss. But why are your hands drifting like that? The guy snaps back furiously. Is that any of your business? Then, they watch in shock as Lu Xun climbs straight up the wall barehanded. Can that guy actually climb walls? Is he a spider? But why is a spider using a stick? Is he a Shaolin spider? Soon, he lands gracefully right on top of the building. But, looking at the scene before him, he feels quite baffled inside. Seriously, what kind of crazy scenario is this? Check this out. We have an absolute sea of couples aggressively making out. Should I attack or not? Right at that moment, Han Bing's voice crackles through the communicator. Single soldier, report your current field observations. They seem to have calmed down all of a sudden, but it is an eerie, unnatural calm. I can see them heading towards several different high-rise buildings. Then, he looks over at the opposite skyscraper and gasps, oh no. Someone is already standing on top of that roof. I cannot hesitate anymore. I have to run. Before he can even finish his sentence, he notices that something is seriously wrong. Over there, a man and a woman are gazing into each other's eyes, whispering, I love you. I love you too. Then, holding hands tightly, they both plunge straight down. Is this some kind of double suicide for love? On the other end of the line, Han Bing urgently requests single soldier, please confirm. Are the people attempting to jump off this building the same group that suffered secondary contamination earlier? There is solid reason to suspect that the secondary contaminated group from Special Pollution Source 96 has begun mutating. Right now, it seems extremely likely that this romantic suicide is a bizarre urge triggered when their willpower reaches its absolute limit, driving them to end their own lives. Our previous guess was indeed correct. Even though the spiritual energy concentration of the source is quite low, it has still created a massive wave of secondary contamination, leading to the chaotic situation we see now. According to our analysis, once mutated, the secondary contaminated group has a window of about 30 minutes where they will actively try to commit suicide for love. We are in big trouble now, guys. Couples are literally being driven to end it all just to prove their love. And even if they do not have a partner around, they will still feel a strange urge to jump off buildings just to prove their devotion. Lu Xin has already rushed over to where they are. He genuinely cannot understand how things could have escalated to such a critical state. Han Bing replies in a serious tone, because, under normal circumstances, even if a pollution source appears, it almost never triggers such a sudden and completely uncontrollable wave of chaos like this one. This is highly likely related to the stolen painting that Director Chen reported to us earlier. Perhaps an outer city psychic deliberately arranged this, hoping the chaos would make it easy for them to sneak the painting away. Lu Xin suddenly recalls something. Is it that Qinran guy again? Yes, it is. At this point, we can confirm that an outer city psychic has triggered this massive chaos in Satellite City number 2. The only thing we can do right now is our absolute best to resolve this before more people end up dead. Lu Xin quickly pulls little 17 down from his back and tells her the distance is too great. Let us split up for now. And with that, they quickly split up. Holding a small flower vase in his hand, he immediately hurls himself directly toward the man standing on the edge over there. I love you. Down you go. On her side, little 17 giggles happily. Big brother, see how good I am? Doing this will successfully prevent them from jumping down ever again. But right now, both of their bodies are completely tied together in a tight bind. Lu Xin holds his forehead quite helplessly. Stop playing around. Although the little girl is a bit upset, she still uses her hands to separate them. Lu Xin quickly assesses the situation. Both of them seem completely unharmed. How on earth did his little sister actually pull that off? All right. Before he can even finish speaking, he suddenly senses something is off. Wait, what is happening here? Right in front of him, a massive crowd has suddenly gathered, staring directly in his direction. In an instant, they all throw themselves off the edge. He quickly reports to Han Bing, I saw many others on the nearby rooftops, but I could not reach them in time. Han Bing is also quite shocked by this tragic sight, but she quickly tries to comfort her teammate. Our human capabilities have their limits. Don't blame yourself. But Lu Xin just stands there, staring at the scene in absolute silence. Beside him, the kid worriedly asks what's wrong, but his mind is still heavy with deep thoughts. Save who you can, and if you can't, it's simply beyond your limits. He understands the logic perfectly. After all, the orphanage director had said the exact same thing, but watching so many helpless people face certain death is agonizing. But wait, right at that moment, the chop of a helicopter echoes above. A helicopter is flying straight toward their position. High up inside the cabin, the figure of a young girl appears. Doll appears with a soft smile on her lips. Instantly, countless red rose petals start drifting through the air. Everyone gasps at how gorgeous she is. Staring down from above, her beauty is completely hypnotic. People below are instantly shouting that they want to love and possess her. Even Lu Xin, standing under the shower of petals, can't help but blush. Xiao Shiqi suddenly gasps beside him, calling her beautiful. Lu Xin quickly glances over at her. Does she like her too? But somehow, the kid is already dreaming up some absolutely terrifying thoughts. Lu Xin honestly cannot understand this little girl's logic, letting out a sigh as he asks, who is she? Hearing them, Han Bing smiles on the other end of the line. It is Doll that is so great. She must have completely cleaned up the pollution in the main city and come over here to back us up. Then, he recalls what Gecko said before. So it is her. Gecko seemed to have mentioned her once. Han Bing carefully warns him from the other end, do not keep staring at Doll, especially her eyes, or your mind will get pretty badly warped by her. Wait, here is the creepy part. Irreversible changes? What is that supposed to mean? The girl on the line continues, if you stare directly at Wawa for more than 3 minutes, or even just lock eyes with her, you'll fall completely, hopelessly in love. If you stare at Wawa for over 5 minutes, or even spend just an hour within 10 meters of her, by then, you'll start feeling like Wawa doesn't belong to this world, that this place is just too filthy and unworthy of her, and she shouldn't be here. Looking down, Lu Xin notices she's about to leave. Suddenly, the crowd only has one thought: she's leaving. We have to chase her. The people behind him suddenly let go of the ledge, rushing down from the rooftop. This leaves Lu Xin pretty confused. Wait, did they all just suddenly stop loving? What on earth is wrong with them? Over the communicator, Han Bing smiles and replies that Wawa actually just saved their lives. Simply by looking at Wawa, these people have already fallen under her massive field of influence. It completely warps their attention and emotions. Honestly, they don't want to die anymore. They just want to get as close to Wawa as possible. Baihu, have you reached the South City yet? The danger over at the Wanqi Mall has officially been dealt with. Right now, 3 danger zones still remain: Tianshui Square, the Qinggang Great Bridge, and that old abandoned textile factory. With a contamination breaking out in Qingyan, he and Wawa can luckily rush over to provide immediate backup. All right. Lu Xin quickly catches up to Wawa and tells her head to Tianshui Square. Qingya Bridge is closer for me to run to, and besides, you can fly anyway. Wawa just looks back at him without saying a single word. But then she actually nods and gives a soft reply, okay. Hearing this over the comms, Han Bing is completely stunned. Did Wawa actually just speak to him? Right at the center of the contamination zone are the Wanqi Mall and Pengel Road. 10 minutes ago, the Security Bureau and City Patrol arrived at Qingya Bridge, setting up a blockade to stop the contamination from spreading further. But they just received an urgent update: the number of infected is skyrocketing, already hitting a critical level. By this point, Lu Xin has finally made it here. They are ordered to hold their fire, but the blockade is barely holding. And looking down from above, man, you can already see them starting to mutate. Then he glances at the little girl beside him and softly asks, "Are you tired yet?" But little 17 just replies with pure pride, "Sure I am. But do I not still have to help you work?" Over on the other end, Han Bing thinks he is asking her, so she quickly chimes in, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Danbing, but you are the ones doing the hard work." Hearing this, Lu Xin can only manage to give a slightly awkward grunt in response. After that, he and his sister quickly soar up into the sky. The infected below are massive in number, but their movements are still pretty sluggish. They can still be saved, but the real issue is finding a way to make this entire crowd lose their ability to move all at once. Just then, he suddenly realizes something is very wrong. He has somehow slipped into a completely bizarre state of existence. Did I just cross over into another world? An old man is walking right toward me, shouting out that he is so happy. Right next to them, a couple is hugging tightly. Come on, let us go. Let us follow them once again. Lu Xin suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of dread. What on earth is all this? And his sister has completely vanished. Han Bing senses something is wrong from her end and yells out, "Dan Bing, what is going on over there? I accidentally ended up in a really bizarre place. Can you see it?" But she replies that everything looks completely normal to her. The vibe here, before he can even finish, an old man walks up to him and asks, "Young man, you are not contaminated, so why are you in my world?" "I just met a bald, middle-aged man," he says. Han Bing hears this description and immediately has a pretty good guess. Could it be Zhu Gui? Lu Xin introduces himself as Dan Bing from Satellite City 2, and the old man realizes they are colleagues. The old man keeps talking, explaining he came from Satellite City 4 and that the situation here is already fully under control. As long as these people run out of this area, they will definitely fall right into the range of my special power. And once they step inside, they can forget about escaping. They will not even be allowed to die. You are an ability user too, so why on earth did you run into this place? Lu Xin asks him in confusion, "Shouldn't you be the one telling me why?" The old man snaps back, "If I knew, why would I ask? This is truly bizarre." Just like that, he seems to snap back to the real world. The old man is gone, replaced by a young ponytail girl holding a beer can. She looks at him and says, "The mental field I use is only supposed to pull in ordinary people." Lu Xin is completely blown away, admitting he never expected such a unique ability to actually exist. Zhu Gui just waves her hand and tells him, "All right, kid, head somewhere else. I have got this place covered, so do not worry." But why is his colleague a young girl? And wait, is that thermos in her hand actually filled with hard liquor? As he stares at the girl in disbelief, a sudden, sharp pain shoots up from the bottom of his leg. He looks down and finds Xiao Shiqi sinking her teeth right into his leg. "Ouch! Sister, what on earth are you doing?" He lifts Xiao Shiqi up, and she happily explains she was just trying to wake him up from his daze. Guess that bite came a bit too late then. Lu Xin immediately asks what her deal is. Han Bing explains that Zhu Gui is actually just an 18-year-old student. Sitting nearby, Tai Kui suddenly blurts out in total shock. What, did it cross 10,000? Han Bing keeps explaining that Zhu Gui manifests in a bizarre way that even she cannot fully explain or block. Deep down, her mind genuinely believes she is actually a 60-year-old uncle. So, whenever she uses her power, she drags everyone nearby right into that fake, distorted illusion. Because of that, we always see her as a middle-aged uncle instead of her real self. Lu Xun cannot help but sigh to himself. From the insanely beautiful Wawa to this bizarre ponytail uncle, you have to admit his colleagues all have some serious mental issues. Han Bing reports that since Zhu Gui reached the Qinggang Great Bridge, this area should be completely safe for now. As for Nangxiang, out of those 4 major contamination sources, Dan Bing has already cleared one, while Zhu Gui managed to secure another area. Wawa took care of Tianshui Square. Right now, she is rushing to the 4th location and will arrive in 5 minutes. But bad news just came in. One zone is still completely out of control, the Nanxiang location where Bai Hu is. Things are getting incredibly desperate. Without wasting a second, Lu Xun and his sister rush toward that direction as he asks about the current situation in Nangxiang. Chief Chen reported that the painting was stolen, forcing Satellite City 2 into lockdown as people are actively trying to breach the city walls. 20 minutes later, a massive crowd started swarming the southern wall, with frantic citizens even trying to scale it like a wild riot. Beside them, Ti Kui sighs and snaps, "What are you crying for?" Meanwhile, Lu Xun keeps listening closely to the incoming reports. A massive crowd is currently charging toward the southern sector, which happens to be the exact area where Miss Xiaolu's orphanage is located. Han Bing warns that they still do not know if a mental contamination has broken out there yet. Lu Xun tells her he is on his way, then immediately spots a parked car nearby that he can quickly jump into to drive off. "Sister, rest up for a bit. We are taking the car." Their car tears down the wide city streets, heading straight into the eerie, dead silence of the abandoned roads. But just from the atmosphere around him, he could tell something was seriously off. Suddenly, he looks up and spots a massive crowd of people lined up in a long queue right in front of the wall. What on earth is happening here? It looks like they are all subconsciously facing towards that giant wall. High above them, Gecko quickly waves down at him, "Hey brother, I am over here, hurry up and climb." From below, Lu Xun quickly gestures to Gecko and whispers, "Little sister, let us go up there." "Sure thing, big brother." In the blink of an eye, he leaps right up onto that high wall, making the guards nearby shake with fear. Gecko waves and greets him, "Brother, you finally made it. We saw you earlier. And man, the way you were riding that motorcycle looked like a total joke." Lu Xun completely ignores his comment, flashing his official ID badge to introduce himself. "Special Action Team, codename Single Soldier, reporting here for rescue duty." Gecko just points down below, a very complicated look painted all over his face. "Just watch this. The situation here gets incredibly bizarre. I have seen people cry before, and I have cried myself. Especially when the security bureau first pointed loaded guns at my head, I bawled my eyes out back then. But look down there, have you ever seen over 10,000 people staring right at us while weeping? Below them, a massive crowd with bloodshot eyes is sobbing in the most heartbreaking way. Lu Xun is stunned by the sight, wondering what on earth is going on. Hearing him, Gecko can only reply with a heavy sigh, "I do not know either. I came here for backup, expecting a tough fight against some crazy pollution source. But who would have guessed we would walk into a scene like this?" They are just standing there completely motionless, and being stared at like this makes me want to cry too. I even scanned the area earlier, but found absolutely nothing. Lu Xun vaguely recalls his own past, thinking about the crowds he had seen back then. But those groups could never compare to this crowd. Han Bing speaks up through the earpiece, "I advise against making any rash moves. Under the influence of some mysterious, unknown force, the people gathering near the southern wall are all silently shedding tears. No threats yet against the staff up on the wall, but we cannot lower our guard. Right now, we simply cannot evaluate them. They have clear mental energy but refuse to communicate, negotiate, or even react to threats. There is still no sign of any core trigger or underlying logical control." Gecko groans when he hears this, "So we know absolutely nothing, and we are just going to stand here? Can we use mass sedatives on them?" Sitting to the side, Ti Kui snaps back angrily, "Why do you not just knock yourself out instead?" Gecko immediately starts flirting again, "I do not need to pass out. You have already completely stolen my soul." Tai Kui shuts him down with her usual line, "I already have a child." Gecko is completely head over heels. "I do not care. Even if your kid is 20 years old and weighs 300 pounds, I am still in, having no choice but to ignore them. Han Bing chimes in. Single soldier, do you see anything? I do not see a single thing. Can we request that girl, Doll, to come over? Still no news from her yet? We cannot call Doll in for backup, and we do not recommend sending her here anyway. No matter how incredibly powerful Doll is, she still cannot control her own radius of influence. If she comes to the scene, she might not even affect them, and there is a high chance everyone here could suddenly undergo a forced mutation. So right now, investigating the logical trigger is top priority. Lu Xun agrees that makes sense. Seeing him prepare to leave, Gecko asks, what are you planning to do? We cannot just stand here forever. So I am heading down to investigate. You can clearly see his worry, as he warns him that heading down there is extremely dangerous. Lu Xun calmly replies, it is fine. After all, I am getting paid for this. Watching him slowly head down, Gecko is utterly speechless. Is this really just about the money? Brother, you are definitely destined for greatness. Smiling, before he drops down, Lu Xun replies, no way, but I will definitely get promoted faster than you. Beside him, little 17 giggles, brother, you are about to do something stupid. The little girl then leaps straight onto his back. Oh my, I am so tired today. You must carry me and buy me toys. All right, he agrees, and with a swift motion, leaps down right beside the massive crowd below. But from beginning to end, none of them make even a single movement. Lu Xun whispers, it is incredibly quiet, with only the sound of their faint breathing. I can tell they are alive, but they are not showing any real movement. He carefully walks up to a pink-haired girl and waves his hand, reporting, I am about to make direct contact with one of them to closely observe their reaction. Suddenly, the girl seems to react differently, turning her bloodshot eyes to look straight at him, and her expression is absolutely terrifying. Han Bing, sitting on the other side of the line, sees the girl's face and is instantly shocked. Over the comms, Lu Xun's voice crackled through. The target I am testing is an adult woman. She looks to be over 20. She is reacting to my movements. Now, watch this. I will try to make her fall. In the blink of an eye, he sweeps her legs, sending her crashing down. Caught completely off guard, her heavy fall makes a loud scene, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Xun quickly scans the area, muttering that it is perfect because they are all turning to look at him. The test results are actually quite ideal. Watching from above, Baihu is just as confused as we are. What is Lu Xun even doing? Did he go down to investigate? Or to see how much it takes to make her attack? Tai Kui stands nearby, feeling like their teammate is being completely useless. Stop standing there laughing at him while he is trying to investigate. Or why do you not go down yourself? Mr. Dan Bing, what are you doing? Lu Xun looks up to reply. Aside from looking directly at me, that woman did not show any other reaction. I feel like further testing will only knock her out, and we do not need that. Right now, I will try to blend in first. Han Bing replies with extreme caution, blend in? Lu Xun patiently explains his reasoning. If both our special checking methods and visual observations have failed to uncover anything at all, then blending in with them to truly feel the environment seems quite logical, does it not? Han Bing carefully considers this and replies, indeed, we cannot locate the pollution source through standard testing. Perhaps this pollution source is hiding exceptionally well, or maybe it is a brand new contamination method. If this pollution only targets ordinary people, then ability users like us will not notice it. In that case, even if you try to blend in, it might not do any good. Lu Xun speaks up, so only ordinary folks can perceive it? Then I should probably try. Honestly, I have always felt like an ordinary person myself. On the other end, Han Bing is utterly speechless. Dan Bing calling himself an ordinary guy? High above, Baihu yells down, hey, brother, but he does not answer, standing there in silent thought. Some mysterious power must be affecting them. That is why they are all reacting identically. So, blending in with these people to directly experience that mysterious power and pinpoint where it is coming from is the absolute key to solving this. Meanwhile, up above, Baihu is still frantically waving his hands and yelling seriously. What on earth are you trying to do down there? Does he think our chances of winning are so low that he is joining the enemy? You have to admit, that would be crazy. But honestly, I have never seen anyone investigate a case in such a bizarre way. Is he trying some brand new training method? On the other end, Tai Kui replies, I just went through his profile. He is indeed undergoing special pollution and psychic nerve training, but so far, he has only been at it for less than a single week. In other words, aside from basic lessons on how pollution sources are classified and how the compensation or subsidy rates differ, He has not actually started any of the real training yet. Hearing this, Baihu pauses to think. Did you say subsidies and compensation? From the little I know about him, that is probably more than enough. Meanwhile, down below, he is doing his best to blend right in with the crowd. An hour later, Lu Xin stands in the crowd, starting to feel like an idiot. Oh man, I am so sleepy. No, this is not right. Something is definitely off here. Why can a totally ordinary guy with normal strength like myself not feel a single thing? Maybe it is because you are standing next to me, affecting my senses. Want to step away? Standing right beside him, little 17 asks worriedly if I leave. Will they not eat you? Lu Xin chuckles. Do not go too far. The moment you sense anything strange, run back. Then, you have to compensate me. I want a huge toy that cries, talks, and is alive. Lu Xin gently scolds her. But you must look closely, or nobody will buy you toys. The little girl quickly turns and walks away, shouting it is a deal. Lu Xin closes his eyes to focus. Next, he absolutely must relax his entire body. He needs to be like a single drop of water silently falling into a calm pond, making everything ripple. Standing in the crowd like a detached outsider, Lu Xin quietly feels everything around him. Slowly, it seems he can hear a faint sound. It makes him dizzy, until finally, he starts to realize. Surprisingly, it turns out to be a child crying. The kid is sobbing loudly, screaming over and over for them to stop. Yet, right in front of him, a crowd of doctors stands surrounding him. Now it is a little boy hiding in the corner, shivering as he curls up tight, whimpering out for them to stop. Facing those terrifying doctors, all the poor kid can do is beg them to stop. From start to finish, the boy just weeps in pure agony, screaming no. And now, he can feel that strangely familiar spatial energy. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out right beside him, "Brother, you are crying." 17 appears, clinging to his leg like a sweet little sister. Lu Xin quickly wipes away those sudden tears. "No, I am not," he says. Then, he quickly reports to the other end, "I have found traces of the pollution. Get ready." On the line, Han Bing asks what it looks like. It is a crying sound. A little boy crying is incredibly tough to detect. But once you hear it, an overwhelming sadness washes over you, bringing on vivid hallucinations. This entire crowd might have already been heavily affected. My guess is the source is a little boy hiding right among these people. Han Bing, monitoring the situation through the feed, replies that she got it and will alert the investigation team right away. Hold off on sending them in. They probably cannot handle this kind of threat. The investigation team is fully suited up in hazmat gear, which dulls their senses. Their chances of actually spotting this source are extremely low. If they remove their helmets, the crying will infect them instantly, turning them into weeping husks. Honestly, the planning behind this setup is just brilliant. This feels way too similar to special pollution source number 72, the one that died in the apartment before. But this one is far stronger and much harder to detect. Is this just a wild coincidence? Or was that special pollution source 72 actually just an experiment? Watching from above, Baihu asks what he is doing now. He Kui smiles, answering that according to the comms officer of Shanbing, the rookie has already picked up traces of the pollution. Right now, he is tracking down the root of this corruption. Seriously, is that even possible? Is this guy some kind of walking human radar? Hearing this, Kui snaps back, telling him to shut up, stay alert, and guard his blind spots from danger. Baihu slowly pops open his case to grab his rifle, muttering that he gets it, but really wants to know if the assistant of Shanbing is hot. Kui flatly replies that she is the absolute prettiest girl in their analysis unit, so he can figure it out. Oh, wow. Does that mean she is still single? Well, technically speaking, she is still basically just a kid. Grinning ear to ear, Baihu says that makes him feel much better, then aims his rifle forward, adding he even put on a scope for extra stability. Down below, Lu Xin has closed in on someone radiating a bizarre, unsettling aura. Found him. This is the one. But wait, looking closer, this target looks exactly like Chinran. He quickly reports back, confirming he has localized the source and is ready to take it down whenever they say. Han Bing immediately responds, analyzing target data and advising Shan Bing to back off for now while keeping his guard up. Obedient as always, Lu Xin begins to slowly back away from the target. Suddenly, the target undergoes a terrifying transformation as his skull splits right open, revealing a bizarre, metallic robotic brain hidden inside. The ring shoots up into the air, detaching itself completely from the head of the target. Stunned, Lu Xin reports that it is not a boy at all, just a machine playing a crying sound. To think a child's cries were pre-recorded like this? What on earth is going on? Han Bing shouts a warning over the comms, telling him to watch out because that is a product of the Science and Technology Church. The machine begins to drone out, detecting an approaching aberrant target, initiating phase 2 of the experiment early. Immediately, its entire structure shifts, blasting out a powerful radio wave so intense that everyone around instantly falls under its influence. Meanwhile, 30 miles outside of Qinggang City, on the rooftop of a massive building in the abandoned ruins, 3 people are sitting around a small table casually playing cards. Shockingly, one of them is Qin Ran, while the parents smoke cigarettes, throwing down a pair of twos. Sitting right there with them, a little kid wearing a robotic head drops a massive card bomb. Qin Ran just sits there, asking if they are seriously doing this. The robot kid throws down another hand, sending 4 aces flying into the air, before happily gesturing that he has only 1 card left. Wait, how did the guy right in front of him actually bust his hand first? Qin Ran sits nearby, cracking up at the sight. Still, the stubborn guy refuses to back down, shouting, "Absolutely no way. No way." Once again, I am claiming the landlord role. But Qin Ran suddenly stands up right then, saying, "No more." According to the Night Order rules, we can officially confirm that our mental logic is working totally fine now. Qin Ran quickly pulls out his phone to check something, then turns around to stare off in one direction. It seems to have started already. The crow-masked figure standing behind him speaks up. It is a bit earlier than planned. Maybe someone spotted us. After all, Qinggang City has quite a few ability users running around. Qin Ran speaks seriously. But right now, the number of people gathered there is probably enough for the experiment. All 3 of them flash a sinister smile. Things are going quite smoothly for us. That giant sphere seems to be controlled by this little robot boy. We completed the painting commission, which is the latest tech product straight from the Church of Science and Technology. That should be enough to help us out. The key part is recording the test data for tens of thousands of mental pollution bombs. This crying kid is finally ready to be handed over to them. So, we already checked off 2 of our 3 missions. The only real pity is that the escape lab was accidentally destroyed by someone. Hearing this, the crow-masked man just smiles and replies, "You cannot blame me for that, since my puppets are only used to connect with our boss's mission." Qin Ran stands out front and says, "Let it go. Our main priority is still the painting. Plus, getting 2 out of 3 done and escaping is pretty great. Qinggang City is definitely not as simple as we think. Greedy pigs always get sent to the dinner table first. Pack your things, record the bomb count, and let us get the hell out." Meanwhile, that massive sphere is being activated, sending a strange wave of energy straight toward the crowd. Lu Xun instantly raises his guard, sensing extreme danger. What on earth is even going on here? He looks over at the bystanders and gasps. Their actual souls are slowly being ripped right out of their bodies. That cursed sphere is starting to unleash something incredibly bizarre and terrifying. Get ready. Massive mental anomalies are detected as the victims are fused into one horribly grotesque body. A grotesque monster with multiple heads and limbs emerges, roaring viciously right at them. All units on high alert. A mental monster has manifested near the south wall of Satellite City number 2. We suspect the Church of Science and Technology is behind this. Up above, Bihu mutters that the real culprits are finally showing themselves. I am not scared of it being vicious, only of it running away. Linda, can I use special ammo? In emergencies, just fire them without asking me. Bihu chuckles at her response, saying, I am not asking for permission. Just letting you know I am unloading the special rounds right now. Make sure you watch closely. This is going to look awesome. Lu Xun stands below, watching the creature lose its mind. Mr. Individual Soldier, the spiritual monster is fully active. Immediate elimination is highly recommended. Copy that. 17 stands nearby with a wide grin, saying, Big brother, looks like you need my help. The 2 of them quickly lock hands, ready to strike. Holding his little sister tight on his back, Lu Xun smiles and says, we need to take down this mental monster first. Down below, the hideous beast continues to ravenously devour the souls of innocent bystanders. In a flash, he reappears right behind the beast, using his absolute brute force to rip its entire body completely to pieces, shredding it in an instant. However, immediately after being torn apart, the pieces split into separate creatures. Lu Xun did not expect this at all. The damn thing actually split into 2 separate beasts. Up high, Bihu yells out, bro, I will take the left one, and Lu Xun agrees. Bihu smirks from his high vantage point, yelling, let us go, baby. He fires off that special bullet in a flash. Instantly, a massive burst of heat incinerates the entire monster to ash. Job done. Bihu grins with absolute pride. These plasma rounds from the Eclipse Research Institute are amazing, but it is a real shame we cannot request them more often. Linda turns around and asks, I fired twice. Can I restock those 2 rounds? Taikui deadpans back. Do not try acting cute with me. Are a newbie and a minor trying to scam some subsidies? Overhearing this, Lu Xin blushes and mutters, who is an underage girl here anyway? But yeah, spider types really do love using big guns. Too bad his little sister is not a fan. 17 sits there giggling, saying, I just do not like it. Meanwhile, Lu Xin swiftly shreds the remaining beast to absolute pieces on his side. In the blink of an eye, they vanish into thin air, only to scatter across the area, to harvest even more helpless souls. Within seconds, they find themselves dragged right back into that terrifying vortex once again. That is when Lu Xin senses something is terribly wrong, prompting Han Bing to ask through the comms, what is happening? Mr. Dan Bing? Lu Xin voices his darkest suspicion. Why is this monster constantly growing? It feels like it is devouring the spiritual energy of everyone nearby. And right on cue, the grotesque creatures on screen really are expanding, swelling larger by the second. From high above, Bihu checks his scanners and warns them the energy levels are spiking like crazy. Meanwhile, the 2 siblings decide to rip that hideous thing right down the middle. The rift behind it slowly closes. And look at that. This monster actually keeps fusing together, with no sign of stopping. Han Bing is completely caught off guard. If it continues absorbing the mental energy of the crowd beneath the high wall to fuse, then that means Bud Taikui, sitting nearby, quickly interrupts, that is physically impossible. No mental monster should be capable of merging the spiritual power of others at such a ridiculous speed. Even if the source of pollution reached Class A, a stunt like this is totally impossible. Bai Hu chimes in, it is tech from the Science and Technology Church, after all, so some weirdness is expected. But we better find the root cause fast. I have a really bad feeling about this. In a flash, Lu Xin charges forward, unleashing his monstrous physical strength to rip the creature completely apart. Yet, as if stuck in some endless loop, it just keeps vacuuming up countless wandering spirits from all around. Immediately after, the colossal beast lets out a series of terrifying, blood-curdling roars. Everything is rapidly absorbed, spiritual size hitting 300, then 500, and suddenly skyrocketing to 1,000. Inside the earpiece, an alarm blares out. We have a massive problem. The spiritual mass of this psychic monster has already surged past 2,000. Given that an ordinary human averages only 10 spiritual points, the combined power of the crowd beneath the wall has already surpassed 10,000. A psychic beast of this magnitude easily qualifies as a catastrophic Class B threat. Is there no other way? The 2 siblings keep tearing the beast apart while firing high-power rounds, but it is just not enough. Are we completely out of options? Damn it, even after taking a barrage of heavy gunfire, this thing keeps ballooning. Up above, Baihu yells down that they have officially run out of specially made ammo. Has anyone figured out a solution yet? On the other side of the comms, Han Bing and Tai Kui are scrambling. I already sent an emergency distress call to headquarters for backup, but it is not going to do much. Right now, the only way to stop this colossal beast is to separate it from the crowd. So, whether headquarters sends help or we handle this ourselves, the immediate task is exactly the same. Besides, by the time their backup actually gets here, it will probably be way too late anyway. Baihu stares at the towering abomination looming in front of him and curses under his breath. Damn it, what is the worst-case scenario here? Tai Kui speaks up from her end. As of right now, this monster is not showing high aggression or severe pollution traits. It is just devouring everything, and there is a very high chance it is linked to the Genesis Science and Technology Church. Because of that, I highly suspect it was designed for a final, self-destructing purpose, a walking, radioactively charged psychic bomb. Once that spiritual blast hits 10,000 points, it will wipe out every living thing within a 10-kilometer radius, and possibly even scramble the satellites above. Lu Xin never expected things to get this bad. Because of that, Tai Kui hesitates before speaking. Our only option is to execute everyone who has been contaminated. Hearing those ruthless words, Lu Xin suddenly falls into a deep, heavy silence. On one side, we have nearly 1 million people in the satellite city, and on the other, the infected. The choice seems brutal, doesn't it? But is massacring everyone here really the right call? Up on the command deck, The high-ranking officers overhear the proposal and immediately gasp in utter shock. What did you say? We have to wipe them all out? How is that even possible? Han Bing speaks through the comms. Dan Bing, headquarters wants you to abort this mission and withdraw immediately. Lu Xun stands his ground, answering calmly, no, I am not backing down. All of you need to evacuate now. Hearing this, everyone on the channel freezes in absolute shock. What? Lu Xun repeats his warning, his voice cold and serious. I need everyone to get as far away from here as possible. Do not come near me, and do not try to look at me under any circumstances, not even through the cameras, because it will be extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Han Bing replies, we need to report this to leadership first. Lu Xun calmly tells her to make it quick. Right after, a bright red emergency flash pops up on screen, laying out a complete breakdown of their current situation. Han Bing continues with the update, reporting that the weeping crowd situation near the high wall of Satellite City number 2 just took a brand new turn. A massive psychic monster has finally surfaced. Single Soldier, the special operative of Satellite City number 2, is demanding that all on-site personnel evacuate immediately so he can handle this whole mess completely alone. No investigations, no approaching the target, and absolutely no recording. He is asking for official orders. On the other side of the comms, inside a damaged building, Chen Jing listens closely to this transmission, despite nursing her own painful injuries. Did Single Soldier really ask for this? What on earth is that kid trying to pull? Back at headquarters, Minister Shen of the Qinggang Defense Department slams his desk and yells in absolute fury. What in the world is this lunatic thinking? This is the absolute latest intel we have gathered from our investigation into the Red Moon orphanage bombing that happened exactly 10 years ago. Since too much time has passed, our progress is pretty slow, but a few details are starting to surface. Regarding the tragedy 10 years ago, Single Soldier was flat out lying. Professor Bai, director of the Qinggang Special Pollution Source Research Institute, stares at the newly delivered document. Should we actually listen to Single Soldier and pull all our forces out? Awaiting your orders. Professor Bai casually drops the file onto his desk and gives a very calm response. Permission granted. Over on the front lines, Chen Jing receives the query and immediately responds. I trust Single Soldier. Pull them back. An aide standing right next to Minister Shen adds, whatever Single Soldier is planning, it can't possibly make things any worse than our backup plan of dropping a heavy bomb right onto the city. Besides, with the civilian body count rapidly climbing by the second, Minister Shen really has no other options left. I approve his request. However, the heavy strike forces must remain on high alert, fully prepared to eliminate any threat at a moment's notice. Over on the battlefield, Lu Xun finally gets the green light. Headquarters approve the request. All local guards and special tactical squads are initiating a full tactical retreat right now. Han Bing quickly executes the order, but not before earnestly warning Single Soldier to stay safe. Lu Xun slowly unclips the tactical camera from his collar, responding with a simple, quiet nod to confirm he got it. Wait, watch closely. His entire presence shifts as that giant monster starts to move. Up above, Little 17 is clawing like mad, trying to tear that colossal beast to shreds. With a cold, mocking smirk on his lips and a dark aura radiating from his body, Lu Xun looks up and speaks, Hey, sis, feeling a bit helpless against this big guy? Hearing her brother's voice from behind, the little girl immediately spins around and cries out, Big brother? Under the ominous glow of the crimson moon, something strange seems to be happening back at their cozy family apartment. Inside, his father is violently thrashing and screaming, Damn it, let me out of here, while his mother gently glides over with a sweet smile, asking, What do you want to do, son? Lu Xun gives a calm, flat reply, I need to put that monster down. Then, I'm going to track down the people responsible, ask them why they did it, and once they answer, I'll take care of them too. You won't stop me, will you? She just smiles. Of course not. You silly boy, I completely support you. Turning back to face the street, he mutters, That's good. Thanks, Mom. But from behind him, she softly inquires, Is there anyone else you want to deal with? Besides that giant monster, Lu Xun quietly answers, No one else. Yet, she simply chuckles, Oh, but there is. I know you've been secretly wanting to let him out. While his father continues to throw a screaming fit inside their home, she warns him that once that other guy breaks free, the list of targets might be far longer than he thinks. Like every single survivor left in this area, or even everyone in this entire satellite city. Lu Xun looks back with a very serious expression. So, what do you think I should do, Mom? And honestly, this next question is a real kicker. Do you actually trust your own family? Hearing this, he genuinely hesitates. After all, they just suddenly showed up out of nowhere right after the orphanage was destroyed, acting as if they had always been by his side. They all have some pretty terrible habits, constantly egging him on to commit awful deeds, and it seems like every single one of them is keeping secrets from him. On top of that, they are all insanely powerful, leaving him as the only normal person in the house. With a bizarre family like this, how is he supposed to blindly trust them? Stepping right in front of him, his mother calmly continues. You always claim that you are just a normal guy, but have you ever noticed that even when you step inside someone else's psychic zone, your mind remains completely untouched? You can hear the weeping that only normal humans can hear. Is it because your brainwaves are actually as low as an ordinary person's? Or is it because your level is far beyond any other psychic user? After all, you have always just borrowed your little sister's power. But have you ever actually thought about letting your little sister borrow your power? Sure, your sister is a bit mischievous, a bit ugly, and kind of weird, but she is still deeply attached to you. Yet, you always guard against her, worrying she might turn bad. Do you choose to trust her? Lucien falls silent hearing this. His mother looks at him and says, I trust you, and I trust your sister too. Lu Xin smiles warmly. Hey, little sister, did you not always want a toy to play with? What if I give you that one? Looking up, she calls him brother before leaping straight forward with a joyful laugh, completely wrapping her arms around his body in a flash, standing right behind them. His mother says happily, now that is more like it. Clinging to his back. 17 cheers. Thank you, big brother, for giving me such a massive toy. Meanwhile, the giant monster lets out a series of incredibly bizarre, echoing shrieks. Over on the side, Bihu suddenly yells out, I can feel it. Right now, Lu Xin is absolutely hammering that giant monster, sending shockwaves through the air. Look at his eyes, he is going totally wild. Hearing this, Han Bing and Tai Shui immediately begin whispering to each other. A mental distortion field carries the absolute most terrifying area of effect imaginable. Any ordinary person caught inside it instantly goes insane or turns completely brain dead. Even gifted individuals get overwhelmed instantly if the mental power gap is too wide, sending them spiraling completely out of control. Bihu mutters, he better not lose it, because I really do not want to put down an out-of-control ally. You recruited me to save people, not to fight my own teammates if they go rogue. By now, Lu Xin has successfully latched onto the monster, twisting its entire structure. Brother Dan Bing does not seem like a bragger. But how on earth is he going to defeat that psychic giant? Too massive to die. What can a spider type even do here? Lu Xin closely observes the towering behemoth. So, that is it. His sister is actively warping the psychic monster. This is not some standard power. It is pure, toxic pollution. The creature actually swings its colossal arm, preparing to smash right down on the little girl. In a flash, its massive fist slams down, but she completely dodges the blow. 17 laughs, darting around at lightning speed. Haha, this is so much fun. Lu Xin watches in shock. What is it doing? Its body seems to be tearing itself apart. Massive energy suddenly erupts. Lu Xin stares up from below. Is this psychic monster actually ripping off its own infected parts? As the beast prepares to strike, his mother stands there waiting with a cold stare. Come on, kid. Facing her, the beast freezes in absolute terror before suddenly bending over to bite its own flesh. Standing atop the giant creature next to his sister, Lu Xin watches her as she calls out, big brother. Look, I took control of its split-off part and scared it half to death. This thing is so dumb. Leaping onto the enemy's head, she giggles, brother. Let's play together. Just look at this absolute madness. Two giant beasts clashing under their control. They smile, let's go. And just like that, an epic battle erupts in the wasteland outside the city. Qin Ren stares at his phone screen in disbelief. Something is not quite right here. We have not even hit the target mental level yet, so why is the data fluctuating? The masked subordinate tries to calm him down. It is just a routine bomb test. Boss. Qin Ren glares back. Keep watching then. But after this, we cut all ties for good. Hearing this, the man just smiles. You are worrying too much, boss. No psychic on Earth can stop a mental bomb once it goes off. And then, he quickly takes control of someone standing right inside that massive crowd of entities. One man turns to watch the colossal battle between the two monsters, while nearby, a camera slowly slides into view. Gripping his camera to record everything, he whispers, this is absolutely spectacular. Meanwhile, from far away, a massive telescope aims straight at them. A short-haired girl peers through the lens and barks, broadcast this news immediately. And watching from the shadows, Another mysterious woman silently observes the entire chaos unfold. They're definitely using some kind of trick here, so he starts channeling his power to examine the southern wall. Meanwhile, his mother stands on this side, sensing absolutely everything. She calmly picks up her sharp scissors, letting out a truly beautiful, chilling smile. Naughty children who do not listen must be punished. With one swift snip of those scissors, she cuts right through something unseen. The reporter's camera completely shatters in his hands, leaving him utterly confused and unable to understand what just happened. What is going on over there? A voice urgently crackles through his earpiece. Yanshu, tell me what is happening. Yanshu, can you hear me? But the guy never gets a chance to answer, as his entire body gets blown to pieces. Over on Chen Qing's side, her binoculars are sliced perfectly in half, and even the clothes on her back are torn to shreds. She lets out a terrified gasp. What is this? But before she can finish, she gets sliced clean in half. Honestly, this whole scene is giving me chills. Meanwhile, the other woman is squinting through a scope to watch. She reports that Shanbing is actively fighting a massive swarm of psychic monsters. Their psychic level is way too high for me to get any closer, but something here feels extremely off. Shanbing does not even look human anymore. There seems to be a massive field of distorted psychic energy warping around him. Suddenly, her entire body stiffens up. The person on the other end of the line asks, "Keep talking, what do you mean distorted?" But she never gets the chance to answer, because in the blink of an eye, her body is sliced into pieces. Repeat my ass. Over with the crow-masked guy, he suddenly realizes that every single one of his puppet control strings has been sliced clean through. This cannot be right. The robot-headed guy next to him asks what is wrong, but he explains he has lost all connection with his puppets. It feels like our mental connection was completely severed by something incredibly powerful. Qin Ran hears this and asks seriously, "Which ones do you mean?" "Every single one of them." That sounds a bit too strange. Did they all just disconnect at once? Could it be that the distance is too far, and they went out of your control range? The crow-headed guy snaps back, "Absolutely impossible. My control range is 30 kilometers, and I have tested that limit so many times without any issues." Qin Ran stands right next to him and asks, "Did you see anything right before you lost connection?" He thinks for a moment and answers, "Each puppet has a completely different brain structure and level of mutation. Whenever I dive into a puppet body, I have to deal with a lot of mental chaos just to control them, which usually ends up causing some strange phantom noises. I do not know if it was just an illusion, but when I opened my eyes, it seemed like I saw a woman staring right at me and smiling." Hearing this, the robot-headed guy next to him scoffs, "Are you seriously hallucinating about women now?" Qin Ran stands in the middle, hears the report, and says, "All right, no point in waiting around. Let's pack up and retreat." "Boss, with data of this level, there is no guarantee we will even get paid for this mess." But the boss completely ignores his. The mission to record data on this psychic contamination bomb is officially a bust. How did things go so wrong? Qin Ran's boss calmly looks back and asks, "Do you want to know how I have survived for so long?" "It is simple. Even with all my power, I still maintain the cautious nature of a normal human being. When it is time to run, I never let greed take over." As he speaks, he taps the screen in front of him, showing the chaotic battle between the two siblings below. His little sister is incredibly powerful, and the monsters she infects seem to gain an even greater boost in combat strength. They are locked in a chaotic brawl, but the entity he controls is completely outmatched by his sister, left with no choice but to get ripped apart. Watching this horrific scene unfold, Lu Xin quickly calls out, "This is bad. That psychic monster is about to release its final wave of radiation." The creature's body begins to glow intensely. He frantically screams for his sister, but the little girl just gives him a mischievous smile, saying it is okay. Suddenly, he watches as she leaps high up into the air. Her body instantly splits apart, transforming into a bizarre form with long, writhing tentacles floating mid-air. Zhao Shiqi looks down at him, happily asking, "Big brother, look at this. Can you see how many of me there are now?" She then hurls her chaotic form forward, tightly wrapping herself around that massive monster. Lu Xin gets it now. She is using her own body to lock down that beast. Watching this just makes your stomach drop. She completely covers the giant, glowing sphere, looking back at him with a wide grin. "Big brother, look, I have got it locked down tight." Lu Xin clutches his chest, completely baffled. This is indeed his little sister's power, but why does it feel so incredibly painful? Why does his heart hurt so much? Meanwhile, over at the Fortress of the Three Knights, they are already preparing to escape using their ropes. A rope drops down from above. "Time to move." Qin Ran stares out at the distant sky. Things run pretty deep here in Qinggang City. Suddenly, he gets super tense, realizing something is very wrong. From far off, he can actually feel a woman's cold gaze locking onto this exact spot, staring directly right at him. Seriously, watch this. It is a terrifying vision of his mother holding sharp scissors, staring right back, with a chillingly beautiful smile. Oh, man. Bai-Hu can already see a massive explosion going off in the distance. He quickly grabs his binoculars to get a closer look at what just happened. The data is instantly sent over to Han Bing and Tai Shui on the other end, reporting that a section of Satellite City No. 2's southern wall is rapidly losing its mental radiation, with the levels dropping almost to zero. Requesting orders. Can we enter the area? Command cleared it. Bai-Hu. Move in and investigate right now. Understood. Tai Shui suddenly adds a quiet, be careful. Hearing this actually throws him off. Are you actually worrying about me? With a huge grin on his face, he heads out. Sure thing. Linda. On the other end, she gets a bit embarrassed and tells him to just shut up. By the time he reaches the scene, the entire area is already in total ruin. Bai-Hu waves his hand at Lu Xun, who is sitting quietly in the distance, and calls out, "Hey, brother," totally spooked. He picks up a small twig and pokes Lu Xun. "Are you all right?" Lu Xun turns his head slowly with a deadpan look, absolutely terrifying Bai-Hu. Then he casually says, "Oh, you are here. It is probably taken care of. Call in the support squad." Bai-Hu hesitates before asking, "Wait, what did you even do?" Lu Xun looks slightly downcast. "My earpiece broke, and I kind of smashed the sensor too. Headquarters won't make me pay for them, right? Well, if you don't go and honestly tell them you broke it, they probably won't charge you." Bai-Hu pauses, looking at the devastation all around them seriously. "Brother, what is with this massive crater?" Lu Xun calmly replies that mental monster suddenly blew up. "You know, just like a massive bomb." Bai-Hu glances at him, looking highly suspicious. "But how did you manage to contain an explosion like that in such a tiny area?" Zhao Shiqi clings to him, her eyes shining bright. "Big brother, was I amazing or what?" Lu Xun smiles to himself, knowing his little sister split her body into tiny pieces right before the blast, tightly wrapping herself around the monster in empty space. Talk about absolute next-level madness. Lu Xun calmly answers, "You just have to bundle up all that crazy explosive force and wrap it tightly to handle it. Can't everyone do that?" Beside him, Zhao Shiqi is still cheerfully chirping, "Big brother, was I super awesome?" Bai-Hu stares back in utter shock. Of course they can't. Lu Xun is about to give his usual excuse, but his partner cuts him off right away. "Brother, I get the rules, so this is definitely our own lack of skill, right?" "Exactly right." The support squad is finally entering the scene. High above, a helicopter is already flying in. "We have just gone through a massive case of food poisoning. Medical staff are rushing in right now, so everyone calm down and stay on the ground. Don't go running around. Otherwise, if they can't find you during treatment, you will have to suffer the consequences yourself." A voice whispers in his ear, "If you end up going to the hospital yourself, the bill will be at least a few hundred yuan." Lu Xun gives a somewhat forced smile. Whoever thought of this trick is pretty wicked. He looks down at his transceiver. "Is everything finally taken care of now?" Han Bing speaks calmly. "Pretty much. For now, the 4 major zones with special contamination inside Satellite City No. 2 have been brought under control. The support squads are currently setting up monitoring, and massive contamination event like this is quite rare, but thankfully we have run plenty of drills for it. Plus, with leaders from the other satellite cities arriving to support us, this whole operation went very smoothly. Nearby, rescue workers are still walking around searching. Is anyone still alive?" Lu Xun thinks it over. "This is still a victory, since we managed to save more than half of them. But what about the other half who died? All those killed by the roses, and the ones who stole the painting only to get caught in the heavy gunfire. How many people is that?" He speaks up, asking, "So, do we have any clues yet? Where did all this chaos even start?" Han Bing replies, "On the other end, experts are looking into it, but there is no official report yet. But based on current intelligence, this entire mess is definitely connected to the Church of Technology and that mysterious night order from the outskirts. Besides stealing the painting, they probably had another goal, and they might have already pulled it off." Lu Xun frowns immediately when he hears this. How could they kill so many innocent people just to achieve their own selfish goals? What is headquarters going to do about this? On the other end, Han Bing hesitates for a moment before replying. "Dealing with the Knights is the Defense Department's job. The city still has no idea how they will handle it. Even if they already left the satellite city, professional agents are still tracking them. Don't worry, Mr. Solo Soldier. I'll update you the second we get any news. We're taking this extremely seriously." After all, someone has to pay for all the innocent lives lost in this chaotic mess. Lu Xun sits there, gently patting the little girl's head. He agrees. With so many deaths, someone definitely has to pay, no matter who they are or where they try to run. Down below, his mother hears this, smiles up at him, and says, "Well said, but once you wrap up this job, make sure you come home early, okay? Your father is absolutely furious right now. I think it is about time we hold a major family meeting." Right after that, Lu Xun and Han Bing share a brief, pretty quiet conversation. "Mr. Solo Soldier, you should go back and get some rest now. I'll let you know if anything comes up later." "I got it. Thank you. Actually, I should be thanking you on behalf of all Qinggang. You are the one who protected ordinary folks like us. If you hadn't helped me, I couldn't have pulled any of this off." "No way. Not at all. I only helped with small things. You are the one who did all the heavy lifting." Mr. Solo Soldier. Gecko is sitting right nearby, and listening to their conversation makes him completely speechless. He walks straight over and asks, "Do you two honestly talk like this every single time?" "Of course we do. Is there something wrong with that?" Gecko flashes a sly grin and says, "Oh my god, of course it's wrong." Inside that twisted head of his, he is already imagining some highly inappropriate, wild stuff. Just look at how close Linda and I are when we talk. Now, that is what a real couple sounds like. I've got a gut feeling she'll be mine very soon. Oh, by the way, buddy, let me let you in on some highly confidential intel. And whose secret intel are we talking about here? Get this, it's about that totally dedicated little secretary of yours. Trust me, buddy, I did some digging for you. Your little secretary is a real beauty. Basically the flower of the intelligence analysis squad. Lu Xun finally catches on and asks, "Wait, you mean Han Bing? She isn't my secretary." "Honestly, her rank might even be higher than mine. How did you dig up all this info anyway?" Gecko replies cheerfully, "I asked Linda." "Of course. Hey, maybe you can ask Han Bing about Linda for me. You know, regarding the one thing I care about most." Lu Xun smiles and asks him back, "Are you talking about asking whether she has any kids?" "Not even close. I care way more about whether she actually weighs 300 pounds. Lu Xun is completely speechless. "All right, I'll see if I can ask." Meanwhile, back at Satellite City No. 2's guard station, they finally sit down for a massive feast. Everyone is holding a pen, busy scribbling away on some paperwork. They always have to fill out these annoying forms after every single mission. "You can just write whatever on this, but how exactly are you going to draft the actual mission report?" Lu Xun tilts his head and asks, "Didn't I already walk you through the whole sequence of events earlier? Just write it down exactly as we discussed." Hearing this, Gecko puts on a serious face, wondering what is really going on here. But he just shrugs and says, "Fine, I'll help you out. Thanks." Lu Xun obviously knows exactly what kind of situation he is in. Gecko is acting pretty cautious right now, which is totally understandable. I mean, think about it. Everyone's dying to know exactly how that terrifying psychic monster actually got wiped out. Having Gecko around is likely a way for high-ups to keep an eye on him. Suddenly, mischievous little 17 drops down from above, asking, "Big brother, when are we going home?" Remembering what their mother warned earlier, the sister whispers, "That old monster is totally losing his temper. I'm too scared to go back right now." Lu Xun smiles at her reaction. "So, you actually know how to feel scared? Don't worry, I'll take you home in a bit." Then he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a big handful of candies. "Here, you can have all of these." Seeing the treats, the little girl's eyes light up instantly as she lunges for them. Lu Xun then announces, "I need to make a trip back home today. Go right ahead." After pulling off such a massive achievement this time, it's not like they'd try to lock us up here, right? Definitely. Then Gecko says with a grin, "Hey, how about I tag along? I've been wanting to check out your place and hang out since last time." Hearing this, Lu Xun pauses to think it over carefully. Bringing him there might honestly turn into a complete disaster. Gecko is utterly confused by his reaction and blurted out, "What do you mean by that?" Lu Xun instantly flashes a smile and says, "I'm just messing with you." Gecko lets out a long sigh of relief. "Man, stop making jokes like that. You actually scared me. You know me. I'm a really serious guy. I never joke around with people." Lu Xun says as he finally stands up, "Got it, but I can't invite you to my place this time. Just stay here and cover for me for a bit. If anything comes up, give me a call. I should be back pretty soon." "All right, head on out. There is a car downstairs waiting to take you straight home." Once he climbs inside, he tells the driver his destination. He is heading straight back to Moon Bay. Sitting right next to him, Little 17 suddenly pipes up with a grin. Hey, big bro. Someone is tailing us. Lu Xun sighs, feeling pretty exhausted. Sure, he gets why people are curious and paranoid, but he has got a family meeting to attend back home. Set his dad off in a bad mood, and things will get ugly. So he immediately gets on the line with Chen Jing. What's wrong? Colonel Chen, everything at the satellite city is wrapped up, so I want to head home. She tells him to go ahead. No need to report this, she says. But he interrupts, a bunch of people are tailing me. I am not a big fan of this. Chen Jing pauses on the other end, then says, understood. Let me handle it. In the back seat, the little girl beams with excitement. Look bro, all those creepy stalkers just vanished. Chen Jing chimes back in, explaining those tales did not come from headquarters, but she already made them back off, so he does not need to worry about it for now. She even suggests he could go a bit easier on them next time. Hearing this, Lu Xun asks what she is up to. Chen Jing casually replies, she is in surgery, got a little injured during the ambush, so she is finally getting patched up. Right in front of her, a whole team of doctors is frantically working away. Lu Xun politely asks if she is all right. She says it is fine. Just a sliced open stomach and some damaged organs. Easy fix, she says. I used my ability to numb my body, so I do not feel any pain. Your situation is pretty serious, she warns. You handled that mental monster brilliantly, but maybe a bit too well. You ended up terrifying quite a few higher-ups. But hey, you are not the only one. When we recruited Wawa, Zigui, and Bihu, or even when they first dealt with me, everyone reacted the exact same way. Our special ops unit has its own set of rules, so you do not need to worry about any of this petty political drama. Lu Xun nods, telling her to just focus on getting patched up. He feels a bit awkward. If the boss is in surgery, should he buy some fruit? Lost in his own thoughts, he quickly hops out of the car. But check this out, the tailing driver suddenly gets a direct order to stop tracking Solo Soldier, thanks to Chen Jing's personal guarantee. This is Beba. Command received. Moving out. Copy that. But wait, is his threat level not officially listed as rank A now? The dispatcher responds immediately, telling him this decision is actually for their own safety. Headquarters just got word that during the mission to eliminate that massive spiritual entity in Satellite City number 2, anyone poking around him paid a heavy price. We are talking about a highly experienced senior investigator, including an elite rank, a field agent, and even an actual ability user. Their official cause of death remains completely unknown. Hearing this, the driver wants out of there fast. Got it, he says, I am leaving right now. Back at their apartment complex, little 17 starts happily running all over the place, singing about a barefoot baby looking for her mom under the bed. We do not need to tell her anything. Hungry baby. Sitting on the bed, dead silent. Dad is cooking, looking at his child with a smile. Lu Xun, walking ahead, sighs and asks his little sister to stop singing. She giggles, asking if he hates it. Lu Xun cracks a small smile, teasing her for being totally off-key. Moments later, they finally arrive back at the familiar apartment 401. Lu Xun takes the lead, softly telling his sister not to be scared. And brace yourselves, the moment he opens the door, he finds his entire home completely trashed to pieces. Useless trash. Absolute garbage. Over by the wall, his mother is casually chatting on the phone, telling Miss Chen there is nothing to worry about. It is completely fine, she says. Just a few messy things in town, but they have all been dealt with. My son works in that department anyway, so just get some rest and stop worrying. Suddenly, a massive man slams his hand down, completely shattering the small tea table. He roars in absolute fury, calling everyone a bunch of useless trash who got themselves killed. Pointing a finger right at Lu Xun, he screams, tell me, are you a useless piece of trash too? You ran around out there all night, yet you let every single target slip away. You got played by them, broke a leg, and came back with absolutely nothing to show for it. Standing behind him, little 17 is already trembling in sheer terror, but his mother steps in to calm things down, saying that is enough. He has been throwing a tantrum all day. Our boy is finally back home, isn't he? Everyone else is asleep now, so shouldn't we sit down and have our little family meeting? And just like that, the small bulb hanging overhead flickered to life. All 4 members of the family gathered closely to have a serious talk. Mom agreed, saying they really needed a proper chat. Lu Xun spoke up right after, insisting he felt he did nothing wrong. Since he took their money, he had to help them solve their massive crisis. It is just like what the old dean used to tell him: society only functions properly when every single person does their job correctly. Besides, she helped him protect his family at the orphanage, so he felt obligated to protect her people back in the satellite city. But his father roared in absolute fury, asking how he could still say such nonsense when nobody protects them while he is busy protecting others. Screw his job. They are simply using you. You did so much to help them, and yet their very first reaction was to track and monitor you. You should just let them all die, or your foolishness is going to get everyone in this house killed. But Mom sat there, incredibly calm, asking who would pay her son if they all died, and who would keep the whole city running for them. Would leaving an entire city completely empty be fun? Look, we do things ordinary humans cannot dream of, so they naturally have the right to feel absolutely terrified of us. And not everyone enjoys hiding indoors all day long like you do. The world is much better when it is lively. Of course, she was always the reasonable one. Though Lu Xun did show some weakness by choosing to save those fleeing citizens, she totally understood his choice. But what matters is what they do next. The angry old monster kept yelling that if they wanted to survive, they had to strike first and wipe those people out before they could turn on them. You have to show them not to mess with you. Suddenly, 17 chimed in, shouting that her brother did nothing wrong. Her sudden outburst caught both parents off guard, causing them to gasp in utter disbelief. Dad practically lost his mind, yelling at the foolish girl that she did not understand a single thing. Completely unfazed, 17 raised her voice, repeating that her brother was absolutely right. Lu Xun quickly pulled her close, telling his father to stop scaring his little sister. Mom rushed over to pat her head, agreeing that Lu Xun was not wrong at all, but actually handled things beautifully. The real issue was their next move. Those bad guys had already made their move and stolen the painting. Everyone thinks they just wanted the painting. But do you guys really think it is that simple? If their only goal was the painting, why did those cybernetically modified freaks show up looking for him in the first place? Why did the bomb have to go off in the South District when the outskirts are so incredibly massive? They had never even left the city. Lu Xun lowered his head, realizing their arguments made complete sense. His father suddenly looked up and asked if he was finally on board this time. Standing straight up with determination, Lu Xun said he had already made up his mind before even coming home. He only gathered them to make absolutely sure they had his back. Mom flashed a beautiful smile, thrilled to see him make such a bold and decisive move. They were going after them as a united family. Meanwhile, back at the research lab, someone called out for Professor Bai. Chen Xing had rushed to the scene, asking with deep concern how her injuries were holding up. He urged her to rest, but she quickly brushed it off, saying she could not possibly relax now. This crazy situation was way too severe for her to ignore without finding real answers. The testimonies from the Shu family, along with reports on the artwork, locations, and search team documents, were all piled right in front of them. There was strong suspicion that the gifted individuals spotted near the wall had been hunting for that painting inside the city for a while. They had been searching patiently for quite some time, and only when Xu Xiaoxiao left the main city and exposed the painting did they get their chance. He asked Professor Bai to sit down, noting that the puzzle pieces were finally coming together. Special pollution source number 41, codenamed Qin Ran, appeared to be an incredibly formidable and highly dangerous individual. He was extremely daring, yet cautious, knowing the satellite city defenses inside and out. Judging by how fluidly he controlled his powers, he was at least at stage 2, and she could not rule out him already reaching stage 3. Chen Xing frowned, asking what would happen next. If he was just a rogue bandit, it was fine. But if the tech church was involved, Professor Bai quickly cut him off. Looking at the tech church's usual chaotic methods, if they were truly pulling the strings, they definitely would have planted more than just one neural bomb in the city. Of course, still, they could not rule out the possibility that the tech church simply set this up to harvest experimental data when the device inevitably went off. If that weapon had actually detonated, the devastating fallout would have been completely catastrophic for everyone, Chen Xing added grimly. That was all thanks to the single soldier. Yet Minister Shen actually went ahead and ordered people to spy on him. You probably understand how old Shen operates. To him, this is completely normal. But honestly, the real reason I called you over today is because I have a major suspicion regarding this entire case. Previously, they actually sent a modified psychic to hang around the orphanage, clearly trying to get close to the single soldier. Except, the single soldier quickly taught that guy a lesson and chased him right out of there. According to the test reports, we can confirm this modified psychic and the one who attacked you are both puppeted by the exact same mastermind with puppet-type abilities. This means the Knight's Order has been secretly targeting the single soldier for quite some time now. Any idea why that is? Take a look at this file. This is all the classified data we've gathered so far about the Red Moon Orphanage explosion years ago. Chen Qing takes the file, reading it closely before gasping in sheer shock. You actually suspect it is him? 20 years ago, right when the Eclipse Research Institute was first being set up, a major crisis broke out. It all started with a lab director who stole a massive chunk of vital resources along with several experimental subjects, then vanished without a trace. For decades, the institute has been desperately hunting him down. A lot of high-ups know about this case. Its official classification is the escaped lab incident. We have every reason to believe that finding him is one of the Knight's Order's main goals this time. Hearing this, Chen Qing asks in disbelief, but this file is way too old. It doesn't prove anything. Professor Bai nods. Indeed, it looks like someone deliberately covered their tracks, making real evidence almost impossible to find. Right now, we are left with nothing but solid guesswork. But if the orphanage and that escaped lab are truly tied together, then there has to be at least one person out there who knows the absolute truth. Chen Qing immediately lets out a name. Are we talking about Zheng Xiaolu? So, if you want to play your cards right and resolve this, here is my personal recommendation for you. Other than that, like figuring out how those outcasts smuggled weapons into the city, or hunting down the Shu family, old Shen can handle that. He is ruthless, and his hands are way dirtier than yours. But when it comes to the orphanage, it has to be you. I cannot trust a single other soul with this task. Chen Qing nods quickly. I understand what needs to be done. First thing tomorrow, I will pay a visit to the orphanage and speak directly with Zheng Xiaolu. The blood-red moon outside shifts slightly, warning of a massive storm brewing on the horizon. Meanwhile, sitting quietly in her wheelchair, Zheng Xiaolu keeps her eyes glued to the window. Wait, check this out. There is literally a gun sitting right on her lap. Meanwhile, the next day, Chen Qing arrives at the newly relocated orphanage. Thankfully, this peaceful little orphanage managed to escape the chaos completely unscathed. Moving them here to keep them safe was definitely the right call. The moment she steps inside, she notices an elderly man sitting nearby, calmly reading a newspaper. She introduces herself as a security officer, looking for Director Zheng. The old man just grunts, "Wait a bit, class is not over yet." A moment later, the school bell finally rings. Stepping further into the yard, she spots a young girl in a wheelchair, happily playing around with a group of kids. Chen Qing walks over with a friendly smile. "Hello, my name is Chen Qing, and I am actually one of Lu Xin's co-workers." "A co-worker? So are you the rich boss who paid him all that crazy money?" Hearing this, Chen Qing can't help but chuckle. Well, the dangerous work he does is worth every single penny. As the kids run off to play, Xiaolu looks up, scanning her with a sharp gaze. "All right, so what brings you all the way out here?" Chen Qing replies, "There are some past events I was hoping you could help me understand. Let's find a quieter spot to talk." A moment later, they head inside to Xiaolu's private room and make themselves comfortable. Chen Qing picks up a few graded test papers, smiling as she skims them. "Wow, are all the kids here this fiercely ambitious? Would you like some tea?" Chen Qing waves her hand politely. "Oh, don't worry about that. I just wanted to have a quick chat. Back in the day, you and Lu Xin grew up in the exact same orphanage, didn't you?" Thinking back to those old days, Xiaolu nods slowly. "Yes, he left when he was only 13. But he constantly kept coming back to help out. Honestly, that idiot never buys anything nice for himself. Yet he always brings every single cent of his salary straight to me. If it wasn't for him, this orphanage would have collapsed years ago, and we probably would have starved to death in the streets." Sitting across from her, Chen Qing can't help but agree. Yeah, he truly is an incredibly kind soul. But here is the real kicker. She wants to know about the orphanage's dark history, making Xiaolu's face drop instantly. Back then, he was nothing but a helpless little child. What on earth are you trying to dig up? Like what kind of kid Lu Xin actually was? And that explosion years ago, what did the two of you really go through? Before Chen Qing can even finish speaking, Xiaolu completely catches her off guard by pulling a loaded gun right out from under her shirt. Tears stream down her face. She cries out, "I do not know what you want to ask. I know nothing about what happened back then. No way. I absolutely cannot let anyone hurt Lu Xing again. He is just too good of a person. He deserves everything he has now. But if you force me, I will shoot myself right here instead." Seeing this, Chen Qing sighs. "That gun of yours has not been maintained. It will not even fire anyway. I do not know what happened to make you quite so deeply suspicious of everything. But not everyone in this world is evil, and I know you highly cherish this quiet life. And protecting a peaceful life like this is actually my goal too. So today, I got what I came for. I needed to make absolutely sure Lu Xin was safe, before I could fully trust him. But the way you stood up just proved to me he is someone worth risking your very life for. Take my number if anything comes up in the future. You can contact me directly. Before leaving, she throws in a casual reminder. Oh, by the way, I saw the bill downstairs, and your utilities are actually due. Out of respect for Lu Xin, I will help cover up the secret gun you are hiding, but you still need to pay your rent and utilities. A few days later, news outlets quickly broadcast the official cover story. This entire chaos was supposedly caused by someone illegally harvesting toxic mushrooms in the wild, which flooded the local town with severe poison. Ultimately, it resulted in this massive food poisoning incident. The administration has set up 4 different medical zones to provide completely free treatment for all poisoned citizens. Naturally, the government is also promising to severely punish and prosecute every single person involved in this incident. Watch this. Walking down the street, Lu Xin looks up at the massive display board and can only laugh at their cover story. On the other end of the line, Han Bing calmly replies, the Ministry of Defense and the Special Pollution Cleanup Department have tons of experience dealing with issues like this. Lu Xin then asks, is there any news on those ability users who fled the city with the painting? Han Bing speaks up right away. Headquarters sent a B-class special squad to track them, but the enemy is using some extremely professional anti-tracking methods. But the Ministry of Defense has already finalized a wanted warrant. Using their real names and detailed power descriptions, they are putting out an insanely high bounty, hoping to use the entire alliance strength to capture them. Hearing this, Lu Xin immediately asks how much is the bounty. Han Bing replies that the exact amount is not out yet, but the starting bid is around 3 million credits since they crossed a major line with the high brass. Lu Xin is absolutely staggered. 3 million? That much? And Han Bing simply responds, yes, that is right. Also, regarding the official reward for Mr. Shan Bing, since you completely resolved the crisis over at the Wanzhong shopping mall. But then, before she can even finish, Lu Xin cuts her off. That is not important. I have something else to do right now. You said it yourself. Tracking those guys is no easy task for the Ministry of Defense. But since they committed so many crimes in our city, we cannot let them escape, so I want to make a direct request to headquarters. Over in Qinggang main city, inside the high-level administrative bureau, Minister Shen slams his hand on the desk in absolute rage. He wants to hunt those ability users outside the city all by himself. This is absurd. This whole incident has exposed way too many secrets we had absolutely no idea about. Just when we are about to investigate and question him, he suddenly asks to leave the city. There is definitely something fishy here. Everyone else in the room just stares at him. Why are you looking at me? I know he did a great job and saved a lot of lives. I have no complaints about his performance, but we must keep his personal record separate from official protocol. His highly erratic and powerful behavior has always been the main thing we keep an eye on. He represents a massive potential threat, which is why I strongly suggested questioning him. However, the doctors who ran tests on him immediately fire back. Oh, so it is not an interrogation. Why did you not just say that from the start? Exactly. The chairman of the Qinggang administration, Su Xinzong, smiles as he sits in the middle. I also find this quite strange. What could his actual motive be for wanting to leave the city? Also, do we have any solid results from our research into his abilities? And how much of it can we actually explain? The person opposite sighs completely unexplainable, because during his most critical moments, we were forced to retreat. We couldn't see the exact details of how Shan Bing handled that mental monster, only that the spiritual explosion level reached nearly 3,000. Chen Jing, sitting nearby, spoke up, claiming that Shan Bing's purpose for leaving the city was likely not to run away. I am completely sure of this. I have always had absolute faith in Shan Bing, though I can truly understand Minister Shen's deep concerns. But up until now, every single mission that Shan Bing has taken on has been executed without a single violation. Being too paranoid of someone who is doing their absolute best to help us seems highly dangerous to me. So, my opinion is simple. Why not just treat this request as a genuine application? Besides, let's be honest here. If Shan Bing actually wants to leave the city, we couldn't stop him anyway. Professor Bai, sitting right there, also chimed in, agreeing with her and asking where Shan Bing currently was. Over at the Satellite City No. 2 Guard Bureau, Lu Xin picked up his phone to answer. Chen Jing spoke first from the other end, telling him she had already reviewed his application. Do you really want to leave? Yes, he replied. Chen Jing then advised him against going, explaining they had already conducted a preliminary investigation into the night order he wanted to chase after. Although we still don't know their background or even their exact numbers, we have already confirmed that among them, there are at least 3 active ability users. The first person is the absolute key to this entire incident. Special pollution source number 41, Qin Ran. His exact power remains a mystery, but we suspect he has a similar identity, or maybe even a reincarnation ability. The second one is a puppet-type ability user. Previously, this guy controlled a mentally modified human to launch a direct attack on our squad. You saw firsthand back then just how incredibly dangerous that situation turned out to be. The third person is the trigger of this whole mess. The culprit behind special pollution source number 93 in Satellite City number 2. Our initial assessment shows he used a specific type of pollution source, utilizing his own raw power to trigger this massive, widespread chaos. This proves his mental energy level is way higher than any average ability user you'd encounter. You're still a fresh recruit. Your basic training isn't even finished yet, and you have 0 combat experience against actual ability users. Going after them right now is going to be incredibly dangerous for you. Lu Xun listened to her warnings but calmly replied, I might not have any experience fighting other ability users, but then again, they probably don't have any experience dealing with me either. Sitting in the meeting room, Qinggang sighed and spoke up again. Just tell me the real reason you want to go out there and hunt them down. Lu Xun looked out the window and replied, didn't you say this yourself? No matter who it is, if they did something wrong, they have to pay the price. An absolutely insane battle is about to go down in the outer city. Qinggang on the other end had a very good reason to ask, is this about the bounty? Lu Xun immediately tried to explain, awkwardly stumbling over his words. No, it is really not that. I just feel that them killing so many innocent people is going way too far, so I want to go out, catch them, and make them pay. As for that reward, isn't that just something we can worry about later on? Qinggang listened and replied, all right, I can officially approve your leave application for this. But before you set off, you have to give me a specific time frame. It's just a standard company policy. Lu Xun carefully considered the request before answering. It will probably take around 10 days. Mostly because I don't really know the roads or the layout of the outskirts, and I'm worried about wasting time hunting them down, so I gave myself some buffer. Qinggang sighed on the other end. Let me hang up first. Just wait a minute. Over in the meeting room, everyone starts whispering. Does this guy always talk this big? Trust me, we've never seen him brag like this before. Are we absolutely sure he is actually mentally stable? Mr. Su, honestly, have you ever considered letting Shan Bing join our research institute? The instant reply was a hard no. This is about saving your life. Professor Bai chimed in from the side. I only have 2 main points here. First, starting today, the security clearance level for Shan Bing's files must be immediately upgraded to Class A. They absolutely cannot be leaked. Any future files investigating or probing into his background must require the direct approval of at least 2 high-ranking officials from Qinggang. Su Xinjiang, sitting right across the table, quickly agreed to the terms. On top of that, we must support his current application with everything we have. That goes not just for physical supplies, but our overall attitude toward him. Meanwhile, back at the Satellite City Guard Bureau, Baihu tilted his head and curiously asked, who were you just on the phone with? Chief Chen, Lu Xun replied, about my work application. He curiously turned around to ask, where are you even traveling to? The wilderness, Lu Xun replied, leaving Baihu completely speechless and utterly stunned. Bro, are you losing your mind? Only an idiot would leave the city. You seriously think the wasteland is safe like it is inside? There is nothing to eat, not even a decent place to sleep. And you are basically going out there to suffer. There is a reason those wasteland couriers make so much money. Absolutely everyone else is trying to hide inside the city walls. Now, here is where it gets really interesting. Qinggang calls his phone right back to discuss the details. This expedition is an extremely unique A-rank mission. Besides the transport and coordinated intel, I have also arranged for both an investigation team and a logistics crew to accompany you, just in case you have any special requests. On his end, Lu Xun calmly replies, that is not necessary. You do not need to send any of those support teams. Honestly, all I really need is a single driver. Just give me a high-performance vehicle, along with enough food and water to last 10 days, plus a skilled driver. Ideally, someone who can actually hold their own and defend themselves in a crisis. If he is someone I am already close with, even better, it will give us something to chat about on the road. Qinggang asks him, next is the driver you want, Gecko, to which Lu Xun calmly admits, yeah, that is him, exactly him. Meanwhile, Gecko is standing right there, completely losing his mind over this. Qinggang asks over the phone, is he standing right next to you? When Lu Xun says yes, She calmly gives the order, then tell him to start packing right away. Gecko is totally flabbergasted. Whoa, hold on a second. He is about to lose it. What do you mean tell me to get ready? Did I ever agree to this? Did you totally forget to ask for my opinion? Wait, hello? Are you listening? Lu Xin smiles and tells him your name is already down. Besides, did you not always want my family to sit down together? Is this not the perfect opportunity? Gecko is just standing there in absolute disbelief. Are you kidding me? I signed up for this gig to make cash, marry 3 wives, and raise a bunch of kids, not to commit suicide. While Lu Xin is sipping tea with his little sister 17, the girl giggles and whispers, "Big brother, big brother." The guy on the phone looks totally terrified right now, and he is talking smack about you behind your back. Do you want me to go teach him a lesson? Lu Xin just smiles and asks, what is he even saying? The little girl thinks for a second and says someone else took the phone. They are trying to talk sense into him. Looks like they are threatening him now. But this guy refuses to budge. He would literally jump from the 4th floor before stepping outside. But then Qinggang offers a deal. How about when you get back, I set you up with a training gig in the main city. Wait, Linda is going too? Instantly, his heart does a massive flip. No way. Is my darling Linda really going? Qinggang sighs in utter exhaustion. Yes, but only if you successfully coordinate with Shanbing to get this job done. A moment later, he struts back with a massive grin on his face. Lu Xin looks up and asks, so, how did it go? Gecko stands tall, looking dead serious. Headquarters has made their call. The 2 of us are officially forming a special tactical squad. I am the deputy, you are the captain, and our intel files are being sent over right now. Our survival gear and supplies are being packed as we speak. Departure is set in exactly 30 minutes. He leans in close and whispers, bro, you have absolutely no idea how hard I fought for you just now. At first, I actually convinced the brass to assign you another driver, but then I remembered how deadly the wilderness is. Hearing this, Lu Xin knows exactly what went down, yet he just smiles. Man, I am seriously grateful to you. Sitting right in front of them, 17 chirps happily, is this guy coming with us? Can I use him as my new toy? Lu Xin immediately scolds his sister with a stern look. Absolutely not. Our #1 rule for this trip is that we must protect him. At the very least, try not to break him too much. Hearing this, Gecko instantly freezes, totally clueless. 30 minutes later, their ride is prepped, and they are ready to roll. Besides survival gear like canned food, fresh water, and a medical kit, they also have 10,000 Alliance coins accepted across the north, and 2 solid gold bars. 4 heavy restraints, specifically crafted to contain high-level ability users, plus an arsenal featuring a standard-issue military handgun, full extra magazine, a 14.9mm long-range sniper rifle with 50 regular rounds, 20 specialized bullets, and 3 lethal combat daggers. They also pack a flare gun, a radio, walkie-talkies, fresh clothes, basic eating utensils, and 3 magazines to pass the time. Lu Xin looks at the massive pile and asks, is all this really necessary? We are only going for 10 days. Gecko shrugs in response honestly. I am worried this is not enough. You never know what nightmare is waiting for you in the wild. Still, you can tell old Chen really watches out for you. I mean, check this out, he got us a heavy-duty Hummer. This military-grade off-road monster was modified by the Special Research Department with a high chassis and massive exhaust. Under the hood sits a naturally aspirated V10 engine that easily cranks out over 1,044 horsepower. Just like a hyperactive young man. Top it off with bulletproof glass and a heavy 6-barreled machine gun. This absolute beast of a steel monster. I honestly think it could take off and fly. They climb right inside, and Lu Xin hands Gecko a mysterious slip of paper, asking if he needs to go home and tell anyone. No need. I am all alone in this world. Nobody cares about me except Linda. Let us just leave the city right now. Well, before we do that, let us head to Moon Platform first. You know my address. We need to pick up my family. Moments later, they pull up right in front of Lu Xin's apartment building. His beautiful mother is already waiting there, but Gecko cannot see her at all. Panicking inside, he nervously asks if Lu Xin needs to go upstairs to help, maybe carry some luggage or something. But Lu Xin just calmly replies, no need. They are already in the car. His mother is laughing happily in the back. But check out poor Gecko. He is sweating bullets because he sees absolutely nobody there, because there is absolutely nobody in the back seat. But trying to keep things polite, Gecko decides he should introduce himself anyway. He greets them blindly, saying hello uncle, auntie, and little sister. My name is Gecko, and I am Shanbing's best friend. You guys must be thrilled to meet me, right? He laughs nervously. Lu Xin's mother just giggles, covering her mouth in amusement. She whispers that this kid is actually pretty nice, just a bit of a chatterbox, and asks if her daughter should shut him up. With that, their journey begins. The massive off-road vehicle roars as they prepare to leave the city. But Gecko just keeps talking and talking from the front seat. Even after they pass the gates, he babbles on, let me guess. Right now, uncle is on the left, auntie is on the right, and sister is in the middle. Lu Xin calmly replies, you guessed wrong. My dad said he could not stand a long, boring drive, so he decided to skip the ride today. But seeing how incredibly nervous Gecko already is, Lu Xin decides not to explain further. He just pulls out the files sent by the City Defense Department, noting there is not much info. The report says 2 scouts tracking the Night Coalition managed to trace them to a building inside an abandoned town south of the city. But right after the agents caught up, they vanished without a trace. Dead or alive, nobody knows. The backup investigation team only managed to track them to that abandoned town, and they are still searching for the bodies. Lu Xin asks his mother if they should check it out. She agrees they should head to where the knights were last seen to see if any clues remain. Beside him, Gecko says they have a whole day's head start. Who knows how far they got? If we want to catch them, we are going to need some serious speed. Alright guys, time for me to show off. Let us see just how insanely fast a spider type can push a machine like this. He instantly slams the gear shift forward, accelerating so violently that little 17, who is chilling on the roof, gets thrown clean off the car. Gecko yells in pure excitement, asking how that felt. Lu Xin can only think to himself, does this car actually fly? And look at this. Lu Xin glances out the window only to see his crazy little sister sprinting to catch up. Her eyes burn with pure rage as she glares right at the car, screaming, I hate you. I hate you. I am going to tear you to pieces. 20 minutes later, 30 miles outside Qinggang City, they arrive at the abandoned town, each passenger carrying a completely different vibe. An agent is already waiting for them there, greeting them before handing over a thick stack of papers. Direct orders from the Qinggang Defense Ministry. We are sharing all intel with you. They deployed at 4 this morning, but soon lost all contact with our 2 scout agents. Initial scans show the targets stopped in that building ahead of us for at least 30 minutes. Judging by the tire tracks and road conditions, we can confirm the enemy is a 7-man squad, riding 5 motorcycles and 1 off-road truck, all heading straight south. Because of the complex terrain, we cannot pinpoint their exact escape route right now. As for our 2 missing colleagues, we found absolutely no trace of them. Gecko looks over the files, looking pretty annoyed, saying they cannot find anyone with just this. But Lu Xin's mother suddenly speaks up from the back seat, telling them to take the left path. She smiles warmly, adding, if we are going to pay our guests a visit, how could we not know where they are? When they first came, one of them tried to watch you, so I made sure to watch him too. Lu Xin carefully takes notes of everything he hears. His mother can actually track down anyone she has ever laid eyes on. He then points to the left lane, telling the driver right next to him to make a turn. Gecko asks in disbelief if he has tracking skills. Lu Xin replies, it is his family's help, which makes his mother back there pretty happy. Right after that, the little sister gives her own directions, making it clear they should head south toward their final destination. Go west now, then turn right up ahead. After 2 hours of driving, they finally arrive at a very quiet, secluded spot. Gecko cannot help but comment on how fast these guys are moving, but at least they know for sure it is not the local night squad around them. The local night squads around Qinggang are completely monitored, with their meeting points and active territories fully under our control. Since they kept driving so far out, their base is definitely not around here. This time, they are likely mercenaries from another city, hired specifically to do dirty work right inside our Qinggang. Look at this, out of nowhere, a figure appears up ahead. The 2 in the car watch in shock as a crazy man runs straight toward them, screaming, no stopping. They just accelerate and drive straight through his body. A quirky song starts playing inside the car to break the sudden tension. Do not mind me being just a sheep. Even the green grass tastes sweeter for me. Lu Xin asks why he keeps singing like that. Gecko explains that since nobody is talking, he sings to stay awake. Worried, Lu Xin asks with some concern if he should take over the wheel after all these hours. Gecko insists he is totally fine to keep driving. Afraid I can't drive? Gecko quickly replies, no, that is not it. I am just worried your family will get rid of me once I am useless. Do you really think my family is that unreasonable? He is really playing with fire here. But right at this moment, the little girl in the vehicle catches a scent and suddenly feels incredibly happy. Gecko seems to notice the smell too, wondering what that odor could be. His mother in the back seat gets super thrilled, telling him they have finally found the place. Shaking weeds in the far distance. It is probably just stray wild dogs. Gecko steps out of the car and fires his gun straight into the weeds. Suddenly, creepy red eyes stare back at him from the dark. Lu Xun calmly walks forward as Gecko warns him from behind to be careful out there, since anything can happen in the wild. Still, Gecko cannot help but find it funny, wondering who the real rookie is between the two of them. Lu Xun closely inspects the thing on the ground and concludes that these are internal organs, likely from a human, and it is definitely from more than one person. Gecko kneels down to check, confused about why human organs are just dumped out here. No other body parts nearby, just a pile of inner organs left. Lu Xun then asks if there is a puppet-type ability user within that night squad. Gecko turns around to explain that puppet users are known for mind control and human body modification. He wonders if they are actually modifying people. The Research Institute previously provided us with files, which included reports about certain individuals attacking Satellite City number 2. During mental modification, unnecessary organs are completely ripped out, leaving only the heart and brain intact. This looks like their standard manufacturing process. After losing so many modified subjects in Satellite City number 2, they need replacements now. You should look around very carefully. Made from an exceptionally thick material, only High Wall possesses this. I think we should report this to the city lord. Does this mean our missing special agents have been located? Gecko asks how he figured all this out so quickly. Lu Xun simply replies that everything was already written in the files we received. He is completely baffled, since he read those files too. He tells himself he must have missed it because of the long drive. When Gecko asks about their next move, Lu Xun calmly points out, these are their comrades, so they must take them back. Take them back? Can't we just bury them here? Lu Xun replies that wild beasts will easily dig them up in this area. Wait, inside our special ops team, I am the captain and you are the vice captain, right? Exactly. So go ahead and gather up our fallen special agents, vice captain. Right after finishing that grim task, Gecko leans against the car and throws up heavily. Lu Xun hands him some water to drink, then quietly asks his mother if she is absolutely sure this is the place. His mother nods with complete certainty. Meanwhile, the terrified driver still has not recovered from the trauma, looking absolutely half dead as he continues to drive them. Gecko finally asks how on earth Lu Xun managed to locate their two missing colleagues. Lu Xun simply points ahead, stating that they did not just find them, but those other guys are definitely close by. What is even out in this direction? Some kind of gathering point? Honestly, I have absolutely no idea. Bro, are you a spider type or some kind of fortune teller? But if those guys are really hiding in Blackwater Town, we are in a bit of trouble. Blackwater Town is a pretty massive gathering spot for drifters in Qinggang, and honestly, one of the biggest settlements out there. It used to have plenty of oil, and even though it is all dried up now, its reputation still draws crowds of people looking to trade supplies. If the knights actually fled there, man, we seriously need to watch our backs. The heavy weapons in that trash heap are probably enough to rival our own city patrol forces. Out here, those guys only answer to Qinggang City. With just two of us in this car hauling so much gear, we look like a massive fat sheep to them. Lu Xun asks the question we are all thinking, is going in there really that dangerous? The guy replies, do not worry. The name Qinggang still holds massive power. But just to be totally safe, I should probably report this. Back at headquarters in the main city of Qinggang, Baihu places a quick phone call. Those two missing agents have finally been found. Report that they died in action, and we suspect the knights have entered Blackwater Town. We are heading inside to investigate. If you do not hear from us in 3 hours, assume we are compromised. Meanwhile, the high-level officials are still gathered in the meeting room. Sure, he is investigating seriously, but they have been out there for less than a single day, with absolutely zero support in a desolate wilderness like that, and yet they found the missing agents. The odds of that are literally 1 in 1,000, not to mention pinning down the location of the knights. None of this makes any sense, right? Professor Bai speaks up, asking how he even managed to find them. Another official chimes in the distance from Qinggang to Blackwater Town is at least 700 kilometers. Reaching that place in just 1 day only means one thing: he planned to go there from the very start. Or else, he knew the knights were in Blackwater Town. Or rather, he predicted that after fleeing to Satellite City number 2, getting supplies would become a massive problem for these warrior girls. Moving over such long distances meant they desperately needed food, clean water, and fuel. Because of that, they would definitely choose a perfectly located spot to restock. South of Qinggang, only one location actually fits that description: Blackwater Town itself. Another officer speaks up, adding that they also have a Phase 1 puppet-type ability user among them. This particular user can control up to 10 modified humans, but 6 were destroyed during their ambush on Chen Dajiao and Shan Bing. Later on, we discovered 3 more modified humans over in Nongxiang. With their puppet supply almost completely drained, the enemy is highly likely seeking out a strategic supply point that boasts a massive labor market to replace them. Under these circumstances, only Blackwater Town could satisfy every single one of their urgent requirements. Hearing this, Minister Shen immediately orders the special task force to mobilize and wait for further instructions 10 miles outside of Blackwater Town. Once a distress signal is fired, attack immediately and use long-range electric weapons if things get desperate. Soon after, they arrive at Blackwater Town. Guarded at the entrance, Gecko casually chats with the sentry, claiming they are just looking to loot and need to rest up. The guard looks them over skeptically and asks, "Scavenging? You guys do not look the part. You two are way too clean." Gecko smiles and retorts, "We are here to loot valuable stuff, not rummage through trash like beggars. Why shouldn't we look clean? What do we have to roll around in the mud first to satisfy you?" The guard sighs and states the standard rules: you can enter the town, but carrying firearms is restricted. Fire your weapon inside, and you will face a flat fine of 1,000 alliance coins. No excuses. For parking, it is either 100 coins inside the town per day, or 10 cans of food and some ammo. Parking outside is watched by our guys, but make sure to take any of your valuables with you. If you leave it in the unmonitored zones, any theft is on you. Gecko chuckles and responds, "Do you really think I need you to tell me that? Parking inside keeps our tires from getting stolen." The guard quickly signals his men, and the massive gate slowly creaks open. A cowboy waves them over, shouting to steer this way so they do not crash. He guides them to a spot and tells them to stop. Getting out, Lu Xin asks if parking here is truly safe. "Do not worry," Gecko says, slapping the side of their heavy off-road vehicle. "Normal people could never handle a beast like this." Right behind him, his mother and sister suddenly whisper, advising him that he needs to prepare himself well. Then, they flash a creepy smile, saying they are close. Honestly, this family gives me chills. Moments later, a local guide approaches to show them around, asking what brings gentlemen like them to this town. "We have far more entertainment and dancing in Blackwater than they do in Qinggang City. Looking to lodge or grab some food and drinks? I can lead you to the best spots. And if you are shopping for more specific items, we have our own private channels." Gecko smirks, jokingly asking the guide if they can actually purchase people here. "Absolutely. This is the biggest labor market around. Young, strong workers are cheap by 3 or more, and it is only 10,000 coins. Female slaves are pricier, costing about 50 to 60,000 each, even if they are citizens from Qinggang City." Gecko scoffs at the thought, calling them heartless. He explains that is not what he meant, causing the guide to quickly bow and ask if he meant something else. "You are cautious," the guide whispers, promising plenty of options. Seeing Lu Xin deal with this dark reality for the first time is crazy. He never imagined such human markets existed outside. Gecko turns to leave, telling the guide he will look him up again in a bit. "Sure, I will be waiting right by the main gate," the guide says, suddenly flashing another deeply unsettling smirk. Soon, they reach the bustling heart of the Blackwater Town labor market. Amidst the massive, chaotic crowds, shady traders are shouting out, promising high-quality guns that will never jam. Nearby, another barker screams for everyone to come and look. Admission is just 10 coins. See mutant species, bizarre abominations, human-headed serpents, and all kinds of terrifying monsters. Spend just 10 measly coins to completely blow your mind. Nearby, scantily clad men and women wave them over, shouting to give it a try with a money-back guarantee. Confused, Lu Xin asks what they are actually doing. Gecko coughs awkwardly and replies that it is just normal business, like selling newspapers. Lu Xin nods, then proceeds to ask, "When we go look for the knights in a bit, what rules should we actually follow?" "We must notify the town's boss first. Word is, a guy named Lord Snake runs this place with a sizable army under his command, and he has ties with Qinggang. We have quite a few business dealings, so we basically know each other. Still, I cannot say for sure if they are secretly working with those other ability users. Revealing our faces right now, that will probably just scare them away. Besides, guns are the only weapons allowed in this town. He stares directly at the casino in front of him. Let us find them first. His mother points toward the casino, smiling and saying they are in there. Then let us quickly head inside. As soon as they enter, loud shouting echoes out, telling everyone to hurry up and place their bets before it is too late. This place is a total melting pot for all kinds of shady characters. Gecko steps in, feeling pretty lost. He turns to ask if they are really here and what the plan is. Mother just stands there, smiling. Lu Xun trusts her completely. No plan needed, he says, before kicking the door wide open and charging straight inside. Once inside, they see those three knights sitting there, enjoying themselves and having a grand old time. The crow-masked man looks at him, quite surprised. Lu Xun, however, remains absolutely calm. Finish your card game first. I am in no rush. Suddenly, a square-faced man at the table yells in anger, demanding to know who let them in while the bosses are playing cards. He reaches for a gun as he speaks, but Gecko moves incredibly fast, pressing a sharp dagger right against his neck, warning him not to make a single move. What do you guys want? The man throws down 3 cards, bragging that 3 aces means he wins. Then he calmly looks directly up at them, asking who they are. Lu Xun calmly responds, saying he is pretty sure the guy knows his identity, so he will not answer that, only state his purpose. He is here to take him back, so do not resist. He wants to capture him alive. Honestly, killing him only makes sense after a proper interrogation, because that is the only way this whole thing actually matters. Lacking experience fighting ability users, any move he makes might just kill the guy instead. He is worried his target will be dead before he can capture him. The man just smiles slyly, saying that logic makes perfect sense. Right then, they start pulling out their guns, and the 2 men next to him aim directly at them. Gecko is already completely sure of his victory, grinning smugly as he calls them totally dishonest. His ricocheting bullets are easily more than enough to wipe out the entire crowd, making the crow-masked man let out a very pleased, mocking laugh. But right then, the enemy starts controlling those puppets to turn their weapons back on them. Gecko finally realizes something is terribly wrong. Oh no. The enemy uses his power once again, forcing the guns held by the crowd to point straight at our team. As a spiritual modifier, having a higher mental capacity allows him to control puppets with absolute mastery, making these illusions feel like a complete reality. Lu Xun easily dodges the oncoming bullets, and honestly, this is where those puppet master files he read finally make sense. The key thing is that even ordinary people can be controlled by a puppet user, though they will show some resistance. Only puppets without any mental force, after undergoing a lobotomy and mental cleansing, are fully controlled by the enemy, and the weak point of these spiritually modified puppets is destroying their spine. To defeat a puppet ability user, you must get close to their true body and destroy their willpower. At stage 1, a puppet user is limited to only 10 puppets, and remember, the weak point of these modified puppets is destroying their spine. Little 17 tags along with her brother, happily shouting that she is here, and has already taken down one of them. One of the enemies has his gun knocked clean out of his hands. Right after, his bones are brutally crushed, leaving his twisted body completely unable to withstand his terrifying strength. Lu Xun wears a confident smile, completely shattering the spine of that puppet creature. A loud cracking sound echoes. Lu Xun looks down at the man desperately trying to run away, a highly amused grin on his face. Behind them, Gecko successfully tackles another enemy who was trying to sneak up from behind, quickly putting the guy completely out of commission. The crow-masked man stands there laughing, mocking how quickly they got taken down. Gecko pulls out an inhibitor collar made specifically for ability users, muttering that it is finally time to use it on sight. But his mother stands behind him, warning us that this is far from over. He immediately spots a glowing red light shining from inside the creature, wondering what on earth that could be. That guy actually has a bomb implanted inside his body, something neither of them ever expected to happen. The little girl behind him quickly controls his body to tie the creature up, while Gecko yells out in absolute panic for them to run. In the blink of an eye, the enemy is wrapped into a tight ball as the 2 siblings quickly leap back. Right after, a small explosion goes off, completely vaporizing the guy. Standing far away, the crow-masked man watches this mess unfold, with a delighted grin. Bihu's eyes widen in absolute shock. Just how monstrously powerful is this guy's psychic energy? He even managed to instantly suppress the blast force of a bomb. Bihu immediately lunges forward, diving through the air to drive his dagger deep into the mental mutant's abdomen. Wait, there's another bomb, and it's highly unstable. Pulling his knife out of the body, Bihu pinches his nose in disgust, clearly hating having to get this close. But wait, look at this, that bomb is acting completely weird, and it shows zero signs of blowing up. Suddenly, a nearby guy shouts in panic, "What on earth is this?" Lu Xun quickly glances over at them. It looks like 4 people are playing cards, but actually, you're playing alone against 3 others, and you've lost quite a bit, right? The man? He is nowhere to be found. The bomb inside the mental mutant's stomach wasn't that powerful, likely just a distraction so he could slip away. Right then, the loud crashing of tables and chairs echoes from outside. A rough, thug-like guy gets dragged right into the room. "Officer, someone's causing a major scene in here. We knew something was off the moment we walked in." Bihu mutters from the side. "They made such a massive ruckus that they've drawn the town's armed forces right here. Let's hold our fire for now. These guys are armed, and they will shoot." "So, this is where the trouble is?" Lu Xun looks around, but his mother is nowhere to be seen. Did she leave when the bomb went off? She probably didn't want any blood splattering on her. After all, she's a total clean freak. Lu Xun and his little sister quickly leap down. "You stay here and explain things to them. I'm going after him." Bihu stands there completely helpless. "Hey, wait. The enemy might have 3 ability users with them. Man, my squad leader really locks in way too fast." Turning to the guy sitting next to him, he warns, "Don't even twitch, or I will beat you to death." The guy is practically in tears. "Bro, looking at me right now, do you honestly think I have the guts to move?" "Well, fair point." Then, he turns his gaze toward the 2 hot girls sitting in the corner over there. "You too." In an instant, his eyes turn into hearts, dripping with admiration. How old are they? Definitely not kids anymore. Right then, the sound of the door being kicked open echoes from outside. Bihu naturally notices this. He quickly raises his hands, flashing a nervous grin. "Hey, let's keep it calm. No need to get excited here." Stepping outside, he spots his mother already standing there, patiently waiting for him. "To the right?" "No." She smiles and points left. "The right side is just a clever illusion to trick you." Watching them rush off, she calls out one last warning. "Stay safe, kids. Get ready, because the moment you guys step out, they will have all their weapons locked dead on you." Xiao Shiqi has also finished her job, guiding her older brother right inside. "Brother, are you inside?" Spotting him step in, the crow-headed guy gets excited. "Well, you got here fast." A barrage of heavy gunfire erupts from ahead, heading straight toward the brother and sister. "Ever since the ambush on Route 2 in the satellite city of Zhujiang, I only survived because of my mother's protection. This time, I have to be completely prepared for anything." With their superhuman speed unlocked, they are now able to easily dodge every single bullet flying directly toward them. The enemies over there quickly realize what they are dealing with. It's the spider system. They're too fast to escape from. Now, get this. The guy suddenly flashes a really creepy smile and starts choking himself, somehow forcing Lu Xun to copy the exact same painful movement. Lu Xun's body is frozen. This is the puppet system's forced imitation skill. The records show that when a puppet-type user fully concentrates, they can force you to copy their exact movements. This psychic skill works within a 5 to 10 meter range, targeting up to 3 people. He quickly shouts to the girl behind him, "Sister, help me break free." And just like that, Xiao Shiqi easily snaps him out of it. She happily launches her brother straight forward. "Let me help you." In the blink of an eye, he lands right behind a puppet, who is busy firing wild shots. Working hand in hand with his sister, they easily take him down, using the puppet to spray bullets at the front line. In just one move, he easily wipes out the entire crowd. Since they are under his control now, the puppets ahead have absolutely no way to run. In the blink of an eye, they are all gunned down, and he quickly sprints away. That takes care of all 3. The crow-masked guy watches in utter disbelief. How is this even possible? Lu Xun stands there, smiling smugly. "Don't I hit you every single time?" The guy desperately tries to kickstart his motorcycle to escape, but there's no way out. "Damn it. Why won't this stupid thing start?" "Well, then I have to use my ultimate move." He thrusts his hands forward, manipulating several invisible puppet strings. But something doesn't feel quite right here. What could it be? Just as the guy tries to use this to make a run for it, Lu Xun easily grabs his leg. "Don't think you can run." In a flash, Lu Xun slams him hard onto the ground. Weird, creepy tentacles start sprouting out from the guy's body. Standing right behind him, Lu Xun had already figured it out. Were you really trying to use mental threads to escape? These mental threads can tightly wrap around physical objects in reality, letting users fly across a limited distance. Lu Xun had seen a spirit modifier back at the orphanage, leaving the guy on the ground to do nothing but grit his teeth in pure rage. Right now, this spirit modifier has completely run out of tricks. At a close range like this, There is no way mental threads could ever help him escape. So there's only one option left. Pulling a gun out from his pocket, he aims it straight at Lu Xun and fires die. Yet, Lu Xun dodges the bullet with an incredibly bizarre, inhuman movement. In a flash, Lu Xun grabs those hands, forcing him to drop the gun. In the next second, one of his arms is completely torn off, leaving him writhing on the floor, screaming out, "My arm!" Lu Xun looks at him and says, "Seriously, you won't be able to move now. So just be good and come back with me." And watch this, Lu Xun suddenly senses something is quite off. Instead of panicking, the guy lets out a creepy smirk. Rising slowly, despite his severed arm, he mutters, "You really don't look like a spider type. Spider types aren't supposed to be this terrifying," he says, and Lu Xun just smiles. "You are not the first person to tell me that. By the way, where are the others?" The guy surprisingly gives an honest answer. "They aren't in here anymore. When we recorded the failed data for the mental bomb experiment, boss already felt something off. Just to be completely safe, we split up. Honestly, I didn't care much and just wanted a quick rest. Didn't expect you guys to be this fast." Boss was right. Qinggang City is definitely not to be messed with. Lu Xun asks calmly, "So, which way did they go? If you don't want to talk, I have other ways of making you speak." But the guy just starts laughing hysterically. He pulls off his mask, looks at Lu Xun with a smug grin, and says, "Buddy, you are seriously underestimating me." Lu Xun looks at him, closely studying his features. "Is this your real face?" The guy continues, "Out here in the wilderness, rules and promises are everything. Losing my reputation is a fate far worse than death itself. I should probably remind you of one thing. I am a puppet-type ability user, meaning I can control myself just like a doll. So no matter how much you torture me, I won't feel a single bit of pain." Hearing this, Lu Xun replies quite calmly, "That's fine. We will definitely find a way to make you talk anyway." Just then, his mother suddenly appears and whispers, "It's not over yet." Right on cue, a loud noise echoes from the distance. "Let's go." "Hey, stop pushing me. You talk too much." A crowd of people emerges over there. "Hey brother, let's talk this out slowly." "Oh man, look at this." They are forcefully dragging Bihu right toward them. "I'm telling you, I'm actually a pretty big deal back in Qinggang City." Lu Xun doesn't react, only staring coldly at the leader. "Damn it, did you guys come here just to cause trouble?" The leader yells out, "Don't you know guns are banned in Moshui town? I don't care where you came from, causing trouble in Moshui will not end well for you." One of our guys quickly responds, "Please don't misunderstand. We are from Qinggang City with all the proper identification papers, and we are only here to capture this wanted fugitive. We've got him now. Plus he was the one who fired first." The leader glares at them and snaps, "I don't care where you people are from. So what if you are from Qinggang? This place is definitely not Qinggang City. In Moshui town, whatever Lord Snake says goes. And when Lord Snake isn't around, then whatever I say is the absolute law around here. You think you can just arrest people here without even giving me a heads up first?" Crowface stands in the back, smiling with pure joy at this chaotic sight. The leader pulls Crowface close to himself, repeating that Moshui town has its own rules. "Whether this guy committed a crime or not, you still need to report it to me first. Besides, you say you are from Qinggang, but how do I know if that's even true? Do you honestly believe that if I kill you right now and throw you to the dogs, anyone would actually care?" His mother stands beside him with a highly amused smile. Lu Xun finally starts to realize something. "Is that how it is? There is something pretty wrong with you," Lu Xun says, and the leader snaps back. "What did you just say?" Lu Xun continues, "This guy committed a crime in Qinggang, and we have arrested him. You want to secretly let him go and even cause trouble for us. So are you simply treating Qinggang like a joke? Or are you genuinely out of your mind?" Hearing this, the leader is utterly enraged. He immediately shouted in anger, "What are you talking about? How dare you insult me?" Lu Xun remained incredibly calm and asked if he had taken something from that guy before, perhaps a bouquet of roses. "And is it true that after taking it, you became extremely sensitive around him, to the point of falling deeply in love?" Lu Xun recalled his own past experiences and realized it was exactly like that. This big guy was actually an ally of the person who previously spread those psychic roses throughout Qinggang City, so it was completely normal for him to possess such items. He probably gave the local sheriff some kind of gift after arriving in town, causing the officer to grow incredibly fond of him and start risking his own life to protect him. And trust me, this crazy twist was his actual final trump card. The guards surrounding them shouted out, "Is this guy completely insane? Let's just beat him to death. This is absolutely ridiculous. How could that even be possible?" The burly man shouted with a bright red face. What kind of absolute nonsense are you talking about? Just shut up right now, or I will kill you on the spot. If you keep saying those disgusting and dirty things, I will get seriously angry. Gecko stood nearby and chuckled. This is bad. He looks so massive and rough, but somehow has such a unique personal taste. Stop acting. Let's end this game. And with that, the two armed guards standing behind them were instantly taken down. Gecko effortlessly snatched both of their weapons, pointed them straight at the furious leader, and warned him to stop playing around right now. Whether you are under mind control or actually in love with him, drop your weapons and let's start cooperating like good citizens. The leader roared back in absolute rage. Who do you think you are threatening, you bastard? This is our territory. Do you honestly think just two guns can threaten all of us? Gecko smirked, asking if they truly believed those two weapons were his only backup. Right then, a massive armored vehicle in the distance crashed straight through the outer wall of the town. Everyone standing there froze in utter shock. What on earth was going on? Gecko grabbed a megaphone from a nearby young guy and shouted, "We are the Special Action Task Force of Qinggang City. He is the captain and I am the vice captain, and we are on an official mission to apprehend a wanted fugitive. Our heavy tactical forces are waiting right outside, and a massive 100,000 scale long-range missile is currently locked onto your town. So, if you do not want to see your home turn into a spectacular fireworks show, then get your damn boss out here to talk to us right now." For the very first time, Lu Xin felt that having such a talkative vice captain was actually a pretty great thing. Just then, a vehicle headed their way, or rather, a whole fleet of cars was speeding directly toward them. A powerful-looking woman stepped out of the lead car, carrying a golden cat, while everyone bowed down in deep respect, calling her Shi Jia. Shi Jia has arrived, and the moment she stepped forward, she immediately commanded everyone to put their weapons down. The people from Qinggang are not our enemies, and of course, we have no intention of becoming enemies of Qinggang either. Gecko glanced at the woman and offered a polite greeting. "Hello there, Shi Jia. What exactly is going on here? Gentlemen, if you wanted to arrest someone, you should have at least notified us first. In fact, if you just told me who you wanted, my men would have caught them for you without needing such a massive scene." Gecko smiled a bit sheepishly, so Lucian quickly stepped forward and apologized to Shi Jia, explaining they were just quietly investigating beforehand. "We wanted to avoid alerting the target, which is the only reason we did not notify you in advance. This was definitely our mistake, but we know the rules. Since my partner fired 2 shots, and the fine is 1,000 per shot, we will pay." Hearing his surprisingly polite response, Shi Jia tilted her head and asked, "Oh, really?" Lu Xin then continued, explaining that they had just discovered one of her subordinates was actually behaving very strangely. This man has fallen under a very bizarre mental influence, forcing him to protect our target at any cost. Before he could even finish explaining about the fine, that big officer next to them suddenly screamed out, "Shi Jia, do not believe a word he says. He is just talking total nonsense." Shi Jia remained completely calm and asked, "What kind of influence are we talking about?" Lu Shen found it a bit awkward to explain, but ultimately stated in a very calm tone, "He is in love with him." Crowface felt incredibly embarrassed by this entire scene, while Shi Jia's eyes lit up instantly as she teased, "Oh, you like him? How did I not know about this?" She decided to test it out, immediately gesturing to her armed guard standing behind her. "Go ahead." And he complied. The guard immediately aimed his rifle straight at Crowface, causing the burly sheriff to panic and scream, "No, stop." He instantly threw his body in front of Crowface, begging Shi Jia to please spare his life. Lu Xin stood nearby and teased him about those overly dramatic words, while Shi Jia finally understood the entire bizarre situation and realized there was actually such an amusing power in the world. This is way too ridiculous. I need to look into this very carefully first. Once I dig up the truth, I will bring him back to Qinggang. How does that sound? That won't work. We absolutely have to take him back now. Plus, for safety reasons, we cannot let him contact anyone until we can verify a few things first. Hearing this, Shi Jia gets serious and demands to know what on earth he actually did. "Can you fill me in?" Lucian awkwardly replies that they are bound by an NDA and cannot just leak secrets. "If you really must know, I could consider asking headquarters for permission. I just hope Shi Jia can understand our difficult position." The gorgeous girl lets out a soft, seductive laugh, but suddenly his eyes dart to the cat in her arms. "Wow, that cat is incredibly fat." Sensing the insult, the round feline glares right back at him, leaps up in a huff, and starts meowing angrily. They are left completely baffled by this bizarre interaction. Shijia gently strokes the cat in her arms, whispering that it is okay. Then she actually brings her wound up to her own mouth to lick it. Sensing something is pretty off here, Gecko steps in and shows her an official document. Shijia, we are not trying to be unreasonable here, but we have rules from above. Do you recognize this ID? Instead of answering, Shijia turns to her men and orders them to tie him up, saying his crime must be pretty massive if they came all this way. Seeing his dream girl get dragged away, that man completely panics and screams out, begging them not to take him as well. Shijia, reminding her of the years she risked her life, pleading with her to help spare his life. Shijia turns away, not wanting to waste another breath. Come to think of it, Moshui Town and Qinggang are basically one family. We rely on Qinggang food to survive the freezing winters, and it is their liquor that keeps us living like decent humans. I am truly sorry about today, brother. I really hope you can understand our situation. I've got a lot of followers, and many are pretty clueless, as you can see. Lu Xin just smiles and replies that it is totally fine. He completely understands and thanks her. The bystanders are absolutely dumbfounded. Since when did the ruthless Shijia become so incredibly reasonable and understanding? Lu Xin turns to look at Crow Face in the back, asking if there is anything else they can do to help. Sure is. I need to borrow this warehouse because I have to ask him a few questions. She happily agrees and even asks if he needs her to bring over an electric saw, spikes, chili water, or even barbed whips. She has got them already. Lu Xin actually winces, feeling a phantom ache all over just hearing those brutal options. He politely declines, saying it is too much trouble, and just waving their fine is enough. Shijia glares at him in utter disbelief, asking, "What did you just say?" Now watch this. They step inside the dark warehouse next, where Crow Face stands completely calm despite having lost one of his arms. He tells them flat out that it is useless, as he can block out all pain, meaning no torture will ever work on him. Besides, he points out that Lu Xin does not look like a dreamweaver or a hypnotist anyway. Lu Xin just smiles cheerfully as he turns away, telling him it is perfectly fine, because he has absolutely no intention of using torture. Hearing this, a flicker of panic hits the guy, but he tries his best to keep his cool and asks how he plans to interrogate him then. Lu Xin simply replies that he is just a very ordinary office worker with no interrogation training, so he hopes the guy will just confess voluntarily. Confessing on his own is the only way to stay in one piece. Suddenly, a pair of tiny, pale hands creeps up from behind him. In an instant, 17 clings to his body with a terrifying smile, giggling that it is finally time to start. Outside, Shijia starts up a quiet conversation with Gecko. With a cigar clamped in her teeth, she asks how she should address him. Taking the offered cigar, he calmly tells her his name is Zhang-san and his partner is Li Si. But after taking one drag, he starts coughing violently, asking if this thing is completely moldy. Shijia calmly replies, it is pre-catastrophe stock that has been toasted. She admits she heard rumors about their department before but thought they were exaggerated. Yet seeing them today, staring down dozens of loaded guns without even blinking once, she is truly impressed. She asks him if there are many people like them back in Qinggang City, and if they were so confident because they knew they could easily handle a weak, helpless girl like her, no matter what went down. Gecko looks at the person in front of him and slowly replies, "Are you sure?" "I am not so sure myself. Maybe a 50-50 chance at best." Now, being so close to her, his eyes cannot help but wander down to check out her full chest. Then, he points inside and adds, "But if it was our captain, he would not just deal with you. He would end up wiping out absolutely everyone here." Boss. She sees it too. He is the type who absolutely cannot stand it when people refuse to be reasonable. Just then, his subordinate bows and respectfully says, "We got the info." Hey-san took a gold brick from that red-suited guy, then went crazy bribing people and covering up everything. Even now, he is still claiming that he found his one true love. Boss, she calmly waves her hand, taking bribes, and getting caught is on him. Save it. Their methods are actually pretty terrifying. But clearly, you two are on an entirely different level to capture him so easily. People with abilities like yours must be highly valued in Qinggang City, right? Hearing this, Gecko just smiles and calmly replies, "No, it is not really like that. We do have some privileges in Qinggang, which makes it easy to support my sister's business." "Is that all?" Gecko slowly blows out a puff of smoke. "That is just part of it. More importantly, we just like living in the city. There, you can do whatever you like and just go home to cook. When I want to work, I take on thrilling missions. When I do not, I can just lounge around all day instead of being on edge like a fighting rooster. And the best part, the girls on the streets will not be too scared to wear short skirts outside. Boss, she says it sounds pretty lively over there. But the one downside is that everyone is too crazy. Right after, she listens to her subordinate's report and turns to glare at the man in front of her. What? Were those things you shouted through the megaphone actually true? Hearing this, Gecko just chuckles and replies, what are you thinking? I was just lying to you guys. Boss, she stands there, slowly blowing out a stream of smoke. You said, we are too crazy, but are you high-walled city folks really any better? Gecko is caught off guard. What does she mean? Does she hate guys who brag? Just watch this. A sudden, agonizing scream echoes from the warehouse, catching everyone completely off guard. Gecko sneaks an extremely cautious look inside and mumbles, well, of course. We definitely have a few people who are generally considered to be not quite normal. Lu Xun walks out of the warehouse, wiping fresh blood from his hands with a small towel while muttering, man, that scared me half to death. Gecko really cannot understand what on earth he is actually afraid of. Was that blood-curdling scream out of fear? Did he not cause it himself? Lu Xun walks over to them and says, I have managed to ask everything I needed to. It looks like we need to head out immediately. There is no time to take this guy back to Qinggang City. Is it okay to lock him up here? Qinggang will send someone to pick him up later. Boss, she looks at him with a smile. Brother Lisi, you trust me that much? Of course. But honestly, wouldn't you also be dying to ask, wait, who on earth is Lisi? Looking inside the warehouse. Boss, she smiles warmly. It is great that you trust me, brother, but this guy is completely out of his mind. Are you sure I can lock him up? The terrified man sitting inside trembles and screams at the top of his lungs. Monsters. Monsters. You are all nothing but monsters. Lu Xun reassures her with a serious face. Do not worry. He is very normal now. Soon, they are back in their familiar off-road vehicle. Sitting on the side, Lu Xun happily says, boss, she is so incredibly generous. I always heard people in the wilderness are very bold and generous, and they clearly know how to be reasonable just like Boss Shi. Our future travels out here should go pretty smoothly. Gecko tilts his head and asks, are you praising Boss Shi just because she gifted you a motorcycle? Lu Xun shakes his head and says it is not just that. Boss, she even gave us a bunch of alliance money that she found on that guy, and she is kindly sending him back to Qinggang City. Plus, she waived the fine for discharging weapons in her territory, filled our tank for free, and topped us up with plenty of food, water, and local specialties. On top of that, she said she will definitely partner with me when she comes to Qinggang City for business. It is just too bad our strict regulations prevent me from leaving my number. Gecko sitting next to him sighs, yeah, that really is a huge shame for both of us. Lu Xun suddenly looks over and says, so you can finally talk. I noticed you did not say a single word after leaving that town. I really thought you'd been affected by something, and I was actually pretty worried about you. Gecko chimed in at this point, asking him, do you really care about me that much? Lu Xun seriously replies, yes, you're the first same-rank colleague I met in the special department, the one I've worked with the most, and you've taught me quite a lot of things. I naturally treat you as a friend, so of course I care. To be honest, back when I worked at the regular company, I didn't have many friends at all. After that, they went right back to talking like two absolute soulmates. Honestly, when we first started, I really didn't expect this at all. But hey, we aren't just friends, we're brothers, so we've got to watch each other's backs, no matter what. That is true. But the space behind me is already guarded with the help of my family, so you can totally trust me with your back. Gecko suddenly recalls something, asking, your parents and your little sister, they won't mind, right? His mother, sitting in the back seat, carefully advises him, when making friends, you still can't tell them the absolute truth about everything, or it'll just push them away. Lu Xun just smiles. It really is pretty funny. I'm just someone with a pretty bizarre ability, and I totally get that sometimes other people might look at me and wonder if I'm not quite right in the head. Gecko smiles and says, don't worry, I've heard about that for a long time. A professor at the institute kept saying your ability isn't spider type, but family portrait type instead. But honestly, I think you're actually pretty normal most of the time, and at most, it's just that some of your family members are a little bit off. The very moment those words leave his mouth, our guy instantly feels a massive, life-threatening chill down his spine. Lu Xun, sitting right beside him, warns, you probably shouldn't bring up that topic ever again. Right. Gecko quickly pivots and asks, what exactly did you interrogate out of them back in Moshui town? Come on, tell me, why are we setting off in such a massive rush? Lu Xun seriously details all the intel he gathered. That puppet-type ability user is named Chen Zhang, 34 years old, who apparently dated 3 different women but still has no kids. Turns out he was originally some resident from the high-walled city, but after awakening his power, he headed out into the wilderness to make a fortune. Over these years, he's pulled off plenty of big and small jobs out in the West. 3 years ago, he caught the eye of Qin Ran, and usually, he just calls him the boss. After a brief clash, he ended up captured by Qin Ran, but instead of killing him, the boss invited him to join the Knights, a group Qin Ran captains to handle various mercenary commissions. Whenever a new commission comes in, Qin Ran sends a telegram, and they find a spot to meet up. Their missions cover everything from assassinations and escorts to retrieving specific items and plenty of other stuff. This time, they came to Qinggang to secure that specific painting, though he has absolutely no clue who the client actually is. Their entire squad places absolute and total trust in Qin Ran. For this mission, they actually had 2 main tasks. One was to record the data after detonating the Weeping Boy's mental pollution bomb and hand it over. But the other task couldn't be squeezed out of him. He went insane way too fast back then. But according to him, their squad consists of 3 ability users and 4 highly experienced mercenaries. And they can confirm that the Red Rose codename actually belongs to a member named Big Head Ghost. When it comes to Qinran, he only used 3 words. He can't die. Wait, he can't die? Even Gecko gets completely thrown off by that reveal. Does Qinran really possess some sort of self-regeneration ability? Just like our internal theories guessed. Are you absolutely sure he's telling the truth? Lu Xun pulls open his personal notebook to check. Based on what he said, when he clashed with Qinran, he got utterly crushed before he could even fully comprehend the insane level of power the boss was putting out. Luckily, I managed to squeeze out one more crucial detail, and that's the current whereabouts of Qin Ran. Lu Xun continues. Chen Zhong said that even though Qin Ran didn't tell him where he was heading, he could still guess it. Qin Ran has a very specific habit. Whenever this boss senses real danger, he always picks a spot to lay low, waiting a few days for the heat to die down. Where is it? At the very end of Highway 85, not too far from Xiangyan Market. He claims it's called Happy Town. Suddenly, the Jeep's brakes screech, bringing them to a violent halt. The sudden stop is so violent that little 17, who was casually enjoying the view, gets thrown right out. She slowly sits back up, but Gecko is too terrified to even notice her glaring at him as he asks in a trembling voice, "Brother, are you absolutely sure about that place?" "Yeah." "Why? What's wrong?" Gecko points directly at a specific section of the map. Lu Xun looks at the markings there, completely puzzled, asking, "What do all these skull icons actually mean?" "It means you cannot go near this place. If you enter, you aren't coming back out." "Listen, buddy, right now, our Qinggang City has scouted all the major factions and ruined strongholds around here. But there are still some unbelievably mysterious zones. Even now, we still know absolutely nothing about them. And places like this are known as mysterious forbidden zones. Step inside one of these forbidden zones, and you either go completely insane or just vanish, which means countless people have died without bringing back any useful intel. And get this, Happy Town might actually be home to the most dangerous zone." Sitting in the back seat, his mother happily chimes in, saying she heard it sounds like a pretty nice place for a vacation. Little 17 happily nods her head, completely agreeing with those words. Sitting up front, Lu Xun speaks up, "Then let's hit the road, forbidden zone or not. We are dragging him back." Hearing this, Gecko literally feels like he is about to die. He sobs silently. Dead meat. He thinks he is completely dead meat. The moon hanging high keeps watching over them. Right now, the two have pulled over for a quick rest. Gecko calls headquarters to report, updating them on their latest situation. The investigation reveals Qin Ran is the culprit behind the 818 incident in Qinggang Satellite City No. 2. He is highly likely hiding in Happy Town. A task force member suggested entering Happy Town to continue investigating. And yes, as the vice captain, I voiced my strong objections. I even criticized him quite severely. "It is useless. He is the captain," he decided. "What do you mean by telling us to be careful? Should I not keep trying to convince them?" "All right, fine." Lu Xun asks what they said, while Gecko feels like he is absolutely going to die. They said they will send the files over. Apparently, investigating those mysterious zones is actually quite useful. Bringing back records counts as a completed mission. Sob, seeing his partner's incredibly negative attitude, Lu Xun reassures him, saying it is totally fine. They just need to hit the road quickly. "I will read the files in the car," he says, as the vehicle speeds off once more. The report states this is an incredibly hazardous area, spanning about 50 square kilometers. Just getting close to this zone reveals a powerful mental force field, triggering severe reactions like dizziness, intense discomfort, coma, auditory hallucinations, and uncontrolled muscle spasms. If you venture deeper into this mental force field, there is no turning back, and you will completely vanish. Reading through it, Lu Xin ponders carefully, wondering if a document like this actually exists. But it looks completely unprofessional, he notes, staring at a photo of a happy town resident who has a constant smile on his lips but dark, hollow eyes. The files say the town was first discovered to have unusual activity 10 years ago. Completely cut off from the outside world, they rarely communicate with others, though occasionally, some residents venture out to gather food and trade goods with the surrounding world. Some residents were interrogated when they left, but that very night, the interrogators who reviewed the Happy Town report vanished without leaving a single trace behind. Sitting beside him, an incredibly anxious Gecko asks what he thinks after reading the files. Any regrets? Lu Xin feels the document has way too many useless details. It looks like they still have to go see it for themselves, so they decide to set up camp nearby. Lu Xin suddenly speaks up, saying if Happy Town is quite dangerous, then he might be extremely dangerous too, so he really cannot drag Gecko into this mess. If anything really happens to you, I would feel pretty guilty about it. Gecko just chuckles and smiles, asking why bring him along if not to actually help him out. But Lu Xin answers with a completely serious expression, to have you drive the car. Realizing he is basically just a driver, Gecko falls into instant depression, sighing that he will just go along with whatever Lu Xin says. Now get some sleep to rest up. Turn in early while I keep watch. In no time at all, the next morning arrives. Gecko speaks up, saying the car cannot go any further, so they will have to take the narrow path. All the necessary supplies are fully prepared. We have got special ammunition, acute antitoxin serum, and even signal flares. I will wait out here, so if anything happens, fire a signal immediately, while little 17 and his mother also quickly depart. All right, heading in now, so you stay safe. Walking ahead, the kid happily yells to set off. Watching them fade into the thick mist, Gecko cannot help but think they are unbelievably brave. A second later, he senses something wrong. Wait, this cannot be real, because how on earth did two extra shadows suddenly appear? Why is there one tall and one short shadow following them? Could there really be someone else? Terrified, he stammers out, "Hey uncle, they have all gone over there already. Are you not going to?" Carrying the little girl, Lu Xin thinks the road is way longer than he expected. His mother vanished after walking for just a bit, probably because high heels make it pretty hard to walk. Carrying little 17 in his arms, the little girl happily points ahead, telling him to look, as he holds his forehead in exhaustion. Suddenly feeling so dizzy, this place is definitely not normal. Lu Xin focuses, and thankfully, his headache is finally starting to ease up. This place is definitely weird though. His little sister in his arms is absolutely thrilled. No way, I really love this place. Lu Xin carefully makes his way across the grassy field ahead. They took down the puppet ability user, but the enemy still has two more. 4 of them are fully armed to the teeth. Plus, this town feels pretty dangerous. There could be trouble ahead. Last time we left, we agreed with father that mother would look after you. Are you still scared of him? Hearing this, Xiao Shiqi just flashes a bright, happy smile. Him? Once I grow up, I am definitely turning him into my toy and beating him up every single day. He is not the one I have actually been afraid of all this time. Soon, they arrive at a field. Look at that, there is a massive crowd gathered right there. She points ahead, asking if we have arrived. But wait, did you notice the sky? The red moon is already up. Have I seriously been here for a whole day? Entering this place causes a slight headache and dizziness, but the symptoms are quite mild and quickly pass. Darkness falls pretty fast here. That is when he spots a crowd of people hard at work right ahead. Strangely enough, he cannot help but praise them aloud, working so late. They are truly such an incredibly diligent group of people. Lu Xin quickly approaches a nearby girl to ask for directions. Excuse me, is this Happy Town? I am here looking for someone. But despite his polite approach, she remains completely silent, refusing to say a single word. Lu Xin has no choice. Sighing, he pulls out some cash, hands it over, and asks again, will this help you talk? Just like that, 50 yuan is gone. Oh man, it hurts. But thankfully, he can just expense it later. She takes the bill but keeps dead silent, refusing to say anything else. Lu Xin is utterly speechless. Fine, stay quiet then. Immediately, he tries to pull the bill back with a look of pure regret. Since you are not going to answer me, please just give my cash back. Left with no other options, Lu Xun has to turn around and walk away, even though he got his money back. He sighs, forget it. If she won't talk, I will just find them myself. Yet, her intense gaze keeps boring into his back. He wanders deeper into the small town. The layout feels surprisingly massive, likely holding tens of thousands of residents. He quickly twists a door handle right in front of him. This town is way too quiet. Could Qingran and his crew be hiding inside one of these houses? Suddenly, the sharp, familiar sound of snipping scissors rings out behind him. His mother appears behind him with a gentle smile. Just now, you almost got some nasty filth all over you. This little town is actually not bad. The houses are lovely, the flowers look nice, and most importantly, it is extremely clean. Compared to that chaotic Moshui town, this place is basically paradise. Yes, the people here seem quite nice and very friendly. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from right behind them. His mother smiles and echoes his words, yes, incredibly friendly. At that exact moment, the crowd of workers appears right behind them, armed to the teeth with weapons. What is going on? Why did these workers suddenly turn completely hostile out of nowhere? Just a moment ago, they were perfectly polite. Noticing her son's questioning gaze, she quickly defends herself. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. Lu Xun carefully processes the situation. But if his mother is denying it, then this sudden shift is almost certainly her fault. She cut whatever invisible filth was trying to touch him earlier. Did severing that connection make these local residents completely hostile toward him? Whispering, Lu Xun says they do not seem ready to charge just yet. Finding Qingran is still our main goal, but since nobody wants to talk, we will have to search house by house. She smiles warmly at him. Actually, your mother arrived quite a bit earlier than you did. When you and your sister were busy robbing that poor girl, I was already exploring. I noticed only a few houses had lights on. Lu Xun frowns slightly when he hears this. Some houses have lights on? Which one is it? She giggles and points in a direction. I did not look closely since I was admiring the beautiful flowers, but it should be over there. Let us go and check it out. The group quickly heads forward, though Lu Xun keeps a very close eye on the crowd trailing them. Luckily, his mother and sister are with him. Turning to the little girl beside him, Lu Xun asks, with so many bad guys around, why aren't you begging for a new toy? They are already toys, and I do not like playing with things that other people have already ruined. Walking beside him, his mother smiles. I only remember the general area, but I cannot recall the exact house. Right then, she snips her scissors again, cutting yet another invisible thread clinging to him. Suddenly, Lu Xun pauses and asks, does anyone else smell that delicious aroma? It smells like meat. This instantly reminds him of the first time he met Qingran back at Satellite Town number 2. His crazy mental clones seem like they can never eat their fill. They are definitely nearby, but if he cannot track them down immediately, the target hiding inside will use this chance to escape. Just then, a young boy walks right up to him and calls him Mister. The dirty little kid holds out 2 apples, telling him to eat up. Dumbfounded by the title, Lu Artin complains that the kid is being rude and asks why he cannot call him Big Brother instead. Lu Xun quickly snatches the apples anyway as a brilliant idea hits him. Now he knows exactly how to flush Qingran out of these buildings. Behind the mountain, pine trees burn easily. Just pile them around and set a fire. That way they do not have to search house by house, because the target will come out on his own. Suddenly, a voice speaks up from nearby, asking if he would actually do that. Qingran finally opens the door and walks out of the house. Red mist swirls ominously in the air. Lu Xun drops his backpack to the ground, stating that he has been hunting him for days. Qingran calmly replies that since Lu Xun tracked him here, Qinggang must have already been captured. Qinggang is decent and does not fear pain. They had agreed that if captured, he should hold out for 3 days before talking. Yet here they are already. Finally, he admits he is highly curious about how Lu Xun broke him. Hearing this, Lu Xun does not hold back, telling him that he did absolutely nothing and the guy spilled everything voluntarily. Since he committed such heinous crimes and killed so many people in Qinggang, he should have expected that they would hunt him down. Qingran is surprised, asking if he came just for those people in Qinggang. He figured Lu Xun was chasing him after realizing the true value of the painting. Lu Xun admits that if the painting is here, he is taking it back. But his main priority is still Qingran and the other 6 members. Hearing this, the man bursts out laughing, calling him brother. He asks if he chased him all this way, just for a few lives, arguing that as ability users, they are basically gods to ordinary humans. The world under the Crimson Moon belongs to them to do as they please. But 17 clings to his shoulder, whispering that those were real living people. You really need to read more books. Because they say there are no gods in this world, and even if there were, they would not be like a lunatic like you. Knowing exactly what he is planning to do, his mother gently whispers a warning from behind, telling him to be careful. Reflected in Lu Xin's eyes is Qin Ran's hideous face. The villain stands there, with his hands casually folded, smiling directly at him without showing a single shred of fear or hesitation. Lu Xin swiftly tilts his body to dodge incoming bullets, reminding himself that he cannot back down now, or Qin Ran will surely escape. Sensing his absolute resolve, his mother finally gives him her blessing. "Go," she says softly, looking at her son with pure warmth. "Go do what needs to be done." Instantly, Lu Xin blurs forward right at Qin Ran. What category is his ability? There is absolutely zero data, even if he does not know how to completely destroy him yet. Taking out his physical form first is definitely a good start. Within a split second, he is right in front of Qin Ran, raising his hand to strike down his opponent. This insane speed shocks Qin Ran, who raises his gun, shouting in absolute disbelief. Slowly but surely, Lu Xin's hand closes in on his target. Now look closely. In a single flash, Lu Xin drives his arm straight into Qin Ran's chest, ripping out his heart and lungs. His hand effortlessly pierces through Qin Ran's flesh, wrapping tightly around the beating heart resting inside his chest. Even with his warm heart completely ripped out of his chest, Qin Ran acts as if nothing happened, standing there laughing like a total maniac. Lu Xin's mother can only sigh at this bizarre sight. Even Lu Xin stares blankly at the bloody organ in his hand, wondering what to do now. Snapping back to reality, he hurriedly tries to stuff it back into Qin Ran's chest. Muttering a quiet curse, he mutters to himself, hoping that since he did not crush it, the heart might actually still work. As for Contamination Incident 041, on the surface, Cui Wang killed Qin Ran and took his form. Then came the Avenger, and the discovery of the underwater pollution source, all triggered by that original murder. If Qin Ran dies like this again, what is going to happen next? Right at that moment, two green saplings suddenly burst out from Qin Ran's dead corpse, constantly branching out and growing larger and larger by the second. Sensing the immediate danger, Lu Xin leaps backward in a flash, shouting that things are going sideways. The massive plants squirm in midair, behaving exactly like a living, breathing creature. Lu Xin slices off a branch, shocked to find the severed vine still pulsing with life. But then he realizes something is off. Their target is not him. Instead, it is the small town's residents. Looking back, massive tree branches have silently snaked out, tightly wrapping around a group of nearby people. Trapped in the vines, they are strangled around the neck, unable to breathe and groaning in pure agony. Their completely bloodshot eyes stare wide open in absolute horror at what lies ahead. Right then, a man slices through the vines, charging forward while screaming at Zhang Sihuo for daring to betray him. With 17 behind him, Lu Xin spots the anomaly. Since the target thinks he is Qin Ran, Lu Xin cannot kill him yet. Hui Wang turning into Qin Ran followed this exact logic. Kill one, and two more appear, multiplying endlessly. Suddenly, the man holds a blade to his own neck, screaming frantically at Zhang Sihuo that he will kill him, even if he has to die trying. Lu Xin's eyes narrow. Self-destruction? After losing all hope for revenge, those locked in the warehouse began attacking and devouring each other, completing their cycle of vengeance and annihilation. Are they dying on purpose because they cannot kill me directly? Right then, the massive tree moves again, targeting the nearest helpless victims. Another thick branch sweeps out, instantly wrapping itself around countless townspeople with terrifyingly twisted faces. Lu Xin gets furious. These idiots are basically voluntary fertilizer for Qin Ran. Did he hide here specifically because of their gullibility? Should I just shred these corpses to end this? His mother remains completely unfazed by this, calmly pointing out that tearing him apart will only scatter his virus further. Behind them, 17 grows highly impatient, begging her brother to just charge in. Hearing his mother's warning, Lu Xin still hesitates, but what if they do not shred him? Suddenly, Lu Xin's father manifests, eager to end it all. But Lu Xin knows the timing is completely off. Dad lacks the patience to hunt down Avengers and would just massacre everyone. That would only supercharge Qin Ran's infection speed. The two are a terrible combination soon. Absolutely everyone would be infected. He keeps thinking, should he let 17 eat the tree? But this version of Qin Ran is different. She might get severe indigestion. Either way, it is an absolute mess. Finally, he decides he must handle this himself, swiftly leaping backward to dodge the onslaught of the maddened crowd. Qin Ran's trap is simple. If anyone kills him, he infects them, forcing them to become a part of him. As he ducks and dodges, you have to wonder, why are these infected mobs chasing their own creator? And how is this rot spreading so damn fast? Unable to watch his endless overthinking, Lu Xin's mother finally snaps, asking why he must analyze a simple power. She casts a quiet side glance, hinting that this backlash might just be the heavy price he pays. Staring at the mindless townspeople driven solely by a primal urge for revenge, Lu Xin finally understands. By becoming the core pollution source, Qin Ran devours the minds of those around him to fuel himself. But because they hate him, they want to kill him, a literal curse of vengeance he cannot avoid. Looking at the rapidly growing tree, Qin Ran's main challenge is finding a way to remove their hatred so he can successfully digest them. And to achieve that, he shifted all of their burning hatred directly onto me. They literally see me as Qin Ran, which is why they are hunting me. Ducking the frenzied mob, Lu Xin realizes he has become the scapegoat in this bizarre curse. But how did Qin Ran manage to transfer that hatred onto him? And get this, out of nowhere, Lu Xin's mom pulls out a pair of scissors, sneaks up behind him, and whispers that she finally found it. A split second later, she moves her hand and snips the air, triggering a sharp, agonizing shriek. A literal face is peeled right off his body. Lu Xin is horrified. It is Qin Ran's face. When did it even grow on him? 17 quickly hops on his shoulder, happily cheering that his pain is all gone. Mom explains that Qin Ran used this to frame him, while the raging mob continues to scream that they will never forgive Zhang Sihuo. Go die. I want to eat you. But right after that, they all slowly start to lower the sharp weapons in their hands. Seeing this, Lu Xin shudders. Qi Wang turned into Qin Ran exactly like this. Without Mom's help, he would have been completely doomed. Now, the townspeople's faces have shriveled up, and they begin stuffing those pieces of peeled skin into their mouths. It seems that once they devour the skin, their vengeance is satisfied and their heavy grudge is cleared. Ignoring 17 as she leaves, Lu Xin mutters to himself, wondering what the final outcome will be now that the rot has stopped. Suddenly, a human face emerges on the tree trunk, stating that it has never grown this quickly before, and its growth rate is directly proportional to the target. He can't stop praising the sheer weight of this curse, marveling at how insanely strong you must be to help him finish pollution nest number 5 this fast. You are truly special. And at the very last second, that impossible laboratory escape actually succeeded. This makes Lu Xin freeze and escape from the lab. Beside him, his mother crosses her arms and coldly declares it is time for some results. The moment she says it, he charges forward. Qin Ran's actual face is already starting to melt away. Every power system has 3 distinct forms. If Qin Ran's first 2 are curses and human fruit, then what on earth is his third ability? Meanwhile, just a short distance away, a dark figure slowly pokes its creepy head out. Suddenly, the stranger screams out to stop him, telling him not to hurt Qin Ran. That is when the big head devil grins wickedly, boasting that Lu Xin will obey his every command next. Staring at the bizarre newcomer, Lu Xin calmly sizes him of thinking that oversized head of his actually looks pretty cute. Suddenly, Qin Ran's face on the trunk opens its mouth, asking if Lu Xin took a piece of fruit he was never supposed to touch. Before he can even finish, a hand violently shoots out and clamps around his throat. Qin Ran never expected Lu Xin to move this fast, screaming in absolute shock at what is happening to him. Lu Xin slowly voices his theory. It must be that person who scattered roses all over Qinggang, right? Taking his gifts forces people to like him, does it not? Chen Zhong used that exact same trick. Realization flashes in Lu Xin's eyes. His younger sister is already on the hunt, and little 17 has slipped away to corner their target. You guys clearly have no idea what my sister does to things she actually likes. Qin Ran struggles to choke out that his sister's power must belong to the spider type. But Lu Xin has lost all patience, ripping him right out of the tree trunk while muttering that he knows absolutely nothing. Without a shred of mercy, he slams Qin Ran's body brutally onto the cold ground. Looking down at the lifeless, wooden body, he quietly murmurs that this version of Qin Ran is finally dead. But suddenly, countless wooden figures burst from the trunk, their blood-red eyes locked onto him. They lunged forward. And here is where it gets crazy with Qin Ran dead. All of those creepy fruits are about to transform into him. He scrambles to dodge the onslaught. Without his sister inside his body, his reflexes are too slow to dodge everything cleanly. Rolling up his sleeve reveals a horrifying sight. Qin Ran's face is literally growing on every patch of skin they touched. Meanwhile, the monstrous tree keeps swelling in size, stretching its wooden roots toward the fresh corpses of nearby citizens. Right before his eyes, countless wooden figures begin clawing their way out of the dead bodies. They shoot up at terrifying speeds, screaming in unison that they are him and he is them. Give yourself to me. Give me to you. Completely surrounded, it looks like Lu Xun might actually turn into Qin Ran too, but his mother quickly steps in to reassure him. How could that possibly happen? It seems the time has finally come. Her voice remains completely calm, explaining this was meant to let him breathe and blow off some steam. Otherwise, holding it in too long would just cause massive trouble. Sure enough, a massive, towering shadow of Lu Xun's father slowly begins to manifest right behind his back. With a blood-red moon hanging high in the night sky, the atmosphere turns absolutely suffocating. Inside a room nearby, the big head devil is utterly baffled, muttering to himself about why his trick didn't work. He saw that kid hand the apple to the target with his own eyes. There is no way the guy could resist. So, why did the bait fail this time? Does he need a new boss? But wait, right at that moment, a chilling chuckle echoes from directly behind him. When the big head devil whips around, he spots a pair of eyes staring at him through the crack in the door. Thinking of the little brother, he gasps out, asking who is there. Suddenly, a child's voice whispers from behind that she really likes him. Terror-stricken, the big head devil stumbles backward, screaming out to ask what on earth she is. Immediately, his entire body begins to contort as he collapses, his face twisted in horror as he screams out in denial. By now, 17 has closed the distance, grinning widely with excitement as she calls him cute and declares him her brand new toy. She keeps muttering to her new little doll not to be afraid, warning him that her father is coming out soon. She promises to protect her little doll, but then pauses before asking if she should just kill him first so he won't feel any pain. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream rips through the dead silence, begging her to stop. Back outside, Qin Ran has fully materialized again among his human fruit trees, quietly whispering the name of the big head devil. Frowning, he wonders if they realize his third ability will just keep bringing him back. Fortunately, his consciousness is the strongest, keeping him closer to reality. He realizes he must get out of there before that monstrous thing completely wakes up. Staring at the massive shadow growing larger in the distance, Qin Ran wonders what that creature could possibly be, just as Lu Xun suddenly snaps his closed eyes open. Right then, his eyes snap open. Almost instantly, the thick vines binding his body shatter into pieces. A burst of maniacal laughter follows as he shouts that he is finally free. The human fruit monsters instantly sense something is wrong. How did he kick us out? How is this possible? Our will was locked onto him. This should be completely impossible. What is happening? We clearly had the upper hand. Before they can finish, Lu Xun mocks them with bloodshot eyes. Useless trash. Thieves who break into someone else's home without permission deserve nothing but death. Immediately, Lu Xun and his father begin to move their bodies, while the surrounding vines wriggle and prepare to strike. Muffled growls and wild laughter echo through the air as the father and son pair easily snatch the terrified fruit creatures. Without hesitation, Lu Xun's father shoves one into his mouth, biting down hard while Lu Xun does the exact same. But after chewing on the plant monsters, they actually look disgusted, calling them weak and pathetic. You guys do not even taste good. It seems the terrible flavor is really ruining their mood. Lu Xun, or rather, his body now controlled by his father, yells out that they are useless trash. He raises his hand high and slams the fruit creatures hard against the dirt, making them scream in agony. A deeply satisfied grin spreads across Lu Xun's face as he calls them absolute garbage. Their only real value is the sweet sound of their pathetic screams when they get destroyed. Just imagine standing there watching this happen. No wonder the mind-controlled crowd freezes and calls him a monster. Staring at the massive back of Lu Xun's father, the mother silently agrees that he is a true beast. Then she turns around and asks her daughter what on earth she is holding. Little 17 hugs the severed head of the demon Big Head, whispering that she likes him and wants to protect him from her dad. She quickly walks over, telling her that young love is for bad kids, before grabbing her hand to drag her away. 17 asks if Lu Xun is going to change. Her mother gently answers that he will always be him, but they need to back off for now. On the other side, the fruit creatures tremble under the immense pressure, desperately shouting to run away. They realize they are weak, so they try to band together to take him down first. Charging forward once more, a massive wave of green energy erupts, directly clashing with the godlike power of Lu Xun and his father. This only amuses the father, mocking them by asking if immortality is their trick, because he absolutely loves immortal targets. He squeezes the giant trunk, his calm voice echoing that immortality just means they can live in endless, eternal fear. Seeing this terrifying scene, Qin Ran knows he stands zero chance and quickly slips away, abandoning everyone else. He flees into the distance, After running for who knows how long, he reaches a quiet, completely deserted area. While painful screams echo in the far distance, a disguised Qingran smirks, calling them absolute, genuine monsters. Good thing he was smart enough to sever the link and escape. But get ready for this plot twist. Before he can even celebrate his escape, two shadows block his path with mocking laughter. Meanwhile, deep inside a massive, gorgeous castle, a voice grumbles about the noise. Deep inside the chamber, a grotesque monster with a lower body covered in eyes and sharp claws whines about the annoying racket. Lu Qin's mother stands there gracefully with her arms crossed, calmly asking the terrified Qinran who exactly commissioned him to investigate the runaway test subject from the laboratory. 17 stands next to her, giggling quietly. Terrified, Qinran leans back and fires a special bullet directly at them with a curse. 17 quickly ducks behind her mother, who remains completely unfazed as the projectile flies straight toward her face. Witnessing her calm reaction, Qinran hides under a field of flowers, grumbling in confusion because that custom bullet should have exploded on impact. Normally, its fragments would release blue electricity and destroy everything, but right now, it is frozen mid-air. Lu Qin's mother effortlessly flicks the hovering bullet away, leaving the shocked man stammering in pure disbelief. Suddenly, a glowing sphere of energy appears behind them, catching 17's attention and making her turn around. Staring coldly at the panicked investigator, the mother asks him if he prefers a much more painful death. Meanwhile, Lu Qin and his father continue their aggressive attack on the other side. Rage echoes everywhere as they scream about trash, useless cowards, and annoying pests. Absolutely furious at their enemy's cowardice, both father and son roar that runaways are the absolute worst. Moving in perfect unison, they unleash an explosive burst of raw physical strength, shattering the ground beneath them. The destruction reveals a hidden path, and both Lu Qin and his father grin excitedly as if they found the jackpot. They have finally locked onto their final prey, obliterating everything in their path as they charge straight for the enemy. Lu Xin's father has giant feet with sharp claws, stomping on absolutely everything in his path as he walks. The townspeople hold heavy clubs, gritting their teeth with furious faces. Lu Xin's mother and 17 watch them, smirking with absolute satisfaction. Unlike those two, Qinran turns around in complete shock as the truth finally hits him. I get it now. He grumbles, glares with rage, teeth gritted. Who, in their right mind, gave you the codename Single Soldier? Lu Xin and his father stand right behind him. Got you. Qinran freezes in pure exhaustion, already knowing his end is near. He slowly turns around, cold sweat dripping down his face in sheer terror. So he is the one carrying the power of the tyrant. The experiment actually succeeded. Lu Xin's mother suddenly gets very serious. Before he can even finish speaking, Lu Xin's father reaches out and tightly squeezes Qinran's neck. But you cannot kill me. Qinran gasps, his entire body slowly lifted high into the air. He roars out for everyone to hear, do you know why I chose to hide in this place? Because this is Joy Town, where the queen sleeps. Here, the locals hold shovels and hoes, their faces happy. Everyone in this small town belongs to her, and so do I. But right now, the father looks around at the eerie, ruined wasteland and withered trees. You have finally woken her up. Soldiers lie scattered everywhere, barely conscious on the hard ground. Thousands of townspeople line up in perfect formation like a mighty army preparing to fight, sticking out their sharp tongues as they stare directly at the castle. The townspeople and soldiers are slowly mutating, acting as if they are being controlled by some hidden force. After hearing Lu Xin's quick explanation, his mother nods in realization. So that is how it works. Oh, this is where the real chaos begins. Standing under cracked glass, Qinran collapses and screams in agony. The queen appears behind the castle with an annoyed expression so noisy. Her eyes are cold and ruthless, yet filled with deep loneliness. This queen is actually one of the ultimates, riding a colossal, bizarre beast with some of the most dominant powers in existence. Qinran suddenly bursts out laughing, pointing at the castle as a threat. My current body belongs to one of her subjects. So you really want to kill me right in front of the queen? Hearing his confident claim, both Lu Xin and his massive father are completely stunned. Qinran secretly celebrates his genius escape plan. Luckily, he chose this place to hide, hoping to borrow the queen's insane power to crush his enemies. Even so, he still cannot guarantee a safe escape from this nightmare. Ignoring his threats, Lu Xin gathers his strength and shouts, is this monster seriously trying to provoke the queen? Qinran's smile instantly vanishes into pure dread. Over on the other side, the happy townspeople holding their tools start charging forward together. The queen slowly approaches on her giant beast, with the entire town's army marching right behind her. Lu Xin's entire family stands together on the road. This town has a secret, and these people are ready to die for it. The houses here are pitch black, but hiding inside those dark rooms are the town's real, terrifying residents. Here is where everything starts making sense. Lu Xin explains that the secret of Joy Town is actually quite simple. He explains that a queen was born here, possessing supreme influence over everyone. They view her as their absolute master, the sole source of their collective will. For these twisted residents, serving their queen is the ultimate form of happiness. One of the most powerful mystical entities in existence, the Queen of Joy Town. Lu Xin's eyes turn razor sharp. Now, I must stand with my family. The entire group draws close together, completely ready for the ultimate clash. As a violent wind threatens to blow everything away, Qin Ran clutches his head in panic. Impossible. Is my intel actually wrong? Shouldn't he be fighting the queen right now? Is it possible that this guy has already unlocked his second stage? The faces of Lu Xin's bizarre family appear. Are they really about to fight a godlike queen? As Lu Xin's eyes glow a terrifying crimson, he silently recalls all the dangerous enemies he has faced before. This massive entity might just be the absolute strongest opponent he has ever had to face. Part of me wants to turn and run, but I must stand tall beside my family. We fight together, and I am absolutely not backing down. Lu Xin's mother flashes a polite, gentle smile, right in front of the fearsome queen. Showing zero fear, she simply says hello. Your little town is actually quite lovely. She adds, warmly comforting the queen upon seeing her completely dazed expression. Gently touching her hair as her cheeks turn slightly pink, she politely explains that they are just on a family trip, simply helping their child with a quick chore. She reaches one hand out politely towards the queen, while her other hand remains tightly gripped around her deadly weapon. I am so sorry for barging into your lovely home like this, but this place is genuinely beautiful. Lu Xin is especially bewildered, watching his mom casually chat with the queen as if it's completely normal. Right then, the queen suddenly offers her thanks. But Lu Xin's mom just raises a finger to give some advice. But having only pink flowers is a bit plain. If you plant some blue irises in this garden, it'll look so much better. The queen sheepishly scratches her head, admitting that only growing pink flowers did feel a little too simple, but she couldn't find other seeds. His mom instantly replies that seeds are easy to get in Qinggang City. He winks at Lu Xin while saying this. He looks straight into her eyes, calling out to her, and she softly answers, I know. His mom happily keeps sharing more tips, and the queen listens with complete and absolute attention. This bizarrely peaceful scene leaves Qin Ran in total shock. They're actually just gossiping. His entire worldview is shattered. The armed soldiers slowly lower their weapons, while the townsfolk also begin to quietly disperse and head back. Lu Xin's mom says apologetically, sorry for breaking your things. It looks like you'll have to fix them yourself. She wraps things up with a final friendly remark. If there's a chance later, I'll definitely visit you again. The queen turns and promises to welcome her warmly next time, then slowly departs, leaving a completely stupefied Qin Ran collapsed on the ground. Right after that, Lu Xin's family of 4 turns their heads toward him, flashing a savage, chilling grin. Lu Xin stares at Qin Ran, calmly stating, I have questions for you. His dad objects immediately. Why bother with this useless trash? Just kill him to keep things clean. With that, the dad reaches for the terrified, cowering Qin Ran, but Lu Xin grabs his own left arm, growling a warning. His father's eyes flash with a dangerous, fleeting light. Without hesitation, he slams his son to the ground, screaming, Lu Xin, you useless coward. You're nothing but a weak piece of trash. From behind, the mom speaks up. It's time for you to go back. But the father snaps back. I'm not going back this time. Lu Xin struggles to stand, thinking in panic, my body is completely out of my control. He squeezes his eyes shut as sweat pours down his face, his left hand pressing against the ground, shaking violently. But internally, he forces himself to stay strong. I can't back down, especially not right now. He has to control his left hand. Nearby, 17 glares furiously at their father. I won't let you bully my brother. His mother looks at him, asking seriously, are you truly angry or just terrified? Where exactly are you trying to hide? We are family, and if we cannot protect each other, who else in this world can you possibly trust? His dad lets out a maddened roar, but watch how the mom's sharp reprimand completely cuts through his rage. Do you really want to tear this family apart? Meanwhile, 17 chimes in, I want to turn him into my toy, the kind of toy that will never move again. The queen, who hasn't gone far, suddenly speaks up. Hey, can you guys please not fight here? Both parents turn in surprise to look at her. His massive figure steps through a mysterious door, but he mutters that he still thinks his son is a total waste. We might protect him now, but sooner or later, he will kill us all. And by then, it'll be far too late for regrets. He casts one final glance before leaving, and the door slams shut, completely hiding the father's massive shadow. Lu Xun sighs in relief as he stands, wondering if it's over. While 17 anxiously grabs his arm, Lu Xun's mom waves goodbye to the queen. It's all over. Thank you. The queen just smiles and gives a thumbs up. Walking up to him, his mother gently asks, what do you want to do next? Lu Xun answers he did terrible things in Qinggang, so I want to take him back, recover the items, and let headquarters handle it. But I just heard him mention something about me, and I need to ask him about it directly. Slumped on the ground, Qingran confesses, yes, I do know things. Don't you realize what you actually look like to me? Sweat pours down his face, his eyes filled with absolute terror. Qingran stammers in terror, but here is the twist. It is all a lie, while the mom and 17 just smile. The scissors in the mom's hand suddenly snip a spiritual thread, and Qingran clutches his throat in panic. Why can't I speak? His mom looks at him and says that drawing is in his suitcase, along with other related files. The crying child drawing has documents tied to you, so just read them yourself. It's much more reliable than listening to his lies. She squints her eyes with a sweet smile, asking, promise me one thing, okay? Wait until you reach phase 2. Take a look at the files in the briefcase. At the very end, she even added in a mysterious voice, if you don't, you won't be able to stand it. Lu Xun looks completely baffled, utterly unable to grasp what his mother is trying to say. Still, on the outside, he agrees and nods. His mother chuckles, calling him a good boy, before adding, besides, we can't bring this guy's spirit body back with us anyway. Since his family came and dragged his actual body away, it wouldn't be very polite. And look at this, Shi-Chi is laughing like a maniac while reaching for Qingran, her twisted shadow cast directly onto his terrified face. His mother's voice whispers right in his ear, so just let your little sister play with it instead. Then, right before our eyes, Qingran's entire body dissolves into tiny glowing particles beneath the crimson moon. A couple of cars drive along a narrow dirt path deep inside the dark forest. Standing on the dirt road, not far from the vehicles, Lu Xun mutters to himself. Mom mentioned Dad is feeling irritable again, and leaving him home alone isn't safe. Better take Sis back first. This place is way too quiet, so having someone else to talk to would be nice. Suddenly, the car stops right in front of him, and Gecko pokes his head out to ask for his name, age, and gender. Lu Xun smiles, stop joking around. Gecko steps down, replying, can't be too careful out here. So, is it finally over? Lu Xun raises the briefcase in his hand. Yeah, I've dealt with both of those ability users. Everything they stole from Qinggang is right in here. Plus, our scout mission in Happy Town was pretty much a success. Gecko pulls a disappointed face. Wait, is that really what you call solving a problem? Lu Xun scratches his cheek. Yeah. Gecko salutes his temple with a serious look. Report, Captain. After getting your signal, I pushed forward and spotted 4 fleeing mercenaries trying to make a run for it. I chased them down, ended up taking out 3 and capturing 1 alive. He's tied up in the back seat right now. Want to take a look? Lu Xun sighs helplessly. No need to be so formal with me. Right after that, the open car door slams shut. Gecko grins from the driver's seat, pointing toward the back. Haha. To save us some trouble, I made sure he's fast asleep. Oh, by the way, he suddenly asks if he should toss the guy in the trunk to make room for Lu Xun's parents and sister. Lu Xun just says no. But wait, there's one more thing. Where's the loot they gathered? Gecko grins, casually juggling a live grenade to show off their loot. Lu Xun instantly panics at the sight. Put that thing away right now. Slipping it back, he teases, Captain, you can take on thousands of guys single-handedly, but you're actually scared of a little explosive? Then, getting serious, he asks, wait, what about their vehicles? They fled on motorcycles and left all 4 behind. Hearing that, Gecko hesitates. Well, we kind of left them back there, Brother Lu. No way we can bring them back ourselves. A light bulb goes off as Lu Xun's eyes light up. Yeah, true, but I have a way. Gecko is totally lost. But get this, just a moment later, under the blood-red moon, 3 massive military helicopters come roaring through the sky. Right after that, 3 fully armored soldiers march up and report directly to Lu Xun. Gecko's jaw completely drops. Where on earth did a backup squad come from in the middle of this absolute wasteland? Lu Xun flashes his brightest smile. Pointing into the distance, there are 4 motorcycles over that way. Mind tracking them down and bringing them back for us? Gecko just stares with a blank, speechless face. Bro, you are seriously something else. Back at Qinggang Satellite Town number 2, Lu Xun leads the way with Gecko trailing behind, dragging their captive along. Waiting for them at the entrance is a whole crowd of people. Chen Jing glances down at her watch from the moment you left until now. It's only been 54 minutes and 13 seconds. That's 4 days faster than our estimate, cutting it by more than half. Once the professors hear this, they're going to be pulling each other's hair out, trying to figure out what rank they should even give you. He instantly imagines that wild scene and can only let out a dry laugh. Crossing her arms, Chen Jing says, "All right, report on your progress." Lu Xin honestly recounts every single detail of the mission. She asks to be absolutely sure you're certain those 2 ability users are dead. Lu Xin confirms completely wiped out, not a trace left. Among those 3 targets, one was a puppet-type user from Blackwater Town. Chen Jing pats his shoulder, telling him to head home and get some rest before writing the official report. Right then, Gecko drags the captive over. Wow, as expected of Colonel Chen, always putting the paperwork way ahead of our actual lives. Huh? Gecko grins, eager to claim credit. Got a live special forces soldier right here. Captain Chen, Brother Lu took out 3, but I dealt with 4 and brought back this prisoner. Surely, my contribution is pretty massive too. But before he can even mention Tai Kui, Chen Jing cuts him off. I will let her know. Just be patient and wait 2 days. He asks suspiciously, wait, 2 days? Didn't you guys even tell her? But Chen Jing just looks away, deliberately avoiding his gaze. He even cooks up a pretty convincing excuse for himself. Meanwhile, Tai Kui is chilling somewhere else, casually eating a cup of yogurt. Chen Jing takes the suitcase from Lu Xin. All right. She tells him a car is already waiting to take you back. Our team will escort this briefcase back to the research institute. After that, the specialists will handle the cleanup operations. You 2 get a 3-day break. Go rest. I will contact you if anything else comes up. Meanwhile, over in the main district of Qinggang, beneath that ominous red moon, a quiet room sits hidden deep within the dark city skyline. Chen Jing is sitting around a long conference table with the high-ranking commanders, staring at the prize Dan Bing snatched from the knights, the mysterious rectangular briefcase. It sits resting right on the table. I inspected it thoroughly. Dan Bing definitely has not opened this suitcase. Glancing over at Professor Bai, she quickly adds, based on his expert assessment, inside this briefcase sits that highly mysterious red moon painting, along with some extremely crucial data about mental contamination. Just then, the man sitting next to the professor speaks up, easily guessing what Chen Jing was about to say. Files regarding that rogue laboratory escape. Chen Jing frowns, carefully weighing her words. Dan Bing's secrets might be locked inside this very case. The man sitting right next to Professor Bai snaps back. So what are we still hesitating for? Under that crimson moon, his echoing command rings out to open it, while Lu Xin is already walking back into his apartment building. Bai Hu pokes his head out of the car window, asking him, "Hey, Brother Lu, are you really not going?" The pressure was absolutely insane this time, and skipping a chance to unwind is a fast track to losing control. Picturing himself surrounded by gorgeous girls, Bai Hu's eyes light up as he begs Lu Xin, "Look, you took great care of me out there, so tonight is entirely on my tab. I promise you will have a blast." Lu Xin just shakes his head. "Forget it, you go enjoy yourself." Yet deep down, his mind is screaming a free trip. Meanwhile, darkness blankets the city as only a single window remains brightly lit. Just look at him on that rooftop. What could he possibly be planning next? After 4 days of fighting terrifying monsters outside the city, he realizes how close he came to death. Time to head upstairs for a family dinner. Though knowing his family, his apartment is probably a chaotic mess. Just then, Han Bing calls Mr. Dan Bing. "I heard you are finally back." He answers, "Indeed I am, but how did you know?" She excitedly clasps her hands to congratulate him, and called him immediately to congratulate him on wrapping up such a massive mission. She asks if it went exceptionally well, and Lu Xin shyly replies, "Not at all. I really just did my absolute best out there." As Han Bing begins listing his handsome rewards, he suddenly cuts her off. "Wait, tell me one at a time. I love savoring this feeling." She giggles softly. Then, she happily agrees. 10 minutes later, Lu Xin mutters to himself happily, "I really made a killing this time." Besides the generous compensation, Han Bing even promised to help him get back his confiscated motorcycle. Even if his father is currently furious, it is fine. Family can always talk things out. Climbing up the dim stairwell, Lu Xin finally stands right outside apartment room 401. Inside, his mother is having a highly animated phone call with Miss Chen. She says, "Oh, Miss Chen, you have no idea. Going on a family trip is actually pretty great. It is so healthy and does wonders for your mood. Plus, I made a wonderful new friend who grows the most breathtaking flowers you have ever seen." The moment Lu Xin steps inside, Xiao Shiqi runs over to tease him for coming home so incredibly late. Father Lu merely gives a cold grunt, so Lu Xun pulls up a chair and tells them if you are hungry, eat first next time. His dad glares and downs another cup before snapping loudly, if you knew your family was waiting, you should have gotten back sooner. He simply nods, and just like that, the four of them gather around a wonderfully warm and cozy family dinner. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking his father's temper is actually much better than last time. Meanwhile, back in that secret room, check this out. A black-gloved hand slowly opens the metal briefcase as 5 onlookers stare inside. Chen Jing stares inside the chest and mutters securing this was definitely not easy. Holding up a transparent container, she says this must be the painting. I will take it straight to the research institute to analyze its properties. Her face grows pretty tense. As she picks up the files, these are almost certainly the classified records from that rogue laboratory. We all know exactly how incredibly dangerous and important these files are. Even the 6 head professors at the research institute do not have the clearance to read this, so we should really. Professor Bai interrupts. It does not matter what is in there. Dan Bing is a valuable asset of our special department, so there is no need to debate how we handle him. We just need to understand him better. So there is really no reason to be this tense. Go ahead and open it. Hearing Professor Bai's instructions, she reaches out and opens it with a worried sigh. Oh no. Chen Qing tips the folder upside down, but only shredded paper falls out, leaving everyone shocked as they shout, "What happened here?" A full, bright moon hangs in the dark night sky. Lu Xun's mother stands by the window, turning to say they can take more family trips later. But first, she has a quick criticism to make. She steps inside and points out that his difficult attitude always makes the entire household incredibly tense. Doing this every single time will only destroy their trust, and this home will eventually end up completely falling apart. Giving his father a final warning, she makes it clear that if he does not change his bad habits, he will be left behind on all future trips. Watching his father, he thinks in surprise that his dad actually seems to have agreed. Wait, why does Lu Xun feel like his mother's warning was secretly aimed directly at him? His mother turns to him and says it is his turn now, looking at him warmly because he is grown up and cannot live in confusion anymore. She knows he is curious with lots of questions, and she fully supports him searching for the truth. Suddenly handing him a thick document, she explains it is a gift, something the family finally agreed to hand over to him after discussing it together. Inside is everything you need. Walking over to a cabinet, she reminds him of their deal back in Happy Town, asking if he still remembers his promise. Locking the documents inside the cabinet, she warns him that he absolutely must reach the second stage before opening it. Handing Lu Xun the key, she says to keep it safe, and he agrees. The next day, inside the high-rise white building where Lu Xun works, he looks at his paperwork and mutters to himself. After entering Happy Town, he alerted the queen, who looked absolutely terrifying but was actually quite reasonable, so he just grabbed his suitcase and left. He wonders if the higher-ups will enjoy such an incredibly detailed report. Since he wrote down every minor event, sending it to Hanbing first, he suddenly remembers Xiao Lu, thinking he should visit the orphanage during his upcoming day off. His phone suddenly vibrates, and he sees an incoming call from Hanbing. She says, "Mr. Dan Bing, I have already reviewed your detailed report, and I cannot believe you finished it so quickly." When Lu Xun asks for her opinion, she cheerfully replies that it is great, and she will polish it up before submitting it. He hesitates, thanking her, but adds that he still has one more question. She tells him to go ahead, as she is listening. Lu Xun asks her directly if she knows what the second stage actually is. His sudden question completely catches her off guard, while Minister Shen, who is listening in on their call, repeats with surprise if he really asked about the second stage. Chen Qing replies that the concept of the second stage is not a secret, so it is quite normal for him to have heard of it. Minister Shen emphasizes that they absolutely must figure out what his real motive is here. He just read the mission report and admits it is incredibly detailed, mentioning a 3,000 yuan fine for shooting in Blackwater Town, yet it completely glosses over any important specifics. For instance, regarding Happy Town, it only says a mysterious queen awakened and he walked out. Who would actually believe a terrifying monster queen would just let him go? He is definitely hiding something, which prompts Professor Bai to ask if the minister has read Bihu's report yet. Just mentioning Bihu makes Minister Shen get annoyed, complaining that the guy knows nothing, and his expense reports are even worse than Dan Bing's bills. Professor Bai disagrees, arguing that rules are vital for mutual trust, and seeing a powerful ability user like Dan Bing strictly follow them is a massive stroke of luck for ordinary people like them. The last thing they should give him is special privilege. So everything must go strictly by the book. He proposes another path instead. His suggestion is to agree directly, without bypassing any standard protocol, officially allowing Dan Bing to advance to the second stage as soon as he meets all the necessary requirements. Over in the guard room, Lu Xin is busy searching through a pile of documents. Her calm voice hums along nicely. She explains that besides direct pay and bonuses, this mission is a perfect opportunity for him to secure a promotion and become an official member. Once it becomes official, though, Mr. Dan Bing will join the Special Talents Division of Qinggang City, which lets him earn contribution points on future missions to significantly boost his personal benefits. She cheerfully adds that if he chooses the immediate cash reward, he will receive 3 million yuan for completing this task. If you convert this to contribution points, you immediately become a Tier 3 talent, with all the perks of a Tier 4 citizen. But the catch is, your internal cash reward drops to around 700,000 yuan. Lu Xin sighs. He hates these kinds of choices. The pressure is getting way too real. Han Bing tries to comfort his stressed soul. She says she has a private tip to bend the rules a little. Her advice is simple: take a portion in cash and convert the rest into contribution points. Going with this option gets you a pretty massive payout, and it easily bumps you up to a Tier 2 special talent status under the department rules. Once you hit Tier 2 or higher, you finally get clearance to read detailed files on Phase 2. Lu Xin rubs the back of his neck, stammering, "Let's just do what you suggested. Thank you so much." Han Bing blushes and smiles, saying no need to be polite. "I promised I would always stand by you." Then she gets quite serious. So, the total cash payout for Mr. Dan Bing from this mission is exactly 2,221,200 yuan. Within 3 business days, the cash will hit your account. You are officially a Tier 2 special agent now. Lu Xin is thrilled, gasping, "Is it really that much money?" Han Bing switches topics. "Now we finally get a breakdown of Phase 2. Lu Xin nods. She explains that under the influence of the Crimson Moon, mental energy surged, turning affected people into active ability users. As long as they stay stable, unlocking and mastering 3 core abilities is what defines Phase 1. Phase 2 is the expansion of that baseline, or simply put, the evolution of an ability user. During the chaotic and lawless early years, plenty of people who met the criteria eagerly jumped into these enhancement experiments, without showing any fear at all. But for the test subjects, their ultimate fates were completely different. He mumbles, "So, where are all those ability users who went through Phase 2 enhancement?" Lu Xin suddenly feels dizzy. Why is his head throbbing all of a sudden? Han Bing continues, saying these methods are pretty advanced now, and our Qinggang City is fully capable of performing these upgrades. Do not worry, Professor Bai drew a strict line from day 1, so Qinggang has never allowed any forbidden experiments. Even if an ability user signs up for an upgrade now, the research team heavily screens them to judge their mental stability. She chuckles quite softly. So, even though we mastered this tech a long time ago, the number of ability users in Qinggang City who actually went through the process can be counted on one hand. And among the people you know, Mr. Dan Bing, there is actually someone who qualified for the Phase 2 upgrade. Han Bing immediately pictures Baihu clutching a fish and screaming, "I just want a chill life. There is no way I am doing any upgrades. If anyone forces me, I will report them to the Alliance." That lazy guy is Baihu, widely considered by the research department to be our most stable user. Lu Xin sighs, muttering, "Goodness, that sounds exactly like something he would say." He thinks to himself, "Mom once told me to open the locked files in the cabinet once I reach Phase 2. Did she always know I would get there? Or did she secretly hope I would never lay eyes on those documents?" He says, "I have made up my mind. Sign me up for the Phase 2 enhancement." Han Bing hesitates, looking quite apologetic as she turns him down. "I am so sorry, but you cannot. Your current rank is not high enough, Mr. Dan Bing. Only Tier 3 special talents can apply." Lu Xin is completely lost. "So when can I actually reach that standard?" Han Bing flips through her logs to check, murmuring, "You are currently short by 55 contribution points." An intense desire to hunt for points flares up inside him. He eagerly asks, "Is there any mission available right now?" She happily agrees to sign him up. But watch closely now. The scene shifts to Li Mengmeng's apartment, where a blood-red moon hangs in the pitch-black sky. "That guy just keeps clinging to me, even after I told him I have a boyfriend. This weird stuff keeps happening, and it is driving me absolutely crazy." Her best friend responds in a flat, uncaring voice, "Fine, I believe you. Let us get a drink." That makes Li Mengming wonder, are you actually willing to open your precious bottle now? The friend stares at her chest with a twisted, creepy look on her face. She mutters, I bought this wine for myself, but now I am sharing it with you. Say no, and things will get pretty ugly. She drags out the threat, slowly shifting her gaze down to Li Mengmeng's thighs. Li Mengmeng shivers, saying, you are looking at me in a really creepy way. A wave of dread washes over Li Mengmeng. What is happening? Is this just a weird illusion? Or is her friend completely losing her mind? Soon after, she gets heavily drugged by her best friend and collapses fast asleep on the bed. Her best friend looks like a grinning demon about to strike, when suddenly, Li Mengmeng snaps her eyes open. Seeing the terrifying sight right in front of her, she panics. What are you doing? Her friend pins her down, face twisted and grotesque, tongue lolling out like a starving wolf finding easy prey. You are so beautiful. Such a great body. It is so hot. Let us go take a bath together. Mengmeng snaps in fury. Are you crazy? I am not going. The creature laughs creepily. It is the stalker who has been following her for days. Inside a girl's body, the monster repeats a chilling threat. Not going? Refusing me will bring terrible consequences. No. A terrifying scream echoes through the small bedroom under the silent blood moon. Fast forward to another afternoon, and the sky looks even darker and gloomier than before. Inside a quiet therapy room, Mengmeng opens up to her doctor with a heavy heart. Ever since that night, I have not dared to see my friend. I constantly feel like something is staring right at me. That creepy guy is just too terrifying. He is absolutely horrifying. The doctor dismisses her fears casually. High stress like yours is quite common. You are about to graduate, right? With graduation, finding a job, and settling down, this anxiety is completely normal. Just focus on managing your emotions. Li Mengmeng desperately begs for help. Please help me. Even my family thinks I am going completely insane, but I really saw him, and more than once. Now even my parents are saying those exact words. The doctor sighs. Calm down. What did I tell you? Your stress levels are just through the roof right now. You only need a professional to guide your mind. Suddenly, dark demonic energy begins to swirl right behind him. How about I treat you to dinner tonight, and then we leave together? Before he can finish, she rejects him instantly. I do not want to. It is that twisted smile again, with the same spine-chilling line. Are you sure? Refuse me, and the consequences will be severe. But get ready, because here is where Lu Xin steps out looking like an absolute boss. He has got one important question on his mind. Han Bing is such a sweetheart. She hooked him up with a new uniform, and even found him a 10-point contribution mission. Walking up to a sleek black and gold ride, he asks in surprise, is this the transport you got for me? Han Bing beams. This motorcycle was sent straight to the research lab for a few minor upgrades. It has got a manual winch up front, assisted GPS navigation, and even built-in voice alerts near the dashboard. Plus, that metal case on the back left houses a smart robotic dog to help you out on missions. It is custom-built for spider types, and Mr. Gecko has been begging to get his hands on it forever. Lu Xin hops on the bike, excitedly testing out the controls. He asks, puzzled, why not just give it to him then? Apparently, he claims he does not remember last night. Han Bing remembers how Gecko spent the night with a girl and then ran away. He seriously offended his ex, who happens to head the weapons research and development department. Lu Xin is completely speechless. Revving the throttle, the engine lets out a satisfying roar that makes the nearby guards stare in absolute awe. Han Bing asks, how does it feel? Single soldier? Lu Xin rolls forward slowly and comments, it is pretty good, just not quite what I had in mind. He adds, completely clueless, I thought you just pushed a button to start, kicked it twice to go, with a battery inside. Han Bing helplessly slaps her forehead. Single soldier, you are describing a cheap electric moped. Lu Xin grins. Awesome, time to head out and catch some monsters. Meanwhile, just look at this guy riding at an absolute snail's pace while poor Mengmeng is out there, wandering the cold, dark streets all alone. Even her doctor turned into a monster. So where can she run? Every face around her looks strange and utterly terrifying. A sweet little girl approaches to greet her, but her face suddenly warps, revealing a monstrous head with glowing red eyes right behind it. Do you know the consequences of refusing me now? Mengmeng screams in sheer terror, stay away from me. And suddenly, the crowd starts to pounce. Do you finally understand what happens when you refuse me? Grotesque faces and mocking voices pierce right through her fragile mind. You useless trash. Do you still not get it? You can never refuse me. The second I chose you, your life belonged entirely to me. I want you to submit, drop that hateful look, and crawl on the ground begging. Mengmeng collapses, clutching her head in absolute panic. Please, Whoever you are, spare me. A hand suddenly grabs her wrist, and Li Mengmeng completely loses it, screaming and sobbing in pure terror. Lu Xin whispers to her gently, do not worry. He hands her a clean tissue and reassures her, I am here to help. You are safe now. Miraculously, the crowd returns to normal, and Lu Xin pulls her back up. Meng Meng asks doubtfully, can you really help me? Lu Xin suddenly lets go of her hand and reaches out. She stands there completely dazed. He grabs a random bystander by the arm. The guy immediately snaps, what do you think you are doing? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Lu Xin casually replies, it is nothing. The man snaps back, you crazy? Meng Meng is totally stunned. What are you doing? Lu Xin patiently explains that the stranger had suddenly approached them just now. It seemed like he wanted to touch me. I saw his face warp into someone else, so I grabbed his arm, but that strange face vanished instantly, reverting back to this middle-aged man. Yet he was grinning with absolute, arrogant malice, as if he possessed some sort of absolute power. Clinging to Lu Xin like a lifesaver, a panicked Meng Meng grabs his arm tightly. It is him. It is definitely him. He is a ghost, and he is driving me completely insane. Please, you have to save me. Lu Xin feels a bit awkward. Do not worry. I will help, but you need to give me some space. Glancing down at her thigh, pressing against his motorcycle, he reminds her, please do not rub against my bike. I just polished it shiny. Startled, Meng Meng jumps off. The traffic light finally turns green. As she hops back onto his passenger seat, she nervously asks, where are we going now? Lu Xin accelerates instantly, shouting his answer as they speed away, to a place where it is easier to catch him. Do not worry, even though I might seem a bit unreliable. Before he can finish, Meng Meng cuts in fine. I trust you, but who actually are you? Introducing himself, he simply says, I am a specialist who deals with these exact situations, but I cannot show you my credentials right now. We must tread carefully so he does not spot us and escape. He adds also, please do not hold on to me so tightly. It is a bit uncomfortable. This makes Meng Meng blush red as a tomato. Commencing special contamination. Mission number 102. Capture the Phantom, the source of pollution. Suspect is a mutated spiritual ability user conducting illegal activities. Power type Phantom system. Hazard classification level B. Ability description. Phantom type users can project their consciousness out of their own bodies, taking host inside of someone else. In the short term, the host will temporarily absorb the thoughts and memories of the phantom host. Methods of possession include either direct, physical contact, or remote spatial projection. The exact execution depends entirely on the scale of the user's spiritual energy. Regarding the damage output, once the phantom departs, the unfortunate host will suffer from temporary amnesia, alongside a very strong likelihood of severe mental trauma. The duration of possession remains unknown. Weaknesses of phantom ability users also remain entirely unidentified. Based on all of this crazy information, Lu Xin wonders, how are we supposed to capture an invisible specter that can jump into anyone at will? A bit later, he hits the brakes, stopping right outside a love hotel. Lu Xin announces, we are here. Meng Meng stares in absolute disbelief, asking, what is this place? She immediately pictures herself getting tossed onto a bed for some weird business, and screams, a hotel? With her cheeks burning red, she panics. But get this, Lu Xin just calmly points to the door, telling her to come inside. Meng Meng asks, go in for what? He peels back his jacket, showing her the inside while explaining, see this badge? I am a certified professional. That is why I need you to come inside with me. Just try to act natural, so we do not scare him away. I will grab him for you and solve your little problem. Meng Meng nods rapidly, realizing, oh, so that is how it is. Walking inside, she still clings tightly to his arm, asking once more, you are really going to catch that ghost, right? Textbooks claim ghosts do not exist, but with that red moon hanging in the sky, anything is possible now, right? Lu Xin turns to reassure her, do not worry. Even under the red moon, there are no ghosts, just things far more terrifying than them. Meng Meng sighs. Is that supposed to comfort me? He pulls out two $50 bills to pay for the room, crying inside, do I seriously have to spend my own cash on this? If that creep does not show up, my wallet is going to bleed. Noticing his pale face, she asks, what is wrong? Are you feeling sick? Lu Xin brushes it off. I am fine. Let us head up. The two walk past an old lady mopping the floor. As they pass by, the old lady stops mopping and sighs. Suddenly, her face distorts, her eyes turning blood red, as if she wants to eat them alive. Her mouth hangs open as she demands furiously, who on earth are you? Facing the old lady, Lu Xin is completely unfazed, casually asking what took so long. while poor Ming Ming is literally shaking with terror next to him. She stammers, completely hysterical, "It is him. I recognize that horrible look." Lu Xun gently pats her shoulder, reassuring her that it is okay. Sickened by their closeness, the old lady snaps, "Listen to me, you little brat. I do not care who the hell you think you are. Now, get lost immediately. This prey is mine." Meanwhile, Lu Xun just looks around the room, completely ignoring her little temper tantrum. He thinks to himself his little sister is pretty mischievous, running around all over the place. She is not in her rebellious phase yet, and quite luckily, he can still forcefully borrow her power when things get bad. Completely unfazed, Lu Xun fires back at the old lady, "None of us are going to be your prey. I am not leaving either. You have already broken the law, so come with me before you do something you really regret." To be honest, I do not have much experience dealing with special ability users. If you resist, I will have to use force, and you might actually die. The old woman sneers, "You say I broke the law?" Her face is a mask of pure disgust. Her cloudy eyes bulge unevenly, and her voice sounds incredibly slimy and wet. "You came all the way from the main city for me, right? Go back and tell them I leave them alone, so they had better stay out of my way too. Otherwise, even those top-tier elites back in Qinggang City, I will slaughter them all to show you what I can do." Out of nowhere, little 17 appears, crawling wildly all over the ceiling. Grinning happily, she shouts, "Brother, I am here." While Lu Xun keeps bickering with the old lady, "Go ahead and fight those elites. It has absolutely nothing to do with my job." Meanwhile, little 17 stares curiously at Li Mengmeng, who is standing right next to Lu Xun. The stubborn little girl looks at her full chest and lets out a highly jealous snort. Lu Xun continues, "But I do not think you can leave." Enraged, the old woman charges forward with a cane. "You asked for this." Just as a sharp blade thrusts toward his face, Li Mengmeng screams, covering her eyes in terror. Little 17 giggles as she pulls Lu Xun out of harm's way from behind. He gently warns her, "Easy now." With one hand, he grabs the old woman's weapon, and with the other, he chokes her tightly. The entity possessing the old woman grinds his teeth in pure rage. "Curse you." In an instant, he flees her body, leaving the poor grandmother back to normal. Coming to her senses, she hurriedly stammers, "I am sorry. I am so sorry, dear guests." Lu Xun helps the old woman up, gently reassuring her that it is not her fault. Meanwhile, the receptionist nearby giggles creepily. He has already possessed her. "See that?" She spreads her arms wide, mocking him. "We are fundamentally not even the same species anymore. Or rather, I am nothing like the humans of this world. You are all just normal trash, whereas I am basically a god now." Lu Xun remains perfectly calm, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. He has definitely heard this exact speech before somewhere. Who was it again? Little 17 chimes in, "That gross-tasting tree guy." The possessed receptionist feels deeply insulted by this. "Do you guys have any manners at all?" Carrying little 17 in his arms, Lu Xun walks with Li Mengmeng toward the reception desk. The little girl happily floats forward. "Do not run. I am right here." But before she can do anything, he slips away again. The receptionist snaps back to normal, looking completely dazed. "Wait, what just happened?" Cackling wildly, the spirit possesses a nearby security guard who rushes them with a baton. Sensing the threat, Lu Xun smoothly spins around and grabs his wrist. Treating this like a fun game, the entity immediately releases the guard back to his normal state. The lights flicker violently, plunging the room into a chaotic, creepy strobe. Honestly, this vibe is getting incredibly scary, and everyone starts whispering in panic. A second later, absolutely everyone in the room gets possessed, plastering identical, creepy grins across their faces. He sneers triumphantly, "Did you honestly think I wouldn't feel you targeting my spiritual energy? Opposing me is a straight-up death wish. Absolutely nobody can protect you now. I could even hijack your own father's body to rip you apart." With no other way to fight back, Li Mengmeng just screams, "You are a total psycho. Get lost. You creep. Get away from me." Lu Xun quietly observes her. She is too terrified to even open her eyes, yet she is still yelling insults. Pretty brave. He wraps his arms tightly around her, leaving Li Mengmeng completely stunned. Holding her waist with one hand and grabbing little 17's small hand with the other, he softly tells them, "Hold on to me tightly." Meanwhile, the possessed crowd gets even more aggressive. "So you are not ordinary either. Since we are of the same kind, why on earth are you fighting me? Just hand this girl over to me. We can team up, and this entire city will belong to us." Li Mengmeng looks up in a daze, asking what is happening. Lu Xun gently reassures her, "Do not worry. This world has monsters, but it also has protectors. Hijacking an arrogant young man's body. The parasite sneers. Since you are begging to die, he instantly possesses a cop. Aiming a gun at them, I will happily oblige. Seeing the bullets fly, Lu Xin's expression darkens in anger. You have officially crossed the line. Placing Li Mengmeng safely in a corner, he tells little 17, I am borrowing your powers. Watch over this. He possesses another little girl, laughing like a maniac, haha. Is this still not enough? We can still go to the patrol force to grab some guns. Suddenly, Lu Xin leaps forward, grabbing the pencil from the little girl's hand and shouting, that is enough. The little girl bursts out crying. The entity immediately possesses another man crawling on the floor, asking mockingly, are you scared now? Standing up, he walks slowly toward the possessed man, casually asking him if enough time has finally passed. The old man is utterly confused, asking who he is talking to. No one, Lu Xin replies, just yourself. This is already enough. The city patrol has surrounded this place. You do not look so good anymore, do you? Releasing the old man, the entity immediately jumps into a proud-looking, powerful woman nearby, shouting out in absolute fury. You dare to play tricks on me? Did you think I was not paying attention to our surroundings? Lu Xin simply points out the window, where the sky is still a bloody crimson. He calmly explains the lockdown I mentioned is not just for this building, but for this entire district. To prevent you from getting suspicious and running away, we chose to lock down this entire massive zone right from the start. And here is his genius move. He explains that while the freak was screaming, the patrol had already completely sealed off the area. I do not know how many men they brought, but knowing their style, not even a single mouse is escaping. The possessed woman scoffs, asking what of it, as the entity inside her lets out a mocking, triumphant laugh. Do you think a crowd can trap me? The more people there are, the better it is for me. But Lu Xin does not back down. Every single soldier stationed outside is fully equipped in heavy anti-mental pollution gear. Another 2,000 protective suits are on the way. Eventually, every person surrounding this place will be wearing one. I do not know how long you can survive inside other people's minds, but the hosts available to you are rapidly running out. Lu Xin steps up the pressure, shouting that there will be nowhere left to run. So right now, you are completely finished. Damn it. The entity curses in frustration, instantly abandoning the woman's body as it rushes to find another host. Watching the gust of wind left behind, Lu Xin mutters, ran away? Then, he speaks into his mic, everyone, do not panic. You are all just part of a routine military drill, and there will be generous rewards waiting for you afterward. Spread out as far as possible, and do not run around, or the patrol forces outside will open fire. After saying that, even he looks a bit dazed. Oh, are they really giving rewards? The old police officer from earlier runs over, anxiously asking, Boss, what just happened here? He grabs Lu Xin's hand, shaking it excitedly with sparkling eyes. I remember now. I saw you back at the guard station. I know you are a professional expert. Boss, just tell me straight, how can I help you out here? Feeling quite awkward, Lu Xin replies, please do not call me boss. Just help me keep everyone calm and orderly. The officer starts shouting, spread out, keep your distance. Meanwhile, Li Mengmeng, tears still wet on her face, stammers, you guys are. Lu Xin reassures her. No need to be scared. He confidently promises that they will protect everyone here. Inside, Li Mengmeng is screaming, completely captivated by his cool look. He is so serious right now, and so incredibly handsome. Beside them, Xiao Shiqi pouts and turns away. From Li Mengmeng's angle, she has a perfect view of Lu Xin's handsome profile. She thinks he is incredibly cool. But wait, here is the funniest part. Lu Xin immediately leans out the window to check on his motorcycle. With all the chaos just now, thank goodness nobody touched his precious motorcycle. Looking out through the glass window, Lu Xin watches the patrol forces in action, silently praising how incredibly fast and efficient they are. They really surrounded this whole place in no time. Down below, a patrol officer announces through a megaphone, attention everyone, we are currently conducting a highly realistic, joint military exercise. Please cooperate with us. Put your hands behind your heads and sit down, so we can clearly see both of your arms. Any hostile actions toward the patrol will result in immediate gunfire. But do not worry. It is only tranquilizer darts. We will now hand out protective helmets. This will be over soon, so do not move. Hiding in a corner, the entity grinds his teeth in rage, muttering, why must you people stand in my way? You think this is enough to make me surrender? Lu Xin calmly walks over. So this is where you are? Do not misunderstand. I am not against you. We do not have any real grudge, do we? I am just doing my job here. The higher-ups gave the orders, so I have no choice. Lu Qin analyzes the files. You possess people in two ways: physical touch or through space. Direct touch is incredibly fast, but you actually and for the spatial possession, your maximum range cannot be more than 10 meters, right? Lu Qin concludes that in this current setup, you really cannot escape. He screams with bloodshot eyes, yelling out that Lu Qin is forcing his hand. Are you trying to get everyone killed? If you want to oppose me, then I will just slaughter every single one of them. With that, he uses the buff guy's body to slam headfirst into the wall and vanishes. This madman actually startles Lu Qin. And watch out, his next target is the staff member right behind him. He grabs a sharp pen, aiming to stab it into that new body. Suddenly, blood starts spraying from both the employee and the buff guy's head. Absolute chaos. The receptionist holds a knife to her own neck, laughing maniacally as she asks if Lu Qin wants her to kill every last one of them. Lu Qin frowns, stating that the guy is already a criminal. If those 2 wounds turn out to be fatal, you will have to carry the weight of 2 more lives. Are you planning to pay a price even worse than the death penalty? Genuinely angry now, Lu Qin pulls 2 special collars out from his pocket. Lu Qin throws them over to Shi-Chi, shouting for his little sister, who catches them midair with perfect timing. Shi-Chi flashes a playful grin, looking just like a kid her age. Catching them, the girl opens the collars and swiftly snaps them onto the necks of the 2 people not yet under his control, leaving them totally bewildered. Lu Qin quickly directs the others to scatter, and everyone immediately backs away on their own. Speaking into his walkie-talkie, Lu Qin reports that the target is secured, so the backup squad can move in. The parasite stumbles back, asking what he just did. Do you seriously not care about this woman's life anymore? Lu Qin calmly explains the situation. He just had the 2 closest people put on suppression collars, while everyone else ran past the 10-meter mark, completely out of his. Now, you have absolutely nowhere left to run. If you try to possess another body, that target simply becomes you. And if that target dies, Lu Qin nicely gives him a choice. With no way to immediately hop into another host, you will end up dying too, right? So, do we fight, or do you surrender? Gnashing his teeth in pure rage, he swears, as blood vessels pop across the receptionist's furious face. You forced my hand, so I am taking you down. Slamming onto the desk in utter humiliation, dark energy erupts from him. How could someone like me ever let you back me into a corner like this? Above them, the chandelier shakes violently as sparks fly. He declares that since Lu Qin pushed him, he will drag him down to hell too. Lu Qin faces the intense pressure without even flinching. Suddenly, disjointed images from countless different points of view begin flashing rapidly through Lu Qin's mind. So many people have been ruined by this monster. Realizing these are the villain's memories, Lu Qin's eyes bleed into a deadly, cold crimson. I see. Lu Qin laughs, looking just as unhinged as his opponent. You did not just break the law. The parasite releases the old man, sending him collapsing back to normal, and leaps into a nearby woman who looks arrogant and powerful. You dare play me? Did you honestly think I was not paying attention to our surroundings? Lu Qin simply points out the window at the blood-red sky. He drops a cryptic line. The encirclement I mentioned is not just for this building, but the entire district. To make sure we did not spook you or send you running, we set up a massive perimeter around this whole sector. Sounding rather proud of his trap, he explains that while you were screaming like a lunatic, the city guard was locking down the area. I have no idea how many soldiers they brought, but knowing their style, not even a single mouse is getting out of here. The possessed woman sneers. So what? She, or rather the entity inside her, laughs mockingly. Did you really think numbers could catch me? The more bodies here, the better for me. Lu Qin refuses to back down, pointing out that every single soldier out there is wearing mental containment gear, with 2,000 more suits on the way. Soon, absolutely every officer involved in this lockdown will be fully suited up in protective gear. I do not know how long you can keep jumping into people's minds, but your pool of potential hosts is shrinking fast, Lu Qin says, getting more fired up, until you have nowhere. So basically, your game is officially over. Furious, the parasite curses in anger, before completely abandoning the woman's limp body, fleeing to look for another host. Watching the faint trace left behind, Lu Qin mutters, "Ran away already?" He then speaks directly into his mic, urging everyone not to panic. You are all just in a drill, and there will be a generous reward waiting for you after this is over. Everyone keep your distance from each other. Do not run around, or the city guards outside will open fire. As he speaks, Lu Qin himself is stunned. Wait, they actually gave it to him? The cop from before runs over, asking frantically, "Boss, what just happened here?" The cop shakes his hand over and over, his eyes shining with pure hope and excitement. I remember now. I saw you back at the guard room. I know you are a real expert in this field. Just tell me, boss, how can I cooperate with you? Meanwhile, Lu Xun is starting to feel incredibly uneasy about this whole thing. Please do not call me boss. Just help me keep order. Tears still streaming down her face, Li Mengmeng stammers out, You guys. Lu Xun reassures her, do not be afraid. Then, he confidently promises, we are going to protect all of you. Inside, Mengmeng is screaming. Completely mesmerized by Lu Xun's sudden, sharp good looks, she gasps mentally, he is getting serious. So handsome? But Xiao Qi just turns away and pouts. From where she stands, Mengmeng gets a perfect view of Lu Xun's incredible side profile. Swooning internally, he is so handsome, so cool. And then, look at this guy. Lu Xun actually leans out the window to check his bike, sighing in relief. With all the absolute chaos earlier, he is just glad nobody touched his precious ride. Looking out through the glass window, Lu Xun watches the city guard moving into position and mutters in praise. Their efficiency is incredibly high. They have surrounded this entire place so quickly. Down below, a guard yells through a megaphone, attention everyone. We are currently conducting a military drill, so please cooperate with our work. Put your hands behind your head and sit down. Make sure we can see both of your arms. If anyone tries to attack the city guard, we will open fire immediately, but do not worry. These are only tranquilizer darts. There is no need to panic. We are handing out protective helmets now, and this will be over very soon. Do not move. Cowering in a corner, the enemy grinds his teeth in pure fury. Why must you people always oppose me? Do you really think you can just make me surrender this easily? Lu Xun calmly steps forward toward him. Ah, so this is where you were hiding. Do not misunderstand. I have no personal grudge against you at all, right? I am honestly just doing my job. It is what my higher-ups ordered me to do, so I have no choice. He analyzes the situation. The files say the maximum distance for your spatial shift cannot exceed 10 meters, right? Lu Xun concludes with a calm smile. So with the current, his eyes turn bloodshot as he screams in fury. You are forcing my hand. Do you want to destroy everyone here? If you people really want to stand against me, then I will slaughter every single one of them. Just look at this absolute insanity. He actually forces the muscular man to smash his head into the wall before vanishing in a flash. His next host is a staff member standing behind. He instantly grabs a razor-sharp pen, aiming it directly at his own throat. Blood begins to spray from the staff member, mixing with the muscular guy's head wound in a scene of absolute chaos. Next, the receptionist holds a blade to her own throat, laughing maniacally as she threatens, Do you want me to kill them all? Lu Xun frowns deeply. You are already a criminal. If their wounds turn out to be fatal, you will face 2 murder charges. Are you planning to pay a price far worse than execution? Genuinely angry, Lu Xun pulls 2 special restraint collars from his bag, tosses them over to 17, and yells, Sister, catch. She catches them. Instantly, 17 giggles playfully, acting exactly like a child her age. Catching them, she snaps the collars open, swiftly locking them onto the necks of the 2 targets. While the crowd panics in complete confusion, Lu Xun quickly takes charge and commands everyone else, Scatter right now. The hostages immediately scatter. Lu Xun presses his earpiece, speaking into his radio. Target secured. Support squad is clear to move in. The villain freezes in utter shock. What did you just do? Do you really not care about her life anymore? Lu Xun calmly explains, I had the 2 closest people put on restraint collars, and everyone else has already fled past the 10-meter line, well outside your. As of right now, you have absolutely nowhere left to run. Even if you manage to invade another body, that target basically becomes you. If they die before you can find a way to jump to another host, you will die right along with them. Lu Xun is just kind enough. So, fight or surrender? The villain grinds his teeth in sheer rage, cursing in frustration. Veins of fury pop on the receptionist's face as he screams through her, Damn you! You forced my hand. I'll take you down with me. Humiliated, he slams himself against the table as a wild, dark aura explodes outward. How could someone like me ever let you corner me like this? Overhead, the chandelier shakes violently as sparks fly everywhere. He yells that if he is going down, he is dragging Lu Xun with him. Yet, Lu Xun stands completely unfazed by the crushing pressure. Suddenly, disjointed memories and flashing images from countless different victims begin flooding directly into Lu Xun's mind. Countless people have been destroyed by this monster. Realizing these are the villain's own memories, Lu Xun's eyes shift to a deadly, glowing red. So, that is it. Lu Xun let out a wild laugh, looking just as crazed as the villain. Aren't you breaking the law? The monster tries to possess Lu Xun, but he leaps aside and completely dodges it. The creature freezes in utter shock. How can this be? It never expected that it wouldn't be able to possess the sky. Baring its tongue, the beast threatens to devour him whole, while little 17 just sits there cross-legged, laughing at the show. Lu Xun realizes his sister has no intention of helping. She just wants to watch. Fine then, he'll handle this himself. Now watch this. He leaps into the air as the monster springs forward, clashing head-on. Lu Xun lands a heavy punch straight to its face, leaving it reeling in shock. Then, he stomps it down, making the beast scream in pure agony. A chunk of the monster's body melts right into the floor. Terrified, the parasite retreats instantly, diving back into the helpless receptionist to hide. Clutching her stomach, the receptionist groans in pain, but Lu Xun simply tells her to behave. Honestly, I didn't want to go easy, but you're just too weak. I really don't get why you had the delusion of being a god. Now, before the cleanup crew gets here, you're going to do some work for me. Reaching his hand out, he demands a refund. I'm not renting a room anymore, so give me back the money I just paid. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? The receptionist screams as the city patrol force drags her away. Watching through the monitor, Han Bing notes that the woman genuinely remembers nothing now, since that ghost parasite has gone into deep hiding. His ability allows him to burrow deep inside the host's consciousness, making him completely invisible to normal detection. But once we've confirmed he's inside, we have ways to force him out. Lu Xun wonders how a ghost like this is actually handled under Qinggang City law. There's a strong chance he'll get the death penalty. Han Bing replies, leaving him genuinely surprised. The death penalty? Seriously? She clarifies further. To be exact, they'll be stripping away his very right to exist. So whether he's sent to the research department as a test subject, or assigned to city defense as a Class D operative, with a transparent helmet suddenly clamped onto her head. The receptionist shrieks, asking what they are trying to do. The soldiers holding her tell her to stay calm and cooperate. They promise she'll be safe, and will even get at least 10,000 credits in compensation afterward. Seeing this, Lu Xun quietly gives them a thumbs up. This support squad is seriously impressive. The patrol officers secure the receptionist and prepare to leave, turning back to offer Lu Xun a respectful salute. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Soldier. Lu Xun politely waves it off, saying they're all just doing their jobs, and thanking them for their efforts as well. As they move out, Li Mengmeng suddenly speaks up, calling out to him, "Wait, are you just leaving like that? What's your name?" Lu Xun stands there, completely clueless. Beside him, little 17 giggles. She totally has a massive crush on you. Mengmeng instantly flushes and denies it, telling him not to misunderstand. She just wants his number, in case she runs into trouble again down the road. Shying away, she asks if she can get his phone number, wondering if he would come protect her if another monster appeared. Lu Xun tells her not to worry, because the creature's caught, and she is completely safe now. Even if another issue pops up, it depends on what his superiors arrange. It'll probably be some other colleagues sent to protect. Though she feels a bit let down by his blunt answer, she still musters up a smile, thanking him anyway. But I still think she starts, only for a soldier to step up and suddenly slip a helmet onto her head, leaving her screaming in confusion. Seeing how frantic she is, another soldier sighs, asking if they should take it off. Lu Xun simply tells him not to bother. Since everything's wrapped up here, I'm heading back, he says. Then, suddenly remembering his sister, he calls out, to which both Han Bing and 17 reply, "Huh?" Lu Xun asks with a proud grin if he looked incredibly cool just now, though little 17 just sticks her tongue out, blowing a childish raspberry. Meanwhile, Han Bing immediately cheers him on, admitting that although she didn't see the fight, she's positive he looked absolutely awesome. He blushes, playing it off. Back at the monitoring room, two analysts have been watching Lu Xun this entire time, carefully tracking his every move. Not a bad job. He wrapped things up in under 2 hours. Out of 132 people, only 5 were injured. With 2 he gets bonus points for that, meaning a solid B-tier evaluation. Only a B-tier? Honestly, that's not bad at all considering he's still a complete rookie. You might not realize it, but this guy's potential loss of control danger level sits at a massive 85%. Strictly speaking, that's way past our standard recruitment threshold, and the sole task of our danger evaluation team is to monitor him secretly, trying to see if we can safely lower that rating a bit. The other suggests grading him low this time and higher next time to balance it out, to which his partner agrees that it's a solid plan. Besides, he's already picking up another task. Han Bing introduces the next mission, briefing him on the satellite situation over city number 4. They need a spider-type ability user for backup, An assassin just took out a business owner over in Satellite City number 4. The investigation team found some massive anomalies, so they handed the case over to Guiju for a month-long probe. She actually dug up some solid clues and is ready to make her move, but she needs backup. Pay attention to this. Her special report says the general manager of Yinhuan Limited was brutally killed right under protective custody. The window barricades were fully intact, but his head was clean gone. Even members of the outlawed Red Vest Brotherhood were completely wiped out. Their severed limbs were turned into potted plants. It looks like a headless ghost is haunting Satellite City 47. Hearing this, Lu Xin is completely stunned. What on earth is going on? Han Bing explains that Guiju sent all this intel to headquarters. She is a Tier 3 special agent who operates with massive independence. She is in total control of this mission. Right now, the danger level is set at level 3, paying out 1 million credits and 100 merit points. Hearing about the cash, Lu Xin's eyes instantly light up, but Han Bing's expression remains extremely serious. Normally, if Guiju needs a spider-type ability user, the absolute first pick should have been Bihu. He asks, so why are you giving it to me? At that, Han Bing can only force a weak laugh. Turns out, Baihu is absolutely terrified of Guiju. To keep their team synergy alive, they decided not to force him. Lu Xin imagines Guiju chasing Bihu around, sighs, and accepts his fate fine. I will go. He adds, wait, do I get all the merit points and the payout? I only need 45 more points to reach Tier 3. She happily replies, absolutely. Guiju has always been incredibly generous with her teammates. The next day, at the highway exit of Satellite City number 4, Lu Xin looks around for her. Is this the place? Guiju approaches him from behind and yells out, hey kid, over here. She walks over with a friendly grin. You must be Shan Bing, right? We met briefly once before, but things were way too chaotic to actually. Lu Xin politely nods back and says, hello there. She cheerfully replies, thanks a million for taking the time out of your busy schedule to back up a colleague. Recalling how Bihu begged not to be chosen because of a sudden stomachache, Guiju sighs and casually picks her nose. I wanted to bring Baihu, but that guy claimed his stomach was killing him. Her overly casual vibe makes Lu Xin pretty awkward, but he still says, I will do my best to support. Guiju laughs, chugs her alcohol, and exclaims, perfect. I absolutely love that youthful energy. Let me grab my car and take you out for some food. He blankly stares at her and mutters, okay, sure. Then she pulls up. Her ancient clunker rattles so loudly that Lu Xin shivers, feeling an icy chill run right down his spine. Seeing him hesitate, she barks, get in. What are you waiting for? You can even toss your motorcycle in the back. Lu Xin quickly declines, saying he will just ride behind her. Clueless to his disgust, she shrugs, all right, whatever works. So off they go. Riding behind her, Lu Xin pinches his nose, feeling like he is in literal toxic hell. Honestly, you would choke too. This slow piece of junk is pumping out thick, black, toxic smoke. A short while later, they pull up outside a cluster of tightly packed apartment high-rises. Guiju announces, we are here. Before he can even ask, she cuts him off, explaining this is her home. She waves him in, let us eat first, then we talk business. Walking inside, they run into Grandma Wang. She beams and calls out, look who is back. Wu Gege is home. Is this young man your boyfriend? Guiju waves back casually, no, Grandma Wang, he is just my coworker. What tasty treats did you buy today? Grandma Wang teases, oh, your nose is always the sharpest. Observing her, Lu Xin thinks her neighbors are incredibly friendly. This rundown place would be great with more residents. Guiju swings the door open. Mom, Dad, I am back. Her parents are waiting on the sofa, smiling warmly. Gege is home, her father says, standing up to ask if she brought a friend. Her mother eagerly offers a seat, telling him to sit. Lu Xin greets them politely. Hello, uncle and aunt. Guiju tells them to keep her coworker company while she cooks. She tells Lu Xin to make himself home, grab an apple, then heads to the kitchen. Suddenly, Lu Xin finds himself bombarded with enthusiastic questions from her parents. What is your name? How old are you? You look like a very fine young man. Shyly, he replies, I am 22. My last name is. Then he stops, remembering the rule about only using code names. He hesitates, completely unsure if he should reveal his real name. After all, he does not even know Guiju's actual identity, and meeting a colleague's family is. Before he can answer, her parents suddenly interrupt, nearly making him choke on his water. 22 is a great age. Our Gege is 18 already, so please do not mind her slightly quirky personality, but he is a pretty good guy. How far have you two gotten by now? Hearing the noise, Zigui peeks out from the kitchen. This is my colleague, Dan Bing. He is just here helping me with some work, and we have only met twice. Look at you two. Shouldn't young people have a bit more sense? Why can't you focus more of your energy on actual work? Hearing this, her mom gets up and stammers out a few excuses before quickly slipping into the kitchen. Here, eat this. Let me go help her cook, she says. But inside, her mom is getting scolded. Xiao Wang. Wait, no. How are you still so clumsy at your age? Is that fish supposed to jump around like that? What a total waste of your university lecturer title. How can you teach students looking like this? Watching her get scolded like a child completely stuns Lu Xin. Zigui's father quickly jumps in. It's fine. It's fine. Eat some fruit. 30 minutes later, dinner is ready, and they all sit down. Zigui casually pours some liquor for Lu Xin. Hey Danbing, don't just eat. Fill it up. Alcohol is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you get. Lu Xin politely declines. No thanks. We still have some serious work to discuss later tonight anyway. Her dad tries to stop her if he doesn't want to. Leave him be. Girls shouldn't drink so much anyway. Zigui snaps. You two won't get it until you reach my age. Since there are no outsiders here, I'm not calling you dad anymore. Xiao Wu. Wait. No. I mean, listen to me. An honest guy like you, no drinking, no smoking. What did Xiao Wang even see in you back then? Just look at your terrible social network at school. It's completely hopeless. Just retire. I will support you. Our house can afford one extra mouth. Her dad silently accepts the lecture, tears streaming down his face. Gulping down his food, Lu Xin feels like something is seriously off. Is this family always like this? After stuffing themselves, they head over to the sofa. Zigui sighs happily. Man, that was a good drink. How do you feel? Lu Xin mumbles back that the food was amazing, then asks what the plan is for tonight. Zigui drops a bombshell. We aren't going anywhere. Just sleep in my room. Lu Xin is completely stunned. Wait, what? But her parents are absolutely thrilled, thinking things are finally moving forward. Zigui casually picks her nose, acting like it's totally normal. What's the big deal? You came all this way. Shouldn't you rest? He stammers out that he should probably just get a hotel room since headquarters will cover it anyway. She immediately fires back. A hotel? Is company money not money? Zigui throws her leg over his lap, wrapping an arm around him. Watch her. Play it cool. My bed is huge and super soft. Besides, I called you over for a reason. Staying at my place means we can easily talk things over tonight, right? But, as he hesitates, Zigui leans right in, whispering into his ear, we are both adults here. Why are you acting so shy? Just don't think of me as a girl. Treat me like one of the guys if you want. Come on, let's go to my room. Once they head upstairs and lie down, her parents look on with pure joy. Finally, their beloved daughter has someone she can settle down with. Later that night, with the lights still on, Zigui kicks off her slippers and groans. Ah, my aching back. She lies back, legs crossed, while Lu Xin sits straight up to ask what they should do, but she quickly quietens him down, whispering that her parents are eavesdropping next door. Zigui sighs, sitting up tiredly. They really haven't had an easy life, pouring so much effort into raising a daughter like me. They took me to countless doctors and even hired exorcists. They did everything to decorate my room like a normal young girl's, hoping to slowly cure my weird habits and turn me back from an old. But my actual situation? Even my old colleagues at the special clearance department don't get it, let alone those fake exorcists hired by Second Master Wu. Lu Xin wonders, could Zigui actually be a young girl's body that somehow got possessed by some middle-aged ghost uncle? But ghost-type psychics can't stay inside someone else's body for long, and Zigui has apparently been like this for ages. Zigui gets up to pull back the window curtains, her voice turning dead serious. The time is almost here. Lu Xin blushes instantly. Do what? What exactly are we doing? She mocks him, stripping off her outer jacket to change into tactical gear. Zigui pulls a heavy metal case from under the bed, opens it, and starts assembling a massive gun. Completely thrown off by her sudden shift, Lu Xin can only stammer. What is all this? She flips off the light, plunging the room into darkness lit only by a blood-red moon. Zigui whispers Xiao Wu and Xiao Wang are totally drunk. They will be sleeping like babies. Look at her grim reflection in the glass. Those monsters are definitely going to show up here very soon. She warns him, those things have been hunting me down for days now. Zigui smirks. Did you honestly think this old man shared a room with a kid like you because I wanted your body? Lu Xin coughs to quickly change the subject. What kind of monsters are they exactly? She frowns deeply. They are incredibly bizarre. At least 2 high-level spiritual monsters coming here every night. Lu Xin is completely stunned. High-level entities? Lu Xun remains doubtful. How could a high-level monster like this even show up at your place? The Satellite City Patrol defense system should have wiped it out, and it's been happening for days now. Drunkard sighs wearily, explaining that these bizarre incidents made him suspect an ability user was behind it all. You read the files, right? At first, I didn't even realize I had powers, and I ended up doing some pretty reckless things. But after a while, I discovered this whole mess is connected to a mysterious organization called the Homecoming Club. Lu Xun frowns, thoroughly confused. The Homecoming Club is supposed to be a mysterious organization? He explains that after the mutation, all kinds of monsters and weird cults started popping up, making it easy for people to gather in small groups. But forming a group depends on its true nature. The real line between a normal group and a mysterious cult is whether an ability user is involved. If they are, then it becomes our business. Drunkard says he has spent a lot of time lately investigating this Homecoming Club, tracking down their secret meetings. Basically, they operate like a religious cult, worshipping what they call the real hometown. But I still couldn't pinpoint the ability user among them. I didn't want to alert them, so I tried to track him down first. He laughs bitterly at himself, but the bastard made his move first. For 3 days now, spiritual monsters have been invading us. Since he knows I've tracked him down, he's trying to silence me for good. Lu Xun asks, are they really that bold? But if they're coming for you, with your high rank, you could easily request a tactical squad for backup. Drunkard sighs and shakes his head. Until we figure out his exact ability, calling in those military squads would be completely useless anyway. He's got a lot on his mind, especially since they've already tracked him all the way to this apartment. It would be easy for me to just run. But Xiao Wang and Xiao Wu, that young couple, they always help an old guy like me. I can't let them get dragged into this danger, not to mention all the other neighbors living nearby. Drunkard chuckles proudly, claiming he's guarded Satellite City number 4 for years. All his close friends and family are right here. This is my home turf. No matter who he is, if he dares cause trouble here, I'll make sure he knows who's still boss. The clock strikes midnight, gripping his glass tight. His eyes turn razor sharp as he whispers they're coming. Here we go, guys. Streetlights flicker wildly as if choked by a sudden surge of dark energy, sputtering unstable sparks before plunging the entire street into pitch black. Those grotesque creatures finally show up. There they are, 2 of them. Drunkard scowls, explaining that his barrier covers this whole floor, keeping his exact apartment hidden from their senses. But they are incredibly patient, searching floor by floor. They're close. We can't fight them off tonight, but their summon time is limited. They only manifest for about 3 to 4 minutes each time. He adds that these things are different from normal spiritual monsters because they have a very clear purpose. Someone is definitely pulling the strings. This time, I have to count on you. While they search for me, slip outside and look around. Drunkard optimistically believes that if we can locate the controller or simply identify his actual psychic ability, this entire case will be as good as solved. Lu Xun quietly heads outside just as planned. All right, stay safe then. Stepping out into the dead silent, creepy hallway, he tries calling out, hey, little sister. Lu Xun mutters in frustration she didn't follow him again. That mischievous kid is useless when it matters most, leaving him alone to find the monster source in just a few short minutes. With that kind of lazy work ethic, how is she ever going to survive in real society? He opens the window anyway. They're definitely 10 stories up. Lu Xun swiftly climbs down the side of the building. Fortunately, he can borrow a portion of his sister's spider-like agility, allowing him to move fast. 3 or 4 minutes is tight talk about pressure. The sight ahead is completely bizarre, as grotesque monsters scale the walls of the apartment complex. Lu Xun is stunned. Their bloated, round bodies are covered in human heads and dozens of eyes rolling around. He realizes, is this really how they are searching for Drunkard? Analyzing their movements, he notes the 2 beasts are approaching from opposite directions, one left and one right. Tracking their paths backward leads directly to their starting point, making the controller's hideout totally obvious. Moments later, he reaches the main gate, where 2 clueless security guards are casually chatting. To Lu Xun, this gate seems highly suspicious, but watching them closely reveals absolutely nothing. The guards literally have no idea that those grotesque things just slipped right past them. He wonders how his mother would handle this situation if she were here. Back when they left the city to find the knights, Mother easily pinpointed the enemy's psychic location instantly. Calming himself, he tries to focus. What exactly was Mother's special sensory ability? Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over Lu Xun, allowing him to perceive the surrounding world. Also, it feels like I can actually see the spiritual bodies floating around here. 2 security guards are chatting. The voltage in this neighborhood is acting up again. Wasn't it just repaired? He thinks to himself. I can even visualize what they are saying. They must be safe now. Lu Xin wonders. Right now, I can actually perceive their spiritual emotions, whether it is discomfort, excitement, deep sadness, anxiety, or some kind of core belief. Could this be what the world looks like to my mother all the time? He warns himself, no. My main goal right now is not to analyze these abilities. I need to find the controller behind that spiritual monster. Lu Xin is certain the spiritual bodies of normal people and ability users are totally different. If he is anywhere near this area, I will definitely track him down. But after searching carefully, he sighs in frustration. There's no other way. Lu Xin deactivates his power since he found nothing. More accurately, there is no such person here. The drunkard's assumption was totally wrong. He glares in frustration. If Mother's method does not work, there is only one option left. Use Father's way, grab those two monsters, and beat the answers out of them. Lu Xin creeps closer, wondering to himself, but how do I actually act more like my father? The door ahead leaks a strange, dark aura, as if something incredibly dangerous is waiting inside. He hesitates. Why the sudden headache? Watch this. Lu Xin does not hesitate for a second and charges straight inside. He dashes up, completely bypassing the elevator to storm the stairwell instead. Out of nowhere, a woman in the corridor starts acting incredibly bizarre, looking far from normal. Mrs. Wang stares at Lu Xin for a moment. This must be the boy Aji brought home, right? I am delivering some things to the neighbors. Her words make him wonder. Food deliveries at midnight. Mrs. Wang mutters back in a low voice. I am just a poor widow raising my little grandson. People pick on us. These neighbors are evil, always eyeing my groceries. I will just give them some fruit, so they leave us alone. With that, Mrs. Wang stares at the fruit basket with pure malice and repeatedly spits all over it. Next second, she shuffles away, chanting under her breath to let them eat it. Seeing this creepy display, Lu Xin just shakes his head, ignores her, and keeps moving. Taking huge strides up the concrete steps, he whispers to himself. I can see it now. This building has literally turned into hell. Up on the 4th floor, a couple is screaming at each other. You scumbag. You tricked me. And now you are dreaming about my best friend. Moving up to the 6th floor, a young guy grins wickedly. I will burn you all to ashes. Won't buy me a computer, huh? Red aura wraps around Lu Xin as he pushes his body to sprint even faster up the stairs. On the 7th floor, a girl is shrieking in anger. Why won't you just die, old man? Where did you hide the cash? Your son's money belongs to me. What right do you have to hide it from me? The old man yells back. You will never find it, you absolute trash. Lu Xin runs and runs, finally reaching the 12th floor. Looking at the crowd of people wearing those same twisted expressions, Lu Xin mutters. This is the drunkard's house. Seriously, this whole place is looking incredibly creepy. He cannot help but guess the worst. A brutal image flashes in Lu Xin's mind. The drunkard's parents are already beyond saving. Then, he senses something else on the upper floor, a thick, metallic stench of blood. Following the vile smell, Lu Xin finally stands right in front of a massive, grotesque monster. Just as I thought, it is here. He stares directly at the beast, scanning it up and down. This monster, I can somehow. A vibrant blue shade fills his vision, allowing him to see right through the creature. They keep scanning the surrounding area. Suddenly, a familiar face appears. Guihua is actually right there. She constantly dodges the monster's relentless attacks. Lucky for her, she's got some pretty quick reflexes. Suddenly, the monster covered in human faces opens its massive maw, showing sharp teeth as it roars. The sound waves carry enough raw force to shatter all the glass. Guihua gets blasted back, crying out in shock. Damn, that really scared me. Gross tentacles keep lunging from the beast's flesh. Guihua swiftly spins around to retreat, planting her foot down and launching herself off a nearby step. A split second later, she soars high into the air, a bright energy already condensing right in her palm. This is my absolute favorite move. The moment she speaks, a massive beam of green light shoots from Guihua's palm, slamming straight into the chasing monster. Hasagi, a violent explosion immediately erupts high up in the air. Vibrant green waves of energy ripple through the air. Guihua floats back down to earth, thoroughly satisfied. Damn, I look so cool. The monster's severed tentacles crash to the ground, but its massive body still stands firm inside the building. Drunkard silently sizes it up, looking like she's about to unleash some absolute ultimate move. But instead, she suddenly spins around and yells, "Run for your lives!" Watching from behind, Lu Xin takes in her shocking reaction and can only wonder, can she really do that? He complains, sighing at how she screamed so loud earlier, while that multi-headed monster keeps making a racket. A second later, his eyes shift, turning blood red as he mutters with a dark chuckle, "Now I can really feel the rage." Right then, 17 floats down from the air right in front of Lu Xun, smiling as she says, "Big brother, I'm here." Instead of welcoming her, he angrily snaps, "Get out of the way." Shocked by his harsh reaction, little 17 tightly hugs her toy chicken, crying out in fear. Suddenly, the entire space is engulfed in a deep crimson glow. Lu Xun, or rather, his father possessing his body, stands completely alone against the giant multi-headed monster, a wild, creepy grin spreading across his face as he laughs through his teeth. Inside his mind, a single dark command keeps echoing, "Kill him." He wastes no time, leaping forward to grab one of the monster's heads, laughing with a sickening grin. "Wow, this is incredibly soft." The next second, his grip tightens, and his fingertips pierce straight through the flesh of that human head like sharp claws. The head cannot even scream anymore, as Lu Xun ruthlessly tears and peels it away from the main body, inch by bloody inch. Finally, he rips the head completely off, and laughs like a total maniac. "If only I could just slaughter you all." This brutal attack deals a massive blow to the monster, causing all the remaining heads on its body to wail in agony. Refusing to go down without a fight, the severed head in his grasp snaps its sharp jaws wide open, stubbornly biting down hard on the very arm that is crushing it. Staring right into the jaws of the giant beast, while that small head gnaws on his arm, Lu Xun just stands there, completely calm and showing absolutely no sign of fear. The monster unleashes an ear-splitting shockwave of sound, forcing Lu Xun to take a step back. Wait, look at him now. Cornered by the beast, Lu Xun can only think about how utterly useless he feels against this disgusting monster. Then, he lets out a mocking laugh. "Looks like you really know how to bring out the worst in people, don't you?" Without hesitation, Lu Xun shoves his hand deep into the monster's mouth, laughing like a total demon. Suddenly, he channels every ounce of his strength into his arm and unleashes a devastating punch straight into the beast. Everywhere his fist lands, the thick flesh of the monster completely shatters and crumbles away. He keeps cursing, throwing a relentless barrage of punches to vent all the rage of his earlier helplessness on this creature. Right in the middle of his beatdown, the monster's massive body suddenly dissolves into a pool of bizarre liquid. Staring down at the puddle of liquid, Lu Xun mutters in complete confusion, "Wait, how did it just disappear like that?" He looks around, but the entire area is empty. There is absolutely no trace of the beast left anywhere. From the distance, Drunkard runs over to ask if he is all right, but he just glares back with a cold, suspicious look. But hold on, this Drunkard is a total fake too, and she vanishes into thin air the second he realizes it. As his eyes snap back to normal, Lu Xun feels a wave of exhaustion. What on earth did I just do? He can still feel the lingering traces of that intense rage. Suddenly, little 17 peeks from the bushes and asks, "Brother, are you still mad?" Lu Xun walks over to comfort her, but she still seems deeply shaken by the terrifying display he put on earlier. She tearfully promises to always protect him and stop slacking off, but he just smiles, asking if she stayed back on purpose so their mother could teach him a lesson instead. When she stays quiet, Lu Xun just sighs and tells her it is fine, urging her that they should head back inside. Walking back into the building, the first thing he spots is old Mrs. Wang, before his gaze shifts over to check inside her basket. But there is absolutely nothing inside, proving that the chaotic nightmare from earlier has completely vanished. Visions of a panicked pregnant woman on the phone and a little boy staring at water flooding the floor flash before his eyes. Climbing up the stairs, he realizes that everything he saw those people doing was just a massive illusion. After passing a girl staring at a completely empty wheelchair, he climbs the rest of the endless flight of stairs and finally sets foot on the 11th floor. As soon as he enters, the crowd of people slowly begins to disperse. Only now does Lu Xun realize he was actually on the 11th floor all along, not Drunkard's place on the 12th floor. He pushes open the nearest door and walks in, immediately realizing this is definitely not the home of Drunkard's parents. Inside, the place is an absolute mess, with Drunkard completely wasted and clutching a liquor bottle, leaving Lu Xun utterly baffled as to what is going on. She takes another swig and explains that it is monster radiation, warning him that these negative emotion parasites have completely changed their tactics. "If they don't find me for 2 days, it'll start bleeding into the neighbors and drive them crazy." Lu Xun glances at the sofa nearby. Those 2 slashed-up pillows must be Drunkard's murdered parents, right? This is the illusion she set up beforehand. He asks curiously, "So the neighbors waiting outside just now thought this was your place. Why did they act like that?" She answers vaguely, "When living together in one building, people often have disagreements and get into trouble pretty easily. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Lu Xin forces a smile and asks, so, how's your family's social life? Drunkard replies, as if it is obvious my family has the absolute best social life in this entire building. She adds, those two monsters are hunting me, which hurts the neighbors. So I set up this room to bend the local senses, making them believe this is act that way. When enemies break in, the neighbors inside the building stay safe. They are always under my control. Everything they did just now was fake. Once they wake up, they will just think it was a nightmare. Lu Xin asks doubtfully, but can a monster's influence alone really drive people completely insane like that? Drunkard explains, you missed a spot, kid. Those negative emotions are real, just buried deep down until the monster drags them up. Lu Xin continues his interrogation. So, you are telling me there is not a single good person in this building? She scratches her nose, complaining, oh my god, you missed it again. She snaps back. If someone can hide those ugly feelings on normal days, doesn't that make them a good person? Lu Xin replies, you guessed wrong. I searched the entire residential area, and I can confirm there is no controller pulling the strings here. Drunkard gasps, no way. Those two monsters were clearly lured here by someone who can even change their tactics. He asks, how did you get targeted in the first place? Drunkard thinks for a moment, then answers honestly, I just wanted to investigate the mysterious deaths, analyze the energy, and lock onto the target. But instead, I ran into two spiritual monsters. Those victims were clearly killed by monsters, making it hard to deduce their powers. Did this culprit turn into a spiritual monster? Or is he warping minds to cause pollution? He suggests, if there's no puppet master nearby controlling the monsters, the enemy might have left some kind of mark on you. When they release those spiritual monsters, they hunt you down, meaning you were targeted without even realizing it. If they have chased you for 3 days straight, where were you 3? She scratches her head and hesitates. You're right. 3 days ago, I felt like I was hit. I remember the exact place where someone watched me from the shadows, but I couldn't find him no matter what I tried. Lu Xin frowns. I don't want to hunt him. I just need to know where you got marked and how he did it. Drunkard finds his questions pretty baffling, so she asks, why do you even need to know this? With a mischievous grin, Lu Xin drops this absolute bombshell. I'm planning to invite them straight to my house as guests. Drunkard screams, don't be reckless. You absolutely cannot force your way through this. They are targeting me, and it is incredibly dangerous. Dragging neighbors into this is a huge crime. My power can handle them, but you are just ignoring her protests. He keeps mapping out his strategy. We can't face them head on right now. Let's try to manipulate them instead. If I help you draw their attention, we can totally mess up their logic. They won't come back here anymore. And my biggest advantage is having 0 neighbors. Besides, my family will probably give them a very warm welcome. Drunkard finally agrees to the plan. Inside the Black Magic Cube Cafe over in Satellite Town 4, the entrance bell rings out. As Lu Xin sits down, a waitress immediately approaches and asks, excuse me, sir, what would you like to drink? Lu Xin says, slowly, let me check the menu first. After looking it over, he makes his choice, this one, the most expensive. The waitress smiles and replies, absolutely. Sir, please wait a moment. The second the waitress leaves, he immediately sinks deep into his own thoughts. Drunkard is paying, but why a coffee shop? This place feels pretty sketchy, almost like an illegal organization. She dug way too deep, making her highly likely to get hit. He recalls Drunkard's story. I ordered a coffee, mixed in half a glass of liquor, and had a pretty nice chat with the waitress about old world art. Now, watch this. Because the exact reason Drunkard attracted this deadly threat is definitely buried deep in those exact details. Lu Xin ponders further. How old are you? Is your relationship with your husband any good? Do you plan to remarry? He thinks awkwardly, do I really have to copy every single thing Drunkard did here? While he is still reflecting, the waitress brings over the coffee. Sir, your coffee is ready. Please enjoy your drink. He answers flatly, thanks. Staring at the pitch-black coffee, Lu Xin gets pretty confused. Where are the sugar and milk? The waitress explains our shop specializes in pure black coffee. You drink it straight to experience the bitterness and aroma, so we normally don't add sugar or milk. Surprised, he replies, oh, I get it. But could you still bring me a little bit? It's too bitter for my taste. The waitress softly replies, only by tasting the bitterness can you truly appreciate the aroma. Life's just like that. Drop the bias, accept reality, and things get easy. Want sweet? Order a cappuccino, but there are no refunds. Lu Xin frowns. No refunds? Fine, forget it. I'll drink it myself, but bring me some sugar. The maid flat out refuses. Sir, what coffee is served with sugar? After a long back and forth about whether or not to add sugar, the maid wins the debate with an absolute, Rock-solid claim. Sir, our coffee is absolutely not served with sugar. Lu Xun timidly replies, fine, whatever. The maid happily praises him. Sir, you are wonderful. But as soon as she leaves, Lu Xun pulls a tiny piece of candy out of his pocket. He happily thinks to himself, thank goodness I brought my own sugar candy. Suddenly feeling something is off, Lu Xun glances out the window. Right outside the glass, Xiao Shishi is pressed against the window, complaining, you lied to me. You still have candy. Lu Xun panics, oh crap, I've been caught. Out of nowhere, the maid reappears with a furious face. Sir, your taste is just incredible. Sighing softly, maybe the creepy reason she hated the previous guy was because he added liquor to coffee, totally disrespecting it, just like what I did. Following the plan, he just needs to lure them over as guests, and the bizarre forces can immediately make their move. Look at that crimson blood moon shining on his apartment. It is absolute nightmare fuel. Lu Xun walks in, carrying groceries. I bought some stuff. Let's cook something extra special for dinner tonight. Xiao Shishi immediately runs up and starts searching his pockets. Where did you hide the candy? His mother asks. Didn't we just have a nice meal a couple of days ago? Lu Xun replies, I got some bonus allowance from my business trip. And since everyone worked so hard before, I wanted us to. She stands up and nods. All right, I will go start cooking dinner. Night falls, and Xiao Shishi keeps pestering Lu Xun, searching him for sweets. I want candy. Hand it over. He sighs helplessly. I seriously do not have any. Suddenly, his father speaks up, rushing to help others, taking on such dangerous work. Are you this desperate to level up just to uncover some secrets? Is our current life really that unbearable? Exactly how unsatisfied are you with us that you are working yourself to death? Lu Xun quickly changes the subject. Do we have any unopened wine left? I want to have a drink with you tonight. Seeing him dodge the question, his father slams the table and yells, acting so normal all the time. Aren't you? Calmly, he replies, genuine happiness cannot be faked, and I really do want to share a drink with you. Besides, we are not the only ones eating tonight. I invited a couple of friends over, maybe 2, maybe even more. Before he can even finish, Xiao Shishi cuts in excitedly. I want one. Let me have one of those friends. His mother smiles. Then we must prepare food for more than just 2 extra guests. Realizing Lu Xun successfully dodged his question, his father stands up in sheer fury. If they are your friends, his mother continues, then of course we must show them our very best hospitality. Cut to a roadside barbecue stand, where a furious man slams his hand on the table. Why on earth would you ask that? He screams at the waiter. You're one of us now. So you of all people should understand what real truth actually means. Those outsiders are just like living corpses, clinging to fake morality, willingly enslaved by it. They're all complete fools. Hesitating, the maid says, I am just a little bit worried. The brown-haired guy snaps back. You are not just worried. You are absolutely terrified. Another guy chimes, and the most sickening thing is refusing to face your own fear. Just like back then, when you wouldn't admit your greed killed your... He turns to manipulate the girl further. Wasn't she good to you? She gave you gifts, paid your dad's medical bills, yet in the end, you still pushed her off the roof. His words are clearly getting under her skin, and the maid suddenly screams out, but is it really so wrong that I hated her? She thought she was rich. She could look down on my coffee shop job, refuse to drink my coffee, and call me her best friend while treating me like a servant. Seeing he successfully triggered the maid, he immediately shifts his target to the other guy. And what about you? Why did you poison your coworker? He bitterly grumbles in response. I always felt cheated. He was worse than me, yet he moved to the city early, made money, and scored a gorgeous widow. After successfully brainwashing both of them, he suddenly loses his mind, stands up, and shouts. Sometimes, even we feel disgusted, and that is because their hypocrisy. They wear masks just to mock us, but deep down, everyone is entirely selfish. Do they really think they represent justice? Living a lie is their choice, but we are real. Our masks are off, so why be afraid? The maid darkens and asks, but what if the security department comes? The guy sneers back, since when is the security department scary? I know for a fact someone is investigating us, but it doesn't matter. They're just fake hypocrites. Their lives are worthless. We will finally return to our real home. Those words, our real home, echo endlessly in the minds of everyone at the barbecue stand. It seems this guy is using some psychic trick to completely brainwash them. He slyly says, if we want the people of this world to know the truth, then let them look upon their true homeland. Right after his command, these creepy branches covered in human eyes slowly crawl up the walls of the house. The branches keep growing and stretching, completely blocking every entrance into the building. Alarms blare with fast beeps, warning that something pretty scary is coming. The multi-headed monster makes its appearance once again. But Lu Xun has been waiting here the whole time, cheerfully asking, "Oh, you are finally here," slithering in from everywhere. The branches have already reached Lu Xun's window. They're trying to crawl inside, but they don't even need to try anymore, because Lu Xun's mother throws the door wide open, welcoming them inside. "What are you waiting for? Get in here." A bizarre laughter echoes from inside, throwing the monster off guard. Both the beast and the creepy tree freeze in pure panic. Mom grabs the branch, and trust me, she's not letting go, trying to run. No way. With a swift flick of her power, she slashes several deep cuts into the bark before letting it go. "Hurry back." Meanwhile, as the monster reaches a corner, Xiao Shiqi looks down from the wall and shouts, "Hey little doll, don't be scared, and don't run away now." Without a word, she leaps right down onto the massive beast. She tries to push it inside, but it's just way too huge for her alone. Out of nowhere, Lu Xun's father appears, giving it one massive push that sends the monster flying straight inside. One of the monster's heads pops clean off, rolling right to Xiao Shiqi's feet. She happily scoops up the head, cheering, "This is so much fun." The moment she steps inside, room 401 slams shut. A wild night for Lu Xun's family. Dragging it to the kitchen, his father laughs another dish. As for his mother, she stares at the branches in her hand and asks politely, "My scissors are super sharp. Want a quick trim?" Watching this chaos, Lu Xun sighs. His quiet home just got extremely crowded. He makes a quick phone call, telling the other side, "You guys can move in. I haven't found the ability user yet, but he'll show up. Just focus on grabbing who we need, and I'll keep you updated." Guizi answers from the other end, "All right, move out." Hanging up, she immediately barks orders to the troops, "Capture everyone. Shoot if they resist." A soldier screams out, "Nobody move a muscle. Freeze right there. No talking." The maid asks in absolute terror what is happening. Suddenly, one of them stands up, muttering some bizarre words. "I feel the breath of truth. We have to go home." And just like that, he drops dead. The soldier gasps in shock. Is he actually dead? Before slipping away, he happily thinks death isn't the end. We're returning to our true homeland, a place where we never have to hide, only worship, and stay forever. Back at Lu Xun's apartment, the dead guy's eyes snap open. Feeling the cozy, warm light, he wonders, "Wait, am I finally back home?" Lu Xun immediately ruins the moment. "Sorry pal, you're just at my place." 10 minutes later, sitting around the dinner table, Lu Xun pieces the puzzle together. They aren't worshipping an evil god, but rather, a true home. He awakened the ability to receive divine revelations, preaching in Satellite City number 4, gaining followers, supposedly enlightening them, and then sacrificing every single. They execute anyone who gets in their way. The bank manager was killed for money, and his daughter was pushed off a building. Lu Xun smiles, "Lucky thing I brought candy along." Xiao Shiqi quickly pours some warm water into his cup. Lu Xun continues to recruit new members. They rely on material gains and raw fate. For instance, ordering a special coffee is just their way to send spirit monsters to recruit, not kill. Reading up to this point, Lu Xun is totally speechless. What kind of crazy crap is this? He asks again. The real question is, what kind of power leaves an imprint that attracts spirit monsters or swallows their heads? Spiritual monsters can't just manifest on their own. How do they get here? And why do they obey this specific user? And as for those divine revelations, is it just severe delusional paranoia or actual hypnotic suggestion? And the biggest mystery, does this true homeland they worship actually exist? Hearing this, the cultist completely breaks down. True homeland? Lu Xun sighs, "Forget it. Just leave it be." Looking at the guy's pathetic state, they won't get any more answers. So the father immediately drags him away. His mother walks over with a smile, "You did great this time." He asks, "Because I finally brought a friend over?" She says, "No, because you have finally started trusting your family and especially your father." She looks toward the kitchen and adds, "Even if it is in this form." Lu Xun's face completely darkens. He demands loudly, "Then let us talk. Did you tell little sister not to help me? Why would you do that?" Lu Xun wants answers, so she gently explains, "You cannot rely on your sister forever. You are grown now. When your family is gone, what will you do? Your family is always by your side. So do not worry. But as you grow, you need friends and your own life. If they do not understand and trust you, how can they ever truly want to help?" Lu Xun is too stunned to speak. "So, did you bully them just so I could smoothly reach stage 2? His mother quickly shoots back, "That is not bullying at all. What they think is entirely up to them. We are only here to guide things a little bit." Lu Xun obediently nods, saying he understands, which is why he told them he can pinpoint the monsters directly. Across the street, a sniper scopes in on Lu Xun. The shooter exhales, "That was terrifying." Beside him, Xiao Yuan mutters in confusion. What is he even doing? Can you even believe this? Two massive psychic monsters, weighing nearly 2,000 pounds, just vanished inside his apartment? It looks like he dragged them inside and ate them up. The white-haired sniper adds. The real issue is how quickly he mapped out their patterns to find Drunkard and the mastermind. Xiao Yuan double-checks. Interrogate what? Interrogate actual psychic monsters? The white-haired guy frowns in deep thought. He exposed the mysterious ability users, cleared them perfectly, and got an A rating. But with his bizarre style, no way. What on earth is his ability? Suddenly on edge, he whispers, "Hold on, senior. Do you feel like someone is watching us from behind that window glass?" The white-haired man hesitates, asking, "Did we not agree last time to give him a slightly higher evaluation score? Then hurry it up. Just bump him up to an A+ right now." On the other side of that window, Lu Xin's mother has been watching their every move. Over at the Qinggang administration office, whispers fill the room. The true homeland branch in Satellite City number 4 has been completely wiped out. Minister Shen grumbles in annoyance. Did you really gather all of us here just for that? Now get ready for this. Professor Bai says calmly that they have finally cracked the absolute mystery behind Solo Soldier's bizarre powers. As he speaks, he hands Minister Shen a physical test report. Staring at Lu Xin's lab results, the minister gasps in shock. 75%? How on earth is it that low? Professor Bai explains. Is that not what we must discuss? This danger level was based on subjective feelings, giving him an off-the-charts score. In reality, he is just an outlier among ability users, with zero abnormal traits. Chen Jing thinks for a moment before speaking up. Actually, there is one. She shares her theory after carefully analyzing his joint mission report alongside Gecko. I suspect he misreported the money by several thousand, but Gecko's write-up actually claims even more than Solo Soldier did. Comparing them, I have always wanted to crack Solo Soldier's secret, and then I saw this danger report. We suspected he was not a spider type and lacked any family nearby. But Professor Bai points out that according to the surveillance team and Drunkard, there is absolutely no one around him right now. He pulls up even more data. To back this up, Solo Soldier's data and habits reveal he is completely unlike other gifted individuals, showing highly chaotic and unstable powers. I doubt he belongs to the spider type. He pauses here, his face turning grim. In fact, his body does not naturally possess any power at all. Outside the meeting room, Han Bing happily announces, Mr. Solo Soldier, higher-ups highly praise your work with Drunkard in wiping out the mysterious True Homeland group. The director timidly reaches out, saying, Boss, have a cigarette on me. Lu Xin enthusiastically replies, Thank you so much. As Lu Xin walks away, the director cannot help but wonder, what is he so happy about? Did he slice up some bad guys? Or did he take down a mob boss? He asks Han Bing, does this mean I can finally upgrade to a level 3 special talent now? She answers excitedly, it will go into effect the second the brass signs off. The Drunkard case earns you a massive payout of 500,000 credits for successfully taking down that mysterious cult. Lu Xin jumps for joy. 500,000. She then asks, regarding your registration for Stage 2, how have you prepared, Mr. Solo Soldier? Also, do you have any special reasons you want to add, Mr. Solo Soldier? Lu Xin thinks about a special reason, then answers with complete excitement, yes, I do. I want to protect Qinggang and its people, and work hard to build a real... Seeing how excited he is, she feels happy too. All right, once the higher-ups give the word, I will submit your papers. If everything goes smoothly, you will still be in time for the Special Clearance Advanced Talent Training Conference. Lu Xin is confused. What conference is that? Han Bing explains that it is a meeting in the main city to train elite talents. If you submit your Phase 2 application, Mr. Dan Bing, you will be going there. Lu Xin asks, are they really okay with me going? Deep down, he is still worried, since they have always been suspicious of him. Meanwhile, Minister Shen frowns and asks, what does no defined ability mean? Professor Bai explains that he has an incredibly powerful mental state, but it does not have any specific direction or fixed ability. And that explains how he managed to defuse the mental pollution bomb back in Nongxiang. Those pollution bombs create monsters, cause self-destruction, and warp everything. But because Dan Bing has a higher mental level, he can simply override and neutralize them. Wait, Chen Qing realizes a terrifying possibility here. If that is true, his mental level might be close to 10,000. Professor Bai clarifies his point currently. No humanoid creature can survive a mental level close to 10,000, not even Dan Bing. He probably weakened the monster before overriding. We can look at Dan Bing as a massive source of pollution, but he is not infectious. His mental strength only has the unique trait to warp perception, copy, analyze, and recreate abilities whenever he needs them, so he has no personality disorders. But regarding his 3 family members, I suspect that during his awakening phase, he saw 3 people or some specific abilities, and then he used his massive mental strength to copy, decode, and accept them as family. Back at the orphanage, the power he simulated and constructed could not unleash his true mental strength, so he is 1 tier below the S classes. Saying this, he holds up a document: untapped potential, no history of losing control, and he knows how to follow the rules. He is an excellent candidate. So Minister Shen slams the table, yelling, "This is all just your pure speculation." Su Xinzhong hesitates before speaking. He is indeed extremely dangerous, but when we founded the Special Clearance Department, we set the rule of cooperating with ability users. As long as there are rules, he is not our enemy, right? Minister Shen agrees. I respect that rule, but these ability users are just too terrifying. Did you not see the files on that happy little town? If everything turns into a beehive, do you even know what you are doing? Professor Bai's face grows incredibly serious. I read it. Honestly, I am not surprised at all. At the start of the research, that despairing genius researcher jumped from the 100th floor of the Eclipse Research Institute. Do you guys still remember the word? Chen Qing screams out those 3 curses. Professor Bai corrects him. They are not curses. We should call them warnings, or maybe prophecies. There are 2 things. He continues in a dark, serious tone. We must prepare ourselves to welcome the god. Su Xinzhong bursts out laughing. Let's stop talking about the final words of a madman, but we must admit that old Shen has a point. We really need to be extra careful with these things. Professor Bai stands up abruptly. I have 2 sentences prepared, and they are not just for you. Do you know that the Tianlin Marine Nation is negotiating with the Deep Well Extraction Company? Minister Shen is stunned. Wait, what? Professor Bai presses his hands on the table, emphasizing every word. The 2 sentences I wanted to tell you are, do you think he needs? Phase 2 is about boosting and stabilizing mental strength. He does not need the boost. We just need to help him stay stable. Minister Shen asks suspiciously. I have one final question. How can you guarantee that he will not turn against us after entering Phase 2? Professor Bai winks and replies playfully, I actually thought about that, and I came up with the absolute best solution. He smiles brightly and reveals his plan. We just need to sign a contract with him. Meanwhile, back at the administrative office, a voice comes through Lu Xin's phone. Rest assured, Mr. Dan Bing, we will handle everything by the books. The voice on the other end continues. Once your info is updated, we will first issue your city pass. You will immediately have the right to buy property in Satellite City number 2. Lu Xin is shocked by a house. He asks her to check the housing prices in the first ring of Qingyan Mountain in Satellite City number 2, and if there is any discount. Han Bing giggles on the phone. She agreed to help him look into it. Hanging up the phone, Lu Xin let out a sigh of relief. They stopped opposing his entry into the main city and accepted his second phase application without a fuss. It seems his mother's guidance had worked after, but he had a strange feeling that his mother was deliberately setting something up. Ever since they captured the Spectre, his family rarely showed up around him. Even his little sister had gotten way more playful. Lu Xin realized that for nearly every mission, he had relied on his family's strange powers to succeed. To outsiders, it probably looked like he used telekinesis to finish the job. Still, his mother definitely had her reasons for arranging things this way. His phone suddenly vibrated, giving him a start. Had Han Bing already finished checking? But as soon as Lu Xin picked up, Gecko cheered out. This is awesome. Headquarters approved my attendance at the Elite Talent Training Conference, and Linda's going to be there too. Oh my god. They are finally meeting. Calm down. They basically made things official last time anyway. Before even going, the guy was already planning his entire future, staying for another year, moving to the main city, buying a house, marrying Linda, and raising 3 kids together. Gecko excitedly kept sharing his dream of just protecting his wife, raising kids, and chilling out when he's free. Lu Xin felt a bit of a chill, but still happily congratulated his friend. That is awesome. Maybe I will go too. Getting curious, Gecko asked if they could head over there together, and wondered where his little sister was. Lu Xin's cheeks flushed bright red in an instant. He couldn't help but wonder if Han Bing mentioning this conference was her way of hinting that the 2 of them would finally meet. As soon as Lu Xin returned to his desk, he happily began sorting through and packing up his belongings. Suddenly, his boss called out from behind him, Lu Xin, don't rush home after work today. There is something we need to do. Lu Xin was startled and asked what it was about. His boss explained that the group's vice president was coming to evaluate him as a model employee of Shenge and a candidate for a management role, so he wanted them all to have dinner. Hearing this, Lu Xin agreed right away. His supervisor then timidly added a small request. Since the guest is a corporate vice president, could you please leave your gun behind for dinner? The scene shifts to a restaurant called Lao Mu Shou, a place that absolutely screams high-end luxury just from a single glance. Looking around, Lu Xin realized that all the company leaders had arrived, making it clear this dinner was a big deal. Xiao Yuan smiled warmly, welcoming everyone as veteran employees. Lu Xin was taken aback. The guy is so young. The girl next to him whispered that he was highly capable, managing million-dollar projects at just 20, and even getting accepted into a school in the main city. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she added that, of course, the best part was that he was their boss's. She sighed, calling him the absolute perfect husband material. Lu Xin's eyes went wide in shock. Wait, does he already have kids? The girl next to him explained that those kids were the younger siblings of their young boss's late wife, who died in an accident. She patted Lu Xin's shoulder, adding that he remarried later and had another son and daughter. However, the vice president treats his late wife's siblings incredibly well. That's probably why President Xiao agreed to hand the company over to him, since he's such a caring guy. But get this, when Lu Xin watches Xiao Yuan staring at his young brother-in-law and swallowing hard, he realizes the vice president is acting seriously weird. He closed his eyes and began channeling his mother's power, allowing him to perceive the raw, emotional states of the minds around him. Testing it out, first was the girl sitting next to him. She was currently harboring quite a bit of desire. Next was the man nearby, who was trying desperately to stay calm so he could make a good impression when offering a toast to Xiao Yuan later. Slowly, Lu Xin shifted his focus to Xiao Yuan. What exactly was the vice president thinking right now? In his mind's eye, the true form of Xiao Yuan appeared, staring at his brother-in-law with an incredibly sinister gaze, his mind completely filled with a single word: meat. Then, he stared intensely at his brother-in-law. Xiao Yuan breaks into a cold sweat and shoves his younger brother away, leaving Lu Xin surprised the guy actually held back. He pulls out his notebook, jotting something down while thinking now he knows exactly how to get on this guy's good side. Now watch Lu Xin finish his writing and decisively tears the page out. Xiao Yuan walks over to make excuses, apologizing that his father and aunt are in the main city, and a bit of a delay in sending the two kids over held him back, hoping they do not mind. No worries, everyone says it is fine. He steps up to clink glasses with Lu Xin, asking how to address someone who looks so young, prompting Lu Xin to introduce himself as a worker from depth. Then he quickly hands the newly written paper to Xiao Yuan, whose face instantly goes completely dark upon reading it as he stammers out, "What is this?" Xiao Yuan stands completely frozen, his expression turning incredibly ugly as he stares at that note. The glass of red wine in his hand suddenly slips and shatters completely on the floor. Xiao Yuan stumbles and collapses to the ground, as if all his strength has been drained, leaving everyone completely stunned. But Lu Xin remains perfectly calm, casually asking him, "Are you still drinking?" Once Xiao Yuan pulls himself together, he picks up his glass and asks, "How exactly should I address you?" Lu Xin cheekily shoots back, "Didn't I tell you earlier?" Then he introduces himself. "My name is Lu Xin, and I work at your company." The two clink glasses merrily. On the drive back, the supervisor stammers out, Lu Xin, what on earth did you just do?" With a bright smile, Lu Xin answers, "Oh, nothing. I was just discussing a little bit about food with him." The supervisor is baffled. Food? He wonders who this kid really is, especially with all those rumors of him having underworld backing. Just a slip of paper made Vice President Xiao shake. For a family empire this massive, they might even have private military forces, and yet he is terrified of Lu Xin. After driving for a while, they finally pull up to Lu Xin's apartment. Lu Xin waves thanks, "Sorry for the trouble." The supervisor instantly hits the gas and yells back, "No need, do not thank me." Lu Xin is quietly impressed. His boss is up there in age and has no powers, yet his driving skills are elite. Lu Xin thinks it over. That banquet went pretty well. He really felt like a key employee, getting the vice president's full attention. But that Vice President Xiao is clearly acting incredibly guilty. There is definitely a major issue with him. Time to report this to the higher-ups. At that exact moment, over at Han Bing's place, she gets a sudden call mid-brush. Brushing her teeth, Han Bing answers, "Good evening, Mr. Solo Soldier." Lu Xin replies, "Good evening to you too." When he asks what she is doing, she mentions brushing. Lu Xin gets a bit flustered. "Oh, my bad." He apologizes for calling so late, but she warmly smiles. "It is fine. When Mr. Solo Soldier calls, it must be important. Are you asking about buying a house?" Lu Xin smiles and slowly speaks, "Actually, it is not even that important." 10 minutes into the call, Han Bing is utterly shocked. "Wait, is he an ability user?" Lu Xun replies with absolute certainty, he definitely has no powers. Han Bing sighs, well, that is a bit troublesome. If he only has cannibalistic urges, it is classified as a potential crime, meaning the Special Clearance Department cannot handle it. I can only forward this report to the Security Bureau. But she adds with some worry, if he hasn't done anything yet, they might not be able to act. Lu Xun answers, I understand. Han Bing reassures him, do not worry. I will have the Security Bureau check on him tonight under some excuse. At least that keeps those two kids safe. Also, you need to be careful, Mr. Solo Soldier. She frowns, warning, if this guy really is messed up, I fear he might do something rash. Lu Xun nods, I got it, I will be careful. They exchange warm goodnight wishes and hang up. Lu Xun sighs, thinking he is not the same as before. He just faced a literal cannibalistic maniac, yet he did not even react to it back there. It is like meeting a terrifying monster, but feeling absolutely zero sense of threat. Then he suddenly remembers, oh, wait. Did I forget to ask her if she is attending that elite training conference? The next morning, the office gossip is already spinning, as this guy whispers to a coworker, have you heard yet? They say Lu Xun's background is even deeper than Vice President Xiao's family. She is shocked, seriously? No wonder he carries a gun to work every single day. Suddenly, the supervisor runs up and stutters, Lu Xun, Vice President Xiao is in the office and wants to see you. He is surprised. See me? Lu Xun wonders. He only just warned the guy yesterday, so why suddenly show up today and summon him in? Still, dealing with a cannibal psychopath is out of his jurisdiction, so there is no need to call his sister. So he stands up, pulls out his gun, and replies with a wide grin, let us go. The supervisor rolls his eyes in absolute horror, screaming internally, run, Vice President Xiao. Cut to the supervisor's office where Xiao Yuan is waiting. The moment Lu Xun steps inside, Xiao Yuan asks with a dead serious face, are you Lu Xun? Lu Xun politely greets him, Vice President Xiao. Losing his composure, Xiao Yuan claims he investigated his background. He reveals his father's secretary called to hand over a project, then asks if Lu Xun, when he confirms it, a trembling Xiao Yuan pulls out that note and demands, who on earth are you? What did you mean by giving me this yesterday? The note literally reads, you should not eat, and you absolutely cannot eat. Amused by the thought of his cannibalism, Lu Xun asks, with genuine curiosity, oh, you actually kept that note? Then he explains it means exactly what it says. Do not try tasting it. Not under the law, and definitely not under morality. That does not explain anything. Xiao Yuan screams out, I am asking you, an ordinary guy, why did you suddenly write this note for me? It is a nightmare that has been torturing me for a whole month. Is it connected to you? Lu Xun looks surprised and asks dreams. What kind of dreams? He excitedly continues, you can tell me. I am pretty curious about these bizarre things. Xiao Yuan barks back, tell me first. Why on earth did you write this note to me? Lu Xun stares intently at him and calmly explains, because I could tell you really, desperately wanted to eat. Xiao Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, his face twisting as he confesses, I really wanted to. In fact, I actually ate it every single day for a whole month. Brace yourself, because this next part gets incredibly twisted. He finally starts opening up about those bizarre nightmares. Inside that nightmare, someone brutally murders my little brother and sister, turning them into a dish. He brings it to me on an exquisite silver platter, forces my mouth open, and makes me swallow it. Lu Xun casually reacts, how terrifying. Xiao Yuan looks taken aback. Wait, you do not seem scared at all? Lu Xun replies, I am used to it. Xiao Yuan lights up a cigarette and continues, that first day, I was so disgusted I threw up for hours. At first, I kept checking on my siblings, and luckily, they were perfectly fine. I figured I was just under a lot of stress back then. On the second night, the exact same nightmare returned. It was that same man, killing my siblings, and holding a red plate right in front of me. I could not wake up until I actually ate it. And after that, he started showing up every single night. Lu Xun asks with curiosity, is that really all? Xiao Yuan grabs his hair in frustration. Yes, just the same nightmare on repeat. While my siblings are totally fine. Besides the insomnia, nothing else felt different about me. Except for one terrifying thing, I became addicted to it. As he speaks, he cannot help but picture himself transforming into a literal, flesh-eating monster. Lu Xun questions, addicted? Xiao Yuan explains the absolute horror of his experience. Yes, that nightmare terrorized me and forced my tastes to change. Everything felt so incredibly real. The taste was indescribably delicious, and even after waking, I could not forget it. Real-world food cannot even compare to what is in that dream. He tightly clenches his fists in fear, his eyes dangerously bloodshot. One evening, I went home for dinner, And when my siblings came over to play, I picked them up, and this horrifying thought, I felt this overwhelming, intense urge to cook them, and I was absolutely terrified of myself. Since then, I have barely gone home and actively avoided those two kids. This raises a massive red flag for us. Is this some kind of mind-bending contamination? And could his entire family be in danger? Done talking, Xiao Yuan anxiously asks, "Why are you silent? Is there really no hope left for me?" Lu Xun stands up and replies, "No, I was just thinking about something else. Hold on, let me make a quick call." On the other end of the line, Han Bing picks up Lu Xun's call. "Good morning, Mr. Dan Bing." He politely asks, "Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet?" She answers, "Yes, I have eaten." He discusses the case with Han Bing about that Vice President Xiao I mentioned yesterday. He does not seem to be a psycho killer. He says he has been having these weird dreams lately, where someone forces him to eat every single night. What do you make of this situation? She analyzes a dream-weaving type ability. He is likely under some powerful psychological suggestion, sparking a twisted desire. If that is true, this situation is quite serious. Dream weaving is a mental influence ability, which makes it very hard to handle. He wonders, hard to handle? Let us skip that for now. If I take this case on, will it still count as completing a mission? And what is the payout? She explains if these rogue ability users are not stopped, they will cause massive chaos in Qinggang City. For dealing with cases involving them, the reward is at least 50,000. He quickly accepts the mission. Xiao Yuan looks extremely tense, desperately smoking a cigarette to calm his nerves. Right after wrapping up the call, Lu Xun turns to him and says, "I can help you." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan leaps to his feet in pure relief. "Really? Thank you. That is wonderful." He immediately offers, "If you can help me, then I will pay you 50,000. No, make that 100,000. Lu Xun stands there, completely frozen in shock, asking, "Wait, how much?" He calculates 100,000, when Han Bing only promised 50,000. Since he already reported this to Han Bing as an official mission, he cannot take private money anymore, and his heart suddenly aches with deep, painful regret. Xiao Yuan offers more. "Is that not enough? How about I add some more?" Lu Xun waves his hand to refuse, despite dying of regret inside. "No, we have strict principles. We do not take side pay." Xiao Yuan silently admires him. What a noble, highly skilled expert. Money truly means absolutely nothing to him. He quickly asks, "So when are we going to start this? Right now?" Lu Xun turns away and replies, "Let us talk after I get off work." Xiao Yuan asks why, as Lu Xun looks back at him. See, he has got to work. But the moment the clock strikes 6:30, Xiao Yuan walks right up to Lu Xun's desk with an invitation. He asks if they can grab dinner, but Lu Xun turns him down, saying he has some plans. Xiao Yuan immediately offers an alternative. He offers to drive Lu Xun there and wait for him. So Lu Xun reluctantly agrees. All the co-workers watching this start whispering, wondering what's going on. Has Xiao Lu kidnapped the chairman? One co-worker actually guesses that because their deputy general manager is acting so incredibly submissive. Another thinks Xiao Yuan is pursuing him. Hearing this, the boss immediately calls over Xiao Wang, telling him to get workers tomorrow to tear down that partition and build Lu Xun a private office. But then he remembers Lu Xun's mysterious background and quickly changes his mind. "Forget tomorrow," he says. "Call them in to work overnight." Later that evening, we find Lu Xun at the security guard training center, talking details with Han Bing. He tells her to skip the basics to focus entirely on the Dreammaker system. Han Bing readily agrees, noting that after their phone call this afternoon, she already prepared all the relevant files for him. She explains that the Dreammaker type is actually one of the main abilities they have researched deeply in Qinggang. In the past, the Special Clearance Department actually recruited 2 of these powerful Dreammaker users. Sadly, one died on duty, but the other is still actively handling special. In fact, the mysterious figures pulling the strings behind these Dreammakers are widely known to be some of the most bizarre power users. Their core power is the ability to slip directly into another person's mind and guide them through their very own dreams. She goes on to explain, this core power actually branches into 3 distinct sub-abilities. We are talking about forced dream entry, dream repetition, and total dream control. Just imagine the horror when someone combines all 3 of these terrifying abilities. Lu Xun scribbles notes while listening. Han Bing notices his quiet tone and gently asks if Mr. Dan Bing is feeling a bit down today. He looks perfectly calm on the outside, but deep down, he still cannot believe he just lost such a massive fortune. 100,000. He lost 50,000. In this moment, her words fly right over his head. All he can think about is that money. Meanwhile, Han Bing is starting to worry. She wonders if she somehow messed up her support work today and upset him. Lu Xun paces around, realizing why these mental influence users are so tricky. They almost never fight head-on. Most of the time, their victims are tortured to death without ever knowing where the enemy was hiding. He looks pretty anxious. Officially, the special clearance rules are quite strict here. Spider types are never supposed to handle this alone, since they would be at a major disadvantage, and even if they did, they would need special ammunition. Though he is not just a standard spider type, he decides to request some of that special ammo anyway. Moments later, he arrives at Xiao Yuan's car. Xiao Yuan just finished eating a snack while waiting. He immediately asks if Master Lu is finally done with his business. Asking about a plan, Lu Xun wonders why he was called Master, then asks where he is sleeping tonight. The guy waves his hands, telling him to just call him Xiao Xiao. With a serious face, he explains that he used to sleep at home, but to avoid his younger siblings, he rented a room at the Blue Mountain Hotel. But since his parents went to the main city for work, they actually brought both of his siblings straight to his hotel. Now, he is considering heading back home. Lu Xun tells him to stick to the hotel tonight. If he runs home now, won't his dad and aunt think he abandoned his siblings on purpose? Xiao Yuan agrees immediately and asks what he should do once they arrive. Lu Xun simply tells him to go to sleep. Surprised, he asks if he should really just sleep. Lu Xun explains that if he does not sleep, he cannot dream, so how can he help? Xiao Yuan gets it. Arriving at the hotel, he tells Secretary Kui to bring up food and wine. Secretary Kui pushes in a service cart, letting the young boss know that the wine and food he ordered have arrived. Look at this awkward timing. The secretary walks in on a pretty compromising position, and her face instantly turns bright red. Two guys together? Could it really be that? She quickly turns around and runs out, wishing them a good meal. As the door clicks shut, the two get back to business. To put your mind at ease, I will show you my credentials. What you are dealing with is definitely a serious mental pollution event. I am a professional who handles these exact situations. Right now, I need you to cooperate with me, all right? He agrees and asks Master Lu what he needs to do next. Lu Xun says, obviously, you just get in bed and go to sleep. Blushing, the guy replies, oh, give me a minute. Let me get ready. He goes through a whole skincare routine, showering, brushing his teeth, even misting his face. Our guy wonders, is rich people's life always this complicated? The guy is finally in bed, but sleep just isn't coming. He murmurs, I don't think I can drift off. Lu Xun hands him a bottle. Here, drink this. Xiao Yuan chugs the entire bottle in one go, muttering, I'm counting on you. Dead drunk, he keeps slurring, seriously, I'm counting on you. That's when Lu Xun suddenly realizes in all the rush, he didn't even check if that bottle was an expensive one. A creepy red glow filters through the window. He's finally out cold, and now, we wait for the dreamscape to pull them in. Right then, Xiao Yuan slowly pushes himself up, claws at the empty air, and starts chanting under his breath, meat, meat. Lu Xun turns his head to look. The sleepwalking guy steps out of bed, heading straight for the nightstand. He quietly watches his every move. Yes, the guy is definitely sleepwalking. Xiao Yuan starts moving his hands as if chopping something. Watching him, Lu Xun wonders, is he prepping food? He literally looks like he's slicing meat. Is he going to eat it raw? He looks incredibly focused and practiced. Lu Xun begins gathering his energy for the job. Strangely enough, there's no spiritual monster lingering around Vice President Xiao. That means he has to borrow his mother's power. Channeling that ability to look closer, he spots a green light on the guy, growing brighter by the second. It's his desire to eat. But besides his spiritual body, there are these tiny white threads that clearly don't belong to him. What does this mean? That must be the force hurting and affecting him, Lu Xun analyzes. But those white threads have already fused completely with the vice president. Trying to pull them out would seriously damage his physical body. Plus, he already promised his mom that, until stage 2 is complete, he wouldn't ask the family for help. So, asking her is out of the question. He reaches for his phone. If that's the case, his only option is to call Han Bing and ask for advice. Suddenly, a beep rings out. A woman is peeking through the door as two kids happily rush into the room, shouting, "Big brother, we finally caught you." The innocent kids ask him, "Why won't you come home?" Hearing their voices, Xiao Yuan slowly turns around, wearing a deeply disturbing, hungry grin. "Oh no, look at this." Lu Xun senses danger as the guy lunges straight for the kid. He grabs the kid in a tight grip, pinning their arm and biting down. Lu Xun rushes in, wondering when they even entered the room. Thankfully, He can borrow his sister's insane physical abilities right now. He grabs both kids by their shirts, flinging them onto the bed and away from danger. Furious that his prey was stolen, Xiao Yuan snarls and charges directly toward the bed. Instantly, Lu Xun sweeps his leg, tripping him up. Pinning him flat to the floor with his foot, Lu Xun thinks with absolute satisfaction, "Yeah, you aren't getting up this time, buddy." The woman rushes in holding a rock, pointing a trembling finger at Lu Xun. "What do you think you're doing to him? Security? Help." Under his boot, Xiao Yuan's eyes burn blood red, completely consumed by his monstrous hunger. Lu Xun looks at her coldly, raising his gun. "Freeze, don't move." The guards burst in, yelling, "What is going on here? Who is causing trouble?" She's completely baffled. Isn't this guy just a regular office worker? How on earth does he have a gun? He urgently tries to figure a way out. Things are getting way too messy. With these guards rushing in, there's no way he can safely handle all of them at once without Right now, keeping one foot on the vice president is the only way to hold him down without hurting him or the kids. The kids stare in horror at Xiao Yuan's twisted, grinning face as he stares hungrily at the bed. Shaking, they sob, "What's wrong with you? You're so scary all of a sudden." Meanwhile, Lu Xun is running out of time to act. He can't exactly explain the paranormal to normal people. Pointing at him, she screams, "How dare you?" Lu Xun demands, "Did you set up these kids as sacrificial lambs? Suspecting me? Your mind is filthy." And then boom, he pulls the trigger without hesitation, putting a bullet right through her thigh. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan stops struggling. Lu Xun notices something bizarre. Wait, why did he just go completely limp like that? The sleepwalk connection is broken. Rustling sounds echo from beneath his clothes, and sharp, mutated claws slowly begin to creep out from the guy's body. The arm stretches longer, reaching out to grab hold of Lu Xun's leg. Looking around, the scenery suddenly warps. Is a dream-type ability user trying to mess with his mind right now? He quickly pieces it together. Xiao Yuan is caught in some critical stage of hypnosis or mental suggestion. Since the dream was interrupted by force, it's trying to drag him inside too. But suddenly, the arm fades and vanishes into thin air. Xiao Yuan extends his neck at an unnatural angle, biting down on Lu Xun's leg. But Lu Xun doesn't feel a thing, he just keeps moving forward. Xiao Yuan buries his face in hurt pride, weeping. He figures that creepy hand must have dragged him into a dream. Based on his current situation, is this some forced dream induction power of the Dreamweaver type? Suddenly, the scenery starts to warp. He instantly recalls the #1 rule. When dealing with a Dreamweaver, never believe anything you see. If you don't buy into the illusion, the mental attack is basically useless. Too bad for them. This trick won't work on me. The scenery keeps shifting. Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoes out of nowhere, and a terrifying ghost manifests right in front of him. Analyzing the situation, Lu Xun realizes this is just the physical manifestation of that Dreamweaver's leftover mental energy. If he uses a special bullet to blast this thing, will it wipe the monster out for good? More ghosts materialize as the chilling laughter grows louder. He hesitates with so many clones appearing. Which one is he supposed to shoot? Clutching his head, he grumbles that the noise is incredibly annoying. This whole place is just a subconscious dream world. What is this bizarre place? Why is his mind being flooded and dominated by these haunting images? Yet instead of fighting back, he actually craves it. Finally, the entire landscape shifts, locking the dream state into place. Staring at the surrounding area, Lu Xun wonders where on earth he is. It feels so familiar, but his memory is completely blank. Then, he spots an operating room with its lights glowing. Curious, he listens closer. He hears electric shocks, the sickening sound of a blade slicing flesh, and faint, echoing voices calling out. Lu Xun decides he has to open that door, but just as his hand reaches out, wait, look behind him. Right then, a pale female ghost emerges directly behind Lu Xun, her long, tangled hair completely blanketing her face. She lets out a series of bone-chilling screeches. Lu Xun glances back at her, and unexpectedly, a wide grin of pure excitement crosses his face. Since she decided to drop by, he casually reaches out, grabs her collar, and starts talking to her. He tells her to stay with him a little longer. Getting choked like this completely terrifies the ghost, leaving her wide-eyed and panicking. Usually, victims do everything they can to wake up from these nightmares. But this time, the monster is the one begging to escape. He just wants to stay right here, trapping the specter inside the very dream world she went out of her way to build. Holding her by the neck, Lu Xun drags the whimpering ghost right toward the door and forces her inside with him. His expression shifts as genuine surprise washes over him. A downright horrific sight instantly unfolds before his eyes. Broken equipment is scattered across the floor amidst massive bloodstains. Nearby lies the mangled, gruesome corpse of a deceased doctor. Seeing this, Lu Xun cannot help but wonder what happened here. Where on earth are they? As he steps closer, the dead doctor looks even more mutilated and horrifying. The body is twisted and deformed beyond recognition. Quickly, Lu Xun spots a name tag pinned to the corpse's bloody chest. The words written on it completely stun him. The Red Moon Research Institute. Glancing around at the strange doorways, he drags the struggling ghost along. As he slowly approaches, there are 3 doors remaining. He wants to inspect them, but honestly, after taking just a few steps, his legs start shaking. Staring through the glass panel of the door, Lu Xun hesitates. Inside, piles of random junk are stacked in complete disarray. He cannot help but ask himself what he is even looking for in there. While he is lost in his thoughts, a horrifying child's face with dead white eyes suddenly slams against the window glass. This sudden jump scare catches him off guard. His eyes widen in shock. Clenching his teeth, he wonders why this feels so familiar yet brings such overwhelming sadness. Before he can process it, the dreamscape around Lu Xun begins to shatter. The female ghost he was holding dissolves into nothingness. The entire dream world breaks apart like glass, and Lu Xun clutches his head in absolute agony. It hurts. Vivid fragments of memories flood his mind. He sees 2 crying children, and hears panicked police officers screaming that firing weapons in the city is illegal. The security forces are already here, so you still have a chance to surrender. Sometime later, Lu Xun is sitting silently on a chair, gripping his pistol tightly as tears stream down his face. He is back, but the tears just won't stop flowing. It catches him off guard. Why on earth is he crying? After a while, Xiao Yuan finally starts to wake up. Through blurry vision, he sees Lu Xun sitting blankly on a chair. Nearby, someone is pleading with Lu Xun not to do anything foolish over mere emotions. Slowly but surely, the foggy scene before Xiao Yuan begins to clear up. Lu Xun sits there with a dark expression, while an unconscious woman lies sprawled out on the cold floor right beside him. That voice keeps echoing in his ears, saying they totally understand the complexity of true love, and that Qinggang doesn't discriminate. Right now, he cannot help but feel completely confused. What on earth is actually going on here? Looking completely exhausted, Xiao Yuan walks up to him and asks in a panicked voice, "Brother Lu, what exactly happened here?" Seeing him approach, Lu Xun just sits calmly on his chair and quietly replies, "Oh, you are finally awake. Nothing serious really happened anyway. The entire situation is pretty much taken care of." But seeing his injured secretary on the floor with those crying kids, man, you can feel the tension in the room as his face darkens. Wait, is this seriously what you call a resolved situation? Facing Xiao Yuan's mounting disbelief, Lu Xun casually holsters his gun and starts to calmly explain. "While I was dealing with your little problem earlier, your secretary, who probably has a crush on you, misunderstood the situation and handed the key card to your younger siblings. They burst in right while you were having that nightmare, and it almost became a horrifying reality." Recalling the chaos from moments ago, he casually adds, "To fix your issue, I had to improvise a bit, so I might have gone a little too hard on her." But hearing Lu Xun's nonchalant explanation only makes Xiao Yuan's expression look even more grim. He snaps back with genuine anger. "A little hard? She almost caused an absolute disaster here." Forcing himself to calm down, he turns to the guards standing outside the door and barks out some quick orders. "Forget it. It is fine. Guards, get in here and take my secretary to the hospital immediately." Right then, his younger brother and sister suddenly start wailing in unison. Lu Xun sits silently, completely unresponsive, as the guards quickly carry the injured secretary out. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan rushes over, but his antics only make the poor kids cry even louder. Completely embarrassed and awkward, he frantically tries to soothe them. "Hey now, stop crying. I was only joking with you." Watching this messy drama unfold, Lu Xun holds his head in frustration, thinking that the support squad would have handled this so much better. Down on the street below, a crowd of police cars has already gathered. Suddenly, voices start talking in the background. "Your business is about half solved, but I have a far more urgent matter right now and need to make a phone call. So please handle this incoming mess for me. Now, watch closely with me as we switch scenes to a dimly lit bedroom where a young woman reaches for her headset. Wearing a thin nightgown, Han Bing slowly sits up in the dark and puts her headset on. Lu Xun's voice cracks, confirming that the target is indeed contaminated, or at least heavily influenced by some sort of active pollution. Hearing this, she calmly responds, "Understood. But Mr. Soldier, is it really that chaotic over on your end right now?" Looking out at the ground below from his high vantage point, Lu Xun speaks softly. There's a minor situation here. I fired a shot. Han Bing instantly grows anxious, asking, Mr. Soldier, are you all right? What? He sheepishly replies, I am fine, but she got slightly hurt. Hearing that, Han Bing breathes a sigh of relief. Good, do not worry. I will handle everything. Mr. Soldier, can you give me a quick, brief report on what exactly went down? As her fingers clack rapidly across the keyboard, she listens to his report. Following our plan, I monitored his state after he fell asleep. Looking back on the bizarre events, Lu Xun continues to explain exactly what happened next. Then something extremely bizarre took place. When I tried to stop him, the residual dream-shaping mental energy left inside him somehow dragged me right into his nightmare. Though it vanished almost immediately, right now, there are absolutely no trace elements of psychic energy left on Vice President Xiao. Hearing this, Han Bing asks in confusion, It disappeared? Did you take care of it? But when he replies that he did not harm it, she analyzes. So that energy just dissolved on its own? Generally speaking, dream-weaving ability users inside a victim's mind have extremely fragile physical bodies, and their mental level is usually only because of that. When they try to affect another ability user, it rapidly drains and consumes their own energy reserves. He shakes his head slightly. He did not seem that weak, but whatever. He is indeed quite fragile. This particular ability user is pretty bizarre, so I will submit my report later, once I completely understand what is going on. This leaves Han Bing deeply puzzled, but she quickly recovers and asks, All right, so how do you plan to investigate this, Mr. Soldier? He calmly responds to her. Obviously, I am going to ask them straight to their face. But recalling Xiao Yuan's state from earlier, he adds in confusion. The strange thing is, I did not detect that Dreamweaver anywhere. Once the residual mental energy on Vice President Xiao vanished completely, I searched the entire area, but found absolutely no traces of him. He quickly organizes all the information and begins analyzing the bizarre chain of events once again. If that is the case, then this dream maker has clearly mastered their mental abilities to a scary degree. After all, abilities from the Dream Maker class are already incredibly hard to track down. They can use psychological suggestion to force targets to kill from afar, so tracking him down won't be easy. Han Bing's voice continues to ring out from the other end of the line, telling him, Mr. Soldier, your mission is basically complete. As for finding that Dream Maker, I suggest handing this over to headquarters and letting an investigation team handle the rest. But Lu Xun speaks up, his voice steady. Let me do it. Looking out at the massive city stretching before him, he says, I just had an idea that might actually work. He stands by the window, his eyes narrowing as his gaze turns incredibly sharp. Soon, we cut to the ground level of the building. Down below, Xiao Yuan is desperately trying to explain things to an officer, begging, You have to believe me, officer. We really did not do anything wrong. We were just dealing with an exorcism. What gun are you talking about? We do not even own a weapon. We did not fire anything, so do not listen to their lies. Meanwhile, another officer salutes Lu Xun respectfully, asking him if he needs any assistance. Lu Xun remains completely calm, replying, Everything is fine. Thanks for your help. You guys can head back now. Watching this unfold, Xiao Yuan is left utterly bewildered. I mean, are you as confused as Xiao Yuan right now? A literal shooting gets brushed under the rug, and this powerhouse is still working a normal day job? Immediately, he turns toward Lu Xun, nervously stammering out, Boss Lu, wait, no, little Lu, actually, big brother Lu, what am I supposed to do now? Lu Xun quickly reassures him, saying, Your nightmare issue is already taken care of. You can sleep peacefully tonight. But right now, I need to hunt down the monster who gave you those nightmares. Just let me handle this whole mess for you. Hearing that, the guy asks in confusion, Is someone really trying to kill me? Lu Xun remains perfectly calm as he answers, Yes, someone is definitely trying to harm you. Now tell me the absolute truth. In those dreams, was someone forcing you to eat, or did you do it willingly? Xiao Yuan starts trembling all over, his voice cracking. At the beginning, some creep did force me to eat, but after a few days, in those dreams, it felt like I became a completely different person, and I actually enjoyed every second of it. Then he immediately raises 3 fingers straight to the sky, beating his chest as he swears. But I swear the guy in my dream was just a total freak. That was not me. Everything I said is the absolute truth, I swear. Seeing him panic like this, Lu Xun can't help but think he has completely terrified his boss, but he quickly tries to comfort the poor guy, saying, I understand, do not worry. You were just deeply affected by his mental power. Looking closely at Xiao Yuan, Lu Xin continues, "Your nightmares started 1 month ago. So I need you to list everyone you met, any family conflicts around that time, and most importantly, if something bad happens to you, who stands to gain the most?" Hearing this, the guy scratches his head in confusion, muttering, "That sounds like a massive pain. My family is in the middle of moving to the main city, so my parents and the servants are already living over there, but I will do my best." But Lu Xin shakes his head, firmly stating, "We need to go to the main city. I need to look at them and filter through every single suspect." Seeing him so dead serious, Xiao Yuan nervously asks, "And then, what are we going to do then?" He gets a straight answer, "We grab the guy, obviously." Now, watch as we fast forward to the next morning. Inside this ridiculously fancy company building, staring at the completely empty desk, Lu Xin wonders, "Where did all my stuff go?" Just then, a coworker walks in, looking a bit nervous as he points across the hall, saying, "Manager Lu, your new office is actually over here." Lu Xin is completely baffled, asking, "Wait, what manager are you talking about?" The employee quickly explains, "Wait, you seriously did not know you got promoted last night? Right after work yesterday, Director Lu hired some workers to renovate your new office overnight. He said you are a manager now and cannot be sitting out here with the rest of us. They even moved all of your belongings inside." Lu Xin raises an eyebrow, joking, "Wow, Director Lu really gets things done fast, does he not?" Walking up to the door of his brand new office, he sees his own name printed right on the sign. He pushes the door open, taking in the luxurious setup. He can't help but chuckle. "Wow, they really went all out for me. This company app is incredible." But before he can even finish that thought, a huge crowd of coworkers suddenly bursts through the door, loudly cheering, "Congratulations on the big promotion, Manager Lu. Shouldn't we throw a party to celebrate this? Manager Lu, we're all looking forward to working hard under your leadership now." The attention makes him a bit embarrassed. He tells them not to worry about hosting a party, it's really not about the money. He's just been too busy lately. Watching from the side, Department Head Lu finally lets out a quiet sigh of relief. After pulling an all-nighter supervising the construction, he finally satisfied this VIP. Now, he can finally get some sleep. Just then, Xiao Yuan walks into the room and calls out, "Thanks for your hard work, everyone." This catches Department Head Lu completely off guard. Why is he even here? But he quickly recovers, rushing over to Xiao Yuan to warmly announce, "Let's all welcome Vice President Xiao here to guide our work." Standing there, Xiao Yuan waves his hands in slight embarrassment. "No, there's no need. Everyone just carry on with your work. I just need a quick word with Lu." As the door shuts, Xiao Yuan hands over the requested list. Let's see if this guy actually came prepared, or if he's completely out of his depth. Flapping through the papers, Lu Xin looks up, genuinely puzzled. "You don't even know how to make a basic spreadsheet?" He scratches his head, admitting sheepishly that his secretary usually handles all of that. "So where's your secretary now?" Lu asks. Xiao Yuan sighs, admitting the poor guy is still recovering in the hospital. Lu Xin gives a sympathetic nod and sets the files down. He tells him this will do for now. As long as Xiao Yuan understands it, the main goal is simply gathering everyone together. Sitting across from him, Xiao Yuan nods eagerly, agreeing that he has already figured out a plan for that. "Oh, by the way, Lu, do you want me to book your ticket to the main city?" Knowing how efficient Hanbing is, he feels completely at ease. "No need. Someone's likely handled it already, and I'll be heading to the main city the day after tomorrow." Next, we cut to a rundown apartment building, where a surprisingly decent home-cooked meal sits waiting on a table. Suddenly, a female voice cuts through the quiet, "Why are you here today?" It's Xiao Lu in her wheelchair, looking right at Lu Xin, blushing with embarrassment. He mutters that he has to travel for a work trip the day after tomorrow, so he's taking some time off. Meanwhile, two little kids run circles around his legs, chanting excitedly that the boyfriend is finally here. Flush with embarrassment, Xiao Lu snaps at them to get outside and stop shouting nonsense. Lu Xin steps closer and explains that it's not exactly work, he's just visiting the main city, probably for about a week. Hearing this, her expression completely darkens. Something is definitely wrong. "The main city," she murmurs. Noticing her mood shift, he quickly assures her it's incredibly safe there, asking if she needs. She looks down, pretending everything is fine, telling him she doesn't need anything, just go and come back safe. Grinning warmly, he asks her to go out with him for a bit, because there's something important they need to discuss. The sudden invitation leaves her completely stunned. A few moments later, Lu Xin gently carries Xiao Lu down the stairs. Passing right by old Zhang, reading his daily paper, she calls out, asking him to supervise the kids' self-study. If she's late, making sure they copy a madman's diary 3 times before she gets back. Old Zhang chuckles and waves them off, telling her not to worry about rushing back home. Behind them, the 2 kids keep skipping around, teasing them about carrying a princess and being a real boyfriend. A while later, near the grassy hills outside town, Lu Xun points toward a cluster of distant buildings, marveling at how massive the houses are. He turns back to face Xiao Lu, chatterbox mode fully activated. He rambles on about how the house has plenty of rooms, a massive living room for teaching, and a spacious garden for growing fresh vegetables. Plus, it's pretty far from the noisy city center, making it super quiet. It costs around 5 or 600,000 expensive. Yeah, but a private courtyard is definitely worth it. Once I buy it, you should definitely move in here. I've been working extremely hard lately, and I've actually saved up a good amount. After listening to him ramble on, Xiao Lu finally cuts him off. 5 or 600,000? Do you take me for an idiot? Tell me the truth, she says, a deep sadness settling over her face. Why are you suddenly doing all of this for them? Lu Xun keeps a warm smile, but his eyes hold a deep, quiet sadness. Didn't the director always tell us that even though we were small, we still represented hope? Crouching down, he gently wipes away a tear sliding down her cheek. He softly adds that he just wants to treat them well, exactly like the director did for them. What's wrong? He asks, as Xiaolu's tears keep falling. Choking back tears, she whispers that one of his colleagues came to see her earlier, and she seemed pretty nice. I used to worry so much about what you were doing, but she made me realize that maybe they are not the same. So I will not stop you. But you must promise me one thing, do not carry all this weight by yourself. Remember kindergarten? She brings up that day she grabbed a brick to fight off your bullies. Thinking of how she chased off his bullies with a brick brings a faint smile to Lu Xun, but Xiao Lu just looks at him with this quiet, aching sadness in her eyes. Listen to me, she says. You do not owe anyone anything. Not ever. That includes me. Every single dollar you sent over the years is written down. You did absolutely nothing wrong. I have no idea where your path leads, or where you will end up. Her voice is barely a whisper, thick with an emotion she cannot quite name. But promise you will always find a way back to us. Do not forget us. And then, out of nowhere, she kisses his cheek, leaving our guy completely frozen in shock. She immediately blushes red, stammering that it was just a kiss on behalf of the orphans, so he better not get any ideas. Lu Xun turns red too, completely speechless. Lu Xun lets out a dazed laugh. Can I kiss you back? That only makes her flush deeper, as she snaps back aloud. Absolutely not. A bit later, on the train to the main city, Xiao Yuan just will not stop babbling. Do you want a snack, Brother Lu? Some juice? How about I go grab that flight attendant's number for you? He keeps offering everything under the sun. I saw you looking her way. The non-stop chattering is clearly wearing on Lu Xun. No, I do not need a single thing. I just want some quiet. This leaves a pretty awkward silence between them. Xiao Yuan mutters a quiet, all right. Seeing him fold like that makes Lu Xun wonder if he was being a bit too harsh on his superior. But he quickly pushes those thoughts aside and gets serious. Are all our preparations in order? Xiao Yuan leans in close, glancing around the train car before whispering back. Just like you asked, I compiled a full list of everyone who reached, and I came up with the perfect cover. Since I am starting at Qinggang University in the main city, I invited everyone to It is all under my father's name, so almost everyone is showing up. Lu Xun nods in approval, asking when this big celebration is supposed to happen. Xiao Yuan looks a bit nervous as he replies that it is tomorrow night. Then the anxious rambling starts up again. Should we set up a solid plan beforehand? Maybe we should pack some serious weapons, or line up some backup? Oh, I actually know all the monks over at Zhanshan Temple, and even a couple of local gang bosses. Staring at his frantic companion, Lu Xun cannot help but let out a long sigh. Can you try to act like the boss for once? He gazes out the window at the passing scenery, quietly running the numbers in his head. It all started a month ago, when Xiao Yuan received that official warning. Out here, a Dreamweaver actually dared to strike down a supervisor, and that is in the main city, where ability users are kept on a much tighter leash than before long. The train rolls smoothly into the platform. There is no way they can let a threat like that remain in the shadows. Step 1 complete, they're off the train. Xiao Yuan drags his heavy suitcase over, calling out to Lu Xun that his ride is already waiting outside. Are you absolutely sure you do not need me to book you a nice room? Lu Xun just raises a hand to wave him off. No need. I have my own ride sorted out. Near the busy terminal gates, a massive crowd is already lining up to get through. A giant warning sign looms overhead. Making noise is strictly forbidden. Maintain absolute order while boarding. Heavily armed soldiers in full combat gear line the entrance. Suddenly, the massive security gates begin to grind open with a deep, echoing rumble that vibrates straight through the concrete floor. The heavy iron barrier slowly slides upward, and the crowd begins to stream through. Lu Xun and Xiao Yuan follow them into a brilliantly lit corridor. Strange, hyper-realistic paintings line both sides of the concrete walls, and right there, as he studies the paintings, this incredibly creepy feeling hits him out of nowhere. Those painted eyes look almost too real. It genuinely feels like they are tracking every single person moving through the hallway. It really makes him wonder, is this how the Special Clearance Department monitors everyone entering the city, setting up their first line of defense? Is it a manifestation of some strange ability, or just some high-tech sensory equipment? Stepping out into the fresh open air, Xiao Yuan points toward the exit. My parents are waiting over there. Brother Lu. Want to come say hello? Lu Xun politely declines the offer. We will all gather up later anyway. Spotting Chen Qing waving at him from across the terminal, he adds that he needs to go report in first. A moment later, Lu Xun walks up to the man and greets him. Hello, Captain Chen. But Chen Qing is already staring past him at Xiao Yuan. Tell me, is that kid walking with you possessed by a nightmare? Lu Xun feels a bit awkward, watching Xiao Yuan happily greet his parents. After all, this guy is actually the vice president of his company. Basically, he is my boss's boss. Wait, did I just say that out loud? Why does it feel like Leader Chen's rank is pretty low? Suddenly, he spots something. Look closely at his eyes. He is in complete and utter shock. Right behind that woman, a grotesque face slowly emerges, wearing a deeply unsettling and creepy smile. Sprouting from Xiao Yuan's mother is a hideous monster, consisting of nothing but a skull, a spine, a long tongue, and a disgusting face. Terrified by the sudden vision, he shouts out that something is wrong, prompting a confused Chen Qing to ask what happened. Chen Qing asks if she is indeed his target, while Lu Xun uses his eye ability to verify. Yes, he thinks, deciding to use his mother's vision to inspect her. Instantly, he can clearly read the unique energy colors on her body, those shades of gray and light brown. Is that psychic energy? It looks just like the white spiritual power inside Vice President Xiao's body during his sleepwalking episode. It is her. But Chen Qing objects she does not look like an ability user. But Lu Xun remains firm it is definitely her, and he is going over right now. She immediately grabs his arm and pulls him back, warning that this territory belongs to the city defense department, not them. Coldly, she tells him to let the guard dogs handle it. Moments later, a massive, incredibly imposing man dressed in black strides directly toward the two of them. Who is this? It is the guy they call the Watchdog. Staring at him, Lu Xun cannot help but marvel at the absolutely massive pressure this man projects. Quickly stepping forward, Chen Qing points to the digital screen in her hands to show him. You missed someone, she says. This girl is definitely a major problem. She entered the main city a week ago, and you still haven't detected her. Just now, our single soldier from the Special Clearance Department noticed some major red flags about her behavior. Hearing this, his brow furrows. Absolutely impossible. The watchdog's face darkens as he scowls and says coldly, I saw you guys tracking her, but she is definitely not an ability user. Facing the man's intense pressure, Lu Xun shows absolutely zero fear, confidently replying, but inside, he wonders what is happening. Did I actually just feel a sudden wave of panic? Something is not right here. He is a colleague, so why would I even be afraid of him? Shaking off the thought, he cheerfully extends his hand to the man. Seeing them shake hands, Chen Qing chimes in from the side, telling them that there is absolutely no need to argue. As elite ability users, arguing over something like this is just incredibly stupid. If you want to know who is right, just go over and ask. Lu Xun happily agrees with her. The watchdog immediately contacts his men, signaling them to move in. Within moments, a squad of heavily armed soldiers completely surrounds Xiao Yuan's family. As they walk closer, Chen Qing remarks that the main city has always been extremely careful with its defenses.